in the great Qin dynasty, Shengjing city. At the Qingfeng tea house by the window at his usual spot, Pei Cijing sat for half a day with a plate of pastries and a pot of fragrant tea. Sunlight passing through the carved wooden window lattice scattered mottled light and shadow on his moon-white brocade robe. He gently pinched the white porcelain teacup with his fingertips, sipping slowly, his eyes full of languor. He appeared to be just an idle young master visiting the tea house, eating pastries, tasting tea, passing the time. In reality, his ears were pricked up more alertly than the stone lions at the tea house entrance. Hey, did you hear? Old Master Li on his 80th birthday actually took an 18-year-old girl as his 7th concubine. Tisk, Old Master Li is still vigorous in his old age. The best part is yet to come. I heard that the girl was originally the lover of Old Master Li's great-grandson, 3rd young Master Li, who frequents the brothels. Somehow the old master took a fancy to her. Now the grandfather and grandson meet in the mansion and their faces. TSK. Ding. Successfully gossiped octogenarian takes great-grandson's lover. The Li family grandfather and grandson vie for beauty gossip points 10. I say the Li family matter is nothing. The truly strange thing is that old Mrs. Wang from the east side of the city, 60 years old, gave birth to twins a few days ago. Really? Hasn't her husband been dead for 10 years? Who says? But the Wang family is unanimous, saying the old lady was sincere in her devotion to Buddha, moved heaven, and was granted a blessing. As for where this blessing came from, only Buddha knows. Anyway, the Wang family is now decorated with lanterns, saying it's a heavenly gift, and they're holding a grand ding. Successfully gossiped Wang family old woman gives birth to pearls suspected to be a gift from Buddha. Gossip points 20. In his mind, another crisp ding sounded. Pei Cijing contentedly raised his teacup, draining it in one gulp. Today's trip to the tea house was not in vain. He had gained something. Pei Cijing, a transmigrator. His previous life ended in a pathetic manner. He didn't die from 996 overtime, nor from an incurable disease, nor even in a car accident. He just on a hot summer day, while wolfing down half a frozen watermelon, choked on a watermelon seed because he ate too fast. His vision went black. When he opened his eyes again, he had arrived in this alternate great Qin dynasty, becoming the only son of the second branch of the Wei Yuan home mansion. Now 18 years had passed. Perhaps because his death was so bizarre, his transmigrated cheat code arrived early. He successfully bound a system called Gossip No. 1. As long as he successfully gossiped, he could obtain gossip points, which could be spent in the system store. Host Pei Cijing, current gossip points 43.99. Skills Master, Healer, Martial Arts Master. Items: Health Pill 3, A Antidote, Pill 1, Top Grade Bruise Ointment 1. Pei Cijing brought up the system panel. Only he could see and couldn't help but sigh. His gossip system was different from others. It never actively provided gossip sources. All intelligence he had to hear and see for himself. All the gossip, he had to collect it himself. So his speed of accumulating gossip points was not fast. Over the 18 years, the points he had gradually accumulated after exchanging for medical skills, self-defense methods, and some useful items only had this balance left. There were many good things in the system, but the prices were high. There was also one ultimate item whose nature was unknown, priced at 100,000 gossip points. Pei Cijing was curious, but looking at the price and his own pitiful balance, he could only sigh in despair. After all, news was scarce in this ancient era. High-ranking families, especially those concerned with face, kept their secrets tightly guarded. Marketplace rumors were often unreliable. After much effort to hear something, the system would often judge it as false rumor and give nothing. Shengjing was big, but finding a fresh, hot, juicy, good melon every day was difficult. Gossip is not easy, little Pei sighs. Pei Cijing picked up a piece of pastry, sighing inwardly. He missed the information explosion era of his previous life with all kinds of trending topics. That was a real melon field. You could never finish. Forget it, small gains add up, slowly accumulate. Just as he was about to put the pastry into his mouth, a rapid thump-thump came from the staircase. A young servant about 16 or 17, wearing a blue hat and green clothes of the home mansion, ran up, his face red and neck thick, panting heavily. His eyes scanned frantically, immediately locked onto Pei Cijing, and he almost fell onto the table. Second young master. Catch your breath, straighten your tongue before speaking. Pei Cijing's face darkened instantly, his tone calm, but with a hint of helplessness. You call me second young master, but there's no need to be so dramatic. He knew he was a bit slow, but there was no need to remind him of that. Yuan Bao took a few deep breaths, holding the table edge, finally speaking coherently. Second young master, I finally found you. The mansion orders you to go to the Shun mansion immediately. It's extremely urgent. The marquis, the marchioness, the second master, the second madam have all gone. It must be a matter of great importance. Pei Cijing put the pastry in his mouth, took a warm damp cloth, and wiped his hands slowly, unhurriedly, asking, Oh, did they say what important matter? Yuan Bao shook his head like a rattle. I don't know, the messenger was tight-lipped, only said it's extremely urgent. Looking at the scratching, simple-minded servant, Pei Cijing already had a guess about what business at the Shen mansion was. It was most likely related to his marriage. The Shen mansion. It was the residence of Shen Loyalty, the left vice minister of the Ministry of Civil Appointments. The Shen family and the Wei Yuan Ho mansion were longtime friends. The deceased Shen patriarch and the old Wei Yuan Ho had a bond of life and death. In their cups one day they decided on a marriage alliance for their grandchildren. The Shen family had 2 daughters. The Ho mansion had 2 sons. The legitimate daughter Shen Ninghuan was promised to the heir Pei Cijing. The concubine-born daughter Shen Ningyue was promised to him, Pei Cijing, the son of the second branch. It was a suitable match. Calculating the date, the wedding was near. Without incident, next month would be the day when 2 bridal sedans would enter the gates at the same time. The Shen family were civil officials of the Qinglu faction, while the Ho mansion were military nobles of merit. The families were well matched, and everyone called it a perfect match. The marriage should have been a natural progression. Now the entire Ho mansion was going to the Shen mansion in a hurry. There must be a major change. Pei Cijing stood up, his moon-white robe trailing a smooth arc. His gaze swept across the still bustling street outside the window. The usual lazy smile faded from his lips, and his eyes deepened a few shades. Let's go. To the Shen mansion. He tossed the cloth back onto the plate, his voice calm and flat, but a slight ripple stirred in his heart. He had a bad feeling. He who gossips all day long. Could he be about to become the person in the gossip? Inside the main hall of the Shen mansion, the atmosphere was so heavy it could be wrung out like water. As Pei Cijing stepped over the threshold following the servant, who led the way, he was nearly forced to halt by the invisible pressure emanating from within. He swept his gaze across the room, which was packed with people, yet utterly silent. Only the bronze beast-headed incense burner in the corner emitted curling wisps of blue smoke, tracing the shapes of the air. Because Yuan Bao had been searching for him all over the streets, consuming time, Pei Cijing was the last to arrive. On an ordinary day, such a late arrival would inevitably invite the sharp, scrutinizing gaze of his eldest uncle, the Marquis of Wei Yuan, Pei Cijing, whose eyes were as keen as an eagle's, followed by the insinuating needle-and-cotton reproaches of his aunt, the Marquis wife, Lady Li, who would say, "Where has Cijing been gallivanting again?" Such laxity, what a disgrace to the family. After all, he's from the second branch, born of a concubine, always lacking in proper decorum, and so on. But today everything was different. To the left of the main seat at the head of the hall sat his eldest uncle, the current Marquis of Wei Yuan, Pei Cijing, along with his wife, Lady Li. Pei Cijing's face was stern, his gaze sharp, yet today he rarely refrained from casting a dissatisfied look at his good-for-nothing nephew. The Marquis wife, Lady Li, who had always looked down on the second branch born of a concubine, and was usually picky with him, now even turned her face slightly to avoid his eyes. On her well-preserved face there was a faint, almost awkward blush of shame. His parents, who were usually jovial and easygoing, sat side by side at the lower right. The kind smiles on their faces were gone. Only the anger of humiliation and the dignity they struggled to maintain remained. This was too unusual. Pei Cijing's heart sank, and he followed the crowd's gaze to the center of the hall. 2 people knelt on the ground. The man, dressed in splendid brocade, his crown slightly askew, was none other than his always graceful and admired eldest brother, the heir apparent, Pei Cijing. Beside him was a slender woman in a pale pink dress whose familiar silhouette belonged to his betrothed, the Shen family's concubine-born daughter, Shen Ningyue. Though their clothes had been tidied, the slightly disheveled hair, the flushed face of Shen Ningyue, a suspicious red mark on her neck, and the indescribable ambiguous atmosphere lingering between them. This scene, this atmosphere, these relationships. No need for narration. The truth was as clear as a louse on a bald head. Obvious. It was certain that his good brother and his former fiancée had done something good. Presumably, they had been caught red-handed. The corner of Pei Cijing's mouth twitched involuntarily. He could almost see the warm, creamy white jade on his crown being slowly tainted by an invisible, thick, green aura. He hadn't even married yet, and he was already cuckolded. No. Since there was no affection between him and Shen Ningyue, and she hadn't formally entered his household, she couldn't be considered his wife. Since she wasn't his wife, the color on his head should still be pure, not deviated. Moreover, it was better for this matter to explode early than to discover it after marriage. Don't let it happen that one day in the future you suddenly find that the child at your knee doesn't resemble your features. Then you truly lose face and toil for someone else. After forcibly instilling this logic, Pei Cijing felt the suffocating lump in his chest ease slightly. He steadied himself, ignored the gazes of sympathy or embarrassment in the hall, and stepped forward quickly. He bowed respectfully to the elders at the head of the hall, his demeanor composed and not flustered. Cijing arrived late. Please forgive me, esteemed elders. Seated in the main seat, Shen Zhongqing, with a face as calm as still water, Pei Cijing's former prospective father-in-law, looked at him with a complex expression, let out an almost inaudible sigh, and raised his hand in a gesture of dismissal. Enough. This matter came abruptly. Cijing, take your seat. Pei Cijing followed the instruction and walked to the empty seat beside his parents. His eyes inadvertently met those of his good brother. A flicker of guilt flashed through Pei Cijing's eyes, but it was overshadowed by a stubborn, determined look of someone fighting for love. He held Pei Cijing's gaze for only a brief moment before quickly looking away, turning his attention back to Shen Ningyue, who seemed to be trembling slightly. His gaze turned into a spring of water so full of affection that it seemed to pull sticky threads. Pei Cijing. Since everyone is here, Shen Zongcheng's voice rang out again, carrying the steady calm of a long-serving official, yet also a heavy, unyielding pressure. Today's matter, how it should be handled, requires the two families to discuss and come to an agreement. He paused, his gaze as sharp as a knife, slowly sweeping over the two kneeling figures before finally landing on the Marquis of Weiyuan. Pei Cijing, my lord, this incident occurred in the Shen residence, and it is due to my lack of discipline. I first apologize for my fault. Shen Zongcheng's words were measured. He first lowered his stance, taking some of the blame, but then his tone shifted. However, why did the heir appear in my daughter's boudoir? And how did it come to this? The reason for this requires a clear explanation, for it concerns the reputation of both families. If not handled properly, I fear both families will lose face and become the laughingstock of the court. The pressure fell on the Weiyuan Marquis household. Pei Cijing's face grew darker. He glared fiercely at his useless son, kneeling on the ground, the veins on his Li tightened the handkerchief in her hand, wanting to plead for her son who had knelt for so long, but ultimately swallowed her words under her husband's stern gaze. This was a difficult situation. The Marquis of Weiyuan was troubled. He not only had to give an explanation to the Shen residents, but also to his own younger brother. After all, his son had slept with his second brother's future daughter-in-law. This was a tremendous disgrace. Even if his second brother was born of a concubine, he was still a blood brother. Such humiliation, if not handled properly, would lead to fraternal strife and domestic unrest. But this Shen Zongcheng, with a few light words, had thrown the problem back to him. What a cunning old fox. These civil officials had more tricks than a honeycomb. Pei Cijing cursed inwardly, but his face grew more somber. For a moment, he couldn't come up with a perfect plan that would both preserve the Marquis' dignity and appease the anger of both. Pei Cijing, on the other hand, collapsed into his chair. As the victim, Ningyue, that trampled Shu, the family would definitely not accept. More likely, she would enter his brother's household. As for how his brother's original marriage would be handled, it was none of his business. But wasn't he experiencing the gossip firsthand, as one of the core melon eaters? Once this earth-shattering scandal settled, the gossip points the system would settle should be considerable. He wondered if added to the previous balance they would be enough to exchange for a bottle of beauty pill. With this messy affair, his family, especially his mother, must be feeling so stifled and aggrieved. She would probably have a few more worry lines around her eyes. Although he had acquired the miraculous healer skill and could make some beauty creams, they were nothing compared to the boutique pills from the system. One beauty pill could preserve youth for over 100 years. But the system was such a profiteer, insisting on selling a bottle of 5 pills for 5,000 points, refusing to sell individually with no compromise. So he could only wait until he saved up enough points to buy the whole bottle. Then 1 pill for his cheap dad, 1 for his wealthy mom, 1 for himself, 1 for his future unseen dear wife, and 1 for later, maybe to win over a key figure. Just as Pei Cijing's thoughts drifted off almost into a trance, he didn't notice that the other party to this marriage contract, Shen Ninghuan, the legitimate daughter of the Shen family, who had been standing quietly behind her father Shen Zongcheng, had quietly raised her eyes and let her gaze rest on him for a few breaths. That gaze was as clear as water, yet as deep as an ancient well. Beneath the calm surface there swirled a subtle inquiry and a barely perceptible hint of contemplation and stirring. Inside the main hall of the Shen residence, silence hung like stagnant water in a deep pond, with even breaths suppressed to a whisper. The air was so thick it felt as if ink could be wrung from it. In the corner, an incense burner shaped like a bronze beast's head stubbornly released a thin wisp of blue smoke, curling and coiling as tangled as the mess of troubles that plagued the room. They couldn't remain locked in this stalemate forever. A tangled knot needed a swift blade. The Marquis of Weiyuan, Pei Cijing, rose abruptly, his rosewood chair scraping backward with a piercing screech against the golden brick floor. With heavy steps he approached Pei Cijing, who still knelt on the ground. His chest heaved violently. Suddenly he swung his arm in a wide arc. Slap! A resounding slap, crisp and sharp, nearly shattered the stagnant air. Pei Cijing, caught completely off guard, was flung sideways. His left cheek swelled visibly, the imprint of 5 fingers stark and clear. A thin trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. You unfilial... Pei Cijing roared, his beard and hair bristling, eyes wide with fury. Do you know your mistake, eh? Pei Cijing slowly straightened himself, raised a hand, and wiped the blood from his lips with his sleeve. The slap left his ears ringing, yet his eyes held not a trace of remorse, but rather burned with a fervent devotion, as if for a sacred cause. Father Ningyue and I, we truly love each other. I beg you, Father and Uncle Shen, to bless our union. True love. Pei Cijing's beard trembled with rage. She is your younger brother's betrothed. Where are the sage's teachings you've read? Where is your sense of propriety and honor? You have disgraced the Pei family name. But the engagement was arranged by our elders, not by my choice. Pei Cijing raised his voice, his love-struck fervor causing those present to frown inwardly. Ningyue and I care for each other, why can't we? Silence. Pei Cijing bellowed, the veins on his forehead pulsing with fury. His heart turned cold. This slap was a performance for the Shen family, and the second branch and olive branch offered to defuse the situation. If this foolish son had any sense, he would have seized the opportunity to admit his fault, easing the tense and stifling atmosphere, leaving room for negotiation later. But now, with his constant talk of mutual affection, wasn't he confirming his long-held desire for his brother's wife? How could the second branch save face? Pei Cijing's gaze darted to the right. His younger brother Pei Cijing, whose face was usually a cheerful round moon, was now dark as an iron walk, jaw clenched tight, knuckles white, as he gripped his teacup with a faint creak. His wife Neizhou had reddened eyes and turned her face away, covering her mouth with a handkerchief. Her shoulders trembled slightly, clearly struggling to contain her emotions. Pei Cijing observed his parents' expressions, a hint of his detached amusement fading. He lowered his eyes, his fingers idly tapping on his knee. He pondered which auspicious day would be suitable for ambushing someone with a sack. Just then Shen Ningyue, who had been keeping her head bowed, suddenly looked up. Her face was streaked with tears like pear blossoms bathed in rain, her eyes steeped in sorrow, and pleading enough to stir anyone's pity. Marquis, all the fault is mine. I couldn't control my feelings for the young Marquis. I know I have failed the second young master's engagement, and am ashamed to face him. But love is like a vine clinging to a tree beyond one's control. Her voice choked with sobs. Suddenly she prostrated herself, her forehead striking the polished golden brick floor, with a dull thud starkly clear in the silent hall. I beg the Marquis, father, please allow us to be together. Each word dripped with blood and emotion. Pei Cijing watched quietly from the side, almost wanting to applaud her exquisite performance. Sorrowful, yet not resentful, foolish, yet brave. With just a few words, she had packaged this sordid affair as a bitter love, breaking free from shackles, casting him the rightful fiancé, and all the elders present, as the cold, heartless, feudal prison, tearing apart two lovers, the villains who break up a pair of lovebirds. He picked up his long-cold teacup and took a sip. The cold, bitter tea slid down his throat, causing him to narrow his eyes slightly. Good tea. Truly good tea. You disgraceful wretch. At this, Shen Ningyue, who had been maintaining a semblance of composure from the seat of honor, finally lost his temper. He slammed his hand on the table, rattling the teacups and splashing tea on his sleeves. The Shen family has been a house of scholars for generations, and yet we have raised such a shameless daughter. Shen Ninghue's body trembled. She remained prostrate, only her faint choked sobs breaking the silence, her shoulders heaving slightly. The very picture of fragile helplessness, a victim of bullying. Pei Cijing took a deep breath, knowing he couldn't let the standoff continue. He turned to Shen Ningyue, clasped his hands in a formal salute, and spoke with a heavy heart. Lord Shen, please calm your anger. What's done is done. The matter is settled between them. Further recrimination is pointless. The only thing left is to find a way to manage the situation. He paused, his gaze sharp as a blade sweeping over the two kneeling figures. However, such behavior must not be allowed to tarnish the honor of our two families. Since the second Miss Shen and my son are so devoted to each other, she may enter the Marquis' household. But his voice turned icy, each word like frost. Only as a concubine. Shen Ninghue's head shot up, all color draining from her face. Pale as paper. This wasn't quite what she had in mind. She opened her mouth as if to speak, but under the piercing glares of everyone present, she swallowed her words, which transformed into two clear streams of tears, seemingly sad, yet also joyful, that slid silently down her cheeks. Pei Cijing, however, no longer looked at her, as if she were an inconsequential object. He raised his eyes to the graceful figure standing quietly behind Shen Ningyue. His tone softened, carrying a barely perceptible hint of expectation and probing. As for the original engagement between Ninghuan and Linger, he paused, his gaze lingering on Shen Ninghuan's calm, unreadable face before continuing. This matter has wronged Ninghuan. The decision regarding the marriage shall be left to Ninghuan herself. If she is unwilling, the engagement will be annulled. My household will not raise a single objection and will offer generous gifts as an apology. But if she is willing, his voice deepened, each word clear and distinct, the future matriarch of my household will be her and her alone. This I can promise in front of everyone. All eyes in the hall immediately focused on Shen Ninghuan like a spotlight. Shen Ningyue also looked at his eldest daughter, who had always been different. His tone was complex, yet held a rare gentleness. Ninghuan, this matter concerns your entire life. I want to hear your thoughts. He knew this daughter of his. She had always been strong-willed since she was young. Her mind was far more perceptive and insightful than most. Though marriage traditionally followed the parents' command and the matchmaker's words, given this absurd situation, he was curious to see what choice she would make. In the suffocating silence, Shen Ninghuan slowly stepped out from behind her father. She wore a plain light cyan silk gown today, its hem embroidered with a few sparse sprigs of magnolia, elegant as the frost lingering on early spring branches. A single pearl hairpin adorned her hair, its gentle luster complementing her radiant face. Sunlight slanted through the carved lattice window, casting a soft halo around her, as if even the dust motes paused to admire her. Shen Ninghuan stood tall and graceful, moving with delicate measured steps. As she reached the center of the hall, her skirt swayed like a gentle ripple on water. She offered a perfect, composed bow to the elders seated above. When she raised her head, her face was calm as still water, her eyes clear and bright as stars, showing not a trace of panic or shyness. Her voice, though not loud, was clear and melodious, striking a chord in everyone's heart. Father Marquis, respected elders. She paused, her gaze sweeping over the varied expressions of the crowd. The furious Marquis, the embarrassed Marchioness, the aggrieved second branch couple, the kneeling tragic lovers, and finally her eyes rested for a brief moment on the young man in the moon-white robe, who had been watching from the sidelines, seemingly somewhat distracted. Pei Cijing happened to look up at that moment. Their eyes met. Shen Ninghuan saw a flicker of curiosity in his eyes, which quickly reverted to his usual idle spectator-like demeanor. And Pei Cijing, in her clear mirror-like eyes, saw a composure beyond her years, and something indescribable, as if she could see into the depths of one's soul. Averting her gaze, a faint, elusive curve touched the corner of Shen Ninghuan's lips. She parted her lips lightly. Since fate has played this trick and things have come to pass, a forced melon is never sweet. In my humble opinion. She lifted her chin slightly, her voice still calm, yet carrying an undeniable strength. Why not let the mistake stand? A swap of engagements. The two words fell like a stone into a still lake, sending ripples through the air. The hall was stunned. Pei Cijing, who had been slouching in his chair, unconsciously sat up straight. He looked at the serene girl in the hall, her light green robes elegant and her demeanor composed, and raised an eyebrow slightly. Though he didn't know why Shen Ninghuan had made this decision, he had to commend her. This girl truly had good taste. The words "exchange marriage" were calmly uttered by Shen Ninghuan. The room fell into complete silence. Even the sound of a falling needle could be heard. Who is Shen Ninghuan? She is the legitimate eldest daughter of the Shen family, the brightest pearl in Shengjing City. At the age of 7, she could compose poetry. By 9, she was proficient in playing the zither. At the age of 12, during the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet, dressed in plain white, her slender fingers plucked the strings. A peace spring river moonlight night flowed like a clear spring, earning her thunderous applause. Even the usually stern Empress Dowager nodded with a smile, bestowing a pair of jade bracelets. If it weren't for the marriage contract set by her ancestors so early on, after reaching adulthood, the suitors knocking on the Shen family's door would surely trample it down. Royal princes, noble sons, all desired to claim this pearl. Such a woman should wear a phoenix crown and a wedding gown, marrying into the royal family or top nobility, becoming an object of admiration for all. And Pei Cijing, son of the second branch of the Wei Yuan Marquis residence, his father was a concubine-born child. Though he had no particularly bad reputation, he also lacked a good one, and among the noble sons, he could only be considered average, neither prominent nor exceptional. This is not a low marriage. It is simply a pearl covered in dust, a phoenix bird entering a sparrow's nest. Ninghuan. The Marquis' wife Li was the first to regain her senses, her voice trembling, her handkerchief twisted tightly between her fingers. Do not speak in anger. The heir is just confused for a moment. That position was originally yours. Why give it to another? Enough. Wei Yuan Marquis Pei Cijing shouted sharply, veins bulging on his forehead. He had just been calculating quickly in his heart. His son had committed such a disgraceful act, bringing shame to the second branch, and would inevitably harbor resentment. Now that Shen Ninghuan voluntarily chose to marry into the second branch regardless of her motivations, it was a windfall for them. The pent-up frustration within him would naturally ease the conflict between the two branches. Thus it was resolved. Did this foolish woman truly fail to see the situation? The other party had expressed their willingness to marry into the second branch, yet she still wanted to reclaim the little cabbage, insisting that all good fortune belonged to the first branch, pushing the second branch to the brink of discord, unwilling to find peace in the household. Pei Cijing felt utterly exhausted. He even entertained the thought of volunteering for border duty, just to find some peace. In the center of the hall, Shen Ninghuan welcomed all kinds of gazes. Her expression remained unchanged. The Marquis' wife has misunderstood. She slightly bowed, her manners impeccable, without a hint of earthly desires, her voice as cold as jade striking stone. The Shen family has always valued poetry and propriety. If two daughters were to marry the same man, would that not be akin to selling daughters for glory, disregarding the principles of propriety? However, the marriage contract was set by my grandfather and the old Marquis himself. The wishes of the elders should not be lightly broken. She paused, her gaze slowly sweeping over Pei Cijing and Shen Ningyue, who were kneeling on the ground. One appeared dazed, the other teary-eyed, tightly huddled together, truly resembling a pair of star-crossed lovers torn apart by the world. A trace of faint mockery flickered in Shen Ninghuan's eyes. Now that circumstances have led us here, what is done is done. She raised her eyes, staring directly at Wei Yuan Marquis, her gaze clear, yet carrying an undeniable authority. In my humble opinion, exchanging marriages is the best way to preserve the dignity of both families while adhering to ancestral teachings. Each word was clear, resonating like a stone dropped on the ground. The expressions of everyone in the hall were varied. The couple from the second branch, Pei Cijing and Zhou, exchanged glances, a complex emotion flashing through their eyes. Rage from the humiliation had not dissipated yet. Shen Ninghuan's words sparked a sense of elation deep within. If this matter could succeed, would their family's disgraceful son finally have a wife? Shen Zhongcheng regarded his daughter's calm profile, feeling a mixture of emotion. This daughter, ever since childhood, she was different from others. Not only was she proficient in all forms of art, but she also had unique insights into matters. Her talents often startled him, and what was even rarer was her composure far beyond her years, as if everything was under her control. She never lost her composure, never panicked. Ninghuan. He finally sighed, his tones softening, carrying a rare gentleness from a father. If you are unwilling, I will never force you. After all, this is your lifelong matter and requires careful consideration. Father, do not worry. I find the second young master to be quite good, though I will certainly not be wronged if I marry him. Shen Ninghuan interrupted softly, a faint arc appearing at the corner of her lips. As to why she was so certain, that is because, since childhood, she had awakened the ability of heart communication. Within a 30-foot radius, the thoughts of people's hearts were laid bare. Just like at this moment, the thoughts of everyone in the hall surged like a tide. Wei Yuan Marquis quickly weighed the pros and cons in his heart. Shen Ninghuan marrying into the second branch, while it is a slight grievance to her, it can quell the anger of the second branch and preserve the marquis' dignity. This woman is so calm, definitely not an ordinary lady. Marrying into the second branch may not be a bad thing. The marquis' wife silently resented her son for being useless, yet was reluctant to give up on this good match for Shen Ninghuan. My son is confused. With such beauty and talent as Huaner, if she can marry, and how could the marquis' residence not prosper? Now it was good it had benefited that useless second branch. The couple from the second branch was filled with joy. This Miss Shen is truly insightful and benevolent. Marrying to Pei Cijing is indeed a grievance for her. If Pei Cijing dares to wrong her, he'll be left with the daughter-in-law's child and her good sister Shen Ningyue. At that moment she was kneeling on the ground, head lowered and sobbing, appearing helpless, yet her heart was filled with pride. The tidal wave of her thoughts, almost spilling over, it succeeded. It finally succeeded. Though there were some changes this time, the position of the heir's wife is mine. Shen Ninghuan, oh Shen Ninghuan, no matter how glorious you were in your past life, this time you are but my defeated foe. Just wait, once I enter the marquis' residence, step by step, I will take back everything you possessed in your past life. Fool. A trace of coldness flickered in Shen Ninghuan's eyes like ripples in a cold pond, fleeting and gone in an instant. Did she truly think that by climbing into Pei Cijing's bed, she could seize everything? Pei Cijing indeed harbored deep feelings for her at present. But what is a man who cannot even control his desires worth? How much can his deep feelings be? How long can his promises hold? A man like this Shen Ninghuan disdained to want. Just let him be, with that self-righteous reborn, and choosing Pei Cijing. Shen Ninghuan's gaze shifted slightly, seemingly unintentionally landing on the young man in a moon-white robe who had been watching from the sidelines. He was lazily leaning against the chair, his fingers lightly tapping on his knee, his expression leisurely, as if watching a good show that had nothing to do with him. But Shen Ninghuan heard clearly. His heart was mumbling, lively system, how many points can this live audience yield? It should be at least 300 to 500, right? After all, I'm one of the core victims. By the way, does Miss Shen really want to be my wife? But what is she? My parents are easy to get along with, but our statuses do not match. Could it be that she truly finds me handsome and has lustful thoughts? Sigh. She is truly a natural beauty that is hard to resist. Shen Ninghuan almost laughed, quickly lowering her gaze to hide the fleeting amusement in her eyes. This person is rather interesting. She had secretly observed the couple from the second branch multiple times. Pei Cijing was kind and honest, and Zhou was gentle and kind, neither being harsh nor domineering. This time she was considered low. Marrying, once she entered, she would only be cherished and respected, never bullied. Moreover, she was genuinely curious about Pei Cijing. Those system audience points, beauty preservation pills. What exactly are they? From his scattered thoughts, it seemed that the beauty preservation pill had miraculous effects. If that were true, then the days ahead could be quite interesting. Shen Ninghuan's gaze deepened like a moon reflected in an ancient well, with dark currents swirling beneath the calm surface. At this moment Shen Zhongcheng was hesitant. What Shen Ninghuan said made a lot of sense, he could find no fault in it. However, marrying off a daughter from a high family is never just a matter of the children, it is also a bond of power. It is a crucial piece on the chessboard. Marrying to the wayward and dissolute Pei Cijing would harm the Shen family's reputation. Marrying to the powerless Pei Cijing would not yield any assistance. Perhaps it would be better to take this opportunity to break off the engagement and choose a more powerful alliance. The position of the Minister of Personnel is about to be vacated and several deputy ministers have opportunities. I still need to use Huaner's marriage to seek some support. Shen Ninghuan quietly listened to her father's cold and realistic calculations. Her eyes were tranquil, devoid of ripples. She understood her father too well. His integrity was genuine, but perhaps his love for his daughter had its limits. However, ambitions for his career and family interests would always take precedence over the emotional ties of his children. So be it. She had never expected any deep father-daughter bond. As her thoughts flowed, Shen Ninghuan had already stepped lightly back behind her father. She slightly leaned forward, a few strands of hair cascading down her shoulder, bringing with them a faint, almost imperceptible fragrance of orchids. Her red lips approached Shen Zhongcheng's ears, speaking in a voice only the two could hear. Shen Zhongcheng trembled all over suddenly, raising his gaze to look at her, his eyes filled with regret. He sighed deeply. Since it has come to this, and Huaner harbors no resistance, then let us exchange marriages. The sunlight brushed across Shen Ninghuan's serene profile, her long eyelashes casting a faint shadow beneath her eyes. No one saw the faint smile of someone who had everything under control deep within her gaze. After seeing off the party from the Weiyuan marquis residence, the heavy rosewood doors of the Shun manor slowly closed with a muffled thud, as if shutting out the absurdity and embarrassment of the day. Shen Zhongqing did not return to the inner courtyard, but went alone to his study. He dismissed his attendants. Only he no candle was lit, and twilight seeped in through the window, dyeing the shelves of classics a somber dark blue. He stood by the window holding a volume of Mirror of Governance. Yet his gaze lingered for a long time on the century-old plum tree in the courtyard. Its withered branches were stark and vigorous, silent as ink in the deepening dusk. His daughter's words struck him like a morning bell, sending a chill down his spine, yet also bringing sudden clarity. Although this marriage swap was a twist of fate, it is not a bad thing for you, father. You are currently riding high in the campaign for Minister of Personnel. With the setback in the two families' marriage, His Majesty will be more at ease. Indeed, how could he have forgotten? The Minister of Personnel oversees the selection, evaluation, and fiefment and rewards of all civil officials, a position of immense power. In recent years, the Emperor has grown increasingly sensitive to factionalism. If he were to strengthen ties with another powerful family through marriage at this moment, would it not appear to the Son of Heaven as blatant collusion and a grasping for power? Cold sweat soaked his inner garment. Foolish. Truly foolish. Shen Zhongqing muttered to himself, his fingers unconsciously stroking the edge of the scroll. The rough texture of the yellowed paper helped him calm down slightly. He slowly turned and looked out the window. The last glow of the sunset was being devoured by the night, clouds churning like spilled cinnabar or like dried blood. Was this not the very nature of officialdom in Shengjing? On the surface it was glamorous, but beneath lay turbulent currents. One wrong step, and there would be no redemption. Huaner, he murmured to himself, his eyes filled with complex emotions. A pity. Truly a pity. Such sharp political acumen, such clear insight, such a talent for assessing the times and weighing pros and cons. If only she had been born a man with time, she could have entered the cabinet and become a prime minister. In comparison, his legitimate son, Shun Mingxuan, who was diligent but lacking in wit while handling cases in another province, seemed rather mediocre. Shen Zhongqing let out a long, turbid sigh. The lingering resentment and regret over the marriage to a lower status family had now dissipated like smoke. The marriage swap was a done deal, and it was the best outcome. The Shun family ancestral hall was located in the deepest part of the estate. The towering roof ridge was only a blurry silhouette in the darkness, like a crouching beast. The two heavy cypress doors were tightly shut, the bronze beast head door knockers gleaming coldly in the moonlight. Inside the hall, the eternal lamp burned faintly. A tiny flame flickered in the draught, casting the ancestral tablets into shifting light and shadow. The scent of incense candles mingled with the smell of aged wood permeating the solemn air. Shen Ningyue knelt on the icy prayer cushion. It had been nearly 3 hours. Her knees had long since gone from stinging to numb, and she was hungry and thirsty. According to family law, she had to kneel here for a full day and night, without food or water as punishment. Yet on her face there was not a trace of suffering. Instead, it was faintly flushed with excitement. Beside her, her birth mother, concubine Fong, was also kneeling. This woman, nearly 40, had a pale and haggard face with bloodshot eyes, yet she still forced her frail body to stay upright, looking at her daughter with deep concern. "You are?" Concubine Fong whispered, her voice hoarse from lack of water. "Are you sure? You don't regret it?" "Regret what?" Shen Ningyue turned her head. In the dim light, a smile curled at the corner of her lips, but it did not reach her eyes, which made concubine Fang's heart tighten. "Mother, you don't understand." Shen Ninji's voice was very low, but each word was clear. "The path I have chosen is the true path to greatness." Concubine Fong was stunned. The candle flame flickered, illuminating her daughter's young and beautiful face. Those features truly resembled her own in her youth, but the expression at this moment was so unfamiliar, a mixture of ambition, calculation, and a certain, almost prophetic certainty. "But after all, you will be a concubine." Concubine Fang's voice trembled as she reached out to touch her daughter's hand, but stopped in midair. The marquis household is strict. If you enter in this way, how will the principal wife Lady Li treat you? Shen Ninghuan married the second son, but she is the legal wife. In the future, when you meet her, you will have to curtsy. And what if I do curtsy? Shen Ningyue snorted softly, her gaze fixed on the darkness deep within the ancestral hall, where the tablets of the Shen family's ancestors stood silently, as if silently judging this unfilial descendant. It's only temporary. She withdrew her gaze, her eyes blazing. Mother, trust me. Pei Cijing is no ordinary man. Within 10 years, he will surely achieve great military feats, be promoted to general, and be in Phew as Duke Weigua. And as long as I firmly hold the heart of the heir and bear his firstborn son, my promotion to legal wife is within reach. Shen Ningyue spoke each word as if stating a predestined fact. By then, I will be the duchess of the state. What is the mere legal wife of the second son of a marquis compared to that? Her voice was very light, but like needles dipped in ice, it pierced Concubine Fang's heart. Concubine Fang looked at the almost fanatical light in her daughter's eyes, and a chill crept up her spine for no reason. This child had seemed like a different person since the high fever a month ago. In her words and actions, there was always a sense of resentment and discontent, and she would occasionally say things that made her heart pound. You heir how? How can you be so sure? Concubine Fang asked tentatively, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her clothes. Shen Ningyue just smiled and did not answer. Of course she would not. She would not say that she had lived a previous life and had seen with her own eyes how Pei Cijing climbed to the pinnacle of power step by step. Battles, military merit, increasing imperial favor, and finally being in Phew as a marquis and general, wielding immense influence. She would not say that in her previous life Shen Ninghuan was radiant, not only managing the inner household of the marquis residence with great skill, but also becoming a leading figure in the Shengjing noblewomen's circle with her talent and tact envied by all. She would not say that she herself, this insignificant concubine's daughter, could only follow Pei Cijing, the useless good-for-nothing, and watch helplessly as others basked in glory. In the end, she died in obscurity and depression in the back courtyard of the marquis residence. Having been reborn, how could she walk the same path again? In this life, she was determined to take everything from Shen Ninghuan. Her marriage, her honor, all the things that had made her the envy of others in the previous life. Mother, just remember this, Shen Ningyue said, gripping Concubine Fang's cold hand, her own palm burning hot. The path I have chosen is absolutely right. Just wait. When your daughter becomes the duchess of the state, I will take you out of the Shen manor in grand style, so that you will never have to look at anyone's face or bow to anyone again. Concubine Fang's lips moved, but in the end she said nothing more. She looked at her daughter's young, beautiful, and ambitious face, her heart a mixture of emotions. Having been a concubine for 20 years, she alone knew the bitterness and the constant fear of treading on thin ice. She had only hoped that her daughter could marry an ordinary man as a legal wife and live a peaceful life. But the fire in her daughter's eyes burned too fiercely, too scorchingly. She could not extinguish it, nor could she stop it. She could only silently pray, silently support her daughter's desperate gamble, hoping it would truly win her the splendid future she spoke of, even though that future sounded so distant, so chilling. Outside the ancestral hall at the corner of the corridor, Shen Ninghuan stood quietly beside a cluster of green bamboo. Her plain blue dress almost blended into the shadows of the corridor. The night wind rustled the bamboo leaves, masking her very light breathing. She had originally intended to go to the study to fetch 2 books of chess manuals. Passing by the ancestral hall, she had accidentally overheard the thoughts coming from those prophecies about Pei Cijing's future achievements, that determination to seize the position of Duchess of the State, and that ambition to take everything she had had in her previous life. Every word, every sentence surged clearly from Shen Ningjue's heart, like a tide washing over her, and she heard it all. Shen Ninghuan lowered her eyes slightly, her long lashes casting a faint shadow under her eyes, concealing the expression within. Moonlight filtered through the bamboo leaves, casting dappled light and shadow on her plain face. After a long while, a faint curve appeared at the corner of her lips. The smile was very light, very faint and fleeting, but there was no warmth in her eyes. Reborn once, and she had only learned how to climb into men's beds, how to manipulate men, and how to fight for the small space of the inner courtyard. Such vision, such scope. Indeed, rebirth cannot bring wisdom to fools, it only makes them go further and more stubbornly astray on the wrong path. What a foolish sister. Good luck to you. Shen Ninghuan turned gently, her skirt brushing the bluestone floor without making. 10 days later, on Shengjing's main street, the auspicious hour had arrived. 2 bridal sedans, one before the other, were slowly carried out from the vermilion gates of the Shen Manor, proceeding along the bluestone street toward the Weiyuan Marquis Manor. The bright sunlight spilled onto the red silk atop the sedan, dazzling with a brilliant radiance. The sedan in front was obviously extraordinary at first glance. The sedan's body was framed with xiangfei bamboo, covered by soft satin embroidered with golden double lotus patterns on a pure red background. Under the sunlight, the golden threads shimmered and flowed a brilliant splendor, as if a piece of sunset had been cut and draped over the sedan. At the four corners hung tassels threaded with crimson gold silk, cords gently swaying with the uniform steps of the bearers rippling like a pool of shimmering golden light. On top of the sedan were piled peonies made of large red silk, their petals layered and lifelike, as if just picked and still dewy. When a gentle breeze passed, the peonies seemed to tremble vividly real. What was even more striking was the procession behind the sedan, a vast, endless line of dowry cases. A full 64 loads. The chests were covered with red silk gold locks tightly fastened. Each load was steadily carried by two sturdy servants in green, their steps slow and heavy, winding like a silent and dazzling brocade river slowly flowing through Shengjing's busiest street. The sunlight shone on the red silk of the chests, diffusing a warm, almost majestic halo. Silks, antiques, jade headdresses, land deeds, shop premises, and even two chests of rare ancient books. The Shen family added all the betrothal gifts from the second branch and supplemented in equal amount on their own, arranging it grandly and decorously. This was the Shen family's silent attitude, gentle yet clear. Shen Ninghuan might be marrying down, but it was by no means a compromise. Standing behind her was the entire Shen clan's honor and confidence. The commoners watching from the streets craned their necks, their murmurs buzzing like a tide. Look at this dowry. It's like they've moved half of the Shen. She's marrying only a second branch young master, yet such a spectacle. Tisk, the Shen family really dotes on their daughter. What do you know? The more so, the more it shows the Shen family values this girl. From now on in her husband's family, no one would dare slight her even a bit. This is backing up the girl. The sedan behind, on the other hand, was dim and colorless, as if all its brilliance had been drained by the one in front. Though also red, the fabric was far more ordinary. The sedan's body was bare, without embroidery or patterns, only a few strands of red silk carelessly attached. Behind it followed only 8 loads of dowry, the chests small and thin, and the bearers were few, exuding a sense of haste and shabbiness. That was Shen Ninghue's sedan, a concubine entering the household. Not meant to be glorious. The Weiyuan marquis manor's betrothal gifts were merely a formality, and the Shen family was even less willing to add a single dowry for this disgraceful concubine daughter. Those 8 loads of dowry were barely scraped together by her birth mother, concubine Fong, who emptied her private savings and pawned many treasured heirloom jewelry. Inside the sedan, Shen Ningyue clenched the hem of her wedding dress tightly, her fingertips digging deep into her palm, leaving several crescent-shaped red marks. Though she could not see, she heard it all too clearly. The thunderous drums and gongs ahead, the noisy crowd, and the whispers about how generous Shen Ninghuan's dowry was, how honored she was. Every word was like a needle piercing her ears and stabbing her heart. Jealousy grew like poisonous vines, coiling around her chest, causing pain and almost suffocating her. Why? In her past life, when Shen Ninghuan married, though it was also grand, it had never been such a spectacular display. In this life, despite all her scheming to steal her rightful destiny, why could she still be so ostentatious? So dazzling. Shen Ningyue bit her lower lip until she tasted a faint metallic sweetness spreading in her mouth. She couldn't help it. She lifted the sedan curtain a tiny crack. Her gaze passed over the bobbing heads, and she watched helplessly as the magnificent bridal sedan in front stopped steadily before the grand main gate of the Weiyuan marquis manor. Pei Cijing stood before the white marble steps in his bright red wedding attire, his posture upright as a pine, his features suffused with joy, smiling warmly. He reached out and steadily grasped the slim jade white hand that emerged from the sedan. The moment their fingertips touched, his movement was gentle yet firm, and with a light support, Shen Ninghuan, in her phoenix crown and dowry cape, slowly stepped out. Though the veil hid her face, her aura, calm as autumn waters, noble as a peony, radiated silently through her straight back and graceful gait. She rested her hand calmly in Pei Cijing's palm, and the two walked side by side, stepping over the blazing vermilion brazier at the door, treading on the brocade mats spread on the ground, and entered through the great gate step by step. The wedding music was deafening, and congratulations surged like a tide. But her sedan at that moment silently turned and veered toward the gray, dusty, narrow door at the side of the mansion. A concubine entering the household could not go through the main gate, could not bow to heaven and earth, and could not have a boisterous ceremony. A small sedan, a side door, that was all. Silence and desolation were the only annotations of her wedding. Shen Ningyue abruptly dropped the curtain. Darkness instantly descended, swallowing the glaring scene. She remained silent in the cramped sedan for a long time, only her heavy breath rising and falling in the darkness. After a while, a cold, venomous smile slowly curled at the corner of her lips. "It's all right," she said to herself. Recalling Pei Cijing's indifference and disregard toward her in her past life, and his later useless appearance, she became more convinced that her choice was the right one. Clinging to the heir apparent. That was the true path to glory and wealth. That incompetent husband, that outwardly glorious position of the principal wife. Sister, just enjoy yourself. Don't say that in the future. Tonight you might not be able to laugh anymore. That night at Anil residence. This was the courtyard specially renovated by the second branch of the Weiyuan marquis manor for Pei Cijing's wedding. Located in the east of the mansion, though not as spacious and imposing as the heir's courtyard, where the heir lived, it was superior in its quiet elegance, forming its own little world. A small courtyard with 3 sections, white walls and black tiles, while under the eaves hung newly papered silk lanterns casting warm yellow light. In the courtyard, an old osmanthus tree was in full bloom, its tiny golden flowers adorning the branches, a sweet fragrance intoxicating, drifting with the wind through the carved window lattices and filling the bridal chamber. Inside the main hall, red candles burned high, their wax slowly accumulating like festive coral. Shen Ninghuan, wearing a red wedding veil embroidered with golden mandarin ducks, sat upright on the edge of the bed, covered with a brocade quilt bearing the auspicious pattern of 100 children and 1,000 grandchildren. The light of the dragon and phoenix wedding candles filtered through the thin veil, casting a warm, hazy, orange-ered glow, illuminating her hands folded on her knees, making them gleam white as jade. She could hear the approaching footsteps outside the door. Neither hurried nor slow, steady and composed. It was him. But the clear, unreserved thoughts that reached her showed a rawness and hesitation quite different from his steps. So, I really got married. First time in 2 lifetimes. How should I lift the veil? From left to right? Or just flip it? If I flip it too hard, will it scare her? Mother did mention it this morning, but I forgot. The system didn't even send an ancient wedding guide for emergencies. Bad review. Will she think I'm clumsy? Shen Ninghuan's lips curved slightly, almost imperceptibly, then quickly pressed together, leaving only a hint of a soft arc. This husband of hers, outwardly carefree and composed, had such a rich and lively interior. Truly interesting. With a soft creak, the door was pushed open. Pei Cijing walked in. He had already changed out of the elaborate and solemn wedding attire, wearing only a soft dark red casual robe, wide sleeves gently swaying. His black hair was loosely tied up with a simple white jade hairpin. He carried a faint scent of wine, but his eyes were still clear and bright, showing no signs of drunkenness. In his hand, he was actually carrying an exquisite carved rosewood food box. He paused before the bed, his gaze landing on the still red figure, and hesitated. Shen Ninghuan remained seated decorously, her posture impeccable, but she could hear the slight unfamiliar nervousness in his heart, like a pebble thrown into a still lake rippling in circles. Pei Cijing steadied himself. He walked to the table. He picked up the jade wedding scale wrapped with red silk. His fingertips paused briefly on the smooth scale, as if recalling the proper motion, then slowly inserted the tip under the edge of the veil. Holding his breath, he gently lifted upward. The red silk slid down, like a piece of rosy cloud falling to the ground. The candlelight in the room leaped into view without obstruction. Shen Ninghuan looked up at the right moment, her gaze clear and pure as if steeped in autumn water, and stars quietly looking at him, her eyes holding just the right amount of shyness befitting a new bride. Today she had painted delicate dark eyebrows and bright red lips. Her makeup was radiant but not heavy, retaining that innate elegance and scholarly air. The phoenix crown let down fine golden tassels that swayed gently at her forehead and temples, setting off her jade-like face. Under the flickering warm candlelight, she was like a drooping crabapple blossom just blooming in the depths of a quiet night, both beautiful and serene. Pei Cijing was stunned. In 2 lifetimes combined, he had never looked at a girl so closely and so seriously, and she was his wife, whom he had just bowed to heaven and earth and married properly. The vague sense of unreality that had been floating in his heart suddenly landed with a thud into reality. Warm and light, with a faint itchy emotion he had not yet sorted out. Shen Ninghuan lowered her eyelashes slightly, avoiding his straight gaze, assuming the shy demeanor appropriate for a new bride. Even though she was listening with great interest, and without missing a word to the messy murmurs in Pei Cijing's heart, and found them very amusing. Pei Cijing suddenly snapped back to reality, his ears faintly warm. He gave a light cough to cover his embarrassment. He turned to open the food box. Inside the box were several light and nourishing snacks he had specially ordered from the small kitchen: crystal clear shrimp, dumplings, glossy sweet osmanthus, sugar lotus root warm, and refreshing silver ear and lotus seed soup, and a plate of exceptionally delicate pastries, shaped like blooming roses. Are you hungry? He tried to make his tone natural and gentle, but it still revealed a hint of shyness. You must have had a busy day, and probably didn't eat properly. Have something to tide you over. As he spoke, he took out the warm dishes one by one, arranging them on the round table covered with red silk, and pulled out a chair for her. Though his movements were not very skilled, they were gentle and considerate, careful and cautious. The formal entry of a legitimate wife into a distinguished household was a ceremony bound by layers of intricate etiquette, as elaborate as the finest brocade. From the dawn rituals of facial threading, hair styling, and donning the bridal gown, to crossing the brazier before the marquis gate, performing the bow to heaven and earth, and lifting the veil, and then to the nuptial cup and hair-binding ceremony in the bridal chamber. Shen Ninghuan had to maintain an impeccable demeanor throughout the day. Her back was straight as bamboo, her movements as graceful as a lotus, a perfectly measured smile on her lips, earning her silent praise of admirable composure from all who beheld her. Yet the price for such flawless presentation was that she had barely eaten or drunk a morsel all day. At dawn her matron had surreptitiously slipped her a small piece of plain poria cake, and since then she had not touched any food. The heavy phoenix crown and embroidered robes weighed down her shoulders, and her stomach was long since empty. However, she showed no sign of it, remaining serene and composed, as if she knew neither hunger nor thirst. When faced with the snacks Pei Cijing had laid out, Shen Ninghuan did not feign modesty. She was genuinely hungry. Taking a seat at the table, she picked up the jade chopsticks and began to eat, taking small, delicate bites. The food was warm and light, perfectly suited to her current state. Shrimp dumplings, translucent, and crystalline candied lotus root, sweet, but not cloying, and snow fungus soup that soothed her throat and warmed her heart. She ate quietly, her elegance intact, each movement like a carefully painted stroke in a masterpiece. Pei Cijing sat across from her, watching in silence, a strange sense of contentment settling in his heart. It seemed only at this moment did this marriage born of a bride swap and tinged with absurdity and helplessness truly take root, gaining the warmth of mortal life and the ordinary intimacy of husband and wife. As Shen Ninghuan ate, she could still hear his fragmented thoughts. She's eating well. Good thing I had the kitchen prepare this. Should I get her another bowl of soup? How does she manage to look so beautiful even while eating? Holding her chopsticks, so properly chewing without a sound. Shen Ninghuan lowered her lashes, masking the fleeting smile in her eyes. This husband of hers, with his outward appearance of a carefree, unrestrained young master, was actually quite attentive. Compared to those aristocratic heirs who only knew how to speak pretty words, this clumsy, yet sincere concern was far more appealing to her. After the meal, Pei Cijing took the initiative to pour the nuptial wine. 2 gourd cups linked by a red string filled with amber liquid shimmered softly in the candlelight, reflecting their closely drawn silhouettes. United in the nuptial cup, bound as one for eternity, he recited the ritual words softly, handing 1 cup to her. Their fingertips touched unintentionally, and the warm sensation made them both pause for a fleeting moment. Shen Ninghuan accepted it. Their arms intertwined, they tilted their heads back and drank deeply. The wine was sweet and clear, carrying a hint of floral and fruity fragrance as it slid down her throat. A warmth spread from her stomach, gradually coloring the tips of her ears. Next was the consummation of the marriage. Pei Cijing set down his cup, his heart suddenly beating erratically. In the candlelight, her cheeks were faintly flushed, her eyes as clear as water, her bridal gown as vibrant as fire. She was breathtakingly beautiful. In both his lifetimes combined, he had barely even held a girl's hand properly. The closest he'd come was probably back in kindergarten in his past life, holding hands with a little girl while queuing for snacks. But now he was supposed to. Is this really happening? Will she be scared? We've only just met, barely spoken a few words. If she's unwilling, then I'll wait. After all, we have a lifetime ahead of us, no need to rush this. His hesitations, his worries, his reverence, all flowed into Shen Ninghuan's ears without missing. Shen Ninghuan looked up at him. He stood in the candlelight, his dark red robes accentuating his handsome features. The usual languid air about his brow had faded, revealing a rare earnestness and even innocence. She suddenly recalled the fragmented images from Shen Ningyi's inner thoughts. How that Pei Cijing from the past life had been cold and distant, living as strangers with his wife, leaving her to spend years alone in an empty chamber. But the man before her was clearly sincere and warm. So she rose gracefully and walked over to him. Pei Cijing was startled. The next instant, a pair of soft arms looped around his neck. Shen Ninghuan tilted her face up, her eyes shimmering with clear light, a faint smile on her lips. Her voice was soft, yet each word fell with clarity into his heart. I pray my husband will be gentle. Pei Cijing's mind went blank. All hesitation, all wild thoughts were shattered by her proactive approach and her words. He was no saint, nor was he made of stone. In his arms was warmth and softness, her eyes were pools of autumnal water, her breath like orchid brushing against his neck. If he retreated now, he would truly be a fool. His Adam's apple bobbed. His arm encircled her, drawing her gently into his embrace. When he lowered his head to kiss her, his movements were still a bit clumsy, yet infinitely tender, as if handling a fragile treasure. The candle flames flickered, casting their intertwined shadows onto the brocade bed curtains embroidered with intertwining lotus vines, like 2 vines finally leaning on each other, branches and leaves entwined inseparable. The red silk canopy slowly descended, concealing the deep spring within the chamber. The next morning, faint light filtered through the paper window lattice decorated with double happiness paper cuts, spilling scattered golden specks that danced warmly across the blue brick floor. Shen Ninghuan was the first to wake. Beside her, Pei Cijing was still fast asleep. One hand rested unconsciously on her waist, his head half buried in the curve of her shoulder, his breathing even and warm. Stripped of his usual nonchalant or teasing demeanor, his sleeping face was remarkably peaceful, even revealing a hint of unguarded innocence, like a kitten with its claws sheathed. She watched him quietly for a moment, a smile curving at the corner of her mouth. She extended her index finger and gently poked his cheek. It was soft and warm. Pei Cijing let out a muffled mm, his lashes fluttering. Not fully awake, he instinctively pulled her closer, mumbling, "Sleep a bit more. It's still early. We should get up." Shen Ninghuan's voice was still slightly hoarse from sleep, but her mind was clear. "We must pay our respects and offer tea to grandmother, father, and mother today. It wouldn't be proper to be late." Pei Cijing finally opened his eyes, meeting her smiling gaze. He froze for a moment. Memories of last night came flooding back. Her soft lips, her warm skin, her low breaths, and those eyes that remained clear as stars, yet were touched with passion. The tips of his ears suddenly flushed red. He sat up abruptly, running a hand through his disheveled hair, trying to compose himself. "Ahem. Yes, we should get up. They'll have someone bring in water." They called for the maids to assist with their morning ablutions. Hot water, fragrant balms, and clean clothes were already prepared. The maids and servants of Anil residence all kept their eyes lowered, their movements swift and efficient. It was clear that Lady Zhou had given strict instructions to attend to the second young madam with utmost care, leaving no room for negligence. Shen Ninghuan sat before the mirror while a maid combed her long hair. The woman in the mirror had loose cloud-like tresses, and her gaze held a subtle, ineffable softness compared to yesterday, with traces of tender care evident at the corners of her eyes and brows. She caught a glimpse of Pei Cijing in the mirror, sneaking a look at her. When their eyes met in the reflection, he quickly looked away, pretending to be busy adjusting his sleeves. The sight of him made her smile involuntarily. Once they were properly dressed, the two left Anil residence together, heading towards Yifu Hall, where the old madam of the Weiyuan Marquis household resided. The Marquis compound was deep and sprawling, with winding covered corridors that twisted and turned. The morning dew had not yet dissipated, and the air was filled with the fresh scent of grass and trees. Occasionally the crisp, pleasant chirping of birds came from the eaves. They walked at a measured pace. Shen Ninghuan maintained her dignified bearing, while Pei Cijing lagged half a step behind. This was the new bride's first formal visit to her elders, so she had to walk in front. It was a matter of both propriety and honor. Just as they passed through a moon-shaped gate, they heard footsteps and voices from the corridor ahead. Looking up, they saw Pei Cijing and Shen Ningyue. Pei Cijing was dressed in a sapphire blue brocade robe today, with a jade pendant at his waist. However, his face showed signs of fatigue, with faint dark circles under his eyes, clearly indicating he had overexerted himself the night before. Beside him, Shen Ningyue wore a watered dress. She was not qualified to wear true red, as this watered was the most vibrant color allowed for a concubine. Her hair was adorned with a gold step-shaking hairpin, and her makeup was elaborate, yet her smile carried a deliberate, cloying sweetness, like a meticulously painted mask. The two groups met in the corridor. "Brother," Pei Cijing spoke first, his tone flat and unreadable. "Second brother." Pei Cijing nodded. His gaze swept past him and landed on Shen Ninghuan, a flicker of complex emotion passing through his eyes, guilt, embarrassment, and a trace of an indefinable regret. He quickly averted his gaze. "Sister-in-law." "Hereditary prince." Shen Ninghuan gave a slight bow, her manners impeccable, her tone distant and proper. Shen Ningyue, however, was staring intently at Shen Ninghuan's face. After a whole night, this legitimate elder sister showed no signs of fatigue. Instead, her complexion was rosy, her eyes clear as morning stars, and the faint, elusive smile on her lips exuded a languid satisfaction of having been well tended to. How was this possible? Shen Ningyi's heart churned with shock and uncertainty, as if a hand were gripping her heart. She distinctly remembered that in her past life, after she married Pei Cijing, their relationship was as cold as strangers. Though they appeared to respect each other, she had actually spent years alone in an empty chamber, never having looked like this. This nurtured and cherished. Faced with her own beauty, he had remained unmoved. So Shen Ningyue had deduced a conclusion. Pei Cijing as a man was impotent. But looking at her elder sister's complexion and the springtime glow in her eyes, the two of them had clearly. Could it be that something was different in this life? She couldn't help but look at Pei Cijing again. He was leaning his head towards Shen Ninghuan, speaking softly, his expression gentle, his eyes even holding a barely perceptible trace of concern, an expression she had never seen in her past life. No, this was all wrong. What is my sister looking at? Shen Ninghuan suddenly raised her eyes, her gaze clear and piercing as it fell on Shen Ningyue like a cold, deep pool that could reflect the human heart. Shen Ningyi's heart skipped a beat. She quickly lowered her eyes, her fingernails digging deep into her palm. "Nothing, I just thought that elder sister looks exceptionally well today. I suppose you rested well last night." The words were tactful, but carried a hidden edge. Shen Ninghuan smiled slightly, her voice calm and unruffled. "My sister is well, but the dark circles under your eyes are a bit prominent. Did you not sleep well last night? It's understandable, being in a new place and all." Her tone was gentle, her words full of concern, but to Shen Ningyi's ears they stung like needles. Pei Cijing frowned, feeling that this exchange was inappropriate, yet unsure how to interrupt. He looked at the composed Shen Ninghuan, then at the forced smile on Shen Ningyi's face beside him, and an inexplicable wave of irritation surged within him again. "It's getting late, we mustn't keep grandmother waiting." He finally spoke, his voice a little dry. The four of them fell silent, a subtle tension hanging in the air, broken only by the echo of their footsteps in the corridor. The sun climbed higher, casting 4 elongated shadows onto the bluestone path, 2 in front, 2 behind, clearly distinct, like an invisible line of demons. Phew Hall, situated on the central axis of the marquis estate, served as the residence of the old madam. The courtyard was modest in size, yet it exuded an air of... The ground was paved with gray bricks, immaculate and spotless. On either side stood several ancient pines, their gnarled branches twisting like iron, their needles a lush emerald, casting an aura of profound stillness over the entire courtyard. Above the main hall hung a black plaque inscribed with golden characters reading Phew Hall in bold, vigorous strokes, rumored to be the imperial calligraphy of the reigning emperor. As Pei Cijing and Shen Ninghuan, along with Pei Cijing and Shen Ningyue, stepped into the courtyard, in pairs an invisible pressure bore down. The maidservants and attendants stood in hushed silence, their eyes fixed downward, their footsteps so light as if afraid to disturb something. Inside the main hall, the light was dim, almost somber. The old madam sat upright in the center on a carved rosewood armchair, dressed in a deep green long-sleeved jacket embroidered with crane patterns. Her silver hair was combed immaculately, fastened with a simple ink-black jade hairpin. Her face was gaunt, lined with deep wrinkles like carved marks, yet her eyes were not clouded. They gleamed with a sharp, introspective light sweeping over those present, as if she could see through them from the inside out. On either side sat Marquis Wei Yuan Pei Cijing and his wife Lady Li, as well as Pei Cijing and Zhou Shi from the second branch. Your grandson daughter-in-law pays respects to grandmother. The 4 of them bowed in unison, their postures respectful. The old madam let out a faint her voice low, but laden with unquestionable authority. Rise. They straightened up and stood on either side of the hall. Pei Cijing and Shen Ninghuan on the right, Pei Cijing and Shen Ningyue on the left, clearly demarcated. A maidservant entered with a red lacquered tray upon which rested 4 freshly brewed cups of tea. According to tradition, the new brides were to offer tea to the elders in sequence. Shen Ninghuan, as the lawfully wedded wife, stepped forward first. Her gait was composed, her skirt undisturbed. She knelt gracefully before the old madam, raised the teacup with both hands above her brows, and said in a clear, gentle voice, "Granddaughter-in-law Ninghuan offers tea to grandmother. May grandmother enjoy longevity, health, and peace as enduring as the pine and cypress." The old madam looked down at her. Before her stood a young woman as straight as bamboo, her eyes as calm as a deep pool. The tea-offering gesture was flawless, yet devoid of any flattery or servility. Inwardly, the old madam nodded slightly. This legitimate daughter of the Shen family truly possessed a certain backbone reminiscent of herself in her younger days. She took the teacup, took a light sip, set it down, then removed a pair of exquisite jadeite bangles from her wrist, and personally put them. "Good child," she said, her tone softening a little. "Now that you have entered the Pei family, you are one of us. I hope you and Cijing will respect and cherish each other and manage the household in harmony. Your granddaughter-in-law will remember." Shen Ninghuan replied respectfully. Next came the marquis and his wife. When Pei Cijing accepted the tea, he cast a complex glance at Shen Ninghuan, but said nothing, merely presenting a thick red envelope. Lady Li forced a smile, offering a golden-laid jeweled hairpin, and uttered a few perfunctory words, yet her smile never reached her eyes. When it was Pei Cijing and Zhou Shi's turn, the atmosphere lightened noticeably. Pei Cijing cheerfully took the tea, drank it in one gulp, and pulled out a bulging red envelope from his pocket, pressing it into her hands. "Good child, good child. If Cijing ever dares to bully you, just tell your father, and I'll give him a thrashing." Zhou Shi even more warmly took Shen Ninghuan's hand, slipped a mutton-fat jade bangle from her own wrist onto the other, her eyes red-rimmed, but her voice brimming with joy. "Huana, you've had a hard time. From now on, this is your home. With your mother here, no one will dare to make you suffer." Shen Ninghuan felt a warmth in her heart, and replied softly, "Thank you, father-mother." Pei Cijing, listening nearby, grumbled inwardly, "Well, my family status just dropped by 1. Before anything even happens, my parents have already sided with my wife, while my standing is now only above that of the dog Wankai." Shen Ninghuan lowered her gaze, hiding the flicker of amusement in her eyes. When it was Shen Ningyue's turn, the atmosphere shifted abruptly. She knelt before the old madam teacup and hand, her voice soft and timid. "Granddaughter-in-law Ningyue offers tea to grandmother." The old madam did not take it. Her gaze lingered on Shen Ningyue for a moment, the scrutiny like a blade of ice scraping over her skin. Shen Ningyue felt a chill crawl down her spine, and the hand holding the teacup trembled slightly. After a long pause, the old madam finally accepted the cup, but only wet her lips before setting it down, saying flatly, "Now that you have entered the family, know your place, and remember your status." No gift, no further words. Shen Ningyue's face paled. She answered in a low voice, "Yes," and rose with unsteady steps. Next were the marquis and Lady Li. Pei Cijing accepted the tea expressionlessly, offering only a thin red envelope, a stark contrast to the generous one he had given Shen Ninghuan. Lady Li stared at Shen Ningyue for a long moment before slowly reaching out to take the teacup. She did not drink immediately. Instead, she gently placed the cup on the side table, her voice low, but every word clear, hammering into Shen Ningyue's heart, Since you entered as a concubine, you should understand your place. The marquis's mansion has its rules, and the heir's courtyard has its decorum. From now on, serve the heir, while stay within your bounds, and do not entertain thoughts or actions that are not yours. She paused, her gaze sharp as a needle. Soon the mansion will arrange a proper wife for Ling. When the lawful wife enters, you must strictly observe the duties of a concubine, serving her with all due respect, and never overstep. Do you understand? The words were brutally direct, as if carving the sentence "you will never be promoted" onto Shen Ninghue's face. Silence filled the hall. Shen Ningyue staggered, her nails digging deep into her palms. To steady her voice, this concubine understands. To be by Brother Cijing's side is enough for me. I dare not ask for more. She spoke with such sincerity, her eyes glistening with tears at the right moment. A pitiable sight. Pei Cijing, watching with a pang of pity, could not help but say, "Mother Ningyue is." "Shut up." Lady Li cut him off coldly, her eyes filled with the disappointment of seeing a son fail expectations. "You have the nerve to speak after the mess you made." Pei Cijing choked, his face flushing red. Lady Li withdrew her gaze, turning back to Shen Ningyue, her tone softening but growing colder. "You understand. That is best for everyone." Shen Ningyue bowed her head, her voice barely a whisper. "Yes." The tea ceremony continued. When it was Pei Fugue and Zhou Shi's turn, both looked awkward. Zhou Shi, soft-hearted, accepted the tea and gave a plain silver hairpin, murmuring "live well," and said no more. The tea ceremony concluded. The four stood once again in the hall. The old madam slowly raised her eyes, sweeping her gaze over everyone, finally resting on Pei Cijing and Shen Ningyue for a moment. "Since the matter is settled, there is no need for further discussion," she said, her voice low but laden with weight, each word like a nail driven into wood. "The marquis's estate cannot endure turmoil. A household in discord and brothers at odds is the beginning of ruin." She paused, then let out a cold snort. "I am old now. I only wish for peace and quiet to end my days in tranquility. Whoever disturbs my late years." The words were spoken calmly and left unfinished, yet they sent a chill down everyone's spine. The coldness already permeated the entire hall. Pei Fugue and Zhou Shi lowered their heads. The marquis's face was grim. Old Lady Li clenched her handkerchief. Pei Cijing was drenched in cold sweat, unable to meet his grandmother's eyes. Shen Ninghuan stood silently, but she could hear the turbulent emotions churning inside the old madam. Men who are flirtatious are all a source of disaster. That old man took one wife after another back, then causing the back courtyard to be a mess of strife. How many children didn't live past 3? Better not to have them at all. And now the younger generation repeats the same. I'm so tired. Is it so hard to have a little peace? Humph. Whoever dares to make a scene under my nose. Just think of what happened to the late marquis's heedless concubines. Shen Ninghuan felt a shiver run through her. She had heard her father mention that the old madam came from a military family, had accompanied the late marquis to battlefields in her youth, and had truly seen blood and taken lives. Over the years she had lived in seclusion, chanting Buddha's name and eating vegetarian meals so many had forgotten. This old lady was never an ordinary back courtyard woman. Her compassion was reserved only for the obedient. Her blade had always been concealed beneath her prayer beads. "Everyone may leave." The old madam finally waved her hand, closed her eyes, and no longer looked at the crowd. They bowed and withdrew. When they stepped out of Phew Hall, the sunlight was just right warm on their skin, but it could not dispel the chill that had settled in their bones. Shen Ninghue's steps were unsteady. Pei Cijing almost had to support her. She kept her head down, her mind in chaos. No. It's wrong again. In her previous life, though she had not been involved with Pei Cijing, she had entered the second branch of the marquis's estate as a concubine. Back then the old madam, though not warm, had been kind and gentle, never showing such a sharp knife-like gaze. In that instant she truly felt that if she dared to cause trouble, the old madam would crush her without hesitation like an ant. What was happening? Had even the old madam changed in this life? On the journey back from Phew Hall to Anil residence, Shen Ninghuan remained silent. Morning light filtered through the garden's flora, casting dappled shadows across her face. She walked with a composed gait, the hem of her skirt brushing lightly against the bluestone path, her bearing as dignified as ever, yet her thoughts had already drifted far away. Rebirth. The word echoed ceaselessly in her mind. The fragmented images that had surged from Shen Ninghue's heart, the glory of Pei Cijing's enfeoffment as a duke in the past life, Shen Ninghue's own honor as the duchess, and the resolute determination to have seized it all in this life, were irrefutable evidence. Her younger sister had been reborn, yet everything after this rebirth seemed far from her wishes. Shen Ninghuan lowered her eyes, slightly masking a faint trace of irony. The differences between past and present left her foolish sister only bewildered. Though she did not grasp the full picture, she understood a part of it. Interesting. Truly interesting. Shen Ningyue, full of confidence, believed that being reborn would allow her to seize the initiative and take everything from her elder sister, unaware that the web of cause and effect in this world was like a vast spider's web. A single move would disturb the entire network. If she had obediently followed the path of her past life, she might have achieved a similar outcome. But she insisted on climbing into Pei Cijing's bed and snatching the position of the heir's wife. This single move had already tangled all the threads. How had Pei Cijing ascended to high office in the past life? Shen Ninghuan carefully recalled the fragments that had flashed through Shen Ningyue's mind. Border conflicts, court intrigues, imperial favor. They seemed logical at first glance, but upon closer scrutiny, every critical turning point seemed subtly influenced by her own shadow maneuvering and arranging. Indeed, in her past life, she had married Pei Cijing. Given her nature as husband and wife, she would naturally devote herself to assisting. With her skills and connections, she had likely done much, mediating for him at court, stabilizing his foundation in the household, and even devising. And as for Pei Cijing himself, Shen Ninghuan recalled his appearance when they met in the corridor earlier, the reckless, love-crazed look, his foolish insistence before both families in the main hall claiming mutual affection, his inability to withstand even a few reproaches from his mother Li, and his impulse to defend Shen Ningyue. Such a man, easily swayed by emotions, acting without regard for consequences, lacking sufficient skill and cunning. If no one were there to guide him carefully and manage everything, could he really reach the position of duke on his own? Shen Ninghuan doubted it. Though the Weiyuan Marquis Manor was a noble house, countless eyes in the court coveted those highest positions. A military officer's promotion depended not only on battlefield merits, but also on the emperor's favor, court connections, and a stable rear. If Pei Cijing continued to be so impulsive and reckless, he would be lucky not to fall into traps set by others, let alone achieve any remarkable feats. In my sister's memory, my past self must have worked very hard. Shen Ninghuan sighed softly in her heart, but felt no regret or struggle. Since the path of life had already changed, the so-called past life was no longer relevant to her. Moreover, she had never experienced that past life. Since Shen Ningyue coveted the glory of being the duchess, she could strive for it herself. Yet, Shen Ninghuan's eyes deepened. With Shen Ningyue's limited vision and capabilities, she might not even be able to navigate the small sphere of the Marquis Manor's inner quarters, let alone assist Pei Cijing in rising to a high position. In the end, she might not even secure the position of a concubine. Just as she was pondering, a slender hand suddenly waved before her eyes. Shen Ninghuan snapped back to reality and looked up. Pei Cijing had stopped at some point, standing before her, slightly bent forward, his eyes carrying a blend of warmth and curiosity as he gazed at her. Sunlight spilled from behind him, gilding his silhouette with a faint golden hue. In his casual demeanor, there appeared a rare trace of focused attention. "Husband, what is it?" Shen Ninghuan composed herself and asked softly. The two had already arrived at the entrance of the main hall in Annal residence. The maidservants and attendants tactfully retreated to the corridor, leaving only the two of them in the courtyard. Pei Cijing cleared his throat lightly, and an unusual, almost shy expression flickered across his face. He drew from his sleeve a small white jade bottle the size of a palm, its surface warm and translucent, shimmering with a soft luster in the sunlight. "My lady, I have a gift for you." He placed the jade bottle gently into Shen Ninghuan's palm. The bottle still carried his body warmth. It felt slightly warm to the touch. Shen Ninghuan looked down. Inside the bottle was a pill the size of a longan, completely black, yet faintly showing a trace of jade-like luster. A subtle fragrance of medicine seeped from the bottle's mouth, cool and refreshing. Just a whiff cleared her mind. In her heart, she already knew what it was. From the murmurs in Pei Cijing's heart, she had long learned of the existence of this youthful appearance pill, a product of the system, one pill preserving youth for 100 years. He had once plotted in the main hall of the Shen residence to earn enough points to exchange for a bottle, giving one to his parents, one to himself, and one to his future wife. Now that future wife was her, and he had indeed delivered the pill to her hands. A warmth stirred in Shen Ninghuan's heart, but she still feigned curiosity, raising her eyes to him. "Husband, what is this?" Pei Cijing's ears flushed slightly. His gaze wandered for a moment before he lowered his voice. "A few days ago, I met an old Taoist with an immortal heir outside. He said I, ahem, had a connection with this face of mine." As he spoke, he pretended to stroke his chin seriously, wearing an expression as if to say, "I'm so handsome, it's not." "The Taoist said he couldn't bear to see my handsome looks fade with time, so he gave me a bottle of pills called youthful appearance pills. Taking one pill preserves one's appearance for 100 years. Pei Cijing spoke with a straight face, but his eyes flickered, clearly feeling a bit guilty about this fabricated excuse. "I thought, since we are husband and wife, we should share good fortune. This pill I present to you." Shen Ninghuan listened quietly, a deepening smile in her eyes. Of course, she could hear the true story in Pei Cijing's heart. That day at the Shen residence, witnessing the shocking marriage swap drama, as one of the core victims, the system had settled a full 1,000 gossip points. He had been ecstatic inside, barely suppressing a laugh in the solemn main hall. The first thing he did upon returning home was open the system shop and grandly exchange for the long-coveted youthful appearance pills. It cost 5,000 points for a bottle of 5 pills. No retail. The remaining gossip points were a measly 399. As for the old Taoist story, Shen Ninghuan looked at Pei Cijing's expression of "I'm trying hard to make this up, please believe me," and almost burst out laughing. This husband of hers, even when lying, did so with such rustic charm. Of course she had to play along with a straight face. Old Taoist. Shen Ninghuan tilted her head slightly, her eyes showing just the right amount of surprise and curiosity. There is such a remarkable person. I wonder which immortal mountain's master. Pei Cijing coughed dryly, his gaze drifting to the osmanthus tree in the courtyard. Well, the Taoist's whereabouts are elusive. He did not mention his origin. He only said that when fate brings us together we meet, when fate ends we part. Giving the pill was to settle a karmic bond. If fate allows we shall meet again. He spoke with an air of mystery, but inwardly he was uneasy. I definitely can't tell her about the system. She wouldn't understand and might think I'm crazy. Anyway, the system is just an emotionless program. It won't jump out to expose me. Shen Ninghuan couldn't help but smile, lowering her lashes to hide the laughter dancing in her eyes. She did not question further, only gently clasped the jade bottle in her palm. When she raised her eyes to him, a warm, soft light rippled within her gaze. Thank you, husband. This gift, I truly like it. She did like it indeed. Not only because of the pill's miraculous effect, but because of the giver's heartfelt intention. Seeing her accept it, Pei Cijing visibly relaxed. His brows smoothed, and he returned to his usual languid smile. I'm glad you like it, my lady. Shen Ninghuan looked up at him. Sunlight fell into his smiling eyes, golden fragments rippling. Deep within that smile there was a faint trace of tenderness, perhaps unnoticed even by himself. Shen Ninghuan's gaze softened. She suddenly reached out and gently tugged at Pei Cijing's sleeve. Pei Cijing was startled. Husband. Shen Ninghuan lifted her face, the sunlight reflecting in her clear eyes. The smile in her eyes was light, yet sincere. Though preserving one's appearance is alluring compared to a face unchanged for 100 years, I would rather, year after year, share one heart and one virtue with my husband. Her voice was soft, yet every word was distinct. Pei Cijing felt as if something gently struck his heart, a tingling warmth spreading from there all the way. He looked at her serene brows and eyes, at the gentle yet firm curve of her lips, and suddenly felt this marriage, born of a marriage swap, might just be the greatest surprise heaven had bestowed upon him in 2 lifetimes. Yes, he replied, grasping her hand, in return his palm warm, enveloping her slender fingers. Year after year, share one heart and one virtue. They exchanged a smile. The fragrance of osmanthus in the courtyard was rich, drifting over with the wind, wrapping the tender stillness of this moment and brewing it into the sweetest warmth of early autumn. The return visit, also known as gwinning, is a tradition where a newlywed bride visits her natal family with her husband for the first time. It is typically held 3 days after the wedding, hence it's also called the 3-day return or 3rd-day homecoming. This ceremony is not only a ritual for the bride to report her well-being and display her married life to her family, but also the first formal interaction between the two families. Early morning at the Annal residence. Shen Ninghuan was already washed and dressed, attended by her maids as she changed her clothes. Today she wore a lotus root-colored silk gown embroidered with branches of magnolia, over which she draped a thin silk shawl with silver thread edges in a pale moonlight hue. Her hair was styled neatly, adorned with a single golden jade hairpin and a few fresh magnolia blossoms, exuding elegance and solemnity. Pei Cijing emerged from behind the folding screen, having changed into a sky-blue brocade robe. A white jade pendant hung at his waist, and his dark hair was tied up with a jade crown. He appeared refined and gentle, embodying the spirited demeanor of a newlywed groom. My lady, you look beautiful in this outfit today, he said, walking behind her and gazing at her reflection in the mirror with a smile. Shen Ninghuan met his eyes in the mirror, a slight curve on her lips. And you, my lord, look spirited today as well. They exchanged a smile. A sweet newlywed warmth filled the air between them. A maid presented a carved redwood box. Shen Ninghuan took it and opened it, revealing the neatly arranged list of return gifts to be taken to her natal family. Father loves tea, so I've prepared some fine Mingxian Longjing and a set of purple clay teaware. As for concubine Fong, for her I've prepared the customary 4 bolts of silk and 2 boxes of pastries. My elder brother has just returned from his travels, so I've selected a Duan inkstone and some fine Chingsentang paper for him. Her voice was gentle and clear, each gift thoughtfully chosen to suit the recipient's tastes and status. Such thorough consideration. Pei Cijing naturally had no objections, and inwardly remarked, marrying a wife is truly wonderful. Everything is so well arranged. If I had to pick the return gifts myself, my indecisive mind would probably explode. Having you as my wife is... Pei Cijing wrapped his arms around his wife from behind. Shen Ninghuan felt her husband was rather clingy, but she said nothing, only closing the gift list and handing it to the matron nearby. Is everything ready? Yes, madam. All has been loaded onto the carriage following the protocol for a legitimate wife's return visit, and then some, the matron replied respectfully. Shen Ninghuan nodded. A legitimate wife's return visit demanded a grand display. She had arrived in splendor, and she would return in splendor. It was her due dignity, unchanged by the fact that she had married into the second son's household. Meanwhile, at the heir's courtyard, the atmosphere was starkly different. Shen Ningyue had also risen and was sitting before her mirror applying her makeup. She had deliberately chosen a watered gown embroidered with entwined lotus vines, the brightest color she was permitted to wear. In her hair, she pinned a gold pomegranate blossom hairpin, and her ears were adorned with red agate drops. Her makeup was meticulously applied, aiming for striking radiance. The face in the mirror under the careful makeup finally concealed the weariness and faint resentment in her eyes. "My lady, the carriage is ready," a young maid announced cautiously. Shen Ninghue's hand paused, her voice turning cold. "What carriage?" "It's the usual small carriage with a green curtain, pulled by 2 horses." The maid's voice grew quieter and quieter. Shen Ningyue slammed her jade comb onto the dressing table. With a crack, the comb's teeth snapped. The maid fell to her knees in fright. Pei Cijing walked in from the outer room and frowned at the scene. "What's wrong?" Shen Ningyue turned, tears welling in her eyes, but held back forcibly. She bit her lip and said, "Cijing brother, I just didn't expect that for such an important occasion as the return visit we wouldn't even have a proper carriage. I know I'm a concubine and not worthy of comparison with my sister, but the Shen family is still my natal family. Returning in such a shabby manner would bring shame to my father and my mother." As she spoke, tears finally streamed down her face, looking pitiful and delicate. Pei Cijing's heart softened. He stepped forward and took her hand. "You've been wronged. I tried to persuade my mother, but she said a concubine's return should be low-key. If we made a show of it, outsiders would say the marquis household has no rules, and it would also hinder my prospects of marrying a proper wife in the future." He paused, lowering his voice. "Don't worry. I've prepared the gifts. Though not as lavish as my second brothers, they won't embarrass the Shen family. In the future, they'll make it up to you." Shen Ningyue leaned into his embrace, burying her face in his chest, her voice muffled. "Cijing brother, I don't blame you. I know you are in a difficult position. I only hate myself. Why was I so unable to control my feelings back, then causing you to be reproached by the elders as well?" Though her words were forgiving, her heart burned with hatred for Li's stinginess and envy for Shen Ninghuan's glory. Why? She had made the supposedly better choice, marrying Pei Cijing, who would become a duke in the future. So why was she worse off than in her previous life? She had married the useless Pei Cijing. Though she wasn't favored, at least her return visit had the full honors of a legitimate wife. But now she didn't even have a decent carriage. Pei Cijing was unaware of her thoughts. He only felt she was so understanding that it was heartbreaking, and he held her close, murmuring reassurances. After a long while, Shen Ningyue looked up, wiped her tears, and forced a smile. "It's getting late. Let's go. Don't keep father waiting." She had to go back. She had to let the Shen family see that although she was only a concubine, Pei Cijing treated her with sincerity, and her future would not stop here. At the gates of the Weiyuan Marquis residence, 2 carriages were parked, one behind the other. The one in front had vermilion wheels and a magnificent canopy with golden bells hanging from the 4 corners of the carriage roof. 4 snow-white horses pulled it, looking magnificent and spirited. Its curtains were of new lake blue brocade with cloud patterns shimmering in the sunlight. This was the carriage of Pei Cijing and Shen Ninghuan. The one behind was a plain carriage with a green curtain, pulled by 2 brown horses. Its curtains were neither new nor old, simple to the point of being shabby. When Pei Cijing helped Shen Ningyue out, the stark contrast was immediately visible. Shen Ningyue paused, her nails digging deep into her palm. Pei Cijing also looked embarrassed, muttering, "Let's go." They silently walked towards the carriage at the back. Ahead, Pei Cijing was helping Shen Ninghuan into their carriage. His movements were careful, one hand holding the curtain aside, the other steadily supporting her arm, whispering something to her. She turned her head to reply, and they exchanged a smile, so natural and intimate. The sunlight bathed them in its glow, their fine clothes shimmering. What a perfect couple they made. Shen Ningyue glanced at them only once before quickly lowering her eyes and ducking into the small green-curtained carriage. The compartment was cramped and dim, a world apart from Shen Ninghuan's spacious and bright canopied carriage. The carriages began to move slowly. Shen Ningyue sat inside, listening to the crisp tinkling of bells from ahead, the fire of resentment in her heart burning ever brighter. She kept telling herself, persevere. As long as she bore a son before the legitimate wife entered the household, she would rise in status through her child. Pei Cijing loved her so much, surely he wouldn't want their son to be a concubine's child. If he insisted, if she bore the eldest son, then the position of the heir's legitimate wife would be within her grasp. When that day came, she would repay today's humiliation tenfold, 100-fold. Shen Ninghuan, enjoy your glory while you can. We'll see who laughs last. At the gates of the Shen residence, the Shen family members had been waiting for some time. Shen Zhongqing, dressed in a dark blue casual robe, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression solemn. Beside him stood concubine Fang. Since Shen Ningyue was returning today, her birth mother naturally had to be present to greet her. Yet as a concubine standing at the main gate, she seemed somewhat out of place and looked a bit flustered. Next to her was a young man of about 25 or 26, clad in a dark blue archer's robe. His features bore a striking resemblance to Shen Zhongqing's, yet he had a sharper, more spirited air. This was Shen Mingxuan, Shen Ninghuan's legitimate elder brother and the Shen family's rightful heir. He had only just returned from an official assignment out of town this morning, travel-worn and weary. He hadn't expected such a major upheaval to occur at home in his absence. A A slight frown creased his brow as he cast a worried gaze down the long street. "They're coming," Shen Ninghuan suddenly announced. At the end of the street, two carriages approached one behind the other. The canopied carriage in front announced its arrival, with the crisp jingle of bells, its four white horses stepping in perfect unison, exuding an air of distinction. The small green-curtained carriage behind was far more subdued, almost unnoticeable, if not for following so closely. Shen Zongcheng's gaze sharpened. Concubine Fang's eyes were fixed on the small carriage at the back, her fingers unconsciously twisting her handkerchief. The carriages came to a stop before the residence gates. Pei Cijing alighted first, then turned, and offered his hand to steadily help Shen Ninghuan down. The sun was just right today, casting its light upon them, as they stood side by side in their fine clothes, looking as if they were truly made for each other. Shen Ninghuan looked up at her family on the steps, a gentle smile curving at the corners of her lips. Together with Pei Cijing, she stepped forward. "Daughter pays respects to father. Your son-in-law pays respects to father-in-law." They bowed in unison, their postures respectful and their manners impeccable. Shen Zongcheng's gaze lingered on his daughter's face. Her complexion was rosy, her expression relaxed, and her composed demeanor had gained a deeper tranquility since her marriage. It was clear she had not been mistreated in her husband's home. A measure of relief settled in his heart, and he turned his attention to Pei Cijing. This son-in-law from the second branch, whom he had once deemed mediocre, now stood beside his daughter with a straight posture, gentle features, and a clear gaze devoid of any frivolity. His bow was proper, his tone sincere. He truly bore the bearing of a scion of a noble house. Though he was still just that, yet the faint regret Shen Zongcheng had felt over his daughter's lower marriage seemed to dissipate somewhat. "Rise," he said, gesturing with his hand, his tone softening. "You must have had a tiring journey." At that moment, the small green-curtained carriage at the back also came to a stop. Pei Cijing stepped down first, then turned to help Shen Ningyue out. Shen Ningyue, in her watered gown and meticulous makeup, appeared overly deliberate next to Shen Ninghuan's simple elegance. She kept her eyes lowered, not daring to meet her father's gaze, and followed Pei Cijing forward. "Daughter pays respects to father. Your son-in-law pays respects to father-in-law." Their voices were noticeably lower, lacking. Shen Zongcheng's gaze swept over her, then fell upon the shabby carriage behind her. His brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. Concubine Fang could no longer restrain herself, and stepped forward, her eyes reddening. "Where?" Shen Ningyue looked up at her birth mother, tears welling in her eyes, but held back. She only whispered, "Mother." The atmosphere became subtly tense. Shen Ninghuan stepped forward at the right moment to break the silence. "Father, since sister and brother-in-law have traveled so far, perhaps we should go inside first to continue our conversation." In the main hall of the Shen residence, the stifling atmosphere had not fully dissipated with the arrival of the two newlywed couples. Sunlight slanted through the intricately carved window lattices, casting interlocking patterns of light and shadow upon the polished golden bricks. The air carried the fragrance of tea, yet it could not suppress the intangible awkwardness that hung between them. Shen Zongcheng sat upright at the head of the hall, his face bearing the customary solemnity of officialdom. He spoke only conventional pleasantries. "Now that you are wed, you must live in harmony, and as two families joined by marriage, we must stand united." Each word proper, yet each word distant. Shen Ninghuan, ever the peacemaker, worked to smooth over the tension. The eldest legitimate son, just returned from his travels, was travel-worn, yet sharp-eyed. He interjected at the right moments and refilled teacups, preventing those grand hollow words from falling to the ground with a resounding, awkward clatter. At last Shen Zongcheng's gaze swept over those assembled below, and he spoke slowly. "Concubine Fang, take Ningyue and the young marquis for a stroll around the residence." The words were spoken flatly, yet they made Concubine Fang's fingertips tremble. How could she not understand? The master wished to send away this improper second daughter and that good-for-nothing young marquis, out of sight, out of mind. As for a stroll, there was no need for anyone to lead them. Pei Cijing likely knew the Shen estate better than even the newest servants, having been secretly guided through it countless times under the guise of visits between old family friends. How else could Shen Ningyue have carried on with him in her own boudoir for so long until the affair was finally exposed? The pent-up frustration in Shen Zongcheng's chest surged anew. He raised his teacup, using the act of drinking to forcibly suppress the cold snort that nearly escaped his lips. The pent-up frustration in Shen Zongcheng's chest surged anew. He raised his teacup, using the act of drinking to Shen Ningyue bit her lower lip, understanding that her father could not bear to look at her. Humiliation and resentment warred within her, yet she could only rise, obediently bowing in farewell alongside Pei Cijing. Pei Cijing's expression was somewhat sheepish as well. He supported Shen Ningyue and followed behind Concubine Fang, silently withdrawing from the main hall. As the three figures vanished beyond the doorway, the hall fell momentarily silent. Shen Zongcheng set down his teacup and turned his gaze toward Pei Cijing, who had been standing quietly to the side all along. This son-in-law, whom he had never paid much attention to and had even subtly looked down upon for being of the secondary branch, now stood before him with an upright bearing and composed expression. There was no trace of cowardice, yet none of the restless arrogance commonly found in young men of noble houses. Well then, the die was cast. Since Huaner had already married him, no matter how absurd the match had seemed at first, it was now an accomplished fact. But regardless, his daughter Shen Ninghuan must never suffer in her husband's household due to her spouse's incompetence. The second branch of the marquis household was ultimately weak. Pei Cijing could not inherit the title, and the core connections and resources of the marquis estate would never fall into his hands. With such a background, the best path to advancement lay solely through the imperial examinations. He would have to personally assess whether this son-in-law was truly a piece of jade worth carving or merely dead wood. Cijing Shen spoke, his voice deep and measured. Come with me to the study. His father-in-law wanted to be alone with him. Pei Cijing's heart leaped, and a flood of storybook scenarios rushed through his mind. An enraged father-in-law, furious that his daughter had been spirited away, slamming the door shut and grabbing the family rod to discipline his young son-in-law. No way, right? Was he really going to get a beating for plucking his precious cabbage? He maintained a respectful and gentle expression outwardly, but inwardly he was already frantically calculating, is it legal for a father-in-law to beat his son-in-law? It wouldn't be right to fight back, but I didn't exchange for that martial arts master skill for nothing. If the old man really makes a move, it'll show him what lingbo steps really are, what it means to pass through a garden of flowers without a single leaf touching you. Running away seems impolite. How about Tai Chi? Deflect 1,000 pounds with 4 ounces of force. Redirect his strength, then pretend to stumble and fall, making the esteemed father-in-law look mighty and powerful. After all, I did take his daughter. He'll just have to endure it. Being a son-in-law is so hard. Shen Ninghuan, who had been quietly observing from the side, gave the faintest, almost imperceptible twitch at the corner of her mouth. This husband of hers. What kind of drama was he constantly staging inside that head of his? Seeing Pei Cijing's gaze begin to wander, Shen Ninghuan stepped forward at just the right moment. With a natural gesture, she smoothed his already immaculate sleeve, then rose slightly on her toes, and leaned close to his ear, whispering in a breath so soft only the two of them could hear, "Don't worry. Father is probably going to test your studies." Her warm breath brushed against his ear, carrying the faint, clean scent of orchid from her person. Pei Cijing's ears grew warm, and all those chaotic self-defense strategies scattered in an instant. A test of studies. The heavy stone in his heart landed with a resounding thud. Scared him half to death. Had thought he was about to star in an all-out brawl. Though he had resolved to live a life of leisurely idleness in this lifetime, without the grueling study regimen of hanging one's hair from a beam or pricking one's thigh, within all the evenings were truly boring. With no entertaining storybooks left to read, and no wife back, then his lonely nights had been whiled away reading proper books to pass the time. Thanks to the transmigration, or perhaps the merging of 2 lifetime souls, his memory was still quite good. He might not be able to recite the 4 books and 5 classics, or the historical classics backward, but he could read and understand them well enough to handle a basic examination. He probably wouldn't embarrass his wife in front of her father, would he? Pei Cijing steadied himself and turned to give Shen Ninghuan a look that said, "Don't worry, watch your husband bring you glory." Though he tried to appear composed and reliable, the subtle exuberance that danced at the corners of his brows and eyes was precisely captured by Shen Ninghuan. A flicker of amusement passed through her eyes as she stepped back to her original position, her bearing graceful and refined. "Yes, father-in-law." Pei Cijing bowed respectfully and followed Shen Ninghuan toward the study. In the hall, only Shen Ningxian and his sister, Shen Ninghuan, remained. A maid quietly refilled their tea and withdrew without a sound, leaving the space to a brother and sister who had not spoken deeply in some time. Shen Ningxian studied his sister carefully. It had only been a few days since had last seen her, yet she seemed somehow different. The quiet composure she had possessed since childhood was still there, but there was a new ease about her brow. Not the usual shyness of a new bride, but rather a more serene sense of settled contentment. Huaner Shen Ningxian began, his voice full of concern. "At the marquis residence. Are you settling in well? How does Pei Cijing treat you?" He asked directly, his gaze fixed intently on his sister's expression, not missing the slightest change. Shen Ninghuan looked up and met her brother's worried eyes. A gentle smile, faint yet genuine, crossed her face. "Brother, rest assured. I'm doing quite well. My parents-in-law are kind and generous, and my husband." She paused, recalling Pei Cijing's clumsy thoughtfulness over these past days, his thinly veiled nervousness, and the way he had tried so hard to appear calm when he presented the beauty-preserving pill to her last night. The smile in her eyes deepened. "He treats me very well." She was not lying. Though she had married into what appeared to be the weaker secondary branch, Zhou's protective care, Phew's hearty warmth, and Pei Cijing's sincere respect and attentiveness all made her feel far better than she had expected. She even had the faint suspicion that her standing in this new household might be above that of her husband, who seemed to aspire only to idleness and gossip. Shen Ningxian gazed at his sister for a long moment. Seeing her expression open and honest, her eyes clear and bright, not a mask of forced cheer, the stone hanging over his heart finally settled by half. "That's good," He let out a relieved breath, his stern features softening. If you ever suffer any injustice, you must tell your brother. I will seek justice for you. The Shen family may not be among the highest nobility, but we will never allow our daughter to be bullied in her husband's home. I know, brother. Shen Ninghuan felt a warmth spread through her heart. The atmosphere lightened. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, Shen Ninghuan's expression turned peculiar. He rose and walked to the seat of honor, then made a pleased gesture toward Shen Ninghuan. Sister, please have a seat. Shen Ninghuan raised an eyebrow, but complied, settling into the rosewood armchair. What surprised her even more was that Shen Ninghuan himself picked up the teapot and poured tea into her empty cup, filling it to 7/10 full. His movements even carried a hint of caution. What is brother doing? Shen Ninghuan accepted the cup, feeling the warmth of the porcelain against her fingertips, and regarded her elder brother with calm composure. She knew this brother of hers all too well. Shen Ninghuan was an upright man with a strong sense of responsibility, but he also carried the subtle, not quite obvious machismo common to the men of the Shen family. Unless he truly faced a difficult problem or held something in extremely high regard, he would never act toward his sister with such near-solicitous deference. Seeing through his sister's words, Shen Ninghuan's face flashed with embarrassment, which quickly dissolved into a wry smile. He sat down below her, rubbed his hands together, and lowered his voice with a hint of awkward shame. You see, I was recently sent out of the capital to handle a case, wasn't I? I've encountered some confusion in my investigation, and I was hoping you might offer some insight for reference. The hall fell silent, leaving only the faint chirping of cicadas drifting in from beyond the window. Shen Ninghuan raised her teacup, feeling the warmth of the porcelain against her fingertips. She looked up at her elder brother, her gaze clear and knowing. Brother, if you're facing a difficult case, shouldn't you first consult father or the advisors at the yamen? Why come to ask me, a woman of the inner chambers? A flicker of embarrassment crossed Shen Ninghuan's face. He rubbed his hands together, then let out a... He rose and walked to the window, turning his back to his sister. After a moment of silence, he turned back around, his expression unusually serious. Huana, you know my nature. All these years working alongside father, there have always been those who whisper that I only secured my position at the Court of Judicial Review because of the Shen family's prestige. He paused, his voice lowering. This case is the first I'm handling entirely on my own. I don't want to run to father for help before I've even investigated, nor do I want to give those old foxes at the yamen a reason to laugh at me. Shen Ninghuan listened quietly. Through her unique gift, she could hear the turbulent emotions within her brother's heart. The fierce pride, the urgent need to prove himself, and an unguarded trust and reliance on his sister's intellect. Yet you have no qualms about coming to me, Shen Ninghuan said, setting down her teacup, her tone unreadable. Is your sister so easy to persuade in your eyes? Shen Ninghuan quickly waved his hands. Huaner, don't be upset. It's just, this case is exceedingly strange. I've pondered over it for days, and I always feel like a crucial piece is missing. Within the entire yamen, there are few I can speak with openly. And as for someone who could offer me insight on such a bizarre case. He looked at his sister, his eyes filled with genuine earnestness and appreciation. After much thought, it could only be you. Shen Ninghuan was silent for a moment, idly toying with the new jade bangles on her wrist, a gift from the matriarch with a fine, smooth texture. Finally, she let out a soft sigh. Very well, since you've asked, let's hear it. But I've never been to the scene, so my help may be limited. Shen Ninghuan's eyes lit up. He stepped closer and lowered his voice. A few days ago, Chen Qiming, the prefect of Yunyang, was found dead in his study. The door was bolted from the inside, the windows were shut tight. Chen Qiming lay slumped beside his desk, a short knife embedded in his back. It was a single fatal blow. Shen Ninghuan frowned slightly. A locked room mystery. Precisely, Shen Ninghuan nodded. Our inspection showed the door was barred with a copper bolt from the inside intact. The windows were latched from within, and the paper panes were unbroken. Apart from Chen Qiming's own footprints, there were no traces of a second person. But the most suspicious part. He paused, his expression grave. Before his death, Chen Qiming had a violent quarrel with the deputy prefect Zhao Wenhuan. Several servants in the residence witnessed it. Zhao Wenhuan left the prefect's residence at around 5:30. Chen Qiming died around 7. We checked Zhao Wenhuan's whereabouts. He went straight home and had multiple servants testify he never left afterward. Shen Ninghuan tapped her fingers lightly on the table. What did they quarrel about? 6 months ago, Chen Qiming submitted a memorial to impeach Zhao Wenhuan for embezzling river management funds. The case was dropped for lack of evidence, but a deep grudge was born between them. Shen Ninghuan said, Zhao Wenhuan has motive and opportunity, but there's no evidence to definitively convict him. So you arrested Zhao Wenhuan? We're just holding him for questioning, Shen Ninghuan said with a bitter smile. He refuses to confess, and we don't have solid proof. The case has dragged on for over a week. My superiors are pressuring me. If I can't solve it soon. He handed Shen Ninghuan the layout diagram of the study and the detailed case files he had copied. Shen Ninghuan lowered her gaze in thought. A locked room, a bitter feud, a seemingly sole suspect with an alibi. This case was indeed peculiar. There were several points of doubt. Zhao Wenhuan had the opportunity in a prior conflict, but being impeached was a common occurrence for an official. He hadn't suffered any real consequences. Why would he harbor such a deadly, irreconcilable grudge against Shen Ninghuan? Moreover, he firmly maintains it was just a routine meeting. There was an argument, but he never resorted to violence. And if Xiao Wenhuan were the killer, how did he manage to lock the room from the inside? If she could meet Xiao Wenhuan, she might be able to discern his guilt through her ability to hear his inner thoughts. It was the most direct method, but such a serious offender wouldn't be easy to see. Besides, what she heard could only serve as her own reference, never as evidence. I need to think this over. Shen Ninghuan had a vague intuition, a growing suspicion, but she didn't know how to confirm it. She opened her eyes and said to Shen Ninghuan, "Is there anything else you can add about the details of this case?" Shen Ninghuan shook his head. "That's all for now. Please, sister, help me." "Of course." Shen Ninghuan nodded slightly, then shifted the conversation. "But brother, you should also do some thinking on your own. After all, you are the one who will ultimately solve this case." Shen Ninghuan could only nod in agreement. Meanwhile, a different scene was unfolding in the study. Behind a desk of purple sandalwood sat Shen Zhongqing, holding a copy of the Spring and Autumn Annals. His gaze, however, drifted over the edge of the page to rest upon Pei Cijing, who was seated across from him. Throughout the recent examination, from the 4 books to the classics and policy discussions, Pei Cijing had answered with remarkable fluency. While not exceptionally brilliant, his responses were solid and insightful, quoting scriptures with ease and offering perspectives that, while not entirely novel, showed a genuine depth of thought. This truly exceeded Shen Zongqing's expectations. Based on the information he had gathered, he had assumed this young marquis, from a minor branch of the family with little reputation, was an idle wanderer. Though not a troublemaker, he was thought to be a man of no ambition or purpose. But after this conversation, Shen Zhongqing discovered that Pei Cijing was truly learned, spoke without arrogance, and even revealed a detached wisdom that seemed out of place for his age. "Cijing," Shen Zhongqing put down the book, his voice slow and measured. "Since you've read these books, have you ever considered entering the civil service through the imperial examinations?" "Here it comes." A silent alarm went off in Pei Cijing's mind, but his expression remained respectful and composed. "To answer my father-in-law, I have indeed considered it." "Oh." Shen Zongqing's gaze sharpened. "Then why haven't you sat for the exams yet?" Pei Cijing thought to himself. Why else? Because he was lazy. He had worked himself to the bone in his past life. In this one, he had the means to live a life of ease, so why not just lie back, enjoy the drama? However, Pei Cijing said aloud, "I am aware my knowledge is still shallow and needs refinement. I dare not take the exam hastily for fear of bringing shame." Shen Zhongqing gave him a long, penetrating look, as if his eyes could pierce through to his very soul. "You shouldn't be so hard on yourself," he said slowly. "Your words just now have already shown your foundation. I see that your mind is clear. You are neither anxious nor rash. This is the proper temperament for a scholar." He paused, his tone growing more serious. "Since Huaner is married to you, you are now a son of the Shen family. Our family may not be one of great wealth and power, but we are a lineage of scholars and integrity. I don't expect you to become a high minister, but as a husband you should have the means to establish yourself and the strength to protect your wife and future children." The words were spoken with deep sincerity, even carrying the expectation of a father. Pei Cijing felt a stir in his heart. He knew Shen Zongqing's words were genuine, spoken both for his daughter's sake and out of a certain recognition of his son-in-law. But Pei Cijing lowered his eyes, hiding the complex emotions within. Entering the civil service. What did it mean in this era? It meant being drawn into court intrigues, choosing sides, and walking on thin ice amidst the imperial power, aristocratic families, civil and military officials, and old versus new factions. Especially now. The old emperor was aging, the princes were locked in covert struggles, and the court was a maelstrom of undercurrents. Entering office now would be like throwing oneself into the eye of the storm. Could he navigate it? In his past life, had had enough of being a corporate drone. In this life, he had transmigrated into the body of a marquis' son. He had no worries about food or clothing, a steady family income, the marquis as a shelter from the storm, and a beautiful, intelligent wife. His parents were kind, and his brothers. Well, let's not talk about them, but at least they weren't trying to kill him. Wasn't this life of leisure just perfect? Why bother diving into the treacherous waters of officialdom? Moreover, the official in this era was nothing like the civil servant he knew from his past life. It wasn't a job of serving the people, but a web that ensnared you in its very fabric. Once you entered, it was nearly impossible to extricate yourself. Despite the whirlwind of thoughts in his mind, Pei Cijing remained outwardly respectful. "I will heed your teachings, father-in-law. I shall study diligently and not let you down." Seeing his sincere attitude, Shen Zongqing's expression softened. He offered a few more words of encouragement before letting him go. Lunch was served in the Shen residence's flower hall. The dishes were indeed exquisite: 8 cold, 8 hot, 4 types of dim sum, and 2 soups. Though not as lavish as a marquis banquet, each dish was fresh and delicious, clearly prepared with care. The atmosphere at the table was quite cordial. Shen Zhongqing remained serious, but refrained from mentioning the examinations, sticking to casual topics. Pei Cijing responded appropriately, occasionally offering a witty remark. At the other table, Shen Ningyue, and Pei Cijing were much quieter. Shen Ningyue ate, without tasting her food, her gaze repeatedly drifting to the main table, where Shen Ninghuan was leaning in to whisper something to Pei Cijing. He picked up a piece of asparagus with his chopsticks and placed it in her bowl, the gesture natural and intimate. She gripped her chopsticks tightly and lowered her eyes. In her past life, had Pei Cijing ever shown her such consideration? Or had it all gone wrong? After lunch and a brief rest, the two couples took their leave. On the carriage ride home, Pei Cijing lounged lazily against a soft cushion, letting out a small yawn. Today's return visit performance, though without swords and daggers, had been mentally draining. Dealing with his father-in-law's examination had forced his long-dormant brain into overdrive to avoid losing face for his wife. He turned to look at Shen Ninghuan beside him. She was leaning against the carriage window, her gaze serene, as if lost in thought. Her delicate brows were slightly furrowed, and her fingertips were unconsciously tracing a shape on her knee. "Wife?" Pei Cijing leaned closer, softening his voice. "What are you thinking about?" "Tired from today." Shen Ninghuan snapped back to attention and smiled at him. "Not really tired. It's just that my brother asked me to ponder a case, and I can't seem to find a lead." "A case?" Pei Cijing raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "What case? Tell me about it. Maybe your husband can offer some brilliant insight." Seeing his eager expression that practically screamed, ask me, a hint of amusement flickered in Shen Ninghuan's eyes. She gave him a brief account of Chen Qiming's murder in the locked study. A locked room mystery. Pei Cijing stroked his chin after listening, his eyes gradually lighting up. A locked room murder. He was all too familiar with those. His 1,000+ episodes of Detective Conan from his past life weren't for nothing. He couldn't recall the specific cases, but the techniques of locked room tricks, psychological ploys, and alibi schemes were etched into his DNA. The carriage glided at a leisurely pace along the grand thoroughfare of Shenjing, its wheels grinding against the blue flagstones in a steady, muffled rhythm. Inside a profound, it was as if they were sealed off in a world apart from the clamorous streets outside. Pei Cijing kept his eyes shut, his mind churning through a succession of faceless monochrome silhouettes, methodically deducing the possibilities of the locked room murder like a revolving lantern. Sealed doors and windows, a fatal short blade driven vertically, a seemingly perfect locked room. Then all at once a flash of insight cleaved through the fog. His eyes snapped open, a sharp glint flashing deep within them, and the phrase etched into his very soul slipped out involuntarily. "Shinichi no tai o, anata no sobo and I." He lowered his voice, yet his tone was resolute with unshakable certainty. "The truth is always one." Shen Ninghuan, who had been leaning against the window, tracing the possible crime scene layout on her knee, abruptly looked up. Her clear crystalline gaze settled on his suddenly brightened face, tinged with surprise and curiosity. "Husband, are you saying you already know the truth of the case?" Pei Cijing straightened up completely, the lazy indolence from before vanishing without a trace, replaced by an almost razor-sharp focus. He tapped his fingertips on his knee in a clear, deliberate rhythm, as if beating out the cadence of the facts. The deceased Chen Qiming was not murdered. He took his own life. Suicide. Shen Ninghuan's pupils contracted slightly. It wasn't a possibility she hadn't considered intuitively, she even leaned towards it. But the numerous inconsistencies had kept her from a definitive conclusion. Hearing Pei Cijing's absolute certainty, she couldn't help but lean forward and press him, but the blade entered from the back, driven hilt deep. How could that be suicide? That is precisely the brilliance of the deceased's elaborate design. Pei Cijing's eyes gleamed with the excitement of an amateur detective who has just found the crucial clue, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. People are locked into conventional thinking. A wound in the back must mean another person did it. But if the deceased's resolve to die was absolute, he only needed to find something to firmly fix the short blade, upright blade, pointing up, and then, back into the point, fall backwards. He gestured with his long, slender fingers, his right hand mimicking the blade, his left hand simulating the fixing action. In this way the blade would pierce the back vertically, the wound's trajectory perfectly matching the direction of the fall. The file states the blade entered vertically nearly to the hilt, which precisely fits the characteristics of a self-impalement onto a fixed blade. If it were a homicide, it would be extremely difficult to control the angle and depth of the strike with such precision. Shen Ninghuan pondered this, her delicate brows furrowing slightly, as if veiled in a thin mist. But according to my brother, a meticulous inspection of the scene found no suitable place to fix a blade on the desk, chair, back, bookshelf, or even the beams. There were also no traces of ropes or hooks. The smile on Pei Cijing's lips deepened, carrying a hint of slyness that said, "I knew you'd ask that. It's not that there wasn't anything. It's just that the object used for fixing disappeared after fulfilling its purpose." Disappeared? Shen Ninghuan was momentarily stunned. Then in a flash a bolt of lightning seemed to strike her mind. She abruptly raised her eyes, meeting Pei Cijing's smiling gaze, and the answer came to her in a clear rush. It was ice. "My lady is indeed astute. You understand with just a hint." Pei Cijing couldn't help but lightly clap his hands, his eyes brimming with admiration. "Exactly. It was ice. Take a piece of ice of suitable size, freeze the handle of the short blade within it, and place it in the position where the deceased planned to fall. When he falls back with resolve, the blade pierces his body, and the ice gradually melts under the warmth of his body and the flow of blood. In a short time, it dissolves into a puddle of water, mingling with the bloodstains on the floor, naturally going unnoticed. He paused, slowing his speech, but making it even clearer. As for the mystery of the locked room, that too is easily solved. It was after all completed from the inside by the deceased himself. He bolted the door, latched the windows, set up the ice and the blade, and then calmly walked to his death. He delayed the discovery of the body, waiting for the ice to melt completely, creating the illusion of murder, possibly even to cast suspicion on a certain someone. Life as ice melts, the locked room is formed. Shen Ninghuan picked up the thread softly, her voice carrying a slight chill of realization. Such an elaborate and bizarre method of ending one's life is hardly a simple act of despair. As a commandery governor, why would he end himself in such a complex and deceitful way? And why disguise it as murder to invite investigation? Pei Cijing shrugged with a helpless bear-like, no clue. His shoulders relaxed again, and the air of indolence returned, as if the sharp detective of a moment ago had been a fleeting illusion. This is not something for us little couple to dig into. Perhaps he was forced into a corner with no way out but death. Perhaps he wanted to use his final act to frame an enemy, or perhaps beneath this layer of ice lies a secret even more. In any case, he concluded, that's a headache for the Court of Judicial Review and your brother. Just as he finished speaking, a crisp, pleasant ding, audible only to him, sounded in his mind. Ding. Successfully savored the commandery governor's locked room. Suicide mystery melon points 250. Although it wasn't as lucrative as the bride swap scandal, he had experienced firsthand, deducing the truth from his wife's account, and getting this reward from afar was more than satisfying for Pei Cijing. With a flicker of thought, a translucent panel appeared before his eyes, visible only to him. Host Pei Cijing, current melon points 649, skills master physician martial arts, grandmaster items, body strengthening pill X3, antidote pill X1, premium wound salve X1, appearance fixing pill X1. Looking at the steadily growing, increasingly endearing number, a sense of security and happiness akin to my little treasury is filling up again, welled up within him. Pei Cijing couldn't help but curve his lips, a genuine smile blooming in his eyes, softening his gaze as he looked at the person beside him. Shen Ninghuan had been quietly watching him. During these days of close company, she had gradually come to understand her husband's peculiar secrets. Besides the words he occasionally muttered, transmigration, another world, which she only vaguely understood, he was indeed bound to a mystical entity called Melon Eater No. 1. As long as her husband savored those juicy scandals of the inner court's political upheavals or sensational gossip, he could obtain mysterious melon points, which could be exchanged in an invisible mall for all sorts of incredible things. The appearance-fixing pill her husband had gifted her was clear proof of this. After taking it, although she didn't know if its effects would last a century, her skin had indeed become more delicate, supple, and radiant. Though Shen Ninghuan didn't know what this system truly was nor why it chose to reside in her husband, she was perceptive and quickly realized one thing: if she could help her husband savor more valuable melons, those tangible, wonderfully useful treasures would fall into their hands sooner. A subtle glint shifted in her clear eyes, a faint, thoughtful smile passing through them. The carriage slowly departed from the alley where the Shen mansion was located, the wheels rolling over the bluestone slabs with a rhythmic and muffled sound, as if beating time to the thoughts of the two inside the carriage. Shen Ninghuan leaned against a soft cushion, her gaze seemingly fixed on the passing street view outside the window, but her mind had already drifted back to the conversation in the carriage just now. Her husband, relying solely on the case details she recounted, could quickly deduce the suicide method of fixing the knife with ice. This keenness and associative power were far beyond the reach of ordinary scholars. What concerned her more was the fleeting, almost satisfied glint in her husband's eyes after solving the case, and the clear, prompt sound in her heart. Ding. Successfully gossiped. The prefect's chamber suicide mystery. Gossip points 250. This was already the second time she had heard a similar sound. The first time was in the main hall of the Shen mansion, when the absurd marriage-swapping turmoil had settled. The increase in gossip points on both occasions seemed to follow some subtle pattern. Shen Ninghuan lowered her eyes, her fingertips unconsciously tracing the magnolia pattern embroidered on her sleeve cuffs, her thoughts, like flying threads, quickly weaving together many details. In the main hall of the Shen mansion, her husband was one of the parties involved on the scene, witnessing the entire process of that scandal, even being the central victim. That incident not only involved the prestige of both families, but also directly altered two marriage engagements, its impact far-reaching. Afterward, the point reward she heard was 1,000 points. As for the chamber case, just now her husband had not been present at the scene. He merely relied on her recounting and his reasoning to crack the puzzle, unveiling the truth that suicide was disguised as murder. Although the case was bizarre since her husband was not at the scene, considering the overall impact of the case, the reward was 250 points. It seems the system's gossip point reward seems to be related to whether one is present at the scene, whether one is a party involved, the authenticity of the event, the completeness of details, and the magnitude of the event's impact. A glimmer flashed in Shen Ninghuan's eyes, and her mind suddenly became clear. So that's it. This is the criterion for judging the amount of gossip points. Then her husband, who had been so idle, spending every day in tea houses listening to neighborhood gossip, how inefficient that was. First, rumors were hard to distinguish truth from falsehood. Second, their impact was minimal. How many points could that yield? To quickly accumulate the magical gossip points, in exchange for more incredible items like facial fixation pill, the best way was definitely not to waste time in tea houses and taverns. But rather, Shen Ninghuan raised her eyes, looking at Pei Cijing beside her, who had returned to his lazy posture, leaning against the carriage wall, as if resting. Sunlight filtered through the gauze curtain, casting soft shadows on his handsome profile. This man possessed the wisdom to see the finest details, yet he was born with a lazy bone, only willing to be a carefree idle rich under the shelter of the marquis man. But in this world, was there ever an unchanging shelter? Shen Ninghuan sighed softly in her heart, then a faint, gentle curve lifted the corners of her lips. Since they had become husband and wife, his path was naturally her path as well. If he only wanted to lie flat, she would have to make him understand. Beneath the flat ground there might already be hidden ravines. Husband, she said softly, breaking the silence in the carriage. Pei Cijing turned his head at the sound, his eyes still carrying a bit of daze from having just returned from his reverie. Wife, just now listening to you analyze the case, unraveling the clues, and pointing straight to the core, I am truly impressed. Shen Ninghuan's eyes were clear, her tone sincere. Husband, your quick wit and unique insights are truly beyond those of ordinary scholars. Pei Cijing's ears grew warm from the praise, but he felt pleased inside, that little pride bubbling up again, yet he had to feign modesty on the surface. Ahem, you flatter me, wife. It's just, I read a lot of miscellaneous books, just random thoughts. Don't be modest, husband. Shen Ninghuan smiled slightly, but her tone naturally shifted. Today in the study, when father examined your studies, he seemed quite appreciative of you. Mentioning this, Pei Cijing's little tail instantly perked up. He tried hard to keep a straight face, but his tone couldn't hide the smugness. Father-in-law's questions were indeed profound, but I have at least studied seriously for a few years. I couldn't let you lose face, could I, eh? Of course you wouldn't. Shen Ninghuan followed his lead, her tone gentle yet guiding. Father is strict and rarely praises people. He was willing to spend time examining you and showed approval. In my humble opinion, father might have some intentions. Intentions? Pei Cijing raised an eyebrow. Shen Ninghuan nodded, looking at him with clear eyes. Father, though a pure and upright civil official, is not a pedantic person. Having witnessed the affairs of the marquis mansion, he probably has little expectation for the heir. And you, husband, though a son of the second branch, are still of the marquis bloodline, and moreover his son-in-law. She paused, her voice slower, but each word clear. If you are willing to strive and take the official examination path, father will surely be happy to support you a bit. After all, the marriage alliance between the Shen family and the marquis mansion, if it is a husband with a promising future, will be good for both the Shen family and our marriage. The smile on Pei Cijing's face faded a bit. Here it comes, here it comes. As expected, it came back to this matter. He knew it. Marrying a too smart wife would probably hinder his plan to life. Wife, Pei Cijing scratched his hair, revealing a rare, genuine look of distress. I know you mean well for me, and father-in-law also means well. It's just, I'm a man with no grand ambitions. Although the marquis mansion isn't extremely wealthy, it's enough to ensure our second branch has food, clothing, and a leisurely life. The court. That place. He sighed, looking at Shen Ninghuan, his eyes turning serious. Apart from the biggest secret of the system that he couldn't reveal, he didn't want to hide anything else from her. Wife, look at the court. On the surface it's glamorous, but underneath it's turbulent. The old emperor is advanced in age, several princes are scheming against each other, the civil official faction and the noble families are in conflict, and the factional struggles between the old and new have never ceased. Entering at this time is like throwing oneself into the center of a whirlpool. One wrong step, and you'll be doomed forever. I have no great ambitions. I just want to guard my parents' guard. He said, his ears growing hot again, but he persisted, and live a peaceful, stable life. This big tree of the marquis mansion, we can just enjoy the shade under it, isn't that good? Why must we go to the forefront to risk our lives? These words were sincere, even carrying the insight and Buddhist-like attitude of his 2 lifetimes. Shen Ninghuan listened quietly. She did not refute immediately. She could hear his true thoughts, his weariness of complicated political struggles, his longing for a stable life, and his cherishing of her and this new family. Her heart softened. What you said, husband, I understand. She spoke softly, her eyes filled with understanding and gentleness. Living a stable life is indeed a blessing. I don't necessarily insist that you strive for fame and fortune. Pei Cijing had just breathed a sigh of relief. But then her tone shifted again, her voice still soft, yet like a pebble thrown into his heart's lake. But husband, you want to enjoy the shade under the tree of the marquis mansion, but have you ever considered whether this tree itself can always be so sturdy and lush? whether it can always shelter us from wind and rain. Pei Cijing was taken aback. Shen Ninghuan shifted her gaze out the window, as if admiring the street scene. Her tone as calm as if chatting. The Wei Yuan Marquis mansion now appears illustrious, but the one holding up the family seems to be only the Marquis himself. Your father. He is gentle in nature with no great achievements in official career or economy. As for the heir. She stopped here just at the right moment, not continuing, only letting out an almost inaudible soft sigh. But those unspoken words, that sigh, was more effective than 1,000 words. Like a bolt of lightning, it suddenly struck Pei Cijing's lazy thoughts. He sat up straight abruptly, his face slightly changing. Yes. He had only thought that the Marquis mansion was still powerful and influential, and as a second branch member, he could enjoy some family benefits and lie flat for a lifetime contentedly. But he had forgotten, or rather subconsciously ignored, that the Marquis mansion would eventually be handed over to Pei Cijing. With that kind of person like Pei Cijing. For a woman, he could hook up with his future sister-in-law when his brother's wedding was approaching, get caught red-handed, cause a citywide scandal, and make both the Marquis mansion and the Shen family lose face. Such an impulsive, reckless, lust-blind, and consequence-ignoring nature. Hand the Marquis mansion over to him. Pei Cijing seemed to have already seen the future. Either Pei Cijing would be used by others, drawn into factional struggles, dragging the Marquis mansion into the mire, or he would court disaster himself, inviting a catastrophe that would implicate the whole family. At that time, could he, this second-branch young master who only wanted to lie flat and eat melons, remain untouched? Dream on. This wasn't the modern world where one person bears the consequences of their own actions. This was an ancient society emphasizing collective punishment, where one's glory and loss were shared by the clan. If Pei Cijing truly caused a great disaster, the entire Wei Yuan Marquis mansion would suffer along with him. As a member of the Marquis mansion, where could he, Pei Cijing, run? Unless he stood tall enough himself. Possessing enough power and status to break free from the shackles of the Marquis mansion to a certain extent, and even become the mansion's support, or at least a safe. And in this era, for a second branch member without inheritance rights to the title, the most realistic and orthodox way to quickly gain such status and voice seemed to be only entering officialdom through the imperial examinations. Pei Cijing raised his hand and covered his face weakly. Damn it. He just wanted to lie flat, eat melons, and dote on his wife. Why was it so difficult? This damned feudal society. This damned clan collective punishment. Shen Ninghuan quietly glanced sideways, watching his expression of being struck hard and utterly hopeless. A faint, satisfied smile flickered in her eyes, but was quickly covered by tenderness. She knew. Her goal had been achieved. She knew very well that often forcing someone to do something would only cause aversion. If she forcefully pushed her husband to strive, it would only provoke rebellion and harm their marital bond. So the best way was to let him see the reality himself and make his own choice. Since her husband wanted to lie flat, she had to make him realize that he couldn't lie flat, although the process might be a little painful. But for their long-term, true stability, this step had to be taken. The carriage still moved unhurriedly, heading toward the direction of the Wei Yuan Marquis mansion. Inside the carriage, Pei Cijing lowered his hand, letting out a long, deep breath of stale air. The cynicism on his face completely faded, replaced by a resigned, slightly weary seriousness. He turned to look at his wife, still serene and beautiful beside him, pulled at the corner of his mouth, and gave a slightly bitter smile. Wife. I suddenly think. This imperial examination. Seems like I have to take it. Shen Ninghuan met his gaze, the corners of her mouth curving upward. That smile was like spring water, melting warm and bright. She gently held his hand, her fingertips slightly cool, yet carrying a heart-soothing power. I will always be with you, husband. No matter. Pei Cijing tightened his grip on her cool hand, his palm warm. Well, the plan to lie flat was officially declared bankrupt. From today onward, Pei Cijing, a salted fish time traveler who aspired to eat melons, had to step onto the most competitive path, the imperial examinations, in order to continue eating melons peacefully in the future. Heart so tired, but still had to keep smiling. He silently wept in his heart. Ding. Successfully gossiped. The second young master of Wei Yuan Marquis mansion, the shattering of the lying flat dream. Gossip points 99. Pei Cijing. Isn't this system retarded? Is his broken dream of lying flat also considered a gossip? Usually it doesn't react at all. Why is it mocking him now? This life is The midnight oil burns, and the fifth watch heralds the dawn of study. The truth is known to all. If one does not learn diligently in youth, one will regret it in old age. Yet understanding this is one thing, living it is another. But when the warm quilt becomes a seal forged from millennia of cold iron, and the soft breathing of the one beside you turns into the most lethal lullaby, rising early becomes the most arduous cultivation of all. Anal residence. Inner chamber. The hour of Mao has just begun. The sky is still dark. Shen Ninghuan awoke at her usual time, driven by habit. The moment she opened her eyes, she felt a heavy weight upon her. Turning her head, she saw Pei Cijing clinging to her like an ox. His head was buried in the crook of her neck, one arm tightly circling her waist, a leg draped over hers. His breathing was deep and even lost in a slumber so profound it seemed to blot out the heavens and the sun. He didn't appear to be lying in bed, but rather sinking into a swamp built of tender comfort, willingly succumbing without the slightest struggle. Shen Ninghuan lay still. She didn't move immediately. She could hear the faint remnants of her husband's sleep talk. Zzz. Just 15 more minutes. Only 15. The Grand Quilt Demon Seal. 9th level. Unbreakable. Confucian platitudes. Begone. Don't bother me. Shen Ninghuan. She silently stared at the lotus vine patterns embroidered on the bed canopy for a while, then recalled the day before last. The second day after their return from the Shun residence, when Pei Cijing had looked so tragically determined, vowing with all his might to study with the utmost diligence. That day he had woken up early. He truly had. Before the sky was fully light, he had struggled out of bed, moved a chair to the window with sleepy eyes, opened the collected annotations on the 4 books, and struck a pose of I will not return until victory is won. Then, he had yawned 7 times in the morning light. Finally, he had fallen asleep again, face down on the book, drooling. When Shen Ninghuan came in with his breakfast, she saw him sleeping soundly, his cheek pressed against the words, "The way of great learning lies in illuminating virtue." She didn't wake him. She quietly kept the porridge warm on the stove and draped a thin blanket over him. At that moment she knew. This young lord of the marquis household, accustomed to a life of ease, could never be driven to study with the desperate intensity of poor scholars who had toiled for a decade in obscurity. Nor did she want him to. Their family wasn't at a point where he needed to sacrifice his health for his future. He should take the exams and study, but not torture himself so. But Shen Ninghuan lowered her gaze to her husband, still clinging to her, without a shred of dignity. This laziness of his seemed to be a bit more stubborn than she let out a soft sigh, very soft, tinged with helplessness and a hint of amusement. Then she began to carefully, bit by bit, extract her arm from beneath Pei Cijing. Her movements were slow, gentle, as if dismantling a delicate mechanism, careful not to startle. Pei Cijing muttered discontentedly in his sleep. His arm tightened instinctively. Shen Ninghuan paused, waiting for his breathing to even out again, then continued. It took her the time of a full cup of tea to finally free herself. As she rose, the morning light had already filtered through the window lattice, casting a patch of pale gold on the blue brick floor. She glanced back at the bed. Having lost his human pillow, Pei Cijing had instinctively rolled himself up in the blanket like a silkworm chrysalis, leaving only half his face visible. His brow was relaxed, and a contented, foolish smile even played on his lips. Shen Ninghuan stood by the bed, watching him for a moment. The morning light traced the contours of his peaceful sleeping face, his long lashes casting faint shadows beneath his eyes. Without his usual languid or teasing expression, he appeared almost innocently pure. The corners of her mouth curved up unconsciously. Then she turned and walked behind the screen to change. Let him sleep. Studying was not a feat accomplished in a single. She had her ways to make him willingly and gradually become more diligent. There was no rush. The Weiyuan Marquis Mansion Martial Arts Courtyard. This courtyard was located on the east side of the estate, covering a vast area. The ground was paved with blue bricks, and weapon racks on both sides held a full array of swords, spears, sabers, and halberds, their cold metallic glint reflecting the morning light. Several badly worn wooden training dummies stood in the corner, their surfaces covered in deep and shallow impact marks, silently attesting to the Pei family's martial heritage. Pei Cijing stood in the center of the courtyard. He had changed into a neat black training outfit. His shoulders were broad, his back thick, and his spine straight as a pine. Though over 40, his physique, honed by years of martial practice, remained robust, without a hint of flabbiness. In his hands he held a black iron spear. It was 8 feet long, pitch black, with only the tip glinting with a cold, sharp light in the growing dawn. He exhaled with a shout, twisting his wrist and thrusting the spear. Shhhh. The spear tip, like a viper's tongue, pierced the air, producing a sharp. Immediately the spear spun, transforming into a blur of dark light. Sometimes it was like a flood dragon emerging from the sea, majestic and powerful, sometimes like a spirit serpent coiling, elusive and unpredictable. With each step and turn, dust rose from the brick floor. Every move was steady and forceful, carrying the killing intent honed on countless battlefields. The spear whistled with power. Sweat beaded on his forehead and dripped down his chiseled features, but he seemed oblivious. His eyes were sharp as an eagle's, entirely focused on the spear in his hands, which seemed to have come alive. Such diligence, regardless of heat or cold, was practiced every single day. For this robust body, for the ability to wield such a heavy iron spear at his age, he had one person to thank: his mother, the old Madame Pei. In his youth he too had been a young man who cherished the warmth of his blankets. But his mother's whip was merciless. Before dawn her cold, unyielding voice would ring out in the courtyard, "Chunga, get up." If he dared to delay even a moment, the water-soaked rattan whip would land on him, without pity, stinging fiercely. Back then he had resented it, now that he had a son of his own standing in this martial arts courtyard, sweating in the morning breeze, he finally understood. His mother's severity was the deepest form of love in this world. Without this strong physique, without this resilient will forged through daily discipline, he could not have upheld the status of the Wei Yuan Marquis household, nor could he have withstood the open and covert attacks of the court and the frontier. Having finished his spear routine, he assumed a closing stance. Pei Cijing let out a long, turbid breath which condensed into a faint mist in the cool morning air. He placed the iron spear back on the rack, turned, and cast his gaze towards the courtyard entrance. No one was there. His brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. The morning training time was fixed. Pei Cijing's appointment had been arranged. He was to enter military service shortly. Yesterday, Pei Cijing had sent word for Pei Cijing to come to the martial arts courtyard at the hour of Mao, around 57 a.m., to train with him. Now even the hour of Chun, around 79 a.m., was nearly over. Where was he? Pei Cijing's face darkened. He summoned the guard waiting outside the courtyard. Where is the young marquis? The guard knelt on one knee, head bowed, reporting to the marquis. There has been no movement from the young marquis courtyard. This subordinate went to summon him earlier, but the courtyard gate was shut. The servants inside said, "The young marquis has not yet risen." Not yet risen. Pei Cijing repeated, his voice betraying no emotion, but his fists clenched tightly, knuckles turning white. The guard lowered his head further, not daring to speak. Pei Cijing closed his eyes. The fire in his chest could no longer be contained. Wretch. Utterly hopeless. He takes a concubine, and only a few days later he forgets the very foundation of the Pei family. He's useless at letters, useless at arms, spending his days wallowing in the comfort of a woman's embrace, causing a city-wide scandal, and making the Marquis household a laughingstock. And now he dares to be lax in his morning training. The Pei family has been a military family for generations, our merits earned through real combat on the battlefield. If he can't endure this small hardship, if he can't hone his body, how can he ever support the family's honor? How can he ever earn the respect of the fierce soldiers under his command? Go. Pei Cijing opened his eyes, a cold light flashing in them. Take some men to the young Marquis courtyard. Tell Pei Cijing that I expect to see him in the martial arts courtyard within half a jaw stick's time. He paused, his words cold as iron. If he doesn't open the door, break it down. If you want, get up, then tie him up and bring him here. The young Marquis courtyard. In stark contrast to the peaceful Annal residence, a chaotic scene was unfolding here. Young Marquis, wake up. The Marquis has sent someone to summon you. A frantic voice of a personal servant sounded from outside the door, accompanied by urgent knocking. Inside the inner chamber, on the large canopied bed, the red silk curtains hung low, and the air still carried the lingering, ambiguous sweetness of the night before. Pei Cijing, disturbed, frowned deeply and instinctively pulled the warm figure in his arms closer, mumbling, "What's all the noise? It's not even light out." Shen Ningyue in his arms was also startled awake. Her lashes fluttered as she opened her eyes and whispered softly, "Cijing, it seems to be the Marquis men." "Never mind them." Pei Cijing didn't even open his eyes, burying his face in her neck. "Father is too strict. He'll sleep a bit more." Before he could finish, bang. A tremendous crash. The door was violently kicked open from the outside. Several burly men in Marquis guard uniforms stormed in. The leader, his face cold as iron, clasped his fist in a perfunctory salute towards the bed and announced in a loud, emotionless voice, "Young Marquis, the Marquis orders you to come to the martial arts courtyard immediately." Pei Cijing was fully jolted awake by the commotion. He sat up abruptly, but immediately clutched his forehead, wincing from the headache brought on by last night's drinking and debauchery. "How dare you?" he roared. "Who gave you permission to barge in? Get out." The guard captain remained impassive. The Marquis said, "If the young Marquis refuses to rise, we are to bind you and take you there. We are merely following orders. Forgive us." With that, he waved his hand. Two guards behind him stepped forward, actually reaching for the blanket. "You wouldn't dare?" Pei Cijing was both shocked and furious, his face turning crimson. Shen Ningyue was terrified, her beauty paling. She shrieked, clutching the blanket tightly around herself and shrinking into the corner of the bed. A chaotic struggle of pulling, arguing, and cursing ensued. In the end, Pei Cijing could not prevail against these iron-head men who only listened to the Marquis' orders. He was half forced into his outer robe, his hair uncombed, disheveled, and with faint dark circles under his eyes from overindulgence. He was escorted out of the courtyard, stumbling and staggering. By the time he was half marched into the martial arts courtyard, Pei Cijing's face was a mix of pallor and red, from lingering sleepiness and more so from the humiliation of being treated so publicly. Pei Cijing, his back to him, was wiping down the black iron spear. Hearing the footsteps, he slowly turned. His gaze fell upon his son's disheveled state. There was no anger, no reprimand. Only a bottomless disappointment. That look was more piercing than any shout. A chill ran down Pei Cijing's spine. All his grievances and complaints instantly froze. "Father." His throat was dry, his voice hoarse. The Yinwu Academy. The morning light was already bright, casting a glaring white reflection on the blue brick floor. Pei Cijing knelt on the ground, the hard bricks beneath his knees digging painfully into his flesh. He lowered his head, and before him were the black tips of his father's boots, dusty and motionless, as if rooted to the spot. The air was so thick it could be wrung out. After a long moment, Pei Cijing finally moved. He turned and made a gesture to a guard waiting outside the courtyard. Soon the guard hurried in holding a palm-sized bronze mirror and bowed as he presented it. Pei Cijing took the mirror without a glance, flicked his wrist. Clang. He threw the mirror onto the ground before Pei Cijing. It struck the blue bricks with a sharp sound, bounced twice, and rolled to his knees. The reflective surface faced upward. It showed a blurry silhouette blurred by the morning light. Pick it up, Pei Cijing said, his voice low but as heavy as iron. Take a good look at yourself and see what you have become. Pei Cijing's fingertips trembled. He slowly reached out and picked up the cold bronze mirror. The surface was somewhat tarnished and the edges were carved with crude, intertwining patterns, a common item used by guards in the academy to tidy their attire. He raised his arm, aiming the mirror at himself, and then froze. Was the person in the mirror him? That face was familiar, yet strange. Under his eyes were two heavy, almost bluish shadows as if smeared with ink. His complexion was an unhealthy pallor, showing the hollowness of excessive indulgence. His lips were chapped, and a stubbly beard had grown from neglect. His once clear eyes were now dull and lifeless, the whites veined with blood. Most striking was his expression, a dejection and vacancy after being drained of spirit, along with a soft, languid laziness characteristic of one lost in the pleasures of the boudoir, which he himself had not noticed. Was this the heir of the Wei Yuan Ho mansion? This was clearly a profligate drained by wine and women. Pei Cijing's fingers gripping the mirror handle turned white knuckle by knuckle. He remembered that just over a month ago he had been galloping on horseback at the spring hunt, drawing his bow and shooting down a wild goose high in the sky, earning cheers from the crowd. Back then the face in the mirror was smooth, his gaze sharp, his posture upright as a pine. But after indulging in pleasure for just a few days, how had he become like this? Do you see? Pei Cijing's voice came from above, unreadable, yet lashing like a whip against his heart. Pei Cijing opened his mouth, but something stuck in his throat, and he couldn't utter a word. He slowly lowered the bronze mirror, its face striking the brick before his knees with a dull thud. I ask you, Pei Cijing stepped forward looking down at him, do you know your mistakes? Pei Cijing knelt upright, head bowed. After a long while he finally squeezed out a few words between his teeth. Son. Knows his mistakes. What are your mistakes? But Pei Cijing did not intend to let him off easily. Pei Cijing was silent. You don't know? Pei Cijing suddenly let out a laugh devoid of any warmth, filled only with bone-chilling disappointment and coldness. Fine, let me count them for you. He paced slowly in front of Pei Cijing, hands behind his back, his words falling like hammer blows. First mistake, disregarding human relations, committing adultery with your younger brother's betrothed, disgracing the family, and shaming the marquis estate. Second mistake, indulging in lust after marriage, wallowing in women, neglecting martial arts, and forgetting the foundation of the Pei family. Third mistake, slacking off in morning drills, showing no respect for elders, even ignoring your father's summons. He stopped abruptly, turned, and stared at Pei Cijing, his gaze like a knife. Pei Cijing, tell me which of these three accusations is unjust. Pei Cijing's spine went cold. He pressed his forehead against the cold brick floor, his voice trembling. Son. Dare not argue. Dare not. Pei Cijing sneered. I think you dare a lot. For a woman, what wouldn't you dare? His chest heaved violently, clearly enraged, but he forced himself to hold back. He took a deep breath, his voice suddenly deepening. From today onward, until your official military post is assigned, you will arrive at the Yinwu Academy at the third quarter of the hour of Mao every day to practice martial arts for 2 shurchen. If you are late again, he paused, enunciating each word, you will receive the military rod. Pei Cijing shuddered all over. Yes. Furthermore, Pei Cijing's gaze was sharp as an eagle's. Every afternoon go to the ancestral hall and kneel for 1 shurchen to meditate on your faults. This rule will be lifted only when you truly repent. Yes. Finally, Pei Cijing's voice was as cold as ice. Beauty bewitches men, an ancient lesson. From this moment on you are forbidden to step into Shen Ninghue's courtyard. Until you sincerely repent and completely reform, you are not to see her. Pei Cijing looked up sharply. Father. What? Pei Cijing's eyes turned stern. Can't bear to part. Son. Son only thinks that Ningyue is already your son's woman. Oh, such cold treatment might hurt her heart. Pei Cijing's voice grew quieter. Under his father's cold gaze, he finally lost his nerve. Hurt her heart. Pei Cijing laughed as if he had heard a joke. Do you know how many hearts you have hurt with your actions these days? Your mother's heart, your second uncle and aunt's hearts, your grandmother's heart, and your second brother's heart. He suddenly stopped and did not continue. But Pei Cijing knew. He had wounded everyone's heart. He slumped his head in defeat, all words of defense stuck in his throat, finally turning into a hoarse son. Obeys. Pei Cijing gave him a deep look, a gaze complex beyond measure. Anger, pain, disappointment, and a faint, almost invisible trace of exhaustion. You may leave. From today, take care of yourself. He turned away, no longer looking at this unfilial son. Anal residence. The sun had already climbed over the courtyard wall, golden light streaming through the window lattice, spreading a warm, dappled pattern on the blue brick floor. Pei Cijing was woken by the chirping of birds outside the window. He opened his eyes drowsily and instinctively reached to the side. Empty. The lingering warmth remained on the pillow, and a faint scent of orchid lingered at the tip of his nose, the familiar fragrance of Shen Ninghuan. He sat up hugging the blanket, rubbed his eyes, and looked out the window. The sun was high. The bright light was so dazzling it made him squint. Overslept again. Pei Cijing scratched his messy hair and let out a long sigh. Indeed, after enduring the grueling high school years in his past life, trying to study with a purpose in this life was harder than reaching the sky. That faint sense of crisis, to keep the family from being dragged down by Pei Cijing in the future, was fragile and easily succumbed to the dual temptations of a warm bed and a beautiful companion. He slowly dressed, got out of bed, and shuffled into the outer room. Breakfast was already set on the round table, a plate of crystal shrimp dumplings, a steamer of crab roast soup buns, 2 refreshing side dishes, and a bowl of thick soft rice porridge. The porridge was sprinkled with finely chopped green onions and crispy fried dough sticks, fragrant and appetizing. Shen Ninghuan was sitting at the table holding a scroll. Hearing him, she looked up. The morning light illuminated her serene profile. Her eyebrows were soft, her eyes gentle. A faint smile played at the corners of her lips. "Husband, you're awake." She put down the scroll and stood up to serve him porridge. "Please eat first, it's still warm." Pei Cijing looked at her tranquil demeanor, and a feeling of guilt grew like weeds in his heart. A few days ago, who had been the one to pat his chest and vow to study hard day and night and never stop until I passed the imperial exams? Oh, it was him. Him. It was him, second young Master Pei. And now, just a few days later, he had reverted to his old ways, sleeping in until the sun was high. The gentler and more patient Shen Ninghuan was, the more flustered he became. He felt that this was the calm before the storm. Pei Cijing sat down at the table, took the bowl of porridge, and scooped a spoonful into his mouth. The porridge was perfectly cooked, the grains melted on his tongue, warm and soothing as it slid down his throat. "Wife." He swallowed the porridge and stole a glance at her. I got up late today. She responded softly, placing a shrimp dumpling in his dish. "Husband has been studying hard lately. It's only natural to sleep a little more." Pei Cijing. This made him even more anxious. He silently bit into the shrimp dumpling. The sweet juice burst in his mouth, but he couldn't taste it. Shen Ninghuan watched him quietly, hearing the jumbled mutterings in his heart. "My wife must be very disappointed in me, right? She must be right. Well, what to do? I promised to work hard, and now I'm back to my old self in just a few days. Maybe I should go read immediately after eating. Show some effort." A faint smile flickered in Shen Ninghuan's eyes. She put down her chopsticks, dabbed her mouth with a handkerchief, and said softly, "Husband, I have something to say, if I may." "Here it comes." Pei Cijing straightened his back and sat upright. "Please speak, wife. Studying and taking the imperial exams is a proper path, but there is no need to be too hasty." She looked at him, her eyes clear. "The road to the examinations is a long-term endeavor, not something achieved in a day." Pei Cijing blinked. This didn't sound like a scolding. I think Shen Ninghuan smiled slightly. What husband needs to do now is not to endure the pain of hanging one's head by a beam or burning oil, but to first adjust his mindset, cultivate the habit of daily reading, and proceed step by step. That is the way to lasting progress. She paused, her voice even softer. "After all, health is the most important. It would be a loss to ruin your health by studying too hard. Balance between work and rest, relaxation and tension. That is the proper principle." Pei Cijing was dumbfounded. She was so reasonable. He had been prepared for a lecture on the importance of study, but his wife not only didn't push him, but advised him not to overdo it. Could this be, he wondered, the legendary tactic of retreating in order to advance? A gentle knife. Shen Ninghuan lowered her eyes, hiding the fleeting amusement in them. Of course she knew that pushing this naturally lazy husband of hers would be useless. Pushing too hard would only stir rebellion. So, why not try a different approach? She gently rose, walked to Pei Cijing's side, and leaned slightly forward. A few strands of hair slid over her shoulder, carrying the faint scent of orchid. Pei Cijing's breath caught. Shen Ninghuan brought her lips close to his ear, her red lips parting, and whispered a few words in a breath so soft only they could hear. Pei Cijing was taken aback. Then, bang! His ears turned red, visibly spreading to his neck. He stared at her with wide eyes, disbelief written all over his face. What had Shen Ninghuan just said? She said, if he could complete the assignments, she said, every day for 10 consecutive days, she would. Pei Cijing's throat went dry, his heart pounding wildly, as if it would leap out of his chest. This woman, she was using this kind of method to motivate him. This was nothing less than outright temptation. Which young man could resist such temptation? Shen Ninghuan had already straightened up and stepped back half a pace, her face still wearing that gentle, dignified expression, as if those shocking words had never come from her lips. She looked at him with clear eyes, a slight curve at the corner of her mouth. What does husband think? Pei Cijing opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a word. His mind was filled with nothing but the echoes of those soft words, spinning him into a daze. After a long while, he took a deep breath and slammed the table. I will study. I love studying most. It's definitely not for my wife's reward. His voice was resolute and powerful, his eyes burning with a strange light, a mixture of fighting spirit and some unspeakable anticipation. Shen Ninghuan looked at him, a deeper smile playing on her lips. People often say that beauty misleads, but if used correctly, this beauty could become a force that drives one forward. She gently picked up the teapot and poured him a cup of clear tea, her voice as soft as spring water. Then I will watch with eager anticipation. Outside the window the sunlight was just right. The old osmanthus tree in the courtyard swayed gently in the wind, tiny golden petals falling like snow filling the yard with a sweet fragrance. Pei Cijing raised the teacup and drank it all in one gulp. His heart was filled with soaring ambition. This book, he was determined to read it. For the sake of future stability, and also for his wife's reward. The heir's courtyard was eerily silent. The afternoon sunlight filtered through the rose-tinted gauze window, casting a hazy orange glow upon the polished golden brick floor. On a tall stand by the window sat a celadon vase adorned with a pattern of interlocking lotus vines. Its glaze warm and smooth as jade shimmered with an understated luster in the light. It was one of the few respectable pieces from Shen Ninghue's dowry, said to be a prized possession from concubine Fang's own dowry, a fine piece from a former dynasty's official kills. Shen Ningyue stood before the vase. The fire in her chest burned with such intensity that her very organs ached. Why? She stared at the vase, her fingers clenching and unclenching, clenching and unclenching. The matron's words from earlier echoed in her ears like shards of ice delivered with a cold matter-of-fact face. His lordship has ordered that the heir shall not set foot in the concubine's courtyard during his period of reflection. The concubine is also to be prudent and know her place lest she what? The matron hadn't finished, but the disdain in her eyes was unmistakable. Lest she continue her seductive ways, lest she remain shameless. Bang! She suddenly raised her hand. The vase was within reach, its glazed surface reflecting her face, twisted in fury. With a single swipe, this ostentatious, expensive object would be shattered into 1,000 pieces scattered across the floor, and the anger within her would finally find. She desperately wanted to smash everything. But her hand hung frozen in the air, trembling, and ultimately it did not fall. Shen Ningyue closed her eyes and took a deep breath. When she opened them again, the madness in her gaze had receded, replaced by a weary exhaustion. She couldn't break it. If she did, the marquis household wouldn't provide her with a replacement. Elixir would be delighted to see her room bear a testament to her modesty and poverty as a concubine. And as for herself, Shen Ningyue bit her lower lip, tasting a metallic rusty sweetness. Her dowry. It was too meager. 8 trunks, which sounded like a lot, but when opened, for contained fabric for all seasons. 2 held ordinary jewelry and headpieces. 1 had some silver for emergencies, totaling a mere 500 taels, and the last contained her mother's personal gift, just some loose silver and gold, and a few mediocre jade pieces. No land deeds. No shops. No income-generating assets. The monthly allowance from the marquis household was 20 taels, which sounded substantial. But in this household, what could 20 taels do? Tips for the servants couldn't be stingy, or who would serve her diligently. Cosmetics couldn't be cheap, or how could she maintain her beauty in front of the heir? She needed to add to her wardrobe and jewelry, otherwise standing next to Shen Ninghuan at family banquets. She would look like a beggar. Shen Ningyue let her hand fall, her fingers tracing the cold porcelain weakly. In her past life married to that useless Pei Cijing, although it felt like being in a widow's chastity, she hadn't been this strapped for cash. Pei Cijing might have been incompetent, but the second branch of the family always had income. Zhou was generous with money and never withheld her daughter-in-law's allowance. She remembered being unhappy then, but she never had to worry about clothes, jewelry, or tipping servants. So why, now that she was married to the heir, a man with more prestige and a brighter future, had her life become like this? Shen Ningyue slowly sat back down on the round stool. Sunlight slid past her shoulder, casting a long, lonely shadow on the floor. And a child. She reached out, gently pressing her hand on her flat belly. This was her greatest hope, and also her quickest shortcut. She remembered it clearly. In her past life, Shen Ninghuan, after marrying Pei Cijing, announced her pregnancy just 3 months later. After 10 months, she gave birth to the eldest legitimate son, securing her position as firmly as Mount Tai. In this life, she had stolen this marriage, so this eldest son should naturally be hers. So these past few nights, she had been almost desperate. Every night, she clung to Pei Cijing, indulging in passionate encounters, insatiable. She needed to conceive before the legitimate wife entered the household, and preferably give birth to a son. With a son, her status would rise with her child, and she would have the strongest leverage to be promoted to legitimate wife. Pei Cijing loved her so much, how could he bear to let their son be born a concubine's child? She had calculated meticulously. She knew her body. These days were her fertile window. Pei Cijing was young and vigorous, and she was so proactive. She was 70% sure she could conceive this month. But of course that old bastard the Marquis of Weiyuan. With a single decree, Pei Cijing couldn't even enter her courtyard, and he said they must not meet during the period of reflection. This was a matter between husband and wife. What right did he as a father-in-law have to interfere so much? Shen Ningyue clenched her fists, her nails digging deep, and despicable. Truly despicable. But what could she do besides sit here and stew in her anger? Storm into the martial arts courtyard. That would only get Pei Cijing punished more and make the marquis despise her further. Go and beg elixirs for help. That old hag would be more likely to kick her while she was down. A profound sense of helplessness welled up from the soles of her feet, seeping through her entire being. Since her rebirth, she felt this clearly for the first time. Some things didn't seem as simple as she remembered. She was walking the same path, so why was she arriving at a completely different destination? Outside the window, the sunlight gradually slanted westward. The celadone vase stood quietly in the light, its interlocking lotus vine pattern coiling endlessly, as if silently mocking her predicament and struggle. In stark contrast to the air's cold and stifling courtyard, the wealth courtyard was bathed in warmth and joy. This courtyard, named after the second master Pei Cijing, exuded wealth from every corner. Upon entering the courtyard gate, one was greeted by a path meticulously paved with colorful pebbles depicting a koi fish playing among lotuses glittering under the sun. The corridor pillars on both sides were lacquered vermilion and traced with gold thread. A row of gilded bronze bells hung under the eaves, chiming melodiously when the wind passed. The courtyard not only boasted flowers and trees for all seasons, but also a small pond fed by a living spring containing several rare koi, whose scales shimmered with a gemstone-like luster in the sunlight. The main hall was spacious and bright. It was furnished entirely with dark rosewood pieces exuding a somber opulence. The shelves of the curio cabinet displayed either antiques and jades or exotic objects from overseas. Mirrors inlaid with various gems, silver pots embossed with exotic scenes. Each item was priceless, yet they also carried a fresh, lively charm unlike that of traditional noble families. At this moment, elixirs was holding Shen Ninghuan's hand, sitting on the heated kong by the window. The kong was covered with a thick imported wool rug patterned with crimson peonies and intertwining vines. It felt soft and warm to the touch. On the kong table were several plates of exquisite pastries, not the common Beijing styles, but southern specialties like lotus flower crisps, almond tofu, and crystal cakes, all delicately made, sweet, but not cloying. Want to try this? elixirs personally picked up a lotus flower crisp and held it to Shen Ninghuan's lips, her eyes brimming with unconcealable joy. It was made by a new southern pastry chef I hired for my shop. It's rare to find in the capital. Try it. Shen Ninghuan accepted it with a smile. She took a small bite. The pastry layers were distinct and melted in the mouth. The filling was sweet lotus paste, true. It's very good, she praised sincerely. elixirs' smile deepened her peach blossom eyes, which bore a striking resemblance to Pei Cijing's curving into crescents. I'm glad you like it. I'm so glad. They'll have them send some to your courtyard every day? Mother, you're spending too much, Shen Ninghuan said softly. Spending too much. elixirs waved her hand dismissively. Our family may not have much else, but we have money. You know your father-in-law, he has no interest in officialdom or managing finances, but at least he doesn't squander it. My family's business has been growing bigger over the years, and after we opened the sea route, it's even more. She paused, seeming to think it inappropriate to boast about her family's wealth in front of her daughter-in-law, and changed the subject, gently patting Shen Ninghuan's hand. Anyway, now that you're married into this family, I can't guarantee much, but when it comes to money, I won't let you suffer the slightest injustice. If you want anything, just tell me. Shen Ninghuan could hear the unreserved joy and affection in her mother-in-law's heart and felt a warmth in her own. She said softly, I have everything I need, mother. You have already been exceptionally kind to me. You're too sensible, child. elixirs sighed, her gaze resting on Shen Ninghuan's delicate features, growing more satisfied with what she saw. She truly was satisfied. Born into a merchant family, married into the second branch of a marquis household, she had lived a life of luxury for years. Her husband doted on her. Her son, though not exceptionally accomplished, was healthy and safe. By all rights, her life was complete. But there was always a knot in her heart. She had attended the tea parties and flower banquets of those aristocratic wives. But sitting among those women who prided themselves on their refinement and scholarly traditions, she always felt inferior. They talked about poetry and literature, music and chess, court politics, and children's education. She couldn't join in. She could only talk about fabric jewelry and which shop had the best pastries, and then she would receive a few subtle pitying glances. Yes, in their eyes, Zhou Yuanyang was just a lucky nouveau riche daughter who married into a marquis household. No matter how much money she had, she was tainted with the stink of copper and couldn't be considered respectable. So she had always hoped her son would strive for success. Cijing was smart from a young age. He could recite poetry at 3 and compose couplets at 5. His tutors all praised his exceptional talent. How happy she was then. She thought if her son could pass the imperial examinations, earn a title, and become an official, then she, as his mother, might also earn an honorary title for herself, right? Could she then stand tall and be on equal footing with those ladies? But who knew? As her son grew older, he became more and more like his father. All he did all day was loiter, drink tea, and listen to gossip with absolutely no interest in studying for the exams. She was anxious, she advised, she cajoled, she even tried threats and bribes. Nothing worked. That boy would agree to everything, then slip away to the tea house and sit for most of the day. elixirs was almost ready to give up too. But unexpectedly, just a few days after her daughter-in-law came into the house, Cijing actually took the initiative to say he wanted to study. He said he wanted to take the This morning, he even woke up without being dragged out of bed, and although he still wasn't early, he sat at his desk and read for half an hour. Zhou Shi had secretly watched from outside the window for a long time, nearly weeping with joy. Indeed, marriage makes one mature. Marrying a good wife is more effective than any kind of urging. Huaner Zhou Shi held Shen Ninghuan's hand tightly, her eyes reddening. You don't know how happy I am. Her voice choked with emotion. Cijing has been carefree since he was a child. His father and I didn't expect much from him, just wanted him to be safe and happy. But in my heart, I still hoped he would have some sense of responsibility, some ambition. Now that he's willing to work hard, this heavy stone in my heart has finally been lifted. Shen Ninghuan listened quietly, clearly sensing the complex emotions in her mother-in-law's heart. A mix of relief, pride, and the release of a long-held worry. She turned her hand and held Zhou Shi's, her voice soft but firm. Mother, rest assured. My husband, he understands everything in his heart. He just needs some time, needs someone to give him a push. You are the one who pushed him well. Zhou Shi wiped the corner of her eye and smiled again. I knew you were a blessed and capable person. Cijing must have cultivated virtue for several lifetimes to have the fortune to marry you. As she spoke, she suddenly remembered something. She got up and went into the inner chamber, returning shortly with a jewelry box made of rosewood inlaid with mother of pearl. When the box opened, the dazzling array of jewels was almost blinding. It wasn't the gaudy accumulation of a nouveau riche, but each piece was a masterpiece. There were South Sea pearls the size of pigeon eggs, jadeite bangles of exceptional water quality, intricately crafted gold phoenix hairpins with inlaid gems, and a set of ruby jewelry where every stone was cut perfectly, shimmering with intoxicating brilliance in the light. These are some things my family sent over, and some I picked up myself. Zhou Shi pushed the box towards Shen Ninghuan, her tone as casual as if she were offering a plate of snacks. Take a look, take whatever you like. You can even take them all. I'm getting old, I can't wear this much anyway, it's just gathering dust. Shen Ninghuan was momentarily taken aback. She could estimate the value of these pieces at a glance. Any single one would be enough for an ordinary family to live on for several years. And her mother-in-law was just giving them all to her. Mother, this is too precious. She demurred softly. Precious, my foot. Zhou Shi gave her a playful, reproachful look. What's jewelry for if not to be worn? If I give it to you, you take it. When you go out for social engagements in the future, you need a few pieces to hold your own. The second branch may not inherit the title, but we can't let anyone look down on us. She paused, lowering her voice, her eyes glinting. Especially that Shen Ningyue. Isn't she fond of showing off? You wear these, Huaner, and let her see what real confidence looks like. Shen Ninghuan looked at her mother-in-law's adorable "we've got money who's afraid of who" expression and couldn't help but smile. She suddenly understood where Pei Cijing got his carefree, yet sincere, nature, his love for comfort without being greedy. Growing up in this kind of family with a mother like this, no wonder he just wanted to laze around and enjoy life, avoiding entanglements. Because his world had never lacked warmth and abundance. So there was no need for him to fight for anything. Then, your daughter-in-law thanks you, mother. Shen Ninghuan no longer declined, accepting with a smile. Only then was Zhou Shi satisfied, and she began talking about taking her to the best silk shop in the capital tomorrow to get new clothes made, going to the treasures pavilion to commission new jewelry, and hiring a theatrical troupe to perform at home. In the study of Annal residence, the afternoon sun slanted through the lattice window, casting a warm, checkered pattern of light upon the rosewood desk. The air was infused with the scent of ink and the faint, sweet fragrance of osmanthus. The two aromas intertwined, creating an unexpectedly harmonious blend. Pei Cijing reclined in a large armchair, deeply engrossed in a thick volume of case files. These files had been sent over by his brother-in-law Shun Mingxuan, who claimed they were confidential case records transcribed from the Court of Judicial Review for his reference, since the path to imperial examinations involved far more than just the Confucian classics. If he were to become an official, he would need to master the arts of adjudication, discerning truth from falsehood and meting out just punishments. The dry, terse language of the De Qian legal codes had always given him a headache. Yet for the sake of the path he must take, he was compelled to grit his teeth and study them. But as he read on, he began to find a certain intrigue. The cases recorded in the files were bizarre and revealed the myriad facets of human nature. There were brothers who turned to murder over a 3-mu paddy field, a man who poisoned his own nephew to steal a family recipe, and a serial case where the culprit disguised his crimes as hauntings to rob and kill. As he read, Pei Cijing's mind involuntarily played a mashup of Detective Conan and young Bao Qingtian from his past life. He occasionally offered commentary. This murderer's nerve isn't great, leaving so many clues behind. Tisk using arsenic. Too unimaginative and easy to trace. This lockroom trick, not as clever as County Magistrate Chen's ice blade. Just as he was comparing the merits of the criminal methods in the files, a series of crisp notification sounds rang in his mind. Ding. Successfully gossiped about the brothers' feud over paddy field case, gossip points 5 ding. Successfully gossiped about the secret recipe poisoning of nephew case, gossip points 8 ding. Successfully gossiped about the haunting disguised serial robbery case, gossip points 12. Pei Cijing was stunned for a moment, then grinned. Hey, so studying these old cases and deducing the truth also counted as gossip. Although the points per case were few, only a handful or a dozen or so, the sheer volume was satisfying. The box of files Shen Ninghuan sent contained at least 20 or 30 case summaries. If he could read and solve them all. Even a mosquito's leg is meat. Every little bit helps. He suddenly found the dull files in his hands far more appealing. Even the convoluted legal jargon seemed to be gilded with a layer of gold. They were gossip points that could be exchanged for system rewards. Every word was a step towards unlocking the ultimate mysterious grand prize. Filled with newfound motivation, he sat up straight, his eyes gleaming with focus like a hungry wolf spotting a fat sheep, and flipped through the pages rapidly. The system notifications chimed intermittently in his mind, sounding as pleasant as celestial music. After an unknown amount of time, he finished the last file. Pei Cijing let out a long, satisfied breath, leaned back, and stretched widely. His joints emitted a soft crack. A familiar feeling of exhaustion and fulfillment akin to the aftermath of an intense study session washed over him. He glanced at the system panel visible only to him. Host Pei Cijing, current gossip points 928, skills master physician, martial arts master, items body strengthening pill X3, detoxification pill X1, supreme wound salve X1, appearance fixing pill X1. Not bad, not bad. He was one step closer to a 4-digit score. Indeed, learning makes me happy, not really learning makes me rich barely. Today's criminal investigation study session was complete. Time to reward himself by collapsing for a while. Pei Cijing shifted into a more comfortable position, propping his cheek on his hand, and let his gaze drift unabashedly to the other end of the study. There Shen Ninghuan was seated on the heated Kong by the window. Several thick account books were spread open on the small Kong table alongside a delicate rosewood abacus. She sat with her head slightly bowed, revealing a graceful fair neck with a few strands of soft hair resting against her cheek. Her slender fingers occasionally turned the pages, producing a soft rustling sound, or tapped the abacus beads, creating a crisp rhythmic clatter. The sunlight happened to fall upon her. It bathed one side of her face in a soft fuzzy glow, her long lashes casting gentle shadows beneath her eyes. Her expression was focused and serene, as if the world outside didn't exist, leaving only the rows of numbers and accounts before her. As the officially married second young madam, the responsibility of managing the household had naturally fallen to her. Although the second branch of the family didn't inherit the noble title, Pei Cijing, her husband, had no grand ambitions. However, his mother Zhou hailed from a wealthy Jiangnan merchant family. Through years of dowry investment and management, they had amassed considerable property. There were shops in the capital, estates outside the city, warehouses in the south, and even shares in 2 ships for maritime trade. All of these required regular audits. This was to prevent any underlings from deceiving them or embezzling funds. Shen Ninghuan took this responsibility very seriously. While her husband studied, she would keep him company. He read his sage's books, she managed her business accounts, each absorbed in their own world, yet in perfect harmony. In the quiet room, only the rustling of pages and the clicking of the abacus could be heard, creating a unique sense of peace and tranquility. Pei Cijing watched her somewhat dazed. He suddenly felt that his wife's focused working demeanor was exceptionally beautiful. It wasn't the beauty of ornate hairpins or fine silk clothes, but an inner radiance of confidence and certainty that emanated from being fully immersed in one's area of expertise. Her brows were calm, her lips slightly pursed, and with each movement of her fingertips it seemed she could command an unseen universe. Indeed, he muttered silently to himself, a woman seriously dedicated to her career has a unique charm. That aura, that focus. Tisk makes one want to call her big sister. The moment this thought surfaced, he was taken aback. Wait, big sister? He subconsciously began counting on his fingers, not counting his past lives, 20+ years, just this life. He had just turned 18 and Shen Ninghuan was older by a month and a few days. It seemed she was indeed a little older than him, but just a little. Usually she was gentle and dignified, and the occasional flashes of cleverness and wit had a girlish liveliness to them, so he had never truly registered the age gap. But at this moment, watching her calmly manage the family business with such serene composure, that tiny age difference suddenly became tangible. As if she truly was someone capable of standing on her own, someone who could gently shelter him under her wing. A big sister. Pei Cijing's ears inexplicably began to burn. A mix of shyness, novelty, and a secret thrill crept into his heart. He quickly averted his gaze, pretending to study an ink stain on the file, but his heart was pounding like a restless rabbit in his chest. Damn it. Pei Cijing, get a grip. You're nearly 40 across 2 lifetimes. What big sister nonsense. But the way she just used the abacus was so cool. I really want to call her big sister. No, stop thinking nonsense. Read. Reading brings clarity. He tried to force his eyes onto the file, but the words seemed to have grown legs dancing before his eyes without entering his brain. His mind was filled with nothing but the serene profile by the window. Shen Ninghuan closed the last account book, tapped her fingertip lightly on its cover, and a slight smile curved her lips. This month's income was good. The silk shipment from the south sold particularly well. The shopkeeper was competent and deserved a reward. The rent from the estates had also been collected in full, without any delays. As for the maritime trade route, there was no need to mention it. Although it carried more risk, the profits were indeed substantial. Everything was in order. She raised her eyes, feeling quite pleased, and happened to catch her husband's guilty expression of pretending to read, but actually and she could sense those chaotic, warm, and endearing thoughts running through his mind. A very faint smile flickered in Shen Ninghuan's eyes like a gentle ripple on. She set down the account book, rose, and gracefully walked over to the desk. Pei Cijing, lost in his daydreams, suddenly noticed a pale green hem enter his field of vision, accompanied by the familiar faint scent of orchid. He snapped back to reality and looked up, meeting Shen Ninghuan's smiling eyes. "My husband is quite diligent today." Her voice was soft and smooth. She picked up his empty teacup and turned to refill it with hot tea. "These files are tedious and difficult to understand. It's truly commendable that you could study them so quietly for so long." Pei Cijing coughed dryly, trying to put on a serious face. "Ahem, since my father-in-law and brother-in-law were kind enough to send them, it's only right that I study them with dedication. Besides, these cases are rather enlightening." Shen Ninghuan gently placed the refilled teacup beside him, her eyes bright as she looked at him. "With my husband working so hard and growing in knowledge every day, it seems to me that if you continue like this, you will surely stand out and pass the next spring examination with distinction." Her tone was gentle, full of encouragement and expectation. Hearing this, Pei Cijing felt a surge of pride. "See how well my wife speaks, how she trusts me." The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up, and a bit of complacency bubbled up inside him. "Of course. Don't you know who I am? The wisdom of 2 lifetimes. And the system? Well, even if the system doesn't give me much of a study boost, I've got a good brain. Next spring examination. Let me check the time. That's only a little over half a year away. If I work hard, maybe I actually can. Wait. Spring examination." The smile on Pei Cijing's face suddenly froze. He suddenly realized a crucial question he had long overlooked. The spring examination, also known as the Metropolitan Examination, was a national exam for selecting jinshi, and only juren were eligible to take it. But what was his current status? He was the son of the second branch of the Wei Yuan marquis household. That was it. He held no official scholarly title whatsoever. He wasn't even a child student. According to the orthodox Deqian examination process, it should be the child examination county prefecture academy levels to become a shortstory, then the provincial examination to become a juren, and finally the metropolitan examination spring exam to become a jinshi. How could he skip the first 2 steps and directly think about the next spring examination? It was like playing a game. He was thinking about fighting the final boss before even leaving the starting village. "Wife." Pei Cijing looked up, his eyes filled with confusion and shock. "Your husband? I'm not even a child student, am I?" Shen Ninghuan was momentarily taken aback, then understood. Seeing her husband's bewildered expression of "who am I, where am I, what am I doing," she couldn't help but cover her mouth with her sleeve and laugh softly. The laughter was like pearls falling onto a jade plate, clear and melodious. She laughed for a good while before lowering her sleeve, her eyes still brimming with mirth, and explained gently, "Has my husband forgotten? In our Deqian's examination system, besides the orthodox path, progressing from child student to shortstory to juren, there are also the systems of Inbu and Inyan inherited privilege. The Wei Yuan marquis household is a hereditary noble family. According to regulation, sons of the marquis household are eligible to attend the Imperial Academy and then directly sit for the metropolitan examination, bypassing the 3 levels of child student, shortstory, and juren. This is the court's way of favoring the descendants of meritorious nobles and broadly accepting talent. Although the slots are limited and require the marquis guarantee and the clan court's approval, given your status, taking this path to the spring examination shouldn't be difficult." Pei Cijing's mouth fell open. This was possible, wasn't this? An admitted student, and one directly admitted to the finals. In his past life, he only vaguely knew about Yin privilege in ancient times, and in this life, he hadn't initially intended to focus on studies, so he hadn't looked into it. He never imagined the privilege was this direct, this blatant. So, he swallowed hard and asked cautiously, "Your husband can directly prepare for the metropolitan examination. I don't have to take the child provincial or other preliminary exams." Shen Ninghuan nodded with a smile. "Exactly. Father wrote to the marquis about this matter the day before yesterday. In a few days my husband can enter the Imperial Academy. He hopes you will use this half a year or so to study with full focus and pass the exam in one go." Pei Cijing. His feelings were complicated. On one hand, there was a huge sense of relief and joy at not having to grind from the starting village. On the other hand, he felt that he was missing out on the sense of accomplishment from leveling up. And the pressure was even greater now, skipping all the minor tests to directly aim for the final challenge. Pass and head reach the top in one step or fail. And head be a laughingstock. The entire capital would know that the second son of the Weiyuan Marquis household was a privileged failure. This was no longer a personal matter. It concerned the Marquis' reputation, his father-in-law's expectations, and his wife's honor. Pei Cijing slowly let out a turbid breath. Lying low, that was completely out of the question now. The Imperial Academy Guozijian was situated in the southern part of Shenjing City, its vermilion walls winding like a recumbent dragon, and its layered green tiles resembling stacked clouds. As the highest institution of learning in the Daqian Empire, it was not only a temple of knowledge, but also a fateful nexus for the children of the nobility. Morning light spilled over the nine-ridged double eaves, casting a dignified bluish-gray glow upon the glazed tiles. The pair of white marble stone lions before the gate, weathered by a century of wind and rain, held the weight of time in their eyes, silently watching every young person who crossed the Lingxing gate. Within the academy, it was divided into two branches, the civil and the military. They were like twin entities born of the same body. To the east, the civil academy was nestled among bamboo groves with winding paths leading to secluded spots. The sound of recitation mingled with the tones of zither and the scent of ink drifting through corridors and across waters filtering through the carved window lattices. To the west, the military academy boasted a vast training ground where the neighing of horses blended with the twang of bowstrings, dust swirling in the sunlight, brimming with sharp, burgeoning energy. One civil, one military, one tranquil, one dynamic. They nurtured talents for the Daqian Empire and also marked the division within the imperial court. In previous years, Pei Cijing had also studied at Guozijian, but as the heir of a marquisate, his future lay in the military, so he attended the military academy. Now Pei Cijing aimed for the imperial examinations, and thus he stepped through the gates of the civil academy. Passing through the towering Lingxing gate, the scene before him suddenly opened up. The bluestone path stretched straight as a ruler, leading deep into the layers of halls and pavilions. On both sides, ancient cypress trees touched the sky, their gnarled branches clawing like azure dragons, casting dense green shadows that filtered out 7 or 8/10 of the late summer swelter. Occasionally, students dressed in blue robes with wide sleeves hurried past, their garments fluttering as they went. The quail silk patterns on their chests, symbols of their status, flickered in and out of view. Those who stood here were either descendants of meritorious nobles or sons of high officials, all of them the future pillars of the court. The court was always lenient with these future pillars. Although Guozijian had arranged a schedule, whether one attended or not was entirely a matter of personal inclination. After all, in every noble household, there were a few good-for-nothing wastrels. As long as they did not cause too much trouble, the teachers and elders within the academy were happy to turn a blind eye. Pei Cijing pinched the freshly issued plain paper schedule, the paper smooth and stiff, the ink still faintly damp. His gaze swept over it. At the hour of Chun Book of Documents exegesis, at the hour of CSA writing, rest at noon, at the hour of Wei detailed lectures on law. The schedule was packed full. He tucked his sleeves and decided to first attend the Book of Documents class. As he rounded a clump of bamboo, a sudden uproar exploded from the schoolroom ahead. Zhao Zihuan, you've gone too far. A sharp voice taut with anger pierced the tranquility of the academy. As so what? Another voice drawled, slowly, dripping with undisguised mockery. Is the girl from Drunken Moon Pavilion your family's property? You can sponsor her, and I can't. Dinner has long been mine. You knew this, yet you deliberately booked her for a whole month. Isn't that a public slap in my face? Yours, the voice sneered. Brother Zhao, have you suddenly become diligent and read yourself silly at night? Miss Yinner was a Kingyuan when she first hung up her sign. When did she become yours? Could it be? In your dreams. You. Before the words faded, a loud crash rang out. It seemed a desk had been overturned and slammed heavily onto the ground. Pei Cijing paused in his steps, his ears perking up instantly. There was a commotion. A glint of light flickered in his eyes, and his body reacted first. He silently pressed himself against the corridor pillar, using the thick column as cover, and peeked half his head into the schoolroom. What he saw was a row of originally neat desks toppled over, inkstones, brushes, and paper scattered all over the floor. Two young men in student uniforms were tangled together, grappling and rolling without any technique, kicking up fine dust. The one on the left was slightly plump, his face flushed, red veins bulging on his forehead. The one on the right was taller and leaner, a blatant sneer hanging at the corners of his eyes and brows, yet his hands showed no lack of force. A circle of onlookers had gathered around. Some shook their heads and sighed, their faces full of what a disgrace. The others stood with arms crossed, lips curled in schadenfreude, most watched with shining eyes, pointing and whispering in a buzzing drone. Oh, isn't that the second son of Vice Minister Zhao and the third son of Minister Wang? Is it about that Kingyuan from Drunken Moon Pavilion again, the one called Yinner? Exactly. Third young Master Wang has been wooing that girl for half a year, spending money like water. Second young Master Zhao somehow took a fancy to her recently and booked her for a whole month. They just clashed. Tisk tisk, fighting in the schoolroom. Aren't they afraid of disgracing both families if word gets out? Pei Cijing watched with great interest. He glanced left and right, and seeing no one paying attention, he flicked his sleeve and produced a bulging silk pouch. Not filled with money, but with 5 spice sunflower seeds that he had specially ordered the kitchen to freshly roast that morning. With a soft crack, he gently cracked a seed, the sound barely audible. The kernel was plump, the saltiness and fragrance, just right, the heat perfectly controlled. As he munched, he observed the battle of the two wastrels, and as a martial arts master, he couldn't help murmuring a low critique. What kind of fighting is this? Their lower stances are weak, all their strength comes from brute force. The one on the left, what's the point of grabbing hair? His right hand is free, you jab him in the ribs. And the one on the right, he's already pinned to the ground, and he's still just protecting his face. Drive the knee upward. Yes, right there, the soft spot. Strike the opponent. Alas, with skills like this I could take on 10 of them single-handedly. And they dare to vie for a mistress. Even a wastrel should have a wastrel standards. They can't even study well, and their fighting is so ugly. How embarrassing. He shook his head, muttering softly and indistinctly, fully absorbed. Unbeknownst to him, another figure had appeared beside him. The person wore a plain blue student uniform, the fabric seemingly ordinary, but shimmering with a faint flowing pattern under the sunlight. His posture was as straight as a bamboo, standing at the border of shadow and light under the eaves, his face half-lit, half-shaded. His nose was high and straight, his lips a firm line, and his eyes were as still as a deep pool, revealing no emotion. Pei Cijing had originally been passing by, but the commotion caught his attention. He cast a faint glance, and then his gaze fell on Pei Cijing. Watching this new face, hidden behind the pillar cracking sunflower seeds, his expression animated with excitement as he muttered softly. A trace of elusive, subtle light flickered in the depths of his eyes. It was as if he were surprised, amused, or stirred by a hint of inquisitive interest. In his past life, Pei Cijing had endured countless glares from the head teacher through the classroom window, so he was always sensitive to the gaze of others. Soon he noticed, he turned his head. Their eyes met. The air stilled for a moment. Pei Cijing blinked, his gaze dropping to the small mountain of sunflower seed shells in his palm, then lifting to the handsome, expressionless face before him. A realization dawned. Oh, sharing joy with others is better than enjoying it alone. When watching a spectacle, sharing is a virtue. As a fellow spectator, Pei Cijing naturally wouldn't begrudge sharing some seeds. It wasn't anything precious. So he naturally extended his hand, offering the pouch, his tone as sincere as if he were presenting a rare treasure. Brother, care for some. Freshly roasted 5-spice, flavor very fragrant. The other person paused for a long moment. His gaze shifted from Pei Cijing's face to the open pouch of seeds in his palm. Then slowly he raised his eyes. A cypress leaf carried by the wind drifted gently between them. The cypress leaves beneath the eaves were still spinning. Pei Cijing kept his hand steadily extended, holding the open packet of 5-spice. The pouch prepared by Shen Ninghuan was made of plain cyan satin with a small bamboo leaf embroidered at one corner, elegant and refined. Yet now it was filled with a decidedly unrefined snack full of the earthy aroma of street food. Pei Cijing's gaze lingered on the melon seeds longer than Pei Cijing had anticipated. In those eyes, as still as a deep pond, something extremely subtle seemed to stir, a flicker of weighing, of wariness, and perhaps even a touch of absurdity. Finally, his slender fingers moved unhurriedly, picking up a small pinch from the plump seeds in Pei Cijing's palm. His movement was so light, like a gentle breeze brushing past, that Pei Cijing barely felt a thing. Such skill would be a shame not to use for pickpocketing in the streets. A faint crisp crack sounded in Pei Cijing's mouth. His way of shelling the seeds carried an indescribable grace and order, as if he were not snacking, but performing an elegant ritual. Yet the slight lift of his brows betrayed a spark of surprise. The taste is actually quite good. Pei Cijing was instantly amused. See, he knew it. Gossip lovers are all the same. No matter how aloof a person is, they can't resist the joy of watching a good show while munching on melon seeds. The fight in the school hall was in full swing. Young Master Wang, having just been struck on the neck by Zhao Er's wild punch, howled in fury and retaliated by grabbing the other. Zhao Er, wincing in pain, lost his footing, and the two tumbled together again, knocking over another desk. The inkstone clattered to the ground, splashing dark ink onto the hem of a nearby spectator's robe, drawing a round of low curses. Tisk, what poor aim! Pei Cijing shook his head, cracking a seed himself, and commenting vaguely, if you're going to grab, do it firmly. When he shrinks his neck in pain, drive your knee up. Right there, the stomach. That'll leave him gasping for a while. He spoke with animated delight, utterly absorbed in the spectacle, having completely forgotten the melon companion he had just met. Pei Cijing did not respond. He merely watched the crude brawl in the hall with a silent gaze, then cracked another seed. The salty, crispy flavor melted on his tongue, mingling with the absurd farce before him, and the commentary punctuated by the sound of cracking seeds. Strangely, it dispelled the heaviness that had long weighed on his heart. Interesting. Unconsciously, the small pinch of seeds in his palm was nearly gone. Seeing this, Pei Cijing naturally extended the pouch toward him again, a gesture of don't be shy, help yourself. He himself took the moment to brush the crumbs off his hands, clasped his fists in a salute, and said with a bright neighborly smile, I am Pei Cijing. May I ask your esteemed name, brother? Li Qingji's gaze shifted from the hall back to Pei Cijing's face. That face was remarkably handsome. Brows open and relaxed, eyes clear, and bright, a smile that carried an untainted, unhurried ease as if he had never been weathered by life's trials. His salute was not perfectly standard, but it was natural and unpretentious. Pei Cijing. Li Qingji's mind quickly scanned relevant information, the second son of the secondary branch of the Wei Yuan home mansion, a household of no great renown. Ordinarily, a person of such status would not catch his attention. However, he recalled that recently, due to a marriage swap, the name had been whispered in the capital's idle chatter, which had left a faint impression. Meeting him today sparked a flicker of curiosity in Li Qingji's heart. Huang Yu, he uttered 2 words, his voice calm and devoid of emotion. So it's Brother Huang. My apologies, my apologies. Pei Cijing responded smoothly, his tone warm, but a slight alertness rose within him. Brother Huang. As soon as the words left his mouth, he felt a strange sense of unease. Earlier, all his attention had been on the commotion. He hadn't really noticed. Now, upon closer inspection, the man's bearing and aura were far from ordinary. That plain cyan uniform, when worn by him, did not look shabby at all. Instead, it exuded a subdued, understated nobility. Most importantly, there was the way he looked at people. Not a deliberate arrogance, but a habitual, ingrained sense of looking down from above. This was the gaze of one in power. It was not the authority of an official position, but something closer to an innate born to rule. Pei Cijing had seen that air of authority in his own uncle, the Wei Yuan Ho, and in his father-in-law Shen Ninghuan, but both seemed to lack something indescribable compared to this man. To put it in concrete terms, it was the indifference and certainty of one long at the very center of power who viewed all things as insignificant. Surname Huang. In Pei Cijing's mind, a little drum seemed to have an antelope kicking frantically, pounding a nervous rhythm. Could this be some kind of incognito royal visit? Isn't that how novels always go? When princes or kings travel incognito, they always use the pseudonym Huang, meaning imperial. He kept his smile unchanged, even brighter, but in his heart he had already raised a level 1 alert. We can share melon seeds and watch a show together, but no deep friendship. His cozy little life had just begun. Wife, children, warm hearth, though the child hadn't arrived yet, a bright future beckoned. He hadn't even taken the imperial exams yet. The last thing he wanted was to get entangled in some royal whirlpool. Just as his internal alarm was blaring, Dr. Lin is here. Someone sharpied shouted, panic in their voice. Like cold water splashed into boiling oil, the 2 wrestlers in the hall froze, springing apart as if shocked. Young Master Wang frantically straightened his skewed collar, while Zhao Air scrambled to retrieve his fallen crown. Their faces still bore traces of anger and bruises, but their eyes had shifted to guilt and panic. The doctor of the Imperial Academy might not hold a high rank and might not dare to severely punish these noble scions, but he possessed the ultimate power every academy master had, reporting to their parents. For these young masters still dependent on their families, this was far more terrifying than any academy regulation. Just imagine the furious father, the disappointed mother, the possible deduction of monthly allowance, the confinement. The fight stopped instantly. For a woman, not worth it to continue. The 2 exchanged a final glare, completing their last you wait and see confrontation, then slunk back to their seats, trying to pretend nothing had happened amidst the chaos. The crowd of onlookers also scattered rapidly, adjusting their attire and straightening their expressions as if they hadn't been gleefully watching just moments before. A farce, swiftly arrived, hastily departed. Pei Cijing smacked his lips in lingering satisfaction, brushing the seed shell fragments from his hands. In his mind, a crisp chime sounded. Ding. Successfully gossiped on the Imperial Academy dandy brawl over love case, gossip points 66. Not bad. Good fortune from the start. Watching a fight earned him 66 points. This Imperial Academy was indeed a treasure trove of melon patches. His spirits lifted, and he felt his enrollment was well worth it. The excitement was over, the points were in hand, and beside him was a melon mate who might be a super big shot. Time to slip away. Pei Cijing turned to Brother Huang, or perhaps Imperial Brother Huang. You clasped his hands again, his smile utterly sincere, but his words came a little faster. Brother Huang, watching this spectacle together with you today was most amusing. Unfortunately, time is late, and I am new here and need to familiarize myself with the curriculum. I shall take my leave now. Without giving the other a chance to respond, he moved as if his feet were greased, or as if he had practiced the lightness step, slipping around the corridor pillar and swiftly retreating along the bluestone path. His back exuded an unmistakable sense of this place is not safe, better leave. As for the planned lecture on the Book of Documents, tomorrow. After all, he was a protected student through patronage. Skipping one class to experience the full student life wasn't too much, was it? Li Qingyu stood still, the last uncracked seed still between his fingers. He watched Pei Cijing's almost fleeing back, the speed, the agility clearly not that of an ordinary frail scholar. After a long moment, he lowered his gaze, looked at the seed in his palm, then raised his eyes to the direction Pei Cijing had vanished. The corner of his lips curled upward, an almost imperceptible tiny arc. Pei Cijing. He murmured the name to himself. More interesting than he had expected. He had only been passing by, drawn by the vulgar brawl and the unique spectator stopping on a whim. Unexpectedly, he had stumbled upon such a remarkable person. Seemingly carefree and absent-minded, yet observant to the core, his commentary on the fight's weak points quite accurate. Seemingly warm and familiar, yet clearly drawing boundaries, fleeing faster than anyone. He seemed to have discerned that Li Qingji's identity was no ordinary, yet he showed no obsequious fear. Instead, he first shared his melon seeds, watched the show to his heart's content, and earned. Well, he had seemed quite satisfied, smiling. Why? Li Qingyu slowly placed the last seed into his mouth. The faint crack followed by a lingering fragrance. He flicked the dust from his sleeve, though there was none, and turned, walking unhurriedly in the opposite direction from Pei Cijing. His eyes, like deep pools, reflected the ancient cypresses and majestic halls of the Imperial Academy, but beneath the stillness a small stone seemed to have been cast, stirring a faint, barely perceptible ripple. It seemed that this trip to the Academy was not entirely boring after all. In the distance, the sound of Dr. Lin disciplining the students and reprimanding the two brawlers drifted over, mixed with their stammering excuses. Li Qingyu seemed not to hear. His thoughts still lingered on the packet of 5-spice melon seeds under the eaves, and the back that had slipped away so swiftly. Pei Cijing. He would remember. The brief encounter with Huang Yu was like a stone cast into a lake, stirring a few ripples in Pei Cijing's life, before quickly settling back into stillness. He could tell that brother Huang was no ordinary person. His bearing, his quietly imposing gaze, these were not the traits of a typical noble scion. And with the surname Huang, he might well be a member of the imperial family. Another man might have racked his brains for an excuse to ingratiate himself, to forge a connection for the future. But Pei Cijing had no such inclination. Clinging to the powerful, seeking patronage, there was truly no need for that now. He had competed and struggled enough in his past life. In this one, he had transmigrated into the body of a carefree marquis son with wealth to spare, a beautiful and intelligent wife, open-minded and kind parents, and ample silver at home. A life of complete ease. Pei Cijing found it quite satisfying. Why go looking for trouble by diving into the treacherous circles of the powerful? If it weren't for the need to gain the ability to protect those he cared about in case of future unforeseen events, he wouldn't have bothered with the imperial examinations at all. It was all that good-for-nothing Pei Cijing's fault. And so after that day, Pei Cijing's life returned to a tranquil, rhythmic pace. During the day, he attended the Imperial Academy, listening to lectures or zoning out as he pleased, reading books and working through past exam papers procured by his father-in-law. Evenings were spent at his residence Anleju, flirting and being affectionate with his wife. His days were regular and fulfilling. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Autumn deepened. The old osmanthus tree in the courtyard was in the final bloom of its season, its sweet fragrance tinged with a rich, pre-wilting intensity. The cicadas had long fallen silent, replaced by the intermittent chirping of crickets from the corner of the wall, making the night seem even more serene. That evening, Pei Cijing was lounging against the headboard. By candlelight, he was reading a copy of records of criminal cases from the previous dynasty, another study material Shen Ninghuan had sent over a few days prior. The cases recorded within were more bizarre than the last, and he was utterly engrossed, occasionally critiquing the professionalism of the murderer's methods in his mind. He had just reached a crucial point in a case about a fraud involving resurrection through a borrowed corpse. Shen Ninghuan turned from the dressing table holding a gold-flecked invitation card. The card was made of pale pink cloud-patterned paper edged with fine gold thread gleaming softly in the candlelight. "Husband," she said, walking to the bedside and offering the card to him. "An invitation from the Princess An's mansion. She's hosting a flower viewing gathering in 3 days, inviting the young lords and ladies. Would you like to accompany me?" Pei Cijing looked up from the case files, took the card, and scanned it. The handwriting was elegant and dignified, the wording courteous and thoughtful, and it bore the vermilion seal of the Princess Mansion. "Princess Anna." He blinked. "I don't think I received an invitation. Can I still go?" Shen Ninghuan sat beside him, took the book from his hands, closed it, and placed it on the small table nearby, her movements smooth and natural. "Of course," she said with a gentle smile, her eyes soft as water in the candlelight. "Although you didn't receive a separate invitation, we are husband and wife, one entity. Since I am invited, you can naturally come with me. It's the customary practice. Then I must accompany you." Pei Cijing's eyes lit up, his reply immediate and tinged with eager excitement. Honestly speaking, whether in his past life or this one, his social life was pitifully sparse. In his previous life, the 996 work schedule had drained all his energy. After work, he just wanted to collapse. He would avoid team-building dinners and gatherings whenever possible, and if he couldn't, he'd sit in a corner and quietly eat. In this life, he had been living a bit too low-key. Among the noble scions of his generation, he was like a ghost. No literary fame, no martial prowess, no fondness for crowds, no social circles, and no desire to stand out. Over time, no one thought to invite him to flower viewing parties, poetry gatherings, or banquets. And since no one invited him, he certainly wouldn't invite himself. Come to think of it, this was the first time in both his lives combined that he had received a proper invitation to a high society gathering. even if it was in the capacity of a flower viewing gathering. Pei Cijing stroked his chin, his eyes gradually brightening. There will be plenty of young lords and ladies there, right? Where there are many people there is much gossip. And where there is much gossip, Pei Cijing thought to himself, the corners of his mouth curling up involuntarily. There must be plenty of juicy tidbits. He had a feeling this trip wouldn't be a waste. Perhaps had even witnessed some earth-shattering scandal firsthand and earn a handsome amount of gossip points. Shen Ninghuan quietly watched the little flame of gossip in his eyes burn brighter and brighter. She was silent for a moment, then let out a soft sigh. Husband, she said, her voice gentle, yet carrying a barely perceptible hint of guidance, this flower-viewing gathering. I'm afraid it's not just about admiring flowers. Oh. Pei Cijing turned, looking at her curiously. Shen Ninghuan met his gaze and spoke slowly. Princess Anha Li Chanying and the 9th Prince Li Chenglu are twins. They've just turned 16 this year, the age for considering marriage partners. She paused, and seeing the dawning comprehension in Pei Cijing's eyes, continued. On the surface, this gathering is for the princess to invite the young talents to admire the autumn chrysanthemums and taste new wine. In reality, it's to select a consort for the princess and a primary wife for the prince. Pei Cijing let out an ah. He scratched his head. But we're already married. Why invite us? He looked puzzled. You're so beautiful, my wife, and I'm so charming and dashing. What if the prince takes a liking to you, and the princess takes a liking to me? Wouldn't we become a tragic couple torn apart? No way. Shen Ninghuan's lips twitched at his words, but she quickly pressed them together. Although it's for the purpose of matchmaking for the prince and princess, it's not an official selection. The atmosphere will be much more relaxed. She explained softly. Attendees aren't limited to unmarried ladies and gentlemen. Young married couples are also on the guest list. After all, it's also a valuable She looked up, her gaze clear and direct, as she regarded Pei Cijing. Although Princess Anha and the 9th Prince are twins, an auspicious sign, their mother passed away early and their maternal family's influence is weak. Their standing with the emperor is neither here nor there, but they are still his children. The emperor may not attend this matchmaking event in person, but he will certainly be paying attention. If one can display some talent and character at the gathering and leave a good impression on those above, it will be beneficial for the future. Her words weren't exactly subtle. Pei Cijing understood. His wife was hinting to him, this is a chance to show your face. While we don't need to climb the social ladder, we also shouldn't remain invisible forever. A little self-presentation. He rubbed his nose, feeling a bit sheepish. You're right, my wife, he said, turning serious. Then, I'll try my best not to embarrass you. Shen Ninghuan watched his do my best expression, a trace of amusement flickering in her eyes. She knew her husband was at his core still that easygoing, troublesome and lazy soul. Getting him to actively seek the spotlight or vie for recognition would be harder than reaching the heavens. But, well, it was fine. That he understood her intent and was willing to cooperate was already good enough. As for how much he would perform, she'd leave it to fate. After all, she'd be there to keep an eye on things and nothing major could go wrong. While her mind was running through these calculations, Pei Cijing's thoughts had already wandered off in a completely different direction. A matchmaking gathering for a prince and princess. Young lords and ladies gathered together, and perhaps others secretly observing. This set up this cast. It was clearly a grand feast of gossip, a banquet for melon-eaters. He could already picture the scene, smiles and pleasantries on the surface, covert glances darting beneath, hidden barbs in the poetry exchanges, silent competitions in the pitchpot games, a young lady spilling her tea, a young lord dampening his robes, perhaps even some chance encounters behind the rockeries and whispered conversations in the corridors. Heh. Pei Cijing couldn't help but chuckle, his eyes sparkling as if he could already see the gossip points rolling in. Shen Ninghuan. She silently watched her husband grinning like the simpleton of the home mansion's second branch, and suddenly felt that her earlier advice about seizing the opportunity and leaving a good impression had possibly maybe not sunken at all. His mind was entirely occupied with there's going to be a show, and there's more gossip to be had. Shen Ninghuan massaged her forehead, exasperated yet amused. However, with the system in play, eating melons did seem to be a serious pursuit for her husband, as the gossip points could be exchanged for rewards. She had certainly experienced the wonders of the system. Besides the appearance-fixing pill, her husband had secretly given her a body-strengthening pill. She could feel that her body was indeed much stronger, and even her menstrual cramps were less painful now. Well, if her husband wanted to focus on eating melons, so be it. It was getting late. Tomorrow they still had to prepare the clothes and jewelry for the gathering, select gifts, and a host of other things. Shen Ninghuan gently rose, extinguished the candle by the bed, and the room plunged into darkness, with only a sliver of moonlight from the window outlining the dim silhouettes of the furniture. Husband, she said, standing by the bed, her voice exceptionally soft in the dark. Time to rest. Pei Cijing, still lost in his flower-viewing gossip fantasies, replied, with an obediently lay flat and pulled up the blanket. Then, a warm, soft body suddenly pressed down on him, carrying a faint orchid fragrance and the cool touch of silk in the night. Before Pei Cijing could react, he was firmly pinned to the bed by his wife. Wife. His voice was dazed. Shen Ninghuan lay on his chest, lifting her face. Moonlight filtered through the window screen, casting a soft silver glow on her beautiful features. Her eyes held a smile, one that seemed especially bright in the dimness, and even a hint of slyness. "You've been working hard on your studies these days, husband. About the promise I made you earlier." She leaned close to his ear, her breath warm, her voice low, but each word clear. Tonight I'll fulfill it for you." With that, and before he could respond, she leaned in and kissed him. All those thoughts of the flower viewing, gathering gossip points, and prince and princess in Pei Cijing's mind were instantly scattered by this kiss. His Adam's apple bobbed and his arms wrapped around her waist. The candle had gone out. The scent of osmanthus drifted in through the window screen, wisp by wisp. The night was deep, and within the bed curtains on this eve of the flower viewing gathering, a springtime warmth quietly permeated, dispelling the chill of the autumn night completely. As for tomorrow's flower viewing gathering, well, let's worry about that tomorrow. As the carriage rolled out through the vermilion gates of the Marquis Weiyuan's estate, the morning light broke through the clouds in the east, gilding the bluestone street in a warm golden glow. Pei Cijing and Shen Ninghuan sat side by side within the carriage, the atmosphere warm and harmonious. Pei Cijing was dressed in a robe of pale sky blue brocade, a white jade pendant at his waist, and his dark hair secured with a jade crown, lending him an air of refined elegance. Though usually languid when properly attired, he truly cut the figure of a noble scion. Shen Ninghuan wore a long dress of pale lotus root silk overlaid with a sheer moon-white jacket embroidered with silver thread in a magnolia pattern. Her hair was styled neatly, adorned with a gold and emerald hairpin, and a few fresh autumn crab blossoms radiating a fresh bridal radiance. As their carriage reached the estate gates, they happened to see Pei Cijing also preparing to board his own carriage. Over a month had passed, and his transformation was striking. Perhaps the marquis' thunderous discipline had taken effect. The confinement, the abstinence, the daily martial practice had scoured away the dissipated air of indulgence that had once clung to him. Today he wore a black fitted brocade robe with a leather belt and black boots. His bearing was straight as a pine, and though his face was still somewhat lean, it now showed a clear, handsome strength. The obsessive fervor in his brow had faded, replaced by a settled, cool composure. Pei Cijing lifted the carriage curtain, meeting his gaze, and couldn't help but silently marvel. Freed from the rose-tinted lens of infatuation, this elder brother of his certainly looked the part of a proper gentleman. His gaze swept past Pei Cijing's side. It was empty. Shen Ningyue had not come. Pei Cijing suddenly realized that no matter how affectionate his former fiancée and this good elder brother were as a concubine, she was not qualified to attend a concubine. Ultimately, she couldn't appear in public. Even if Pei Cijing wished to bring her, the marquis' household would never permit it. Firstly, they couldn't bear the shame. Secondly, the Marchioness still harbored hopes that this flower-viewing gathering might secure a proper wife for the heir. The Marchioness Lady Li stood at the steps holding Pei Cijing's hand and offering earnest advice. "Linger today at the flower-viewing gathering. Many noble ladies will be present. You should observe more, listen more, and speak less. If any catch your eye, note their names, and tell your mother later." She paused, lowering her voice with unwavering expectation. "You are no longer young. Leaving the position of principal wife vacant is not a solution. Use today to look carefully. Remember, you need a wife from a respectable family with proper character, someone capable of bearing the responsibilities of the heir's wife. Stay away from those who are seductive or harbor ill intentions." That last sentence carried a pointed meaning, as if the name Shen Ningyue was etched into every word. Pei Cijing frowned slightly, seemingly displeased, but he did not refute, only murmuring, "Your son understands." Lady Li then released his hand, smoothed his already impeccable collar, and looked at him with hopeful eyes. "Go now, perform well, and do not disgrace the marquis." Pei Cijing nodded. He turned and boarded another carriage. The two carriages, one after the other, drove into the deepening autumn scenery. The Princess Anne's residence was located in the most prestigious eastern district of the capital. With its vermilion gates, high walls, and soaring eaves, it was an imposing sight. The area before the gates was already crowded with carriages and ornate canopies. Young masters and ladies in resplendent attire arrived, their laughter and fragrant presence filling the air. Adhering to the propriety of separating the sexes, the flower-viewing gathering was divided into two sections. The men gathered in the front courtyard's waterside pavilion, enjoying winding stream poetry games and pitchpot. The women gathered in the rear garden's flower hall, admiring chrysanthemums, sipping tea, and engaging in painting and music. Pei Cijing and Shen Ninghuan parted ways at the second gate. "My lady, am off," Pei Cijing said softly to Shen Ninghuan, his eyes sparkling with eager anticipation. "You enjoy your conversations with the ladies. If anything, if you hear anything interesting, be sure to tell me tonight." Shen Ninghuan knew all too well his penchant for gossip. A smile flickered in her eyes as she nodded gently, a slight curve on her lips. "And you too, my husband. Don't get so caught up in the spectacle that you forget your duties." Don't worry. Pei Cijing patted his chest in assurance. "I will perform splendidly and will not disgrace you." Despite his words, his expression clearly read gossip. First, duties, maybe later. His steps were so light and quick he seemed less like attending a formal gathering and more like heading to a market fair. Shen Ninghuan shook her head helplessly and, guided by her maid, headed toward the rear garden. The flower hall in the rear garden was already decorated in a riot of color. Dozens of pots of prized autumn chrysanthemums were artfully arranged. With their golden hooks and silver petals like jade and snow, they bloomed brilliantly under the autumn sun. The air was filled with the delicate fragrance of chrysanthemums and tea mingling with the ladies' perfume, creating a scene of warm, luxurious splendor. Young ladies gathered in small groups admiring flowers, sipping tea, or chatting in low, pleasant voices. The tinkling of jade ornaments and the rustle of silk painted a picture of refined boudoir life in an age of prosperity. As Shen Ninghuan stepped into the flower hall, before she could even take in the scene, a figure in goose yellow flew towards her like a young swallow returning to its nest, colliding solidly with her. "Ninghuan Jiji, you're finally here. I've missed you so much." The voice was clear and playful, filled with unadulterated joy. Shen Ninghuan was pushed back half a step before steadying herself. Looking down, she saw a girl of about 15 or 16 in her arms. She had a round face, large sparkling eyes, and her hair was styled in double buns adorned with fresh yellow chrysanthemums. It was Jiang Tian, the only daughter of Jiang Jue, the Chief Justice of the Court of Judicial Review. The girl had been close friends with her since childhood, lively-spirited and a veritable ray of sunshine, who couldn't keep a secret. A genuine smile bloomed in Shen Ninghuan's eyes. She raised a hand and gently ruffled Jiang Tian's hair, her tone filled with familiar affection. "How old are you now, still so impetuous?" Jiang Tian lifted her head from the embrace, pouting. "I missed you. It's been almost 2 months since you got married." She took Shen Ninghuan's hand and gave her a once-over, clicking her tongue. "Let me see, has our great beauty Shen gained weight or lost it, become more beautiful, or been worn down?" She stopped mid-sentence, her brow furrowing. "Ninghuan Jiji," Jiang Tian leaned in, lowering her voice with righteous indignation, "I've heard all about it. That heir of the Marquis Wei Yuan is absolutely despicable. And that half-sister of yours, a pair of shameless scoundrels. They ruined They made you marry into the second branch." She grew angrier as she spoke, her cheeks puffing out. "I've never met this Pei Cijing, but I've heard of him. Just an ordinary son of the marquis household, useless at both letters and martial arts, spending his days idling about. With your looks and talents, marrying him is like a bright pearl cast into the dust, a phoenix forced into a sparrow's nest. It's so unfair." Shen Ninghuan listened quietly, feeling the genuine concern from her young friend. The smile on her lips didn't fade, instead it deepened. She took Jiang Tian's hand and gave it a gentle pat, her voice soft yet firm. "Tianer, don't say such things from now on." Jiang Tian was taken aback. "Jia." Shen Ninghuan looked at her, her gaze clear as a mirror. "Marrying into the second branch was my own choice. My in-laws are kind and generous, and my husband, he treats me very well. Others may think it's a step down, but life is what you make of it. I know whether it's good or—" She spoke calmly, each word as clear and firm as pearls falling on a jade plate. Jiang Tian stared at her, dazed. The morning light slanted through the carved lattice window, falling on Shen Ninghuan's serene profile. Her brows were relaxed, a gentle smile on her lips. Her complexion was rosy, her eyes clear. She radiated a calm, secure glow that spoke of being well. It was not a forced smile. It was the look of true contentment. "Life is what you make of it. I know whether it's good or not," Shen Ninghuan said, lifting her eyes to look at the noble ladies chatting and laughing in small groups within the hall. Her gaze was clear and peaceful. "Others may see it as marrying down as a grievance, but for me—" She paused, turning back to Jiang Tian, a tender light in her eyes. "My in-laws are kind and generous, treating me like their own daughter. My husband, he treats me very well, respects me, and is considerate. The second branch of the marquis household is peaceful and free, without those murky and chaotic struggles. I am very content and happy with this kind of life." Jiang Tian stared at her, dumbfounded. The Shen Ninghuan before her had an excellent complexion, rosy cheeks, and clear eyes. The smile at the corners of her lips welled up from the depths of her eyes, soft and real. Her overall demeanor had gained a settled, tranquil beauty compared to before her marriage. This was not the look of a woman who was wronged or resentful. Jiang Tian blinked. Suddenly she burst into a puffed laugh. Then she dramatically covered her face and began to fake cry. "Wah! I see how it is. A married daughter is like water poured out, and a married best friend is too. It's only been a short while, and now your heart and eyes are full of your husband. I try to speak up for you, and am the one in the wrong. Boo-hoo, my heart is broken." She sobbed with dramatic inflection, but not a single tear fell. Her acting was so over-the-top, it was comical. Shen Ninghuan shook her head helplessly and reached out to poke her forehead. "Very fake crying. I don't care." Jiang Tian dropped her hands and pouted defiantly. "My heart is broken, and I won't get over it without some compensation. You figure it out, Ninghuan Jiji. Her, if you don't give me something nice, they'll keep making a fuss." Expression was like a kitten, acting coy and mischievous. Shen Ninghuan, unable to resist her antics, let a smile slip into her eyes. She raised her hand and took a hairpin from her own hair. It was a silver hairpin, simple and elegant in design. The head of the pin was set with a pearl the size of a dragon's eye. The pearl was round, full, and lustrous, glowing with a soft, warm radiance in the autumn sunlight. It wasn't as flashy as gold or jade, but it possessed a quiet, understated luxury. This was one of the pearls from the jewelry box that Zhou had given her the other day. She had liked it so much that she had it made into a hairpin. "Here, my apology gift," Shen Ninghuan said, offering the hairpin to Jiang Tian. "Is this enough?" Jiang Tian's eyes widened at the pearl, momentarily forgetting to take it. Coming from an official's family, she had a discerning eye. A pearl of this size and quality was rare, even in the palace, and certainly valuable. Their friendship was close, but she dared not casually accept such a precious gift. "Jiji, you're serious?" Jiang Tian stammered. "Tu was just joking. This is too valuable, I can't accept it." She waved her hands, frantically shaking her head like a rattledrum. But Shen Ninghuan would hear none of it, and gently tucked the hairpin into Jiang Tian's hair. The pearl set against the girl's dark locks and delicate face made her look even more spirited. "Keep it," Shen Ninghuan said softly. "I have many more like this. My mother-in-law gave them to me. She always says I'm young and should adorn myself more, and she's filled a whole box with jewelry for me. I can't possibly wear them all myself. This one suits you best, or I've been wanting to give it to you for a while." Jiang Tian raised her hand, carefully touching the pearl hairpin in her hair, feeling its cool smoothness. Looking up at Shen Ninghuan's smiling face, she felt her big sister's sincerity, but also a faint suspicion that she was subtly showing off. "Ninghuan Jiji." Her voice softened, filled with genuine envy and emotion. "Your mother-in-law is so good to you." "Yes," Shen Ninghuan said with a gentle smile. "She truly is good to me." Jiang Tian carefully tucked the hairpin into her sleeve, then relinked her arm, with Shen Ninghuan's leaning against her shoulder and mumbling quietly. "Then I'll treasure. When I get married, I'll find a husband with a mother-in-law who's just as rich." Shen Ninghuan laughed at her words and gently tousled her hair. "You little—" Before she could finish, a slight commotion arose at the entrance of the flower hall. Both of them looked up. Several palace maids were ushering a young woman as she entered slowly. The young woman was about 16 or 17, dressed in a crimson court robe with large gold thread peonies embroidered on the skirt. Her hair was styled high, adorned with a 9-phoenix hairpin with dangling pearls that swayed gently with her steps, their luster shimmering. She was exceptionally beautiful. Her delicate features were like a painting, her skin fair as snow, and her lips as if tinted with vermilion. Yet within that beauty lay a certain royal aloofness and pride. She was the hostess of today's flower viewing gathering, Princess Anha Liqianying. All the ladies in the hall rose and bowed in salute. "We pay our respects to Her Highness the Princess." Their voices were soft and uniform, rippling through the hall, filled with chrysanthemum fragrance. In the rear garden's flower hall, a profound stillness enveloped the air as Princess Anha Liqianying had already taken her seat at the head. Maidservants stood in silent attendance on either side, adding a solemn grace to the already elegant gathering. Liqianying's gaze swept slowly across the assembled noble ladies, a perfectly measured smile gracing her lips as her voice flowed clear and melodious, like pearls cascading onto jade. "The autumn light is exquisite today, with the lingering fragrance of chrysanthemums. I have invited you all to share in this pleasure. First, to delight the senses, and second, to seize this rare opportunity for reunion. Please feel at ease as if it were an ordinary family banquet." Her words were gentle, her demeanor composed, a testament to royal upbringing. Yet deep within those smiling eyes lay a calm, assessing scrutiny. Though this flower-viewing gathering appeared to be a simple affair of appreciating chrysanthemums and sipping tea, its true purpose was to select a consort for her imperial brother and a husband for herself. The strictures of propriety forbade the prince, despite his royal status, from appearing openly among such a gathering of maidens, lest he invite censure. Thus the choice of the prince's rightful consort ultimately fell to her, the younger sister, to observe and weigh carefully within these garden walls. As her gaze drifted, it first settled on Shen Ninghuan. The woman stood quietly by the window, clad in a simple lotus-colored silk gown overlaid with a moon-white thin silk jacket. Her hair was adorned with a single gold-inlaid emerald hairpin and a few autumn begonias as elegant as a frost-dusted magnolia on an early autumn branch. Liqianying sighed inwardly. Shen Ninghuan, the brightest pearl of Shengjing City. At 7, she could compose poetry. At 9, she mastered the qin yu. At 12, her rendition of Spring River Moonlit Night earned the Empress Dowager's approving nod. Her status, beauty, talent, and character were all of the highest order. She was but 2 years older than the prince, and an older wife, it was said, knew better how to care. She would have been the most suitable match were it not for the fact that she was already married, and married into the second branch of the Weiyuan marquis household, a concubine's son at that. Liqianying had naturally heard of that bride-swapping scandal. What should have been a joyful union between two old friends had been twisted into such an absurd conclusion, casting this radiant pearl into an unremarkable heap of rubble. What a pity, truly a pity. If only she could have broken off the engagement with the marquis household, then her brother would have been in luck. Liqianying withdrew her gaze, unwilling to look longer. it only fueled regret. She shifted her gaze to the maiden in pale yellow robes beside Shen Ninghuan, a girl with a round face and big sparkling eyes who was leaning on Shen Ninghuan's arm, whispering and laughing, her expression lively and innocent. Jiang Tian, the only daughter of Jiang Jiwei, chief of the Court of Judicial Review. She was vivacious and simple-minded, quite endearing, but Li Qining dismissed her with a single glance. It was not that Jiang Tian was lacking, but rather that her elder brother Li Chenglu was too gentle by nature. Having lost his mother at a young age, though he received some favor from the emperor, he lacked the backing of a powerful maternal clan. As a result, he had developed a temperament that was uncontending, even overly soft. If such a prince were paired with a naive, worldly ignorant consort, then in the future, he might not even be able to uphold his own princely household. What her brother needed was a consort who could stabilize the situation, command respect, and even push him forward at critical moments. Such a character was unlikely to emerge from scholarly families. The only option was to choose from military households. Li Qianing's fingers unconsciously traced the gold thread peony embroidery on her sleeve as her thoughts raced. The legitimate daughter of the general of the northern garrison. She seemed too young. The young lady of the Marquis of Wuan. Rumored to be willful and spoiled, unlikely to tolerate others. The Count of Loyal Valor's household. She lowered her eyes, picked up the celadon teacup beside her, and took a shallow sip. The tea was crisp and clear, yet it could not dissolve the heavy thoughts weighing on her heart. Her dear soft-hearted brother must not fall into the wrong hands. At the front courtyard waterside pavilion, a different scene unfolded. The floating wine cup game had passed 3 rounds. Amber-hued osmanthus wine in crystal glasses drifted slowly along the winding water channel. The young gentlemen sat or stood in small groups. Some played pitchpot, others engaged in chess or composed poems. They appeared leisurely, but beneath the surface currents of ambition surged. It wasn't that his appearance was feminine. A man with a woman's face was not uncommon. Rather, it was the entire aura, the slight sway of his hips when walking, the unconsciously raised little finger when holding the fan, and the trace of coquettishness that inadvertently surfaced when his eyes roamed. Pei Cijing was startled by his own thought, quickly lowered his head, and dared not look again. Yet the impression from that one glance was deeply branded into his mind. Ninth Prince Li Chenglu had already taken his seat at the main position. With a swish, he opened his folding fan, gave it a gentle wave, and a faint smile curled at the corners of his lips. Please, everyone rise. Today the autumn sky is clear, and the chrysanthemums are in full bloom, a true delight. You need not be constrained by my presence. Feel free to enjoy yourselves. His voice was clear and melodious, his tone gentle. Yet as he spoke, his gaze swept the crowd with a seeming casualness, as if appraising, as if selecting. He too had a mission, to choose a consort for his younger sister Princess Anna. He was looking at these noble scions to see who was worthy of his only sister. The consort's appearance must be excellent. Someone as beautiful as Chen Ying could not be paired with a sour-faced misfit. This was the prince's dignity, and also the dignity of the imperial house. His character must be good too. That was the guarantee of a happy marriage. As for family background ability, Li Chenglu waved his fan gently, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. A princess was already one of the most honored women under heaven. Oh, why should she rely on her husband's family? As long as the two got along harmoniously and shared a bond of hearts, that would be the best marriage. As for whether his sister would be satisfied with the person he chose, he had no worries. After all, he and Chen Ying were twin siblings born of the same mother, and their taste in people were remarkably consistent. Whomever he selected, Chen Ying would likely approve as well. With this thought, his gaze gradually lingered on a few young gentlemen with decent reputations and handsome features. As for the one in the corner who was preoccupied with eating pastries, Li Qing's eyes brushed over Pei Cijing. Pausing slightly, he did have a fine appearance and a clean aura, but why did he seem a bit dim-witted? Li Chenglu quickly averted his gaze from Pei Cijing. Even though the other had a handsome face with clear brows and a pure demeanor amidst the crowd of young masters who were deliberately flaunting their elegance, he instead appeared refreshingly natural. But no, absolutely unthinkable. Li Chenglu was resolute in his heart. His sister Chen Ying was a girl of exquisite intelligence and a 7-apertured heart. How could she be matched with a consort who seemed rather dim-witted? In the future, his nephews and niece's intelligence would depend half on their father. This point was of utmost importance. He could not find a husband for his sister who would lower the intelligence of it. With these thoughts in mind, Li Chenglu's gaze shifted to several young gentlemen from prestigious families who were composing verses together and speaking with poetic eloquence. He nodded slightly. Now this was more like it. However, just as he was about to observe their appearance and conversation more closely, a familiar sharp cramp suddenly struck his lower abdomen without warning. The pain came fiercely like an icy awl, stabbing deeply, instantly snatching away his breath. Li Chenglu's face suddenly turned pale, his already fair complexion almost translucent. Beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. The tips of his fingers gripping the fan handle whitened with tension, and his knuckles cracked audibly. He forced himself not to cry out in pain, but his slightly curled body and the momentarily vacant look in his eyes betrayed his suffering. "Your Highness." Phew, the chief eunuch attending by his side, changed expression and stepped forward half a step, lowering his voice to a whisper with barely concealed panic. "Could it be that?" Liqinglu bit his lower lip and gave an almost imperceptible nod. Phew moved swiftly. From his sleeve, he produced a small, exquisite mutton-fat jade bottle. He pulled out the stopper, poured out a glossy black pill the size of a longan, and quickly placed it at Liqinglu's lips. Liqinglu accepted the pill from Phew's hand, placed it in his mouth, and swallowed it with difficulty. As the pill slid down his throat, a warm medicinal power gradually dissolved, flowing through his meridians, suppressing and dispelling the rampaging cold and cramping bit by bit. After about half a cup of tea's time, Liqinglu's complexion slowly regained some color. His tightly knitted brows gradually relaxed, but in his eyes lingered a trace of lingering fatigue and faint bitterness. He straightened up again, picked up the slightly cool teacup beside him, and took a shallow sip to cover up his earlier lapse. Yet in his heart there was nothing but coldness and helplessness. Here it comes again. Here it comes again. Ever since he turned 13, he had been subjected to this monthly ordeal. Extremely regular, yet always catching him off guard. At first it was only a mild dull ache that could be endured, but in the past 2 years it had become increasingly severe, sometimes causing him to see black spots. As a prince, when he was ill, the imperial physicians would naturally diagnose him. But it was useless. Those old men from the imperial hospital had taken turns examining his pulse, performing all the diagnostic methods: observation, listening, questioning, and palpation, leaving no stone unturned. The prescriptions they wrote could fill half a study, but whenever they were asked about the cause, each of them either hemmed and hawed, speaking vaguely, or spouted cliches like congenital deficiency, liver depression, and chi stagnation, or invasion of cold. The medicines they prescribed could only barely suppress the pain during an attack and provide temporary relief, but could never cure the root cause. Every month, he was tormented by this inexplicable pain, like an inescapable curse. Liqinglu had even begun to dread the arrival of those few days each month. This feeling of helplessness over his own body bred irritation and gloom deep in his heart. He, a prince of noble birth, honored and precious. Yet he couldn't even cure a stomachache. It was a joke. But this joke was unfortunately true. Liqinglu lowered his eyelids, his thick lashes casting 2 shadows beneath his eyes, concealing the complex emotions churning within. He set down the teacup, his fingertips unconsciously stroking the smooth rim, trying to redirect his attention back to the flower viewing party before him. He had come to select a consort for his sister. He could not let his own discomfort hinder the important task. In the waterside pavilion, the winding stream, with floating cups, continued as before. Glazed cups carried amber wine. They drifted slowly along the winding water channel. Occasionally a young master would reach out to take a cup, compose a poem, or a couplet, drawing a chorus of applause and praise. The autumn sunlight filtering through the carved window lattices cast alternating patches of light and shadow on the blue brick floor. The air was filled with the scent of osmanthus, the aroma of wine, and a certain unspoken tension. In the corner, Pei Cijing was concentrating on the last piece of crystal osmanthus cake on his plate. But upon closer inspection one could see that his gaze was somewhat unfocused. His mind was filled with the image of the 9th prince. Pei Cijing considered himself not the type to be obsessed with a man. In his past life, in this life, he had always liked sweet, soft girls, just like his wife. But this 9th prince made him feel something was off. Very off. The overall bearing the way he walked, the charm in his eyes when he spoke. And just now, when the abdominal pain struck, that almost fragile, delicate beauty. How could this be a prince? Clearly. But this 9th prince made him feel something was off. Very off. The 9th prince, Liqinglu's face had suddenly lost color due to the pain. Those slightly upturned eyes now misted with moisture, and that slender figure thin as paper, as if it could break with a snap. After taking the pill, his pale complexion recovered, but between his brows lingered the remnants of pain and a trace of indescribable weariness. Others might have thought the 9th prince had suddenly felt unwell and taken a routine pill. But he saw it clearly. When Liqinglu's abdominal pain struck, his fingers instinctively pressed on his lower abdomen, his body curled slightly. The posture, the expression. It was too familiar. When a woman's monthly visitor arrived, if she had a strong reaction, this was exactly the expression. But Liqinglu was a prince. How could a prince? Pei Cijing's gaze once again quietly shifted upward, landing on Liqinglu like the most precise scanner, examining him inch by inch. His figure was smaller than the average 16 or 17-year-old youth, with a delicate frame. His face was pale, so pale, it was almost translucent. In the autumn sunlight, one could even see the faint blue veins beneath the skin. His lips were very light in color, a natural cherry pink, without any rouge. And Pei Cijing's gaze fixed on Liqinglu's neck. The high-standing collar of his brocade robe almost covered most of his neck, revealing only a small patch of fair skin. No Adam's apple. Not a single bump. Pei Cijing's heartbeat suddenly skipped a beat. He recalled how Liqinglu looked when the abdominal pain struck, pale face dripping cold sweat, fingers pressing hard on his lower abdomen. That pain, that endurance. This must be the monthly visitor. Once this thought emerged, it grew like wild grass, impossible to suppress. Pei Cijing felt he had discovered a blind spot, a huge blind spot enough to overturn everyone's understanding. This ninth prince. Could it be that he was actually a princess? Not referring to the twin princess Anha Lichaning impersonating him, but that he himself was a woman. But how could that be? When a royal child was born, midwives, imperial physicians, and officials from the imperial clan court were present to verify the gender and record it in the archives. It was absolutely impossible to make a mistake. Unless... Pei Cijing's mind quickly flashed back to a rare medical case he had accidentally learned about while auditing a class at the medical school in his past. Congenital pseudohermaphroditism. The patient's external appearance might show male or female characteristics, but the internal reproductive organs and chromosomes might not match the outward appearance. In ancient times, with limited medical conditions, midwives often judged the baby's gender by sight alone, if the infant's external genitalia were ambiguous. The possibility of misjudgment was not non-existent. And if the misjudgment had indeed occurred and the subject was a prince, Pei Cijing drew a sharp breath. As the crisp notification chimed through his mind, Pei Cijing picked up another piece of lotus pastry, ready to bring it to his lips. His hand trembled. Flakes of pastry scattered softly down. Balance, 3718 points. No need to look again, no need to guess, no need to verify. That clear chime from the system had already said it all. The shocking deduction he had just made was nothing less than an ironclad fact. The ninth Prince Li Qinglu was truly a woman in disguise. Pei Cijing slowly set down the pastry and took a sip of tea, the warm liquid sliding down his throat, yet unable to suppress the surging turmoil within his heart. He lifted his gaze toward the seat of honor. Li Qinglu had already returned to composure, idly waving a folding fan while conversing warmly with a young nobleman nearby. As her eyes glimmered in passing, that lingering, inescapable allure became ever more pronounced. But this was wrong. Terribly wrong. Pei Cijing furrowed his brow slightly. Inspection, listening, inquiry, and pulse taking. The four diagnostic methods of traditional Chinese medicine. For congenital pseudohermaphroditism, mere visual inspection alone was indeed difficult to confirm. After all, men with feminine features were not unheard of. Visual observation alone could not determine one's gender. But combined with pulse diagnosis, for an experienced imperial physician, distinguishing male from female was hardly a challenge. A woman's pulse tends to be soft and fine, while a man's tends to be strong and broad. This was basic skill. One touch of the pulse, male or female, instantly revealed. The ninth prince suffered monthly abdominal pain resembling menstrual cramps. Such a matter could never escape the notice of the personal imperial physician. And those who served princes and frequented the palace, were they not all masters of their craft, seasoned and sharp? Perhaps not on the level of his own cheat-like medical brilliance, but when it came to the fundamentals of distinguishing yin and yang through pulse reading, they could never err. Then why had the ninth prince's secret never been exposed? Pei Cijing tapped his fingers lightly on his knee, his gaze deepening. Soon enough he pieced together it was all for survival. He sighed inwardly. Congenital pseudohermaphroditism, a feminine body bearing a masculine appearance. In modern society, this was merely a condition requiring treatment. The patient might face psychological pressure and social prejudice, but at least their life was not in danger and scientific diagnostic and therapeutic pathways existed. But this was ancient times. Imperial authority reigned supreme and ritual law was ironclad. An inversion of yin and yang would undoubtedly be condemned as an omen of evil. If the ninth prince's true gender were ever exposed, what earth-shattering scandal would follow? Royal bloodline tainted, a dragon son revealed to be a phoenix daughter. Once such news spread, not only would the ninth prince's fate be sealed, but the entire Imperial Medical Academy, the midwives present at birth, and every soul who knew the truth would all die. Not a single one would escape. Pei Cijing suddenly understood. He could almost see those white-haired old physicians' trembling hands pressing upon the ninth prince's pulse, the unmistakable reading beneath their fingers telling them clearly, this is a woman's pulse. In that moment, what terror must have seized their hearts. And then what? Then came cold sweat drenching their backs, racking their brains, and kneeling in trembling deference to report your highness' ailment is truly rare indeed. This humble servant is dull-witted and requires further deliberation. Truly a pack of cunning old foxes. Pei Cijing clicked his tongue, yet felt no trace of contempt, only a powerful surge of empathy. These imperial physicians, how difficult their lot was. In modern times, a medical dispute might ruin your career or socially destroy you, but in the imperial court, this was a deadly game where one wrong move meant execution of the entire household or annihilation of 9 generations. What could the physicians do? Tell the truth. Expose the prince as a woman on the spot. In the next instant, their heads would likely part ways with their bodies. So they could only play dumb, grit their teeth, and label the abdominal pain as congenital deficiency, liver qi stagnation, cold congealing with blood stasis. Any of these safe, ambiguous diagnoses that could neither cure nor harm. Then they would prescribe warming tonics, pain relievers, and sedatives. When the monthly episode struck, prepared pills would suppress the suffering. As for never actually curing the ailment, the ninth prince's displeasure, or even the emperor's wrath, they could only endure with apologetic smiles, bearing the scolding of incompetence while trembling through the ordeal. Compared to the lives of their entire families, what was a scolding? What was a loss of face? A scolding was far better than losing one's head. Pei Cijing could even imagine the inner chambers of the Imperial Medical Academy where the senior physicians would gather in private, faces clouded with despair exchanging knowing yet guarded glances, each too afraid to speak plainly. Tsk. How impossibly difficult. This was no mere medical practice. It was walking a tightrope over a blade's edge, struggling to survive in the shadow of imperial power. He was shaking his head, shedding a tear of sympathy for his colleagues in the Dacian Imperial Medical Academy, his thoughts drifting to some ancestral tablet of a physician executed for failing to cure a patient. Brother Pei. A clear, steady voice suddenly came from beside him, neither loud nor soft, cutting through his reverie. Pei Cijing's heart leaped as he snapped back to attention. He turned his head. There stood a figure having approached silently to within 2 steps of him. Clad in plain green robes, the fabric shimmering with faint flowing patterns under the shifting light, his bearing tall and straight as a solitary bamboo, his face half hidden in the shadow cast by the corridor pillar. It was none other than the one with whom Head shared a melon of fate at the Imperial Academy, Huang Yu. Yu gazed at him quietly, those deep, still pools of eyes clearly reflecting the complex expression Pei Cijing had yet to fully conceal. Brother Huang. Pei Cijing swiftly donned his usual carefree smile, offering a cupped fist salute with an easy, natural tone. What a coincidence running into... His smile was flawless, but alarm bells rang deafeningly in his mind. When had this man arrived? What had he heard? What had he seen? Yu gave a slight nod in acknowledgement, yet his gaze remained locked on Pei Cijing's face. There was no pretense of pleasantries. He cut straight to the point. I noticed you staring at the ninth prince for quite some time, Brother Pei, with a look of deep contemplation. He paused, lowering his voice even further, yet each word struck Pei Cijing's ears with crystalline clarity. Might you have sensed something untoward about the ninth prince? The hairs on the back of Pei Cijing's neck stood on end. Untoward? That was an understatement. This was a nuclear-level catastrophe. But could he say it? Dare he say it? Pei Cijing maintained his smile, even making it brighter, while his mind raced at unprecedented speed. Brother Huang jests. He let out a light chuckle, his gaze sweeping with feigned casualness toward the ninth prince, who was laughing and conversing at the center of the waterside pavilion. His tone carried just the right measure of curiosity and concern befitting an ordinary observer. I merely noticed His Highness' face suddenly turned pale moments ago, as if unwell, and only after taking medicine did he improve. I happen to know a little of medicine, so I found myself looking a bit longer, merely out of concern. Oh, is that so? Yu took a small step forward. The distance closed. That intangible pressure, the silent weight of one born to command, crept forward like an inexorable tide. Lichenji's gaze was as calm as an ancient well, yet carried a sharpness that brooked no dissent, locked firmly onto Pei Cijing's face, as if to pierce through that veneer of forced composure and reach the churning turmoil within. The deliberate, feigned nonchalance on Pei Cijing's face was to Yu as thin as early winter ice, shattering at the slightest touch. He had been there for quite some time. The fleeting shifts in Pei Cijing's expression, from realization to shock, from shock to deep thought, and finally forced into calm, had not escaped his notice. He knew that look all too well. It was by no means the ordinary concern or curiosity one might have for a ninth prince. It was the dawning comprehension of some earth-shattering secret, a complex ripple forcibly suppressed by reason and fear, like a hidden undercurrent beneath a placid lake, seemingly calm on the surface, yet utterly overturned within. The ninth brother must harbor a momentous secret. A secret so profound that even he, his own elder brother, had never glimpsed it. One that perhaps even the ninth brother himself was unaware of. After much deliberation, this secret most likely revolved around that inexplicable abdominal pain that tormented the ninth brother every month, wasting him away. Or even, it was the very root of all his suffering. Lichenji's heart suddenly clenched as if gripped by an invisible hand, aching dully. His ninth brother Liqinglu and his younger sister Liqinying had lost their birth mother in infancy, and were raised alongside him by his own mother, the Empress. Though not born of the same mother, the bond forged through years of shared upbringing and mutual support ran deeper than blood. The ninth brother was gentle by nature, and frail of body. The sight of him curled up in agony each month, his small face pale and cold sweat soaking his inner garments, was a silent, unutterable pain and helplessness that had plagued him and his mother for years. Those so-called national physicians of the Imperial Medical Academy were useless. All they could do was spout platitudes like congenital deficiency, liver qi stagnation, or cold congealing with blood stasis. The decoctions and pills they prescribed offered only fleeting relief from the pain, never addressing the root cause, let alone curing it. If this seemingly carefree Pei Cijing truly saw in an instant what even the imperial physicians could not discern. Li Qingjia's gaze deepened like an abyssal cold pool. This secret, he must know it, at any cost. But seeing Pei Cijing's current demeanor, his wandering gaze, evasive words, and blatant attempts to change the subject, it was clear he had sensed something, and because that something was too horrifying, he was desperately trying to protect himself, as if wanting to carve I know nothing onto his face. For a young marquis to be so wary, even willing to play the fool before him. The implications of this secret were far more astonishing and deadly than he had. But no matter how astonishing, no matter how deadly, it could not outweigh the ninth brother's health nor the bond of care nurtured since childhood. Li Qingyu took another. The distance between them closed instantly, so near that he could feel the faint rustle of their robes brushing, see his own clear reflection in the other's eyes, and even detect the barely perceptible held breath. He lowered his voice, all trace of superficial probing gone, leaving only a weighty, almost unshakable solemnity. Master Pei, let us not speak in riddles. Though the voice was low, each word was articulated clearly and slowly, ensuring it was heard distinctly. The look you gave the ninth prince just now was by no means, or if you can truthfully tell me what irregularities you observed. He paused, his gaze falling upon Pei Cijing's face like a tangible force, and made a promise that would tempt countless hearts, no matter how vast the implications or what secrets lie behind it. I swear on my life that you will not suffer a single harm because of this. Not only that, his voice grew even deeper, each word like a brand. I will owe you a debt of gratitude. As long as it does not violate the law or morality, and within my power, I will do one thing for you. Pei Cijing inwardly groaned a wail, nearly escaping his lips. Just as he suspected. Though this man's identity had not been explicitly revealed, it was as clear as day. He truly was an imperial prince, and one of the highest status, most likely to inherit the throne. Back when they first met under the eaves of the Imperial Academy sharing melon seeds, while watching a spectacle, he had sensed that this man's bearing was extraordinary, no ordinary noble, most likely of royal blood. Now combined with his extraordinary concern and subtle protectiveness toward the ninth prince, there was no need for further speculation. He was certainly a prince. And among all the living princes, the one with you in his name was none other than the legitimate son of the current empress. The sixth prince, a figure of such stature, a hot contender for the future heir, a personal promise from his golden mouth. The value of this commitment was simple. Any other person with ambition or one trapped in dire straits seeking support would likely be weeping with gratitude by now, eager to spill every secret they knew to cling to this tower. But he Pei Cijing. All he wanted right now was to peacefully eat his melon muddle through his studies and dote on his wife. He had absolutely no desire to be dragged into the raging vortex of imperial secrets. Yes, that melon earlier was quite satisfying to eat. 2,599 melon-eating points credited. An unprecedented windfall, with his balance soaring toward 4,000, filling him with elation. But this melon was scalding hot. Not only was it hot, it was emitting a sizzling, lethal, poisonous smoke. Now he was filled with regret. Deep, profound regret. He had been so utterly absorbed in eating the melon that he had completely forgotten the ancient admonition to avoid suspicion and had lost the necessary vigilance in elite circles, being noticed without realizing it. Now he was in deep trouble, cornered by this sixth prince who was clearly shrewd and not easily fooled, and judging by the look of it, he would not get past this ordeal without offering a convincing explanation. But what could he say? Should he just blurt out, Your Highness, from my observation the ninth prince is actually a girl? The monthly abdominal pain is merely menstrual cramps caused by a congenital misidentification of gender. If he did, he probably wouldn't live to see the sun rise over Shengjing City tomorrow. Not because it would rain, but because his head would be separated from his shoulders. Not only would he be finished, but the entire Weiyuan Marquis manor, and possibly even his wife's family, the Shun mansion, would be implicated, staging a real-life extermination of the entire clan. He couldn't say it. He absolutely couldn't say it even if killed. But he had to say something. This sixth prince was not someone who could be fobbed off. The forced smile of a carefree idler on Pei Cijing's face gradually faded like thin snow under the sun, silently melting away. He lowered his eyes, his thick lashes casting a small shadow beneath them, concealing the rapidly churning thoughts within. When he looked up again, his face had shifted to an expression of slight helplessness tinged with an indescribable, almost sorrowful complexity. That expression was not feigned. He had genuinely glimpsed some lamentable, unavoidable heavenly secret. This time Pei Cijing's gaze did not waver, meeting Li Qingjia's scrutinizing and oppressive. However, he still did not directly answer the other's question, offering no definitive diagnosis or speculation. Instead, he lowered his voice to a tone audible only to the two of them, and slowly, almost as if speaking to himself, said, I have heard that the ninth prince and princess Anha are twins. He paused, looked up at Li Qingyu with an indescribable depth in his eyes, and lightly added the second half. The two of them look exactly alike. Having said this seemingly irrelevant, almost pointless sentence, Pei Cijing quickly averted his gaze, lowered his eyelids once more, and stared at the long cold tea in his hand. As if the green tea held some rare treasure. He refused to utter another word. What needed to be hinted, he had already hinted. As for the rest, let this remarkably intelligent sixth prince who cared so deeply for his younger siblings ponder it himself. He had said all he could. Upon hearing this, Li Qingji's handsome sword-like brows furrowed tightly, almost knotting together. Twins look alike. What useless drivel was this? Xinglu and Shen Ninghuan were born as dragon phoenix twins, their features nearly identical. What was so remarkable about that? It wasn't some deep dark secret. Why would Pei Cijing deliberately bring up this universally known fact? What was his intention? Li Qingyu stared heavily at Pei Cijing's lowered profile. The other's attitude of sealed lips, as if uttering another word would invite heavenly retribution, confirmed one thing with absolute certainty. The gravity of this matter far surpassed that of an ordinary illness. Li Qingyu felt a headache coming on. What he detested most were these bastards who spoke in obscure riddles, deliberately mystifying things and making people guess. Pei Cijing's pretentious air of profundity, this manner of revealing half and hiding half, leaving one scratching their head in frustration. He was the spitting image of that old bald abbot of Daxiangguo Temple, who always stroked his long snow-white beard, squinted his cloudy old eyes, and intoned heaven's secrets cannot be revealed. The Buddha says it cannot be spoken. Benefactor, contemplate it yourself. It made one gnash their teeth in frustration, yet there was nothing to be done. And yet from Pei Cijing's cautious, almost fearful attitude, he could clearly sense. This was no mere act of mystification. This was not the trickery of a street fortune-teller. This was true, profound secrecy. This was a deathly silence, touching upon some unspeakable taboo. Li Qingyu slowly straightened up, shifting his gaze from Pei Cijing to the crimson figure at the center of the waterside pavilion, who was chatting and laughing with others, yet still could not hide his thinness and pallor. Identical twins. His pupils contracted almost imperceptibly. An utterly absurd thought, yet one that vaguely pointed to a terrifying possibility, silently wound its way around his heart, like a vine creeping out of the darkness. Li Qingyu stood rooted to the spot, unmoving. The faint strains of silk and bamboo music drifted from the waterside pavilion, mingled with the murmur of conversation. A gentle breeze brushed past his temples, yet he remained utterly oblivious. He was still pondering Pei Cijing's words. Upon closer reflection, Li Qingyu gradually discerned a different flavor to them. Pei Cijing had referred to the imperial younger siblings only as twins, yet had conspicuously avoided the term dragon phoenix twins. Twins. Dragon phoenix twins. These two phrases echoed repeatedly in his mind, gradually peeling apart to reveal distinctly different meanings. Dragon phoenix twins are a type of twin, but twins are not necessarily dragon phoenix. If an ordinary family were blessed with dragon phoenix twins, they would surely celebrate with joy, proclaiming a dragon and phoenix bringing auspiciousness. After all, birthing a boy and a girl in one pregnancy, having both son and daughter, is a rare and excellent omen. Who would deliberately use such a vague neutral term as twins to refer to them? Pei Cijing's choice of words was certainly not careless. He was hinting that this pair of imperial prince and princess hailed as dragon and phoenix, bringing auspiciousness since birth might, after all, not be one dragon and one phoenix. Li Qingji's gaze involuntarily drifted towards the center of the waterside pavilion. His ninth brother Li Qinglu was turned slightly, whispering to an attendant. The sunlight fell at an angle, clearly outlining a profile almost identically carved from the same mold as Princess Anha Li Qinying. The same delicate eyebrows and eyes, the same upturned nose, the same slightly thin yet gracefully shaped lips. Even the tiny furrow between his brows when he frowned was exactly the same. Previously, he had simply thought they looked alike, as was common for twins. But looking at it now, it was more than just alike. It was fundamentally the same face. It was only the deliberate distinction in clothing, hairstyle, and demeanor that made people subconsciously accept the premise of one male, one female. If Qinglu were to don women's attire and style his hair in a female bun, Li Qingji's Adam's apple bobbed. An absurd yet increasingly clear image uncontrollably forced its way into his mind like a stone cast into a deep pool, its ripples spreading outward in concentric circles, silently battering the boundaries of his comprehension. No. He immediately extinguished this thought. It was too preposterous. Qinglu was an imperial prince, a younger brother he had studied and trained martial arts with since childhood, a brother he had watched grow up. When he was young and mischievous, he had even secretly flicked Chinglis. That area, though it was just childish play, the feel and shape of it were unmistakably. Li Qingji's ears inexplicably grew warm. He was undoubtedly a boy. But Pei Cijing's inscrutable attitude, the oddity of the imperial physicians being unable to cure the stomach pain for years, Chinglis' monthly affliction, where he would curl up in agony, and that face nearly overlapping with Chaniying's. All these clues, now strung together by the subtle distinction between twins and dragon phoenix twins, pointed towards a possibility that was both hair-raising and impossible to completely deny. A congenital, inversion of yin and yang. That is to say, although Qinglu appeared to be male, he was essentially female. Such a matter were it to occur, even in an ordinary family, let alone the imperial household, and were it to be exposed, would see the person branded as an anomaly with no good end in sight. He slowly inhaled a breath of cool air, trying to suppress the surging tempest within his heart. The implications of this matter were too vast. So vast that he couldn't even begin to estimate the consequences. If it proved true, it would be a crime of deceiving the sovereign. A colossal joke that muddled the imperial bloodline, and a shocking scandal that could shake the very foundation of the nation. All those in the know, the midwives, the palace attendants who served back then, the physicians who took the pulse, and even the relatives like themselves who had failed to notice, could all be dragged into an abyss of utter ruin. No wonder Pei Cijing dared not speak plainly, even on pain of death. He only dared to use terms like twins, and they look exactly alike, to lead him to guess on what a cunning and cautious second son Pei. Li Chenji's irritation at the other's riddle-master behavior was gradually replaced by a complex sense of understanding. This wasn't being deliberately cryptic, there were simply some words that truly could not be spoken aloud. If he couldn't guess, then he couldn't guess. If he did guess, then it was enough that the two of them understood each other. His gaze fell back upon Pei Cijing. The other man still had his eyes lowered, staring at the tea that had gone cold in his hand. His profile appeared calm in the interplay of light and shadow, even somewhat indifferent, as if the earth-shattering implication had not come from his lips at all. Li Chenyu closed his eyes. When he opened them again, all the churning emotions within had been pushed down into the deepest sea, leaving only his usual composure and decisiveness. He now knew of the irregularities concerning Qinglu. What remained was verification and proper resolution. For Qinglu, so he no longer suffers that monthly agony of feeling his skin peeled and sinews pulled for the sake of his mother the empress and her years of worry, and to preserve the life of this younger brother, who might be a younger sister. He stepped forward, his movement light, yet carrying an undeniable weight. Pei Cijing seemed to sense his approach and looked up. Their eyes met. Li Chenyu spoke no further words about illness or secrets. He simply raised his hand and unclasped a jade pendant from his waist. The jade pendant was smooth and warm to the touch. It was of the finest mutton-fat white jade. The jade was as warm and lustrous as fat, uniformly white and translucent. Only at its center was carved a lifelike swimming dragon, its body winding, its head held high. Though it was only the size of a palm, it exuded an air of noble authority. He offered the pendant. Master Pei. Li Chenji's voice had regained its usual clear and steady tone, pitch just loud enough for the man before him to hear, regardless of the final outcome. I am grateful for your words today. He did not refer to himself by any title other than I, nor did he specify what exactly Pei Cijing had spoken of. Conversations between intelligent men need not be overly explicit. Everything was understood between them. Pei Cijing looked at the jade pendant offered before him, but did not immediately take it. His gaze flickered as if weighing the matter. Finally he reached out and steadily accepted the pendant. It was warm to the touch. Brother Huang is too kind. Pei Cijing said, a smile tugging at the corner of his mouth that was not entirely relaxed, but was clear enough. I don't recall saying anything at all. He knew what this was. This was a hush payment, a reward, and more importantly, a protective talisman and a promise from the highest echelons of power that might prove useful in the future. Li Chenyu gave him a deep, searching look, one that contained both inquiry and warning. Keep this with you, but may offer some convenience. He left with one final remark. Should you encounter difficulties, you may use this to find me. With that he said no more. He turned and left. The corner of his plain blue robe brushed across the polished floor and quickly merged into the crowd at the other end of the pavilion, as if he had never stopped here for a long talk. Pei Cijing clutched the jade pendant, still bearing the other man's warmth, and let out a long, silent sigh of relief. The robes on his back were, unbeknownst to him, soaked with cold sweat, clinging to his skin and turning chilly in the breeze. Finally, that was handled. He weighed the pendant in his hand, then unhesitatingly tucked it into his inner pocket. Payment, after all, must be securely kept. This thing might really come in handy at a critical moment. As for the real identity of that brother Huang and his subsequent plans, Pei Cijing decided to temporarily bury his head in the sand. When the sky falls, there are taller people to hold it up. He resumed his lazy, indifferent expression, casually picked up another piece of pastry, and swept his gaze listlessly over the various young lords exuding masculine energy. Meanwhile, at the female guest's side, it was a different scene entirely. Shen Ninghuan held a cup of osmanthus honey nectar, sipping it languidly, her gaze casually sweeping over the assembled noble ladies in the pavilion. She remembered Pei Cijing's earlier instruction. If you hear anything interesting, tell me about it tonight. But this flower-viewing gathering was far too uneventful. Princess Anha presided over the main seat, chatting and smiling. Although the ninth prince wasn't present at the ladies' table, everyone knew the true purpose of this occasion: to select a consort for the prince and a husband for the princess. Who among those invited today wasn't a shrewd operator? Even if there were private grudges and schemes, no one would cause an embarrassing scene at the prince's residence in public. Those aiming to climb the social ladder were naturally striving to display their talents and virtues, taking turns with music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, perfecting their every word and gesture. Those with no intention of entering the royal family were also happy to remain dignified and demure, never stealing the spotlight, and certainly not tripping others up. Causing trouble in such a setting would be a slap in the face to the prince and princess. Once an investigation was launched, could those underhanded tricks withstand scrutiny? Who could bear the consequences? Shen Ninghuan sighed softly in her heart. Pity. Truly a pity. The people present were, after all, mostly wise if fools were too few. She listlessly withdrew her gaze, and just as she was feeling bored, Jiang Tian, seated beside her, reached out and poked her cheek. Sister Huan, what are you daydreaming about? Jiang Tian's round, sparkling eyes were full of mirth. Are you thinking about your second master, Pei? Shen Ninghuan gave her a sidelong glance and lightly tapped her forehead. You talk too much. Jiang Tian giggled and dodged, casually picking up a rose pastry from the table and taking a bite, speaking with a full mouth. I see those young ladies over there vying to perform. They've nearly broken their zither strings. How boring. Talking with you is much more pleasant. Shen Ninghuan curved her lips into a smile. Jiang Tian was her childhood friend, innocent and vivacious by nature. Though she had come of age, she was still quite childlike. She was clearly out of her element in such a setting today. After finishing her pastry, Jiang Tian quickly sidled back over. Sister Huan, she said, leaning close to Shen Ninghuan, her voice lowered. I have something I'd like to ask you. Shen Ninghuan turned her head to look at her. What is it? Just say it plainly. Jiang Tian bit her lip, a blush creeping up her cheeks, looking somewhat embarrassed. I wanted to ask. Your elder brother, young Master Shen, has he been? Oh my, this is so embarrassing. I'm still so young, and mother asked me to inquire about this, playing matchmaker, pulling red threads. How am I supposed to bring it up? It's not even something I wanted to ask. Jiang Tian's inner thoughts came through clearly to Shen Ninghuan's ears. Hearing this, she raised an eyebrow, slightly, a mischievous glint flashing in her eyes. Deliberately drawing out her words, she feigned surprise. Oh my. I consider you a dear friend, and you want to become my sister-in-law. No. Jiang Tian waved her hands frantically, her face growing even redder. It's not that. I didn't. Sister Huan, don't talk nonsense. My mother asked me to inquire. She looked around, confirming no one was paying attention, then leaned in closer. Her voice dropped even lower. My mother's maternal family has a cousin, and her daughter just turned 15 this year. She's of excellent character and appeal. Because she heard my father mention that the young Master Shen is exceptionally capable for his age, diligent in his cases, a rare, promising young talent. That's how the intention for a marriage alliance came about. Jiang Tian paused, her tone growing even more sheepish. My mother was entrusted with this task, so she asked me to inquire privately. Sister Huan, you mustn't misunderstand. Shen Ninghuan watched her flustered attempts to explain, finding it amusing. She put on an expression of sudden realization, mixed with a hint of disappointment. I see. Her elder brother Shen Mingxuan was indeed getting on in years. He had been betrothed to a young lady early on, but unfortunately the girl was ill-fated and fell victim to a sudden illness before the wedding. Afterwards, her brother passed the imperial examinations in his early 20s and entered the court of judicial review. He had devoted himself entirely to his official duties. His marriage had been delayed as a result. Now at 24 he remained single. Their father Shen Zhongqing was somewhat anxious about it, but the eldest young Master Shen himself didn't seem to mind. Being thought of in this regard was a good thing. Shen Ninghuan pondered for a moment. As his younger sister, she naturally couldn't make decisions regarding her brother's marriage, but since Jiang Tian had spoken up and had been entrusted by her elders, she had to give some response. You'll need to ask my father and brother about this first, Shen Ninghuan said gently. But my brother has indeed been busy with a case these days, and probably can't spare the time. Once this period passes, he'll give you an answer, all right? Of course. Jiang Tian quickly nodded, a relieved smile spreading across her face. I was just asking on my mother's behalf. Sister Huan, please don't feel pressured. By the time the flower-viewing banquet dispersed, dusk had already fallen. The twilight, like a finely woven net, slowly enveloped the pavilions and towers of Shengjing, as well as the carriages that streamed out of the prince's mansion one after another. Lamplights flickered on in the streets, and the clamor of eateries and taverns drifted faintly through the carriage walls. It was the ordinary, peaceful sound of the mortal world, a sound that upon hearing could soothe the heart. Pei Cijing leaned against the carriage wall, his fingers unconsciously tracing the jade pendant hidden in his sleeve. The warm, smooth touch of the mutton-fat white jade came through the fabric, yet it burned his heart with unease. Back at Enleju, in the inner chamber, candles were lit. The pair of gilt gusfoot lamps that Shen Ninghuan had brought as part of her dowry. The lamps held clear apricot oil, the flames steady and not dazzling, casting a warm yellow glow over the room. Pei Cijing sat in the armchair by the window, his body leaning slightly forward. He took out the jade pendant, held it in his palm, and traced the scales of the dragon carved on its surface with his index finger one after another. The carving was exquisite. The scales had distinct layers of slight convexity and gleamed with a warm, restrained luster under the candlelight. He traced it very slowly, so slowly that he could almost count every single scale. But his expression was not as composed as his hand. His brows were furrowed, his lips pressed into a straight line, his eyelashes lowered, hiding the turbulent, ever-changing emotions churning in his eyes. Husband. Shen Ninghuan's voice came from the inner chamber. She had just removed her hairpins and changed into a moon-white nightgown, her long hair cascading over her shoulders like a waterfall, holding a cup of calming tea as she walked out. She immediately noticed Pei Cijing's distracted demeanor. She paused for a moment, then approached, gently placed the teacup on the small table beside the couch, and sat down next to him. You've been preoccupied ever since we returned from the princess mansion, Shen Ninghuan said, turning sideways and reaching out to cover the back of his hand holding the jade. Did something happen at the flower viewing banquet today? Her voice was soft and warm, her eyes filled with undisguised concern. Pei Cijing looked up and met his wife's clear, limpid gaze. The anxiety and unease that had been churning inside him for half a day suddenly loosened a little. After spending these days together, he knew exactly what kind of person his wife was. On the surface, she was gentle and warm, but inside, she was extremely decisive. Intelligent, sharp, unflustered in the face of trouble. Without the superior insights of a time traveler and the assistance of the system, he could not compare to her. Pei Cijing gently placed the jade pendant on the table. With a soft thud, his voice lowered to almost a whisper. Today at the princess mansion, I stumbled upon a... Shen Ninghuan's eyebrows twitched slightly. She didn't urge him, just looked at him, quietly waiting for him to continue. Pei Cijing paused as if choosing his words, then slowly uttered, the ninth prince. Might be a woman. Shen Ninghuan's pupils contracted slightly. She was stunned, clearly not expecting such an answer. The surprise on her face was evident, but soon it was replaced by deeper curiosity and gravity. A woman, she repeated, her voice also unconsciously lowered. But the ninth prince has been a prince since childhood. With so many eyes in the palace, the imperial physicians, the palace attendants, how could it be mistaken? It's not an ordinary woman either, Pei Cijing explained further, knowing it was hard to understand. The ninth prince likely has a congenital condition called a hermaphrodite in medical texts. Outwardly male, but internally female. She has all the organs and meridians a woman should have. It's just that the external genitalia developed abnormally, resembling a male organ, leading to a mistaken gender identification. This condition, if discovered in childhood, could be treated early. But in her case, she was raised as a boy from infancy, and no one ever suspected. Pei Cijing stopped there. The news was too shocking, he needed to give his wife time to digest it. Of course, there was much more about the ninth prince's condition that he didn't say. For instance, he had a way to help her become a normal woman. By excising the malformed tissue, healing the wound with medication, and after a few months, she could be after that she could marry and bear children like any other woman. The surgery would require extreme precision, and the medical environment of this era was crude. Post-operative care would have to be thorough. Achieving such a feat was difficult, but not impossible. He had a physician's certainty, a confidence granted by the miraculous healer's skill. Shen Ninghuan listened quietly as Pei Cijing finished, her eyes shifting through surprise, realization, gravity, and finally settling into deep contemplation. She didn't press for more details. Instead, she changed the subject and seized the key point. Who else knows about this? You are indeed clever. Pei Cijing gave a bitter smile. Some in the Imperial Medical Institute must know. After all, the pulse reveals the truth of gender. But no one dares to speak. Today, the ninth prince suddenly suffered abdominal pain. Actually, the pain of her first menstruation. I observed her appearance and pulse grew suspicious and took a closer look. Unfortunately, the sixth prince noticed. He sighed. Then he recounted the conversation in the waterside pavilion with Li Qingyu in full detail. From Li Qingyi's probing to his own evasion to the final hint about identical twins looking exactly alike and the jade pendant given as a hush gift. He left nothing out. When he finished, he let out a long, deep breath as if relieved of a heavy burden. He leaned back into the chair and rubbed his brow. Wife, he said with a rare and undisguised weariness and confusion, this matter seems resolved, but I still have some worries. He closed his eyes. The system's bomb was satisfying. 2599 points, the balance soaring toward 4,000. But this bomb could kill me. If it gets out, not only I but the entire Marquis mansion and the Shen family would be implicated. I must find a way out. Grandfather mentioned in his letter last year that he discovered 3 golden mountains overseas and said he would leave one for me. If it comes to that, perhaps I can only take my family and flee overseas. These inner thoughts reached Shen Ninghuan's ears clearly. She looked at the lingering worry between his brows, her heart softening a little, yet also finding it amusing. He hadn't even faced trouble yet, but he was already planning to flee, and even remembering his grandfather's golden mountain. She didn't know what to say, but she didn't call him out on it. She just held his hand, gave it a gentle squeeze, and said in a voice both warm and soothing, "Husband, don't worry too much. In my opinion, your response today was fine." The sixth prince's sudden appearance was beyond anyone's control. Shen Ninghuan paused, her gaze deepening. From what you said, the sixth prince is not a reckless or impulsive person. Since he already knows, he will surely make arrangements. Either secretly find a physician for the ninth prince, or try to cover it up. In any case, this matter will likely be handled within a very small circle. She looked at Pei Cijing, her eyes clear and resolute. He won't let this blow up. Why, oi? Pei Cijing asked instinctively. Because blowing it up would harm him, the ninth prince, and the entire royal family with no benefit at all, Shen Ninghuan said slowly. The sixth prince is a wise man. Wise men don't do stupid things that harm others without profiting themselves. She reached out and lightly tapped the jade pendant on the table. Since he accepted your favor and gave you the jade pendant as a token, he has made it clear to you. He will take care of this matter and bear the consequences. We just need to keep silent, and we will be safe. Even. Shen Ninghuan's lips curved into a faint, meaningful smile. Who knows if this might turn out to be a blessing in disguise. The sixth prince is the legitimate son of the current empress. His reputation in the court is growing daily. His future is boundless. Shen Ninghuan's voice dropped even lower, almost to a whisper. Today, though you didn't say it outright, you gave him a huge hint. He has noted this favor. In the future, if needed, this jade pendant might buy us protection. She looked at Pei Cijing's gradually brightening eyes and added softly, of course on the condition that we truly keep our mouths shut. Pei Cijing was silent for a moment. Then long and slowly he let out a breath. The tension that had been gripping his shoulders all afternoon finally completely relaxed. He turned his hand and held Shen Ninghuan's, his palm warm and slightly sweaty. You are right, wife, he said, his voice regaining its usual lightness, even with a hint of a smile. I was wrong to think only of the worst outcome. I forgot that in this world fortune and misfortune always go hand in hand. He paused, then muttered in a low voice, but I still need to think about an escape route. Better safe than sorry, just in case. Shen Ninghuan smiled helplessly. She shook her head, but said nothing more. She just got up, walked behind him, and gently massaged his tense temples. The pressure was just right, neither too light nor too. Pei Cijing let out a comfortable sigh, leaned back against her, and closed his eyes. The candle burned quietly. The faint sound of a night watchman's clapper drifted in from outside. It was the second watch. Under Shen Ninghuan's gentle massage, Pei Cijing's breathing gradually became steady and long, and his brow smoothed out. All the shock and anxiety of the afternoon finally melted away. He fell asleep. Deeply. Shen Ninghuan stopped her movements, looked down at his peaceful sleeping face, her eyes soft. For a long time. Then she gently withdrew her hand, took a thin blanket from the side, and carefully covered him. She walked to the table, picked up the mutton-fat white jade pendant, and examined it closely under the candlelight. The jade was warm and smooth. The dragon carved on it was lifelike. She looked at it for a moment, then gently placed the pendant into the bottommost hidden compartment of her jewelry box. A soft click. The box closed. This secret would remain between the two of them for now. In the study of the heir's courtyard, candlelight blazed brightly, illuminating the room in full, yet failing to dispel the profound loneliness that hung heavy in the air. Pei Cijing sat behind a wide sandalwood desk, before him an open volume of his family's heirloom military treatise, the Sima Fa from the 7 military classics. The edges of the pages were yellowed with age, yet the ink strokes remained as bold and unyielding as iron, each brushstroke imbued with the aura of the battlefield. His gaze rested upon the lines of text, seemingly absorbed in study. Yet if one drew close, they would notice that his deep, dark eyes had not moved for a long time. His thoughts had long since been dragged elsewhere. On one corner of the desk stood a gleaming bronze mirror. The dim candlelight slanted across it, just catching the gaunt contours of his profile. A month had passed. Confined to the estate, forced into martial practice, kneeling in the ancestral hall, forbidden from seeing Shen Ningyue. This month had been like a repeated tempering process, hammering and stripping away the frivolity and decadence that a life of indulgence had bred within. The sharp, chiseled lines of his face had returned. The dark circles under his eyes, born of excess, had faded, and his eyelids had regained their former tautness and clarity. The person in the bronze mirror looked almost like the former heir apparent of the Weiyuan marquis, handsome, spirited, and capable of captivating countless noble ladies, but only almost. Pei Cijing raised his eyes, meeting his own gaze in the mirror. The candle flame danced restlessly on the smooth bronze surface, casting shifting shadows that made his face a play of light and dark, familiar, yet carrying a cold strangeness. He reached out his fingertip, gently touching the mirror's surface. It was cold. A chilling sensation crept up his finger, threading its way straight to his heart. His body could be nursed back to health. His neglected martial skills could be regained through sheer brutal effort. Even the classical texts and strategic treatises he had abandoned could be painfully relearned with the foundation he had built. But some things, once broken, were broken forever. Like reputation, like trust, like the once clear and straightforward path of the heir, now strewn with the scrutinizing, doubtful, even gloating gazes of others. Today's flower-viewing gathering made the other's rejection abundantly clear. Even former close companions deliberately kept their distance, offering not even a greeting, as if trying to sever all ties with him. He closed his eyes. Against his will, the shameful scene from a month ago surged into his mind. The main hall of the Shen residence, under harsh daylight, he and Shen Ningyue kneeling together in disarray, his father's face livid with fury, his mother's eyes dimming with disappointment, his uncle and aunt's expressions a complex mix of anger and grief. And Pei Cijing. His younger brother had sat quietly in the lower seat, his face impassive, as if watching a play that had nothing to do with him. But those eyes, they simply watched. So calmly. It was unsettling, sending a chill down one's spine. Pei Cijing's eyes snapped open. The familiar suffocating frustration, wild grass growing in his chest with nowhere to burn, surged up within him once more. He clenched his fists, knuckles cracking and turning white from the strain. Yes, he and Shen Ningyue were truly in love. But this true love, because of his own actions, had become a shameless scandal, a farce that destroyed his future. Even his father, the man who had held such high hopes for him since childhood, who personally taught him horsemanship, archery, and the art of war, now looked at him with nothing but stern scrutiny and profound disappointment. An invisible yet thick and resilient barrier seemed to have risen between him and everyone else. A low laugh escaped his throat, echoing in the empty, silent study, laden with heavy self-mockery and an unshakable bitterness. He had walked this path himself, oh, who was there to blame? The candlewick popped, bursting into a small flower of flame. The light flickered violently. He raised his hand, rubbing his throbbing temples, and forced his gaze back to the open military text. The characters were the same, the strategic wisdom they contained still vast and tranquil as the sea. But how many of them had he truly absorbed tonight? Even if he couldn't focus, he had to read. In 3 days he would assume his official post. The past was like yesterday dead. All he could grasp was the future. In the concubine's small courtyard, moonlight was cut into slivers of cold silver by the window lattice, scattering onto the floor like a thin layer of frost. Shen Ningyue sat alone on an embroidered stool by the window, holding an unfinished baby garment in her hands. The fabric was fine, watered, soft satin, warm to the touch. The stitches were fine and even, and she was embroidering a pair of chubby, adorable carp with gold thread, symbolizing blessings of many children and good fortune. But on her face there was no trace of the tender joy of an expectant mother. Only anxiety and hollowness, tightly suppressed beneath a calm facade. The soft fabric under her fingertips felt like a branding iron against her heart. Because she wasn't pregnant at all. A month had passed. She had been locked in this tiny space with only 2 taciturn maidservants for company, not a single soul to confide in. The heir had been strictly forbidden from seeing her. She couldn't even catch a glimpse of the hem of his robe. How could she possibly become pregnant? Her dowry had been pitifully meager to begin with. The Marchioness had also found excuses to cut her allowances down to almost nothing. The few bits of silver she had left were hardly enough to bribe the servants for even a small favor, and she was met with nothing but disdain. She unconsciously touched her still flat abdomen. This was her only hope, her precarious, allure-nothing gamble. If only she could conceive and bear a son. Her nails silently dug into her palm, a sharp pain that barely suppressed the panic in her heart. Calculating the days, in 3 more days the prohibition would be lifted and Pei Cijing would assume his post. By then the marquis' strict orders would naturally loosen. She would be able to see him. Everything. There was still room to turn things around. There was still hope. Madam. A hoarse voice came from outside the door. It's time for the evening meal. Shen Ningyue snapped back to reality. She swiftly tucked the glaring red garment into a nearby basket, covering it with other cloth. Her face had already resumed its usual gentle, placid expression. Come in. The maidservant pushed the door open, carrying a dark wooden tray. A bowl of thin white congee, 2 dishes of pickled vegetables without a trace of oil, and 2 cold hard steamed buns. That was all. She suppressed the sudden surge of humiliation and anger, not even deigning to glance at the maidservant. She simply waved her hand, her voice betraying no emotion. Put it down. The maidservant set the tray on the table and turned to leave. Wait. Shen Ningyue called out, softening her tone, a hint of probing in her voice. Is the young lord doing well in the front courtyard today? The maidservant paused, half turning her face, still wooden. This old servant wouldn't know, madam. Matters of the front courtyard are not something for the likes of us lowly servants to inquire about. With that she retreated, gently closing the door, sealing off the inside from the outside. Shen Ningyue stared at the closed door, her gaze gradually turning cold. Deep within the darkness of her eyes it seemed as if flames of ice danced. Her nails dug deeper into her palm, nearly drawing blood. One day she would make these servants who kowtowed to the mighty and looked down upon the weak know who their true mistress of this marquis estate should be. She picked up the bowl of congee and drank it in small sips. The congee was warm, but her heart was cold. The moonlight outside the window was cold and clear, filtering through the paper screen and casting a pallid patch of light on the floor. It was just like a certain night in her past life, when she had also sat alone in a cold room waiting for someone who would never return. No, not in this life. Shen Ningyue put down the bowl, her eyes gradually growing resolute. She had memories of her past life. She knew what the future held. She knew the heir would earn military honors, would become a duke, would become one of the most powerful men in the great Qian dynasty. And she would be the only woman by his side. As long as she could endure until the child was born, endure until the heir elevated her to the position of principal wife, endure until. She took a deep breath, pushing down the turbulent emotions within her, and picked up the baby garment once more. The needle and thread moved between her fingers, stitch by stitch, thread by thread, as if mending a shattered hope. Lights in the marquis estate were extinguished one by one, leaving only the lanterns of the night watch maidservants moving along the corridors, casting long swaying. Secrets settled in the darkness. Cracks spread in the silence. And when the sun rose tomorrow, everything would resume its normal course. The night was as dark as ink. In the study of the sixth prince's mansion, candlelight blazed brightly. Li Qingyu stood with his hands clasped behind his back before the window, his figure elongated by the candlelight, and cast upon the gray brick floor, as still and silent as a cold stone statue. The moonlight outside was pale and clear, spilling through the lattice and intertwining with the oppressive aura that clung to him. The sound of footsteps approached from afar. "Your Highness, Director Hua has arrived," a guard's voice kept low sounded from outside the door. "Let him in." Li Qingyu did not turn around. The door was pushed open. An elderly man with a full head of white hair and beard entered, bowing. He wore the official robes of an imperial physician, his back slightly hunched. This was Hua Yuan, the director of the Imperial Medical Bureau. He quickly glanced at the figure by the window, felt an inexplicable tightness in his chest, and hastily lowered his head. "Your humble servant Hua Yuan pays respects to the sixth prince." "Rise," Li Qingji's voice came flatly, still without turning. "Director Hua, it has been a long night. I appreciate your effort. It is my duty." Hua Yuan bowed even lower. "To serve your highness is my honor." The room fell silent for a moment. The candle flame crackled, popping. Li Qingyu finally spoke, his voice exceptionally clear in the quiet night. "I asked you here today to inquire about the Ninth Imperial Brothers' monthly abdomen. Here it comes." Hua Yuan's heart skipped a beat, but he dared not show a trace of it on his face. He slowly recited the explanation he had long memorized. "To answer your highness, the ninth prince's condition stems from a congenital deficiency of kidney qi, stagnation of the liver, and cold congealing with blood stasis. Every month." "Director Hua," Li Qingyu suddenly interrupted him. His voice was not loud, but it was like a blade of ice, severing the stream of well-rehearsed platitudes without warning. Hua Yuan's throat tightened. Li Qingyu slowly turned around. The candlelight danced across his face, casting his handsome features in shifting light and shadow. He stepped closer, his gait steady, yet each footfall seemed to press down on Hua Yuan's heart with an invisible weight in the profound silence. He stopped 3 steps away from Hua Yuan, his gaze like a physical force upon the old man's face. His tone was slow, word by word, carrying immense pressure. "Are you certain you have nothing else you wish to tell me?" Hua Yuan felt a chill shoot up his spine, straight to the top of his head. His lips moved, but it felt like something was lodged in his throat. After a long moment, he stiffly and tremblingly knelt down. Your servant is incompetent. I have failed to cure the ninth prince's ailment and have betrayed the emperor's grace. Please, your highness, punish me." The same old tune again. A flicker of impatience passed through Li Qingji's eyes, but it quickly sank, replaced by a deeper coldness. He looked down at the old man prostrate on the ground, watching his white hair tremble in the candlelight, the tense back beneath the official robes, and his withered hands clawing desperately at the floor. After a long pause, Li Qingyu slowly let out a breath. His voice remained steady, but it was as if it were tempered with ice. "Is the ninth imperial brother's monthly abdominal pain caused by menstruation?" Something seemed to explode in Hua Yuan's mind. His entire body convulsed violently, as if all strength had been drained from him. He collapsed limply to the floor, his face instantly turning ashen white, even his lips trembling. It's over. Those were the only 2 words left in his mind. Today, he might truly meet his end here. He looked into Li Qingji's unfathomably deep eyes. There was no anger, no shock, only a calm, unwavering certainty that he had already seen through everything. He knows everything. Hua Yuan opened his mouth to speak, but only a dry, rasping sound escaped his throat like a fish out of water. Li Qingyu observed his reaction, and the stone in his own heart finally settled completely. So it was true, just as Pei had hinted. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, they were clear and sharp. So Qinglu is indeed a woman. Hua Yuan trembled again. He lay prostrate on the floor, not daring to raise his head, his voice shaking uncontrollably. "Why, your highness? The ninth prince's pulse is indeed no different from a woman's. His symptoms match the description of those born with external yang, but internal yin, as recorded in the medical texts of my ancestors. There are records in the medical texts." Li Qingji's eyes lit up suddenly. "Then is there a method to treat it? Can the ninth imperial brother become a true man?" "A true man?" Hua Yuan sighed bitterly to himself. He wiped the cold sweat that had instantly formed on his forehead. His voice still trembled, but he could finally speak coherently. "To answer your highness, your servant cannot do it." He paused, then continued with difficulty. "My ancestors once dissected the remains of a person with this condition. Their internal organs were no different from a woman's. That organ resembling a male member is the root of the problem. It serves no practical purpose, and should it change? He gritted his teeth, his voice dropping to barely a whisper. So it is best to return to the origin. Return to the origin. Li Qingyu understood. It meant letting Qinglu become a girl again. He was silent for a moment before asking how. Hua Yuan, prostrate on the ground, his cold sweat now soaking his inner garments, said, "My ancestors had a hypothesis. One would need only to remove the problematic organ. Once healed with the aid of medicines to balance yin and yang, the person could return to their true nature. In the future, marriage and having children would not be a problem." A hypothesis. Li Qingji's brow furrowed deeply. So after all that, it was just a hypothesis. He stared at Hua Yuan's white-haired head, momentarily speechless. His headache intensified as if a hammer were pounding relentlessly at his temples. This matter was difficult to handle. Leaving it unresolved indefinitely was definitely not an option. According to physician Hua, if there were complications, it could be life-threatening. Although the other party hadn't explicitly said, so one could easily guess where the bodies his ancestors had dissected came from. Most likely they were people who had died from the same affliction as Qinglu. But this returned to the origin. Damn it, it was just a hypothesis from his none of it seemed reliable. Li Qingyu seriously doubted whether Qinglu would even survive the treatment process. And even if the ninth brother could truly become a girl, what about the arrangements afterwards? He couldn't remain a prince. He would need a new identity, a way out, someone to protect him. Most importantly, what would Qinglu himself think? Could he accept suddenly turning from a prince of 16 years into a princess? Well, he probably couldn't even be a princess until Li Qingyu himself sat on the throne. The emperor would not tolerate her now. And if another brother took the throne, they would tolerate her even less. So before Li Qingyu succeeded, Qinglu couldn't even be a princess. He would have to change from Li Qinglu to Li Qinglu. Therefore, this matter had to be arranged meticulously. One wrong step, and the whole game would be lost. Not only would he fail to save Qinglu's life, but he would also doom himself. His eldest brother, who had been crown prince for 36 years and was now 14, had been looking for a chance to attack him for a long time. Any slight misstep would certainly become a pretext for his accusations. Director Hua. Li Qingyu slowly let out a turbid breath, his voice returning to calm, even carrying a hint of warmth. "I appreciate your trouble in coming all this way tonight." Hua Yuan was stunned. He looked up in confusion. Li Qingyu said flatly, "I have been feeling a bit unwell today, so I troubled you for a late-night consultation. As for this matter." He paused, his gaze unfathomable. "You know?" "I know." Hua Yuan understood instantly. He scrambled to kneel properly again, touching his forehead to the ground, his voice trembling with the relief of one who had narrowly escaped death. "To be able to serve your highness is my honor. Your servant only came today to take your highness' pulse. You have a slight cold, but it is of no consequence." "Very good." Li Qingyu waved his hand. "You may go." Your servant takes his leave. Hua Yuan practically crawled backwards out of the room, and the door was gently closed behind him. Silence returned to the study. Li Qingyu stood in place, unmoving for a long time. The candlelight cast his shadow, stretching it long and short, flickering on the wall like his own tumultuous. The moonlight outside the window waned. In the east, the sky began to lighten with the pale glow of dawn. A new day was about to begin. The next day at Cunning Palace. Morning light streamed through the carved window lattices, scattering dappled patterns on the polished golden brick floor. The hall was filled with the light, wispy scent of lily incense, mingling with the breath of morning dew, refreshing and soothing. The empress sat upright upon the phoenix throne. She wore a bright yellow robe embroidered with phoenixes amidst peonies, and a phoenix crown adorned with gold and kingfisher feathers, radiating an air of majestic grace. Though over 40, she was well preserved, and the traces of her former stunning beauty were still visible in her features. Now, however, she possessed the added calmness and authority befitting the mother of the nation. Li Qingyu stood in the center of the hall. He had just paid his respects. You are early today," the empress said, looking at him with a smile. Her voice was gentle. "Have you had your breakfast?" "Yes, mother, I have," Li Qingyu replied respectfully, looking up at his mother with a hint of hesitation in his eyes. The plans he was weaving would require her cooperation. The empress keenly noticed this, and was about to ask when a light, quick footstep was heard from outside the hall, accompanied by a girl's crisp laughter. Mother, look. We found so many more." Before she could finish her sentence, the palace door was pushed open. Li Qinglu and Li Qining entered one after the other. Li Qinglu was dressed in a bright crimson brocade robe today, still in that luxurious and dazzling style, but he was clumsily carrying a large roll of portraits. Behind him, Li Qining, in a goose-yellow palace dress, followed with a smile, also holding several scrolls. As soon as they entered, they saw Li Qingyu in the hall. "Sixth brother." Li Qinglu's eyes lit up. He started to run over with the portraits, but tripped over what he was carrying, and Li Qining let out a laugh and reached out to steady him. "Brother, slow down." Watching this scene, a chord in Li Qingji's heart was silently plucked again. He looked at Li Qinglu. That face, almost identical to Li Qining's, was bright and vivid in the morning light, with clear eyes and the pure, untouched innocence of youth. If dressed as a woman, what would he look like? Sixth brother, what are you doing here? Li Qinglu had regained his balance and came up to him, portraits in hand, eagerly unrolling a corner to show him. Look, these are the portraits of the young masters from noble families that I thought were quite good at yesterday's flower viewing banquet. Since you're here, you have to help me pick one out. In Cunning Palace, the morning light was just right. The scroll of portraits that Li Qinglu held in his arms unfurled with a rustle onto the ground. The young man in crimson robes crouched down, pointing at the brows and eyes of the figures in the painting with great enthusiasm. Mother, look. This is the third young master of the Zhongyong Earl's family. He won first place in yesterday's archery competition, and his features are quite handsome. Li Cijing crouched beside him, her goose-yellow skirt spreading like petals. She pulled out another scroll and unfolded it with a smile. This one is also good, the second legitimate son of the Minister of Rights. He speaks elegantly and writes excellent poetry. The portraits were laid out one by one. The young men in splendid attire, some heroic, some refined, some noble, while the noble ladies all exuded an air of valor captured on the paper as the most suitable matches for marriage. The Empress bent over to examine them closely, a smile on her lips, her gaze gentle as it swept over each face. Sunlight streamed through the carved window lattice, flowing over her bright yellow phoenix robe, exuding an air of grace and genuine maternal affection. Li Qingyu stood 2 steps away, watching the two almost identical profiles crouching on the ground. The same upturned noses, the same long, thick eyelashes, the same cheeks flushed with excitement. His gaze fell on Li Qinglu. The young man was wearing a crimson brocade robe today, embroidered with golden coiled dragon patterns, dazzling and luxurious. But that figure, too slender. Crouching there, his sleeves seemed a bit empty, his waist so slender it could almost be encircled by one hand. When he spoke, his eyes sparkled, and that innate, irrepressible charm seeped out from the corners of his brows and eyes. Li Qingji's Adam's apple rolled almost imperceptibly. He recalled the trembling voice of Imperial Physician Hua from last night. His internal organs are no different from a woman's. That thing resembling a male organ is the root cause. It has no practical use. No practical use. Those 5 words pierced his heart like needles dipped in ice. The marriage. Li Qinglu's marriage must never be allowed. Once married, the wedding night and marital relations would be unavoidable. The secret of that body would be laid bare before the new bride at the most intimate and exposed moment. What would happen then? Unimaginable. But what was certain was that if Li Qinglu married, it would be a catastrophe beyond measure, turning a joyous event into a funeral. This was no exaggeration. Once the secret of his body was leaked by the one sharing his bed, Li Qingyu closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his gaze was calm and composed. He looked up at the Empress on the phoenix throne. A mother and son share a bond. A mere exchange of glances. Li Qingji's gaze quickly swept over Li Qinglu on the ground, then returned to the Empress' face, carrying an unmistakable gravity and implication. The smile on the Empress' lips did not fade, but the fingertips holding the teacup tightened almost imperceptibly for a moment. No one knows a son better than his mother. This son of hers from childhood had been steady and precocious, with a deep and serious mind, never acting without reason. This look of his was telling her this marriage is not appropriate. It must be delayed. The Empress' thoughts raced, but her face showed nothing. She gently set down the teacup, the porcelain making a soft tap against the rosewood table. Li Qinglu looked up at the sound, his eyes bright. Mother, what do you think? The Empress looked at him, her gaze soft, but deep within there flickered a trace of complexity, so faint that even she herself might not have noticed. She suddenly let out a light sigh. The sigh was very soft, yet it perfectly caused the relaxed atmosphere in the hall to slightly freeze. Looking at these portraits, the Empress said in a gentle tone with a hint of emotion, I suddenly realized that in the blink of an eye you have all reached the age for marriage. She extended her hand and gestured vaguely in the air. Remember when you were first brought to Cunning Palace? You were this small, 2 little bundles crying with such thin voices like kittens. Li Qinglu and Li Cijing were both stunned. The Empress' eyes welled with genuine nostalgia and reluctance. Time passes so quickly that I feel a bit unwilling to let you go. Mother. Li Cijing was the first to react, putting down the portrait and standing up quickly, walking to the Empress' side, taking her arm and saying in a coquettish tone, your daughter is in no hurry to marry. I want to stay with mother forever. Li Qinglu also scrambled to his feet and went to the other side, though not as adorably as his sister. He said earnestly, your son also wishes to accompany mother for a few more years. The Empress put one arm around each of them, a smile spreading in her eyes, but the smile did not reach the depths. She gently patted the backs of their hands. Silly children, men should marry when they come of age, and women should marry when they come of age. This is the natural order. Her tone was gentle, but carried an undeniable solemnity. Although you are not my biological children, I raised you from a young age, and in my heart you are no different from my own flesh and blood. Her gaze swept over the portraits on the ground. As for your marriages, I will carefully select the best for you through 1,000 choices. Those who seemed good at yesterday's flower viewing party may not be the right matches. Li Qingyu stepped forward at the right moment. Mother is right, he said in a steady voice, taking over the conversation. Marriage is a matter of a lifetime. How can we be hasty? We need to thoroughly investigate the family background, conduct talents, and even the clan relations of these people, so that Mother and I can be at ease. He looked at Li Qinglu and Li Qianying with sincere eyes. Ninth brother Qianying, rest assured. Leave this matter to your sixth brother. I will investigate these people thoroughly, and will never let you suffer any grievances. Li Qinglu's eyes lit up. Thank you, sixth brother. Li Qianying also smiled. With sixth brother's scrutiny, that would be perfect. The Empress nodded with a smile. Then let's not rush to decide. After your heir investigates thoroughly, well, discuss it slowly. Slowly discuss. How long will the investigation take? Li Qingyu silently repeated those 3 words in his heart. That depends on when Qinglu's problem can be resolved. His smile remained unchanged on the surface, but his heart was heavy. After a while more, Li Qinglu and Li Qianying took the portraits and withdrew contentedly. The voices of the 2 young ladies faded with their footsteps, and the hall returned to silence. The smile on the Empress' face gradually faded. She did not speak, only raised her hand and waved lightly. The palace maids and eunuchs standing by silently bowed and filed out. The palace door was gently closed, shutting out all sounds and sights. The vast main hall of Cunning Palace was left with only mother and son. Sunlight flowed quietly, and dust motes drifted slowly in the beam. The Empress sat upright on the phoenix throne, her bright, yellow robe draping down, dignified and noble. She looked at her son standing in the hall, her gaze calm, but carrying a sharpness that saw through everything. Speak, the Empress said, her voice not loud, but each word clear. What exactly is the matter that requires such a delay in Qinglu and Qianying's marriages? Li Qingyu was silent for a moment. He stepped forward 2 paces. He stood before the Empress. He looked up and met his mother's eyes. In those eyes that resembled the Empress, complex emotions churned, gravity, hesitation, and even a rare trace of bewilderment. Mother, he said, his voice somewhat dry. If I were to say that Qinglu is actually a woman, would you believe it? As the words, the hall fell into dead silence. The Empress looked at him calmly, her face expressionless, no shock, no surprise, not even a twitch of her eyebrows. She just looked at him like that, for a long time. So long that Li Qingyu almost thought his mother hadn't heard clearly, or had heard, but couldn't comprehend, until the Empress slowly spoke. I believe you. 2 words. Calm, certain. Li Qingyu. All the explanations and groundwork he had prepared were stuck in his throat at that moment, neither up nor down. He opened his mouth, but momentarily didn't know what to say. The Empress looked at her son's rare, stunned expression, and the corner of her mouth curved slightly. That smile was faint and fleeting. Actually, the Empress paused, her voice revealing a hint of helplessness and even a trace of relief. I've long felt that the 9th child is a bit effeminate. Li Qingyu. He has no proper posture when standing or sitting, and his words and actions always carry a certain coquettishness. The Empress shook her head, her tone carrying a hint of disappointment. I personally taught him horseback archery and martial arts to build his physique, just to give him more masculinity. But after all these years of teaching, no matter how I taught, it never worked. She looked up at her son with clear eyes. If he was originally a woman, then it makes sense. The Empress let out a soft breath, and in that breath there seemed to be a certain release. At least it shows that it's not that I taught poorly, but that it's his own problem. Li Qingyu. He suddenly felt his throat become even drier. But the Empress had already withdrawn that subtle emotion and returned to the composure of a nation's Empress. She leaned forward slightly, her gaze sharp as a blade. Speak, what exactly happened? Where did you learn this? Is it certain? Li Qingyu steadied himself and recounted everything Imperial Physician Hua had said the previous night in detail. From the condition of congenital external yang, but internal yin, to the pulse being identical to a woman's, to the monthly abdominal pain being actually menstrual pain, and even to the method of restoring the original nature conceived by Imperial Physician Hua's ancestors. His voice was steady and well-organized, but every word was like a heavy stone crashing onto the polished golden bricks of Cunning Palace. The Empress listened quietly. From beginning to end, she did not interrupt. Until Li Qingyu finished the last word, the hall fell back into silence. The sunlight shifted, casting faint shadows on her face, making her dignified countenance appear dim and unclear. After a long while, the Empress slowly leaned back into the phoenix throne. She closed her eyes and raised a hand to rub her brow, a gesture that revealed a rare weariness. So, she opened her eyes, her gaze now cold and clear. Hua Yuan's meaning is that thing is useless and could change, endangering life. It's best to excise the lesion and let him become a woman again. Yes, Li Qingyu said in a low voice. Imperial Physician Hua said that if handled properly in the future, marriage and childbirth would be no different from an ordinary woman. The Empress let out a cold laugh. The laugh was very light, but chilling to the bone. No different from an ordinary woman. She repeated these words, her gaze fixed on the void, as if piercing through the palace walls to some unpredictable future. Where do you know that the 9th child's very existence living in the imperial family is itself a mistake? Li Qingji's heart tightened. If she remains the ninth prince forever, this secret will eventually be exposed. At that time it will be a crime of deceiving the emperor, confusing the imperial bloodline, and a huge scandal. The empress' voice was calm, but each word cut like a blade. If she restores her original nature and becomes a woman, then who is she? How will Prince Li Qinglu disappear from this world? A princess appearing out of nowhere. How will that be explained to the world? She looked at her son, her eyes blazing. No matter which path is chosen, it's a dead end. Li Qingjius Adam's apple-rolled mother. So, the empress interrupted him, her voice resolute, and without a trace of hesitation. The path left for her is actually only one. She paused. Then word by word, clear and unmistakable: death. The sun slanted westward, casting long shadows from the vermilion palace walls. Li Qingyu walked slowly out of the palace gate, the hem of his plain blue robe lifted by the wind, looking strikingly solitary against the solemn, majestic walls. He descended the final step, but did not summon his sedan chair. Instead, he walked west along the palace road. His black brocade boots trod upon the bluestone imperial path, the sound of his footsteps echoing through the empty thoroughfare. One, then another, deep and steady. Yet his heart was far from as calm as his steps. His mother's thoughts, as it turned out, aligned closely with his own. It was about Chenglu's marriage. It couldn't be postponed forever. The flower viewing banquet had been held, the portraits had been received, and those keen-eyed senior ministers at court were all watching closely. Today they could stall with the excuse of careful deliberation, but what about 3 months from now? What about 6 months? There had to be a choice eventually. There had to be a grand wedding. And once the wedding took place, on the wedding night, within the warm bed curtains, the secret of that body could no longer be hidden. At that point, not only Chenglu would die, but everyone who knew the truth, everyone connected, would die. There would be no chance of survival. So his mother said the only path left for Chenglu was death. Only through death could he continue to live. Li Qingyu paused, slightly looking up at the sky. Evening clouds gathered, palace towers rose layer upon layer, their soaring eaves and upturned corners forming silent silhouettes against the darkening light. This thought had occurred to him last night. That Chenglu suffered from a hidden ailment, frail and delicate, was common knowledge. The imperial physicians took his pulse monthly, prescribing warming tonics. The palace servants privately remarked that the ninth prince's constitution was difficult to so dying of illness would be the most logical conclusion. Bedridden for 3 years, never without bitter medicine, ultimately failing to survive a harsh winter or scorching summer, an untimely death. The premature death of a frail prince, though lamentable, was hardly uncommon. The imperial family was never short of logical. As for how to die, Li Qingji's gaze darkened. As for a formula to induce a death-like state, imperial physician Hua came from a long line of distinguished learning. If even the rare condition of inverted yin and yang had ancestral records, he refused to believe the man lacked a prescription that could stop breath and pulse, yet preserve a thread of life. Li Qingyu clearly remembered the look on Hua Yuan's face as he stumbled away last night, like a man who had narrowly escaped death. That old fox was afraid to die, and precisely because he feared death, he was most useful. No one knew better than him that if this matter leaked, the first head to roll would be his own as director of the Imperial Medical Institute, along with his entire Hua family. Handled well, he would be the most reliable asset. After the feigned death, how to arrange things. That was the second problem. A deceased prince absolutely could not remain, nor could he be casually placed somewhere in the capital. Too many eyes and ears, it would be exposed eventually. There needed to be an absolutely secure, absolutely secret place, capable of guarding such an earth-shattering secret. His mother had just given him the answer. The Wei Yuan Marquis Manor. When the empress uttered these 4 words, her tone was plain, yet carried unshakable certainty. The old marquis of the manor was once a personal guard to your maternal grandfather, Duke of Qin, and was promoted under his wing. The old madam of the manor comes from a military family, wise and sensible, and her methods are quite extraordinary. She paused, looking at her son. Most importantly, they owe the Qin family a debt of life. Li Qingyu knew that story. 20 years ago, during the northern border campaign, the old marquis was surrounded by enemies, and it was his maternal grandfather who led his cavalry in a charge, pulling the man from a pile of corpses. Upon returning to the capital, his grandfather overrode all objections to recommend the marquis, then merely a staff officer, to take command of the capital garrison. The grace of recognition. The grace of saving his life. The grace of promotion. With these 3 debts stacked together, the Wei Yuan Marquis Manor and the Qin family were already bound as one in mutual interest. Glory shared, ruin shared. Such a bond was more reliable than any oath. Speaking of the Wei Yuan Marquis Manor, a face instinctively surfaced in Li Qingji's mind. A languid, smiling face, yet with eyes that always held something inscrutable. Pei Cijing. This second young master Pei. Before deciding to approach him, Li Qingyu had already had him investigated thoroughly. The results were unremarkable. 18 years of his life, clear to the point of being pale, the only son of the second branch of the manor, doted on by his parents, playful since childhood, disliking study, spending his days idling in teahouses and taverns. A standard idle young master. Even his studies began only after marriage, reportedly forced by his wife's family, and urged on by his wife reluctantly picking up his books. But Li Qingyu didn't believe it. Or rather, he had seen too many facades to judge by appearances alone. Under the eaves of the Imperial Academy, when Pei Cijing shared melon seeds with him, the clarity and understanding in his eyes were not those of a mere wastrel. At the waterside pavilion during the flower viewing banquet, when he hinted that twins look exactly alike, the cautious, almost compassionate insight he revealed was beyond the reach of ordinary young men. This man was definitely hiding his depth. If one only looked at this second young master, the Wei Yuan Marquis manor would indeed be worth entrusting. But the manor also had a young heir. Li Qingji's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. Pei Cijing. While investigating Pei Cijing, he had also uncovered the heir's scandalous affairs. Committing adultery with his fiancée's younger sister, being caught in the act, causing a city-wide uproar finally resolved by swapping brides. Li Qingyu had read the secret report at the time. He found it utterly absurd. The current Marquis of Wei Yuan, Pei Cijing, was a formidable general who governed his troops strictly. How could he have raised such a? Being a lecher was one thing, but to lack brains as well. Acting without regard for consequences, ruining a perfect hand completely. If the Wei Yuan Marquis manor were truly to be inherited by such an heir. Li Qingyu shook his head. His impression of Pei Cijing was extremely poor. He truly looked down on him. He didn't even want to comment on the man's deeds. Suffice it to say, he was unfit for any major responsibility. But since his mother had chosen the Wei Yuan Marquis manor, she must have her reasons. The Marquis and the old madam's loyalty and skill might be enough to restrain this unworthy grandson, and there was also that slippery little fox Pei Cijing, who should be able to handle things. One last point. Li Qingyu stopped again, now at the palace gate. In the deepening twilight, the personal guard waiting outside led his horse forward. He took the reins, but did not mount immediately. The final and most difficult hurdle. Cheng Lu himself. A person who had been a prince for 16 years suddenly being told you are a woman. The unbearable abdominal pain you endure monthly is the pain of a woman's menses. You can no longer be a prince. You must die, and then under a different identity live on as a woman. Such an earth-shattering fall. Such a life-upending truth. Could she accept it? Even if she accepted it, would she harbor resentment? Would she have an emotional breakdown? Would she let something slip in an unguarded moment? Someone needed to guide her. There needed to be someone skilled in communication, able to lower her defenses, and capable of keeping a secret to accompany her through this most difficult path. Finding such a person was no easy task. Annal residence, the study. The windows were bright, and the room was spotless. Autumn sunlight streamed through the diamond-latticed windows, casting dappled light and shadow across the smooth sandalwood desk. A few sprigs of golden osmanthus stood in a plain white porcelain vase on the desk, their delicate fragrance drifting faintly through the room. Pei Cijing hunched over the desk, brows furrowed, right hand holding a brush, left hand pressing down on paper, writing furiously on the spread sheets of rice paper. His brush moved like a dragon. The ink flowed freely. He was writing the essay topic his father-in-law Shen Ninghuan had sent over yesterday, on the advantages and disadvantages of water transport. The topic wasn't particularly tricky, but it wasn't simple either. Water transport concerned the nation's economy and people's livelihood, moving grain from the south to the north, sustaining the food supply for hundreds of thousands of troops on the northern borders, and affecting the livelihoods of millions in the Jiangnan region. The interests involved were complex and intricate. Although Pei Cijing hadn't studied history in his previous life, he did have a basic grasp of political and economic common sense. Coupled with the special training from his father-in-law these past days, he had devoured quite a few classics and records, finally having some substance in his belly. But having substance wasn't enough. In the imperial examinations, what ultimately mattered was the written work. The structure had to be rigorous, the arguments clear and forceful, the diction elegant and appropriate, and the paper clean and neat. None of these could be lacking. So these days Pei Cijing had truly been living the hard life of a small test every 3 days, a big test every 10. His father-in-law's assignments were endless, absolutely endless. The 4 books and 5 classics had to be memorized. The histories and philosophical works had to be read. Policy essays on current affairs had to be written. He felt he was drowning in a sea of words. But Pei Cijing paused his brush and glanced to the side. On the other end of the desk, Shen Ninghuan sat upright, holding a volume of the De Qian legal code, reading it carefully with downcast eyes. Her moon-white gown made her skin look like snow, her profile was soft, and her long lashes cast a faint shadow beneath her eyes. As if sensing his gaze, she looked up. Their eyes met. A slight curve touched Shen Ninghuan's lips, revealing a faint smile, one subtle enough to make Pei Cijing's heart skip a beat. "Husband, are you—" Her voice was gentle and soft. "Not yet." Pei Cijing quickly averted his gaze, looking back at his essay. Must not get distracted. Absolutely must not get distracted. The reason he could persevere studying day and night, practicing writing every evening, besides genuinely wanting to earn a title to protect his wife and future family, was also because of the rules his wife had set. If his father-in-law's essay received an A grade, his wife had a special reward. As for what that reward was, Pei Cijing's ears grew warm and his brush paused again. Although he wasn't the naive young man he used to be, what red-blooded young man could resist such temptation? Mustn't think about it. Not now. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to concentrate, pulling his thoughts back to the pros and cons of water transport. The tip of his brush moved across the paper again, neat lines of regular script gradually filling the sheet. Therefore, the advantage of water transport lies in balancing surplus and deficit, stabilizing the foundation of the state. Its disadvantage lies in its immense cost and the breeding of corruption. To promote the good and eliminate the bad, one must start from 3 aspects. Just as he was writing the crucial part, his thoughts flowed like a spring, and his brush moved with increasing fluency. Suddenly, achoo! The brush tip trembled. A blot of ink splattered onto the paper. Pei Cijing froze, not yet having time to feel frustrated. Achoo! 2 more sneezes in a row. The brush completely slipped from his control, slashing a long, ugly streak of ink across the paper, completely ruining the half-paragraph he had just written. Pei Cijing sat frozen on the spot. His eyes stared fixedly at the glaring ink stain on the paper, as if struck by lightning. It's over. It's all over. After all, the imperial examinations also had neatness marks. To pass, one's paper had to be clean and tidy, with no wrong characters, no corrections, ideally written in one smooth, unbroken stroke from beginning to end, without a single change. So to train him, Shen Ninghuan had set a rule. Every time he wrote an essay, he got 2 sheets of paper. One was a draft sheet free for any corrections. One was the final sheet, which had to be transcribed from start to finish, word for word, flawlessly clean. If there was any correction, ink stain, or wrong character on the final sheet, no matter how good the essay, how brilliant the ideas, or how beautiful the prose, there would be no reward. Pei Cijing looked at the palm-sized ink blot on the paper, then at the culprit wolf hair brush in his hand, and finally slowly raised his head to look out the window at the clear autumn sky. His expression shifted from shock to bewilderment to grief, finally transforming into towering rage. "Which bastard?" he said, word by word, grinding his is talking about me behind my back. The words squeezed out from between his teeth, filled with intense, bloody grievance. Shen Ninghuan put down her book and walked over. She glanced down at the ruined paper on the desk, then looked up at her husband's face, a picture of tearful indignation and grief. She pressed her lips together, suppressing a smile that nearly escaped. "Husband," she said, her voice still gentle, but with a clear hint of teasing, "it seems you won't be finishing today." Pei Cijing slowly turned his head to look at her. His eyes were mournful, like a cat whose fish jerky had been stolen. Shen Ninghuan reached out, gently taking the brush from his hand, then rolled up the stained paper and set it aside. "Rewrite it," she said. After a pause, she added, "Today, you'll practice 1 extra piece. You can show them both to father tomorrow." Pei Cijing. He opened his mouth as if to say something. In the end, he just let out a long, long sigh. He resignedly spread out a new piece of draft paper. He picked up his brush again. But just before putting it to paper, he couldn't help but look up and glare fiercely up. Let him find out who it was. Or else, achoo! Another sneeze. Pei Cijing's hand trembled, the freshly inked brush tip nearly touching the paper again. He stiffened. Silently, he averted his gaze. He lowered his head. He wrote, but his hunched figure radiated an unmistakable, thick, and utterly unconcealable sense of grievance. On the bluestone path of the Shen family's rear courtyard, a fierce chase between father and son was unfolding. Shen Mingxian ran ahead, while Shen Zhongqing gave chase, wielding a... The staff was made of fine boxwood, as thick as a wrist, polished smooth. In Shen Zhongqing's hands it whistled through the air with vigor, though most of his swings missed their... "You ungrateful brat! How dare you run!" Shen Zhongqing bellowed as he chased, his voice startling the birds perched under the eaves into a flurry of flight. Shen Mingxian didn't glance back, his feet moving as if carried by the wind. At 24, he was in the prime of his youth. His years of service in the Court of Judicial Review, investigating cases and pursuing criminals, had honed his stamina and endurance to the peak. Though he dared not truly outrun his father, maintaining a safe distance was well within his capabilities. Shen Zhongqing, on the other hand, was a different story. The Vice Minister of Personnel, nearing 50, kept up appearances with regular care and could still draw a bow on the training grounds, but age had inevitably taken its toll. He could manage a short burst of energy, but after pursuing for the time it takes to brew half a cup of tea, his strength waned. His breathing grew heavy, his steps slowed, and a fine sheen of sweat appeared on his brow. Finally, he came to a halt beneath the old locust tree in the courtyard. Bracing his hands on his knees, he gasped for breath before resigning himself to tossing the staff aside with a clatter. "You brat! You still dare to run!" Shen Zhongqing straightened up, pointing a trembling finger at his son, who had reached the edge of the eaves. His voice was thick with exhaustion and fear. Only then did Shen Mingxian stop. He turned, maintaining a safe distance across half the courtyard, and offered his father a respectful bow, a helpless smile on his face. "Father, if I didn't run, was I supposed to stand still and be beaten?" "You!" Shen Zhongqing's anger flared instantly. He pointed at Shen Mingxian, his fingers shaking. "You dare to talk back? Last time, why didn't you show up for the matchmaking? The time and place were set. That young lady waited for you at the tea house the entire day. And you didn't even show your face." A flicker of shame crossed Shen Mingxian's face. He scratched his head and offered an apologetic smile. Father, please calm down. I was at the office that day deep in thought about a case, and I lost track of time. A case. Always a case. Shen Zongcheng's face darkened, his voice rising sharply. Are you still thinking about that case? The suicide of Chen Qiming. The Court of Judicial Review has already closed the file. What more do you want? A case, you can't spend your whole life married to a case. Shen Mingxian fell silent. He lowered his gaze, his lips pressed into a thin line. His father was right, and yet not entirely. The case was closed. Chen Qiming's death was ruled a suicide, the murder scene a fabrication, the motive unknown. In the court's files, a few brief lines sealed the verdict. But Shen Mingxian couldn't let it go. Chen Qiming, a prefect of an entire commandery. Why would he take his own life? Why choose a sealed room? Why employ such an elaborate method to fake a murder? What lay hidden beneath it all? These questions had consumed his every thought lately. He pondered them while eating, while walking, and even in his sleep. His dreams haunted by Chen Qiming's indistinct face and that empty sealed room. Without uncovering the truth within the truth, he had truly lost his appetite and his peace of mind. Seeing his son in such a state, Shen Zongcheng felt half his anger dissipate. He sighed. With his hands clasped behind his back, he paced a few steps across the courtyard. The autumn sunlight filtered through the locust trees' branches, casting dappled shadows on the ground. The wind rustled the leaves, a sound reminiscent of years long past, when he had taught his son to read and write in this very courtyard. In the blink of an eye, his son had grown so tall. He was a good man. His scholarship, while not the very best, had earned him a place in the imperial examinations and a post in the Court of Judicial Review. His character was upright, untouched by the vices of idle, rich young men. Over the years, his careful upbringing had kept his son on the straight path. He supposed he should be satisfied with him. But he was too stubborn, too fond of digging down to the root of things. He didn't live with enough ease. Mingxuan Shen Zongcheng turned, his voice softening. I know that in your position you will encounter countless cases in the future. But you must understand, not every case can be solved, and not every mystery demands a conclusion. He walked to a spot 3 steps from his son and stopped. His gaze was deep. Some matters, when they're closed, they're closed. Some mysteries, when you need to let go, you let go. Since the court has already made its ruling, and it's no longer your responsibility, why keep investing your energy? He paused, then added, and besides, even if you truly want to investigate, you should still attend the matchmaking, shouldn't you? Making that young lady wait a whole day in vain, is that proper conduct? Is that the rule the Shun family taught you? Shen Mingxian looked up, seeing the faint traces of white at his father's temples, and the complex emotions of concern and disappointment in his eyes. A lump formed in his throat. Son, I have erred. Shen Zongcheng let out a cold snort. Erred? Then do you admit your fault? I admit it, Shen Mingxian said in a low. Good, you admit it. Shen Zongcheng clasped his hands behind his back, his tone turning cold. But admission is one thing and punishment is another. Tomorrow at Qingyun Temple you will attend another matchmaking. Shen Mingxian was taken aback. Father, what? Trying to make excuses again. Shen Zongcheng narrowed his eyes. No, Shen Mingxian said with a bitter smile. It's just that. Perhaps my fate is illimit. If I marry, I fear I might bring misfortune to my wife. He didn't get to finish. Shen Zongcheng cut him off. Nonsense about fate and misfortune. Ridiculous. His voice turned stern. Your previous fiancée, that was an unforeseen tragedy, a twist of fate. Who could have predicted it? What does it have to do with you? All these years you've refused to discuss marriage again. Is this the reason? Shen Mingxian was silent. It was as good as an admission. Shen Zongcheng looked at him and felt a sudden tightness in his chest. All these years. So this was the knot in his son's heart that had never come undone. That girl, his childhood sweetheart. They had grown up together, their bond deep. After the wedding date was set, his son had secretly come to him, saying he wanted to surprise her by planting the crabapple flowers she loved all over the courtyard. But the crabapples never bloomed. The girl fell ill. The illness came swiftly and left just as quickly. In half a month she was gone. At the funeral his son hadn't shed a single tear. He had merely stood silently before the mourning hall the entire night. From that day on he never spoke of marriage again. Shen Zongcheng had believed time would heal all wounds. But now it seemed. My fool. Shen Zongcheng let out a long, helpless sigh. In this life, how can everything go as planned? If you let one misfortune make you timid, what can you ever accomplish? He walked over to his son and reached out to pat his shoulder. The force was light, yet it carried the weighty, unique concern of a father. That young lady from the Jiang family is magnanimous. She didn't hold your last discourtesy against you. For this matchmaking, even if it's just to offer an apology, you must go, and you will go. Shen Mingxian wanted to say something more, but Shen Zongcheng gave him no chance. This time I've arranged for you to meet at Qingyun Temple. You know the abbot there. He is venerable and deeply learned in the Tao. If you take a liking to each other, you can have him calculate your horoscopes and put an end to your wild imaginings. He paused, looking at his son, his tone turning earnest. Mingxuan, you are 24 this year. Next year you'll be 25. Rounding up, you're almost 30 and still unmarried. Do you want me to die without the face to see your mother in the afterlife? Mother. Those 2 words like a key instantly unlocked the most tender door in Shen Mingxuan's heart. Before his eyes a figure seemed to materialize, blurred her features indistinct. Yet she radiated a gentle, loving aura. Her eyes, always crinkled with a smile, looked at him at his sister at this home. Before she passed, the one thing she couldn't stop worrying about was him and his sister. She had held his hand, her voice as faint as a whisper. Mingxian, take care of your sister. And find someone who understands you. Live well. Her hand went cold. Now his sister was married. She had wed Pei Cijing, the second son of the Marquis of Weiyuan. He had met the man. Though he appeared carefree, his eyes were clear and bright, and his devotion to his sister was genuine. When his sister spoke of him, there was a light in her eyes. He understood that light. It was happiness. It was security. It was the contentment of being cherished. So, that just left himself. Shen Ninghuan closed his eyes and took a deep breath. The autumn air was cool, carrying the dry, bitter scent of fallen leaves. When he opened his eyes again, the struggle and hesitation within them had gradually faded. Son, understands. He bowed deeply to his tomorrow at Qingyun Temple. I will be there on time. Shen Zhongqing studied him carefully, discerning the sincerity in his expression. After a long moment, he finally nodded with satisfaction. That's more like it. He paused, then added, however, just to be safe. Tomorrow your sister Ninghuan will come to fetch you and personally escort you to Shen Ninghuan. He looked up, utterly bewildered. Shen Zhongqing stroked his beard, a sly smile of the old fox knows best spreading across his face. I've come to see it clearly now. I can't control you, my son, anymore. But your sister. You'll give her some face, won't you? Shen Ningxian opened his mouth. He wanted to say something. In the end, it all dissolved into a long, resigned sigh. Son, obeys. Early in the morning, just as the sky was beginning to lighten, the bluestone path before the Shun mansion still glistened with the night's dew. A carriage from the Weiyuan home mansion had already come to a silent halt there. The carriage was lacquered black, its curtains indigo blue. The two horses pulling it were sleek and glossy, casually snorting. The young driver Yuan Bao leaned against the shaft, yawning and rubbing his eyes, clearly having been dragged out of bed against his will. Meanwhile, within the Shun mansion, a morning drama of fatherly love and filial piety was unfolding. You ungrateful wretch. Get up. Shun Zongchang's roar pierced through the layers of walls, startling a flock of early rising sparrows from under the eaves. In his hand he held the familiar boxwood staff, which now thumped against the door of Shun Ningxuan's chamber with such force that dust showered from the doorframe. Inside the room, there was only dead silence. Shen Ningxian, I know you're in there. Get out here. He knocked 3 more times. Still no response. A vein throbbed on Shun Zongchang's forehead. He took a deep breath, stepped back 2 paces, and raised his leg. Bang! The door was kicked open. Inside, Shen Ningxian was curled up in his quilt, his back to the door, adopting the posture of, I'm asleep, and I know nothing. But the slight trembling at the edge of the quilt betrayed his waking state. Shen Zhongqing walked in, staff in hand, his footsteps heavy. He stopped beside the bed. He stared at the bundled quilt for 3 breaths, then slowly raised the staff. Shen Ningxuan, still huddled under the covers and not yet opening his eyes, felt his father's loving rod, a wooden staff specifically reserved for wake-up calls, tap lightly against his calf. Still sleeping? What time is it? How can you sleep at this hour? Shen Zhongqing stood at the door, staff in hand, his face grim. Shun Ningxian jolted upright, staring blankly at his father, then at the barely lightening sky outside the window. Father, it's only Mao hour. What about Mao hour? Shun Zhongqing snorted. From here to Qingyun Temple, it's at least half an hour. The young lady arrives at Chen hour. Are you going to keep her waiting? Shen Ningxian opened his mouth as if to say something, but Shun Zhongqing gave him no chance. Get up, wash up, and change. Dress yourself decently. You already disgraced yourself last time. If you mess up again this time. The boxwood staff whistled through the air. Shen Ningxian resignedly climbed out of bed. Half an hour later. At the Shen mansion gate, Shen Ningxian wore a robe of rain-washed sky blue made of fine Hangzhou silk, a jade belt at his waist, a matching blue silk headpiece, and a pair of brand-new Cloudo boots. He was indeed dressed to the nines. Yet on his face lingered the dishevelment of just having woken up and the utterly resigned expression of being dressed. He straightened his slightly askew collar as he walked out. Shun Zhongqing looked his son over, approvingly nodded, then lowered his voice in warning. If you dare to be rude again this time, you can forget about keeping both your legs. When Shen Ningxian gave a bitter smile, I wouldn't dare, father. You'd better not. Shen Zhongqing waved his hand. Go. Your sister is already waiting in the carriage. Seeing him emerge, Yuan Bao quickly jumped down from the shaft and placed a footstool. Young Master Shen, please. Shen Ningxian waved his hand weakly and said, thank you for your trouble. Just as he was about to step onto the carriage, the curtain was lifted from inside. Shen Ninghuan poked her head out, a gentle smile on her face. Brother, good morning. Shen Ningxian paused in his step. He looked into the carriage. Besides his sister's smiling face, there was another person inside. That person wore a moon-white robe with subtle dark patterns, lounging lazily against the carriage wall, holding a piece of pastry that seemed to have appeared from nowhere. When he saw Shen Ningxian looking, he raised his eyes and curved his lips into a smile. That smile, how to describe it? It was warm, it was polite. But in those eyes there gleamed an unmistakable glint of amusement or relish for watching a good show. The slightly upturned corners of his mouth, the half-smile, the aura of, "Oh, this is interesting." The drowsiness in Shen Ninghuan's mind vanished instantly. Staring at that smile on Pei Cijing's face, Shen Ninghuan's mind went blank. What does this mean? What does this smile mean? Was it amusing to see him being dragged out of bed by his father and clambering into the carriage for a blind date, or was the prospect of the blind date itself entertaining? Shen Ninghuan had originally thought this cheap brother-in-law, though appearing a bit lackadaisical, was actually quite perceptive, genuinely devoted to his sister, and someone he could. But now, he had misjudged him. "Brother-in-law, you came too." Shen Ninghuan forced the words through gritted teeth, his voice stiff. Pei Cijing popped the remaining half of the pastry into his mouth, chewed it, slowly swallowed, and then smiled as he spoke. "Good morning, brother-in-law." His voice was clear and his tone natural. But Shen Ninghuan felt that even the word brother-in-law carried a faint teasing undertone. Pei Cijing actually understood the concept of blind dates fairly well. Although his own marriage had been an arranged one, he had been paired with a wife without even having met her. In this era there were also parents who valued their children's wishes. When two families were interested in a match, they would arrange for the young people to meet. If they took a liking to each other, they would go home and say, "Let the parents decide." If not, they would say, "We have no..." It was just a meeting, whether it worked out or not was another matter, nothing serious. But this brother-in-law. Pei Cijing recalled the helpless yet amused expression on his wife's face when she had spoken of this matter yesterday. Brother stood that young lady up last time. She waited for him at the tea house the whole day. If not for Aunt Jiang's magnanimity and the young lattice understanding, this matter would have been ruined long ago. Pei Cijing had raised an eyebrow at that. Standing someone up. At a blind date. That was quite a move. He had never met the young lady, but someone whom his own wife praised as magnanimous was surely no ordinary sheltered girl. Yet no matter how magnanimous a girl might be, how could she not harbor some resentment after eagerly anticipating a meeting and being left waiting at a tea house for an entire day? Pei Cijing thought. Things wouldn't be that simple. This rematch today would probably be interesting. So when his wife asked him, "Do you want to come to Qingyun Temple to burn incense?" he had agreed without hesitation. Studying was important, but eating melon, no, accompanying his wife on an outing and praying for the family's blessings, was equally important. Shen Ninghuan watched the lingering, meaningful smile on Pei Cijing's face and felt a surge of anger. He snorted, lifted his robe, and climbed into the carriage. The cabin was not spacious, but it was plenty for three. Shen Ninghuan sat opposite Shen Ninghuan, deliberately avoiding the seat next to Pei Cijing. Once seated, he crossed his arms and leaned against the carriage wall, closing his eyes in a pose that said, "Don't talk to me, I don't want to deal with you." Seeing this, Pei Cijing smiled even more. He didn't say a word, just gazed at his brother-in-law with a knowing grin. Shen Ninghuan looked back and forth between her brother. She had to admit that her husband looked quite handsome when he smiled. His brows relaxed, lips curved, and his whole demeanor exuded a leisurely, carefree air. But today's smile seemed a bit off. The curiosity in his eyes, the curve of his lips, the aura he radiated. Even someone as easygoing as she felt the urge to land a couple of punches on that face with her delicate hands. Shen Ninghuan thought for a moment. The words she had occasionally picked up from her husband's inner thoughts seemed to be obnoxious. She pressed her lips together to suppress the rising laughter. The stifling atmosphere couldn't go on forever. Shen Ninghuan cleared her throat and spoke gently. "Brother Cijing isn't here today to escort you under duress." Shen Ninghuan didn't even lift his eyelids, just grunted through his nose. Pei Cijing remained silent with a smile. Shen Ninghuan continued. "He's been studying hard lately, cooped up in his room all day. Today I brought him out for some fresh air and to burn incense at Qingyun Temple to pray for blessings." She spoke sincerely, her expression earnest. Of course, she didn't voice the real reason. Her husband wanted fresh air and to pray for blessings, but those were secondary. His main purpose was to watch the drama. Shen Ninghuan finally opened his eyes. He first glanced at his sister, his eyes clearly saying, "Do you think I believe that?" Then he turned and scrutinized Pei Cijing from head to toe, his gaze sweeping from the moon-white robe to the smiling face, and then to the somewhat slender frame beneath. Finally, Shen Ninghuan let out two cold, sarcastic laughs from his throat. "Heh," he deliberately paused before adding slowly, "With a frame like his he wants to escort." The disdain in his tone was almost palpable. Pei Cijing still said nothing. He simply raised an eyebrow slightly, his smile deepening. His eyes clearly said, "Do you want to try?" Shen Ninghuan. He suddenly realized that the well-behaved, docile demeanor this brother-in-law had shown when visiting the house before was definitely an act. His face might be fair and clean, but his heart was definitely black. Where did he learn to be so infuriating? He felt like getting into a fight with Pei Cijing right then and there to teach this young man that the officials of the Dali Temple could investigate cases and capture criminals, and that his fists and feet were not for show. But first they were in a carriage, second his sister was sitting between them. It was hardly the place to start a brawl. Shen Ninghuan could only swallow his anger, close his eyes again, and pretend not to see. Seeing her brother's frustrated, yet composed expression, Shen Ninghuan couldn't help herself. She raised her hand to cover her mouth with her sleeve and let out a soft laugh. The laughter was light, like a spring breeze brushing against the copper bells under the eaves. Pei Cijing heard it and turned to look at her. Their eyes met. Shen Ninghuan blinked, her eyes brimming with smiles. Pei Cijing also smiled. This time the smile was less playful and carried more genuine warmth. The carriage rolled smoothly through the main street, exited the city gate, and proceeded along the official road toward Qingyun Temple. The wheels rumbled over the ground with a rhythmic creaking. Outside the window lay the early autumn fields where the rice was nearly ripe, showing a faint golden hue. Distant mountains where dark blue morning mists still lingered, and everything exuded a tranquil vitality. About half an hour later the carriage arrived at the foot of the mountain. Yuan Bao reined in the horses and reported from the front, "Second young mistress, second young master, senior young master Shen, we have reached Qingyun Temple. Ahead are stone steps. The carriage cannot go any further." Shen Ninghuan responded, lifted the curtain, and descended first. Pei Cijing followed behind her. Shen Mingxian came down last, his expression still sour. The three stood at the foot of the mountain and looked up. A stone stairway wound upward, disappearing into the lush green woods. The steps were not steep, but were long, stretching out of sight. On both sides of the stone steps grew dense trees. Morning sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the steps. Already a few scattered pilgrims were making their way up the stairs. There was a white-haired old woman leaning on a cane, climbing slowly and devoutly. A young woman was holding a child's hand, speaking in soft tones. There were also young people like themselves walking alone or in groups, all with a solemn, reverent expression. Pei Cijing gazed at the long staircase and suddenly spoke. Compared to the great Xianghua Temple, where one can ride all the way to the door of this Qingyun Temple. He paused, a hint of playful thought in his tone. I suspect they deliberately built the road this way. Shen Ninghuan turned her head to look at him. Why? To keep out people, said Pei Cijing. To keep out those who aren't truly coming to burn incense, but just want to join the fun and sightsee. He pointed at the stone steps. For those who are weak in stamina or insincere in heart, they'll give up halfway. Those who can persevere to the temple are mostly people who truly have prayers to offer to the gods, or are sincere cultivators of the way. Thus the temple remains peaceful, yet the incense offerings won't diminish, because those who come are the devout. Shen Ninghuan listened, lost in thought. Shen Mingxuan, however, snorted, nonsense. Pei Cijing was not offended, he just smiled, and said, whether it's nonsense or not, brother-in-law will know once he walks the steps. Shen Mingxian ignored him, stepping onto the stone stairs. Shen Ninghuan and Pei Cijing exchanged a glance, then followed. The steps were indeed not steep. The three walked and rested, not finding it too strenuous. But Pei Cijing took the lead, his steps light, frequently glancing back at Shen Mingxuan, who was lagging behind with that teasing smile, never fading. As if to say, brother-in-law can't even climb stairs faster than me, and yet he dares to call me frail. Shen Mingxian was irritated by the look and quickened his pace to overtake him. But Pei Cijing seemed to have eyes in the back of his head. Every time Shen Mingxian was about to pass him, he would also speed up, always staying 2 or 3 steps ahead. Shen Mingxuan. He decided not to stoop to the man's level, but he still quickened his pace. Shen Ninghuan walked in the middle, watching the childish chase between the 2 men ahead, and shook her head. This must be some kind of male rivalry, she thought. Meanwhile, another carriage slowly emerged from the southern gate of Shengjing City. The carriage was plain with blue cloth curtains and was pulled by an ordinary dun horse. The driver wore a bamboo hat, his face indistinguishable, but his hands had distinct knuckles, and his grip on the reins was steady and strong. Inside the carriage, Guroli sat upright. She was dressed simply today in a plain white pleated skirt with a moon-white half-sleeve jacket. Her hair was styled in a simple coiled bun adorned only with a plain silver hairpin. Her attire was very unadorned. But in her hand, she held a knife. The blade was about 7 inches long, narrow, with a cold blue gleam reflecting in the morning light that filtered through the carriage curtain. The handle was wrapped in fine black silk thread, cool and steady in her grip. Guruoli slowly wiped the blade with a simple white handkerchief. Her movements were slow, meticulous. From the tip to the spine, from the edge to the blood groove, she didn't miss a single spot. The cloth slid over the sharp edge, making a faint sibilant sound like a snake's tongue. She wiped with great concentration, her gaze focused, as if the weapon in her hand was not a tool for killing, but a rare treasure. The carriage drove onto the official road leading to the southern suburbs, moving at a moderate pace, blending inconspicuously among the stream of people and vehicles heading out of the city in the early morning. Guruoli finally finished wiping the knife. She raised the knife to the light that slipped through the gap in the curtain and examined it carefully. The blade was like a mirror reflecting half of her face. Her brows were like distant mountains, her eyes like autumn streams. She couldn't understand why she was considered unattractive. Was it so shameful to meet her? After a moment, she slowly sheathed the knife with a soft click. Guruoli tucked the knife into her sleeve, straightened her collar, and sat upright again, transforming back into the image of a refined young lady, as if the woman who had been wiping the blade had never existed. In the front courtyard of Qingyun Temple, an ancient ginkgo tree stood in serene silence. Its trunk requiring 3 people to encircle was etched with deep grooves, its bark fissured like dragon scales, bearing witness to a millennium of passing years. The canopy of leaves spread open like an umbrella, shading a small portion of the courtyard. The tree was festooned with colorful ribbons and wooden plaques. Ribbons of red, yellow, green, and blue fluttered gently in the autumn breeze, resembling patches of bound clouds and rosy mist. The wooden plaques bore densely carved inscriptions, some faded to a pale brown with age, others still glistening with the sheen of fresh ink. May my parents be healthy. Seeking an early marriage. Hoping to pass the imperial examinations. Praying for household peace. Each phrase represented the simple, earnest wishes of mortal beings. Most prayers sought love and marriage, earning the tree the name Love Destiny Tree. Whether it was efficacious remained unknown, but people simply enjoyed seeking romantic fortune beneath its branches. The Taoist priests of Qingyun Temple never consecrated these ribbons and plaques, saying that sincerity alone sufficed, requiring no external objects. Yet devotees remained persistent. Some even went to great lengths to have eminent monks at Daxiangwo Temple consecrate their offerings before making the journey, carefully tying this doubly blessed token to the branches. At this moment Shen Ninghuan stood beneath this tree, heavy with earthly attachments. Dressed meticulously today, his rain-washed azure robe glowed with a soft luster under the sunlight filtering through the leaves. His posture was upright, his features refined as he stood there. He truly appeared the picture of a promising young man, if one overlooked the expression of resigned determination on his face. Per their agreement, he was to attend this meeting alone today. His younger sister and brother-in-law had escorted him here, their task complete, and they should have departed by now. But those two, Shen Ninghuan's peripheral vision flickered toward a nearby spot. Pei Cijing and Shen Ninghuan were nestled together in the shade of another old locust tree. They stood exceedingly close, heads bent together, whispering secrets. A smile played at Pei Cijing's lips while Shen Ninghuan tilted her head slightly, her earrings swaying, catching fragments of light. That alone was tolerable. But as they spoke, their gazes would drift with remarkable casualness toward him. That look. Shen Ninghuan gritted his teeth. They were clearly keeping watch. Were they afraid he would flee at the last moment, repeating his previous knows-how? Was he that kind of person? Fine he had been last time. He drew a deep breath, suppressing the irritation of being secretly monitored. Never mind. The most pressing matter was figuring out how to face the young lady when she arrived. According to his father, this Miss Gu hailed from the Gu clan of Shu, a cousin on Jiang Tian's maternal side. She had just come of age this year, possessing both beauty and virtue. When he had stood her up last time, the young lady had waited in vain at the tea house for an entire day, yet she had not grown angry. Instead, she sent word through the Jiang family saying perhaps he was detained by urgent matters, we may reschedule. Such magnanimity suggested she was not one to fuss over trifles. A sincere apology should be enough to smooth over his earlier discourtesy. Shen Ninghuan steadied himself, mentally rehearsing when she arrives, he'll bow formally and apologize earnestly with utmost sincerity in both tone and words. Then, he'll follow the standard procedure. Exchange pleasantries, inquire about her family, speak briefly of my own circumstances, and finally bid her farewell with proper courtesy. Upon returning home, he'll tell my father Miss Gu is wonderful, who I am unworthy of her. We simply lack the destined connection. Yes, that was the plan. While his mind churned with these thoughts, the pair of watchers in the distance were contemplating matters of their own. Pei Cijing leaned close to Shen Ninghuan's ear, lowering his voice with unmistakable amusement. My dear, I suspect our esteemed brother-in-law is in for a rough time today. Warm breath brushed her ear. Shen Ninghuan tilted her face slightly, but did not pull away, asking softly, why do you say that? Isn't it obvious? Pei Cijing blinked. A matchmaking meeting is a momentous affair. He dared stand her up last time, leaving the girl to wait alone at a tea house all day. Who could if I were that young lady the moment we met, I'd land a kick on him first. Shen Ninghuan suppressed a smile, for she knew certain details. Jiang Tian had privately told her that this cousin Guroli had grown up in the ancestral lands of Shu province. Women of Shu were not known for the gentle meekness of capital city maidens. In Jiang Tian's own words, the temperament over there, everyone knows, is fiercely passionate. But Shen Ninghuan deliberately chose not to echo her husband's assessment. My husband errs in his judgment. Shen Ninghuan raised her eyes, slightly a glint of mischief flashing within them. Since the young lady bears no grudge and is willing to grant another chance, she must be a truly magnanimous and sensible person. If my brother apologizes sincerely and conducts himself properly, nothing untoward should occur. Pei Cijing raised an eyebrow. Observing his wife's feigned solemnity while laughter hid in her eyes, he understood instantly. She was deliberately contradicting him, teasing him. Oh, Pei Cijing drew out the syllable, a glimmer of sharpness in his eyes. You sound so certain, my dear. Then, shall we make a wager? What shall we wager? Shen Ninghuan asked with keen interest. We'll bet on whether our brother-in-law gets a beating today, Pei Cijing said, his smile deepening. If he emerges unscathed, I lose. They'll write 2 extra essays on classical texts, and 2 more on statecraft tomorrow. Shen Ninghuan's eyes flickered. For additional compositions. The stakes sounded like a loss on his part. But upon reflection, she saw through her husband's scheme. More essays meant more opportunities for her to review them, which meant more chances to claim his rewards. This man would exhaust every trick for those little rewards. And if you win, she asked. If I win. Pei Cijing leaned in closer, his voice dropping to a whisper tinged with mirth. I get 3 scribble exemption privileges. Shen Ninghuan couldn't help but laugh. Of course. 3 exemptions meant that even if he botched his calligraphy, splattered ink, or made errors, he could still claim his rewards as usual. His calculations were so transparent, she could hear every bead on the abacus. She looked up at him. Pei Cijing was gazing at her with eager expectation. Those eyes, usually so casually indifferent, now shone with undisguised hope, and a trace of barely perceptible weariness. These past days he had indeed been studying with relentless intensity, writing essay after essay, until calluses formed on his wrist. Very well, considering how diligently he had applied himself. All right. Shen Ninghuan nodded gently, a soft curve forming at the corners of her lips. I accept this wager. Pei Cijing's eyes brightened. They exchanged a knowing smile, and with perfect synchrony extended their pinkies, hooking them together in the air. Then their thumbs met in a firm press. Pinky promise sealed with a thumbprint. Pei Cijing chuckled softly. The wager is set. Whoever reneges is a puppy. Shen Ninghuan shot him a mock glare, laughing. Who would renege? Beneath the tree, Shen Ningxuan's legs had grown numb from standing. The young lady still had not arrived. He could only stand idle, his gaze wandering with nowhere to settle, until it inevitably drifted back to the pair in the distance. Pei Cijing had apparently said something amusing. Shen Ninghuan laughed and lightly thumped him, only to have him seize her hand, their fingers interlacing as they leaned into each other even more closely. Shen Ningxuan. He silently averted his eyes, a cloying sweetness inexplicably rising in his mouth. Sickeningly sweet. In broad daylight under the open sky. Could they not show the slightest consideration for his solitary state? He now desperately wished Miss Gu would appear quickly, start early, finish early, return home early, escape this awkward predicament early, and also escape the couple behind him, who radiated lovey-dovey energy at every moment. Just as his eyes were growing weary from straining, a figure in plain white emerged from the direction of the Moongate archway, slowly turning past the corridor corner. The woman wore a moonshine white short jacket, a plain white long skirt, and a sheer gauze half-sleeve over it. Her hair was simply styled, adorned with only a single silver hairpin. Her garments were unadorned, without excessive ornamentation, yet her entire bearing, cool, elegant, and composed, made her instantly distinguishable from any crowd. She seemed to be holding something in her hands, walking with unhurried grace toward the love destiny tree. Shen Ningxuan's spirits lifted. He narrowed his eyes, studying her carefully, delicate features, faintly distant brows and eyes. She bore a 7 or 8 resemblance to the portrait his father had shown him yesterday. Yes, it was her. Guruoli. Shen Ningxian took a deep breath, smoothed his already immaculate robes, forced the most proper and sincere smile onto his face, and strode forward to meet her. Halting before her, he clasped his hands, bowed, and performed a standard formal salute. Miss Gu, he spoke, keeping his voice as gentle as possible. I was discourteous at our last tea house appointment, leaving you waiting all day. I have come today specifically to offer my apologies. I hope you can forgive me. Having spoken, he remained in his bowed position, awaiting her response. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. No sound. Only the autumn wind passing through the love destiny tree ribbons and wooden plaques colliding with one another, producing faint, crisp, tinkling sounds. Shen Ningxian felt a flicker of doubt and raised his eyes slightly. He saw Guruoli standing perfectly still, her gaze fixed upon his face, yet not meeting his eyes. Her line of sight traveled from his forehead across his brow, down the bridge of his nose, and came to rest upon his Adam's apple. Shen Ningxuan's Adam's apple bobbed involuntarily. It felt like murderous intent. Hadn't they said she was a magnanimous girl? What was she planning? Guruoli's gaze shifted slightly in response. Then slowly she spoke. Her voice was very soft, very faint, like morning mist in the mountains. Mr. Shen, do you know? A pause. In Shu province, standing up a girl means a knife to the throat. The instant the words left her lips, before Shen Ningxian could react, a blade pressed against his neck. The razor's keenness was something he had absolutely no desire to test personally. A gentle breeze swept past. His loose strands of hair, meeting the blade's edge, were severed one by one. The blade pressed against his throat. Cold. Sharp. Shen Ningxian could feel every pulse of his heartbeat, transmitting clearly to the razor-thin edge of the blade. He stood rigid, barely daring to breathe, afraid that if he so much as swallowed, his throat would be slit open and blood would spill on the spot. Guruoli's hand holding the knife was steady. Her gaze was even steadier. Those autumn water eyes held no anger, no mockery, only a calm that bordered. She looked at him as if appraising the quality of an object or determining whether a prey was alive or dead. Miss Gu, Shen Ningxian spoke with difficulty, his voice hoarse from tension. I truly know I was wrong. Guruoli said nothing. She simply pressed her wrist down slightly. The blade inched closer. Shen Ninghuan had no choice but to bend his knees slowly under the pressure. He did not want to kneel, but with his life hanging by a thread, he had no choice. When his knees touched the bluestone slab, the cold seeped up through his bones, chilling him to the heart. He knelt beneath the fate tree of Qingyun Temple, before the 1,000-year-old ginkgo draped with prayer ribbons, in front of a girl he had met for the first time. He knelt. His posture was awkward. His mood was even more so. Shen Ninghuan suddenly tugged at the corner of his mouth and smiled. That smile was faint, laden with deep helplessness and a hint of self-mockery. Well, since things had come to this, face was already lost. Might as well speak his mind. Miss Gu, he raised his head, looking directly into her eyes. Breaking our appointment last time was my fault. But I did not mean to be disrespectful. He paused, his voice lowering. I was once betrothed in my early years. She was my childhood sweetheart. We loved each other dearly. His gaze grew distant for a moment, as if seeing a distant warm shadow through the person before him. But shortly after the wedding date was set, the illness struck suddenly. In just half a month, she was gone. Shen Ninghuan's voice was calm, so calm it bordered on numbness. Later some said my fate was too harsh, that I brought death to my wives. He tugged at the corner of his mouth again. I never believed such things. But sometimes, I couldn't help but wonder if it truly was my ill fate that harmed the girl. He took a deep breath and looked back at Guruoli. So in recent years I've had no heart for marriage discussions. Not because I didn't want to, but because I didn't dare. I was afraid of delaying someone else's life. Last time my father arranged a meeting, I actually deliberately didn't show up. He smiled bitterly. I thought if I broke the appointment, the girl would surely be angry and the marriage would naturally fall through. That way, I wouldn't defy my father, and I wouldn't delay the girl either. He lowered his eyes, no longer looking at her. I came today for 2 reasons: to apologize and to explain everything face to face. His voice was sincere. Miss Gu is wonderful. Ooh, I am unworthy of you. I hope you won't let someone as worthless as me hold you back from a good match. The words fell. Silence surrounded them. Only the sound of wind rustling through the ribbons, faint and fragmented. Guruoli watched him quietly. The knife still pressed against his throat, but the scrutiny in her eyes gradually shifted. The cold judgment faded, replaced by a complex, contemplative expression. She had heard about the early death of Shen Ninghuan's former fiancé, but rumors were vague, merely saying she was ill-fated or died of illness. She had assumed it was just an ordinary failed engagement. She never expected it was like this. Such deep affection. He remained unmarried, willing to ruin his own reputation rather than delay another's life. This man's character was quite good, devoted, kind, responsible. And besides, Guruoli's gaze traveled from his brows and eyes to his straight nose and finally to his lips pressed tightly together from nervousness. But now, Guruoli slowly withdrew the knife. A soft click as the short blade returned to its sheath. Shen Ninghuan felt the pressure at his throat released. She had come today intending to confront him and teach this jilter a lesson, to show him the temper of Shu Prefecture women. But now, Guruoli slowly withdrew the knife. A soft click as the short blade returned to its sheath. Shen Ninghuan felt the pressure at his throat release, the chilling threat dissipating instantly. He blinked instinctively, raising a hand to touch his neck. Good, the skin wasn't broken. Guruoli tucked the knife into her sleeve, crossed her arms, and looked him up and down. That gaze wasn't like looking at a matchmaking prospect, but rather like choosing a horse at the market or selecting a blade at a weapons shop. Focused, critical, but intrigued. Shen Ninghuan felt extremely uncomfortable under her scrutiny and was about to speak. What you just said, Guruoli suddenly interrupted. Was it all true? Every word, Shen Ninghuan said solemnly. Guruoli nodded. Then she did something he never expected. She reached out and grabbed the back of his collar. Fast, precise, and fierce. Before Shen Ninghuan could react, he was hoisted up. No, not hoisted, dragged. Guruoli grabbed his collar and turned to walk back into the temple. Wait, Miss Gu, what are you doing? Shen Ninghuan panicked, trying to struggle. But this girl's grip was astonishingly strong. He was a grown man, and he couldn't break free. To see Master Xian, Guruoli said without turning back, her voice as calm as if commenting on the weather. Why see the master? To calculate our birth charts. Calculate what? Calculate yours and mine. Shen Ninghuan. He was dragged along, stumbling, his collar choking his neck painfully. He could only hurry along, saying urgently, Miss Gu, I've already explained clearly. My fate is... I heard you, Guruoli interrupted. You said your fate is harsh, that you bring death to wives. She paused, not stopping her steps. What a coincidence. My fate is even harsher. I'd like to see if you can out-harsh me. Shen Ninghuan. Huh. Guruoli finally turned back to glance at him. In those autumn water eyes a faint, almost challenging smile flickered. My mother once said when you meet the right man you must seize the moment, she said deliberately. I think you're not bad. So now let's go see the master and find out if you can out-harsh me. Shen Ninghuan was utterly stunned. What in the world? He tried to reason with her. Miss Gu, marriage is a serious matter, not a joke. We just met today, so we need to calculate the charts. Guruoli said matter-of-factly. If the charts match, it's a match made in heaven. If they don't, she paused, turning to smile at him. That smile was beautiful, But Shen Ninghuan felt a chill down his spine. If they don't match, I'll tie you up and take you back to Shu Prefecture and have my mother find a way to— Guru Oli said lightly. In short, once I've set my eyes on someone, they can't escape. Shen Ninghuan. He gave up struggling. He was like a fish hauled onto shore, all dreams lost, allowing Guru Oli to drag him along, leaving an invisible trail of despair on the bluestone path. Not far away, Pei Cijing and Shen Ninghuan stood side by side, having witnessed the entire scene. From the blade at the throat to the kneeling confession to the dragging away. The entire process took no more than the time for a cup of tea. Shen Ninghuan had cast them a pleading look midway. His mouth opened, silently mouthing help. Pei Cijing winked at him, then turned to Shen Ninghuan and said, "Darling, look at those ribbons. Red paired with green, quite festive." Shen Ninghuan pursed her lips in a smile indeed. The two tacitly ignored Shen Ninghuan's cry for help, since there was no danger to his life. If Miss Gu truly wanted to harm him, she could have finished it with one strike. Just now, why bother dragging him off to calculate charts? There was no need for them to intervene. Ganging up on one person wouldn't be fair. Besides, ding. Successfully witnessed drama. Blade's Edge matchmaking brother-in-law dragged off to calculate charts. Melon points 156. The system notification sounded in his mind. Pei Cijing's lips curled slightly. Balance, 3874 points. Not bad. He watched Shen Ninghuan being dragged through the moon gate, disappearing toward the rear hall, then clicked his tongue and turned to Shen Ninghuan. Darling, isn't the Gu family supposed to be a scholarly household? This Miss Gu. Her martial skills are rather extraordinary. Dragging a grown man with one hand, walking with ease, breathing steady. This was not something an ordinary young lady could do. Shen Ninghuan pondered for a moment. Uncle Gu indeed doesn't know much martial arts. But Aunt Gu. I've heard she comes from a military family. Miss Gu's skills might have been learned from her maternal grandfather's side. As she spoke, her gaze still lingered on the moon gate. When Guru Oli had dragged Shen Ninghuan past them, they were only about 3 to 4 zhang away, well within the range of her mind-reading ability. She had heard those inner thoughts loud and clear, especially that line. When you meet the right man, you must seize them. Shen Ninghuan's lips curved upward. This Miss Gu was indeed a spirited one, bold in love and hate, decisive in action, no pretense or posturing. If she truly could end up with her elder brother. She thought of honor. In the future, help your brother. Find a kindred spirit. If her mother were watching from, she had held her hand and whispered with her last breath, honor. In the future, help your brother. Find a kindred spirit. If her mother were watching from above, seeing this scene today, seeing a girl bold enough to drag her brother off to calculate charts, saying she wanted to see if he could out-harsh her, she would probably smile, wouldn't she? Shen Ninghuan was lost in thought. A hand suddenly appeared before her eyes, long fingers waving gently. Darling. Pei Cijing's voice pulled her back to reality. Come back. Brother-in-law has been dragged away. Now, it's our turn. He smiled at her eyes sparkling. Shen Ninghuan then remembered today's real purpose at Qingyun Temple. Burning incense, praying, tying ribbons, and hanging blessing plaques. She nodded gently, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks. Pei Cijing took out 2 items from his sleeve. 2 ribbons. A pair of blessing plaques. The ribbons were bright red, made of excellent material, smooth and supple to the touch, with auspicious cloud patterns embroidered in gold thread along the edges. The blessing plaques were of fine rosewood, polished to a warm, smooth luster. One was carved with the words, "One heart, one virtue," and the other with "year after year." Clearly they were not cheap. Father went to Daxiangwo Temple the other day and specially asked the abbot to consecrate them, Pei Cijing said, handing the ribbons and plaques to Shen Ninghuan. He said this 1,000-year-old fate tree is very efficacious and that we must hang them up. Shen Ninghuan took them. The ribbons felt weighty and the plaques were warm to the touch. She looked up at the ginkgo tree. The tree stood over 10 zhang tall with gnarled branches and a canopy like a great umbrella. Many ribbons and plaques were already hanging from it, red, yellow, green, fluttering in the wind like a tree full of colorful dreams. Most worshippers stood beneath the tree looking up, hurling their ribbons and plaques upward with all their might. Some that caught on branches drew cheers. Some fell down, but they didn't lose heart, picking them up and trying again. Climbing up to tie them. Too dangerous. The trunk was thick, but the branches were high. The lowest one was still 2 or 3 zhang above the ground. The trunk was smooth with no footholds. Even a skilled martial artist wouldn't dare attempt it easily. Shen Ninghuan weighed the ribbons and plaques in her hand, preparing to toss them like the other worshippers. Suddenly her body felt light. She let out a soft cry and instinctively wrapped her arms around the person's neck. Pei Cijing had scooped her up in his arms. Husband. Shen Ninghuan's face flushed. Thighs in front of everyone. What's there to fear? Pei Cijing looked down at her, deep amusement in his eyes. Our fate, well, grasp it ourselves. Why leave it to heaven? He paused, his voice softening. My lady, hold on tight to me. Shen Ninghuan's heart skipped a beat. She looked at the face so close to hers. Eyes smiling, gaze tender, lips curved with a hint of mischief and a hint of sincerity. Worshippers around them had begun to look over, pointing and whispering. But suddenly she wasn't afraid anymore. Shyness remained, but more than that there was joy. The joy of being cherished, being favored, being openly and proudly claimed. She wrapped her arms around his neck, buried her face in his shoulder, and gave a soft Pei Cijing smiled. He held the person in his arms tightly, turned to face the 1,000-year-old ginkgo. For others, climbing the tree was a perilous feat. But for him, that was nothing. As a martial arts grandmaster proficient in all 18 forms of weaponry, with exceptional skill in boxing and grappling, a little lightness skill was no challenge. Pei Cijing took a deep breath, pushed off with his feet. Whoosh! His figure shot out like an arrow. No running start, no wind-up. He simply charged straight at the trunk, holding a person in his arms. Just before impact, his toes tapped lightly on the trunk. Leverage. Aerial. Shen Ninghuan only felt the wind howling past her ears. As the scenery, she instinctively closed her eyes. When she opened them again, they were already several zhang above the ground. Pei Cijing's feet alternated, tapping the trunk, each light touch sending them soaring higher. He held her with perfect stability, his arms supporting her firmly without the slightest tremor. Exclamations rose from below. Heavens! They made it up. Carrying someone up a tree. That lightness skill. Shen Ninghuan paid no attention. She looked up at Pei Cijing's jaw, sharp and defined, glistening with a hint of sweat. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows across his face. In just a few breaths, Pei Cijing had leaped onto the canopy. He landed on a thick horizontal branch, slowly exhaled, and looked down at the person in his arms. Shen Ninghuan snapped back to reality. She stepped down from his arms onto the solid branch. The branch was thick enough for 2 people with room to spare. She held onto the trunk and looked down. The entire Qingyun temple lay before her eyes. Hall upon hall, green tiles, and flying eaves, worshippers like ants moving slowly through the courtyards. In the distance, green mountains like ink strokes wreathed in mist. The wind rustled through the treetops, leaves whispering. At this height, no ribbons fluttered around them, no plaques swayed before their eyes. Here, Shen Ninghuan said softly, it's wonderful. With that, she tied the ribbons to a branch within easy reach. The 2 ribbons hung side by side, gently intertwining in the wind. She hung the wooden plaques beneath the ribbons, the rosewood catching the sunlight with a warm, soft luster. She curved her lips into a smile and reached out to take Pei Cijing's hand. Their fingers interlaced. My lady, Pei Cijing laughed. Now our bond is tied tightly, and no one can take it away. She replied softly. Tied tight. Pei Cijing cradled Shen Ninghuan in his arms, his toes brushing lightly against the leaves and branches. His form was like a swallow skimming the water's surface, and with a few agile bounds he descended gracefully from the towering canopy, dozens of feet above. His robes billowed in the wind before settling, and upon landing he did not even disturb a single speck of dust at his feet. Heavens! What kind of lightness skill is this? To be so nimble while carrying someone. The surrounding worshippers were still gazing upward in awe, and by the time they came to their senses, the pair was already standing steadily on the ground. Several young noblemen stood dumbfounded, one of them even forgetting to close his folding fan. An elderly woman leaning on her cane stared with eyes wide as saucers, murmuring, a deity has descended to earth. Pei Cijing gently set Shen Ninghuan down, and with a natural motion smoothed the shawl that the wind had ruffled. His actions were so casual, as if that breathtaking leap from earlier was nothing more than brushing a fallen leaf from his wife's collar. Shen Ninghuan looked up at him. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the ginkgo leaves, casting fine flecks of gold across his brow and eyes. She said nothing, merely curving her lips into a faint smile. She withdrew the hand he had been holding, and instead linked her arm through his. It was intimate and natural, like any ordinary devoted couple in this world. Pei Cijing lowered his head to look at her, about to speak. Then his brow twitched almost imperceptibly. Not far away at the edge of the ginkgo tree's shadow stood a vaguely familiar figure. Utterly alone. Clad in a lotus root-colored jacket with a plain hair bun, the figure was shrouded in the shadow cast by the foliage, like a stroke of light, ink forgotten in the corner of a painting. Pei Cijing glanced over once, then averted his gaze. Not a flicker of emotion crossed his face. Shen Ninghuan followed his gaze and saw the figure as well. She too recognized who it was, but her reaction was even more indifferent, bordering on cold detachment. No nod of acknowledgement. No polite greeting. Not even the briefest meeting of eyes. The figure was Shen Ningyue. There she stood, separated by a distance of 30 or 50 feet by the dappled shadows of the ginkgo trees, by the clamor and bustle of the temple courtyard, standing like a flower transplanted into the wrong soil, struggling to adapt, neglected by all. Visiting Qingyun Temple today had been her own idea, and she had come alone. The prohibition had been lifted, and Pei Cijing had gone to take up his post at the 3000 camp. This finally allowed her to step out and catch her breath. So she chose to come to Qingyun Temple to offer incense and pray for blessings. More importantly, she harbored too many doubts and anxieties that needed answers from the divine. Offspring, prospects, and those variables that didn't match her past life memories, keeping her restless day and night. She hadn't expected to encounter Shen, nor had she expected to witness that scene. Pei Cijing holding Shen Ninghuan, leaping into the air, his feet finding purchase on the tree trunk, as if on flat ground, his robes billowing like a wild goose soaring across the sky. Such a tall tree. Carrying someone up there, he hadn't even a heavy breath. In that instant, Shen Ningyue felt something explode within her chest. Not shock. It was envy. It was hatred. And something deeper, heavier, confusion. In her past life, she had been married to Pei Cijing for 10 years. 10 years. She was his wife. Even if it was only in name, even if he never entered her chambers, even if she spent 10 years in a celibate marriage, she was still his wife, the woman closest to him in all the world. Yet she had never known. Never known he possessed martial arts skills. Never known he was so skilled. What had he been like during those 10 years? Lazy, useless, idling away his days. As the sole son of the second branch of the Weiyuan marquis estate, he bore the empty title of young master, without holding any official position. His parents doted on him and never pushed him to strive, so he contentedly basked in that indulgence, a good-for-nothing parasite. She had hated him. Hated his lack of ambition, hated him for wasting 10 years of her youth, hated that despite his incompetence, he occupied the title of her husband, preventing her from remarrying. But now he held Shen Ninghuan, descending gracefully from the towering canopy, his bearing like a crane landing without a sound. The tenderness in his eyes was something she had never once seen in 10 years of past life. Shen Ningyi's fingernails dug deep into her palms. It hurt, but not as much as the pain in her heart. She suddenly recalled fragments from her past life, small details she had overlooked. Once during a banquet at the marquis estate, a nobleman who had drunk too much mocked the second branch as a nest of merchants, calling Pei Cijing a parasitic young master. Pei Cijing merely smiled, offering no rebuttal, no anger, even self-deprecatingly agreeing with a few remarks. Back then, listening from behind the screen, she had only felt embarrassed. Now thinking back, was he truly indifferent, or was he hiding too deep? Another time a thief broke into the estate. The night patrol guards chased him for ages, but couldn't catch him. The next day the thief was found bound in the back alley, his limbs broken, a rag stuffed in his mouth. No one knew who had done it. She had never once suspected him. Now, Shen Ningyue stared fixedly at the pair, standing shoulder to shoulder in the distance, her jaw clenched so tight it ached. Pei Cijing, just how much more are you hiding? If you are gold, why did you willingly remain buried in dust in your past life? If you truly have talent, why did you let me suffer 10 years of a celibate marriage and public scorn? Why in this life are you willing to reveal your brilliance for her? Her gaze shifted to Shen Ninghuan. Lotus root-colored skirts, moon-white shawl, a single plain silver hairpin in her hair. Dressed so simply, yet she drew everyone's gaze, and there she was, linking her arm through Pei Cijing's while he looked down at her with eyes as tender as spring water. Shen Ningyue suddenly felt she couldn't breathe. Why was she the legitimate daughter while I was only a concubine's daughter? Why in the past life did she marry through the main gate of the Weiyuan marquis estate, becoming the young madam, and eventually being titled a first-ranked dame of the state, while I could only cling to that incompetent Pei Cijing, withering away 10 years of my youth in the corner of the second branch? Why in this life, when I've already taken the young marquis and claimed the position she should have had? Yet Shen Ninghuan, even married into the second branch, married to my former, good-for-nothing husband, lives even more comfortably than I did in my past life. She lacks no money. The second branch comes from merchant stock. They're so rich they have nothing but money. Her mother-in-law, Madame Zhou, has chests of jewelry carried into her room. Pearls, jade, gold, and gemstones. As if trying to move every jewelry shop in Shangjing to her doorstep. She has a harmonious marriage. That Pei Cijing, who was cold and distant to her in the past life, now holds Shen Ninghuan in the palm of his hand. He studies for her, prepares for examinations for her, and reveals for her the sharp edge he had hidden for 18 years. He even took her to climb that 1,000-year-old ginkgo tree just to hang a pair of blessing plaques on the highest branch. And for me. Shen Ningyue slowly lowered her head. She looked at her hands. Slender, fair. Once the hands of a sheltered young lady of the Shen estate who never touched water for chores. Now these hands had to comb her own hair, dress herself, and deal with those snobbish servants who would trample on those they deemed beneath them. The marquis' wife was cutting her allowance. Pei Cijing was bound by the prohibition, forbidden from consummating the marriage before taking office. She had hoped to become pregnant quickly to use a child as her support, but that decree had thoroughly disrupted her plans. Finally, the prohibition was lifted, and Pei Cijing went to the 3,000 camp. He had returned twice, but those 2 times. Shen Ningyue closed her. He said he was busy, that his duties were heavy, that he was tired. Though he spent the night in her room, he lay beside her like a stone. Somewhere along the way, an invisible barrier had formed between them, thin as a cicada's wing, yet thicker than a city wall. She tried to initiate, but Pei Cijing gently evaded her. Something was wrong. Everything was wrong. In her past life, Pei Cijing had been appointed deputy commander of the 3,000 camp upon taking office, a 5th-rank position with real power, a future arranged personally by the marquis. But in this life he was only a centurion, 6th rank. She had asked him, and he only said, it was father's wish. I haven't earned any merits yet, it wouldn't be fitting to start too high. The centurion position is just right. But she didn't believe him. In her time at the marquis estate, as she had seen clearly, the way the marquis looked at the young marquis had changed. The once full expectation and pride were now tinged with scrutiny, with disappointment, and even a hint of coldness he himself might not have realized. Was it because of that incident? Because she and he had knelt in the main hall of the Shen estate, a disheveled caught by both families' elders. Shen Ningyue clenched her. No, she must not panic. She still had memories of her past life. She remembered that Pei Cijing would join the army in 3 years, earn great merit in the northern border, and be personally ennobled as Count Zhongyi by the emperor. 10 years after that, he would quell the rebellion in the southwest, be promoted to Duke of the State, and reach the pinnacle of power. All of this will happen. It must happen. As long as she was his wife, as long as she bore his son, she would be the future duchess. All those who slighted her, ignored her, and cut her allowance today would one day kneel at her feet and address her as Madam. Shen Ningyue took a deep breath. She lifted her head, her gaze crossing the crowd to rest on the receding figures. Shen Ninghuan was linking her arm through Pei Cijing's, tilting her head to say something to him. From this distance, she couldn't hear the words, only saw the corners of her lips curve into a faint arc. The arc was very subtle, so subtle it could barely be called a. But Shen Ningyue knew. It was a smile that came from the heart, a smile of security, of being cherished, of contentment. A smile she had never received, not in her past life, not in this one either. She suddenly felt very cold. It was early autumn, the sunlight was just right, and the breeze was gentle. Yet standing in the shadow of the ginkgo tree, she felt a chill seep through her entire body. Shen Ninghuan, her arm linked through Pei Cijing's, walked slowly toward the main hall. She did not look back. There was no need to. The burning gaze behind her almost piercing through her, she sensed it with absolute clarity. And those uncontrollable inner thoughts drifting on the autumn wind. Why? Why is she so fortunate? That liar Pei Cijing. He knew nothing in his past life. Why is the young marquis only a centurion? This doesn't match my memories. I won't accept this. I won't accept this. Shen Ninghuan listened to those fragmented, surging thoughts, her expression still serene. This little sister of hers. Across 2 lifetimes, she still hadn't learned one thing. Destiny is never seized by force. A marriage seized by force burns the hands. A position seized by force stands on unstable ground. A man seized by force. The infatuation that once flickered in his eyes will fade into tepid courtesy once he comes to his senses. What Shen Ningyue couldn't understand, Shen Ninghuan saw with perfect clarity. In the past life, Pei Cijing's rise to fame and fortune wasn't entirely due to his own abilities. He was the young marquis of the estate, then without a single misstep, and the path ahead was paved for him by others. His wife's family, the Shen estate, had supported him wholeheartedly. She had managed the household while keeping the inner quarters peaceful. Only then could he realize his ambitions. And in this life, he was still the young marquis, and while his wife's family hadn't become enemies. Having only married a concubine's daughter as his wife, her father Shen Zhongxing naturally wouldn't support him as he had in the past life. The political backing was reduced by 70 or 80%. Though the marquis still valued this son, the accumulated disappointment made him more reserved in paving the way, deliberating whether he was truly fit for a high position. After all, without capability, the higher one climbs, the harder the fall. And Pei Cijing himself. That scandal. What did it truly cost him? More than just his reputation. What he lost was his father's unconditional trust, the sincere commitment of his wife's family to support him, and above all, his own once fervent and confident spirit. These things. Can Shen Ningyue see them? She can only see that she married Pei Cijing and lives a smooth life, but she cannot see where that smoothness comes from. The lack of money troubles is because the second branch was already wealthy, and her mother-in-law, Madame Zhou, genuinely dotes on her daughter-in-law. The harmonious marriage is because Pei Cijing is inherently a perceptive and kind-hearted man, and she treats him with sincerity and respect. They exchange true hearts. As for Pei Cijing, now beginning to study and revealing his martial arts, Shen Ninghuan's lips curved slightly. When she married him, he was still a carefree young man who loved melons, loved lazing about, and spent his days in tea houses listening to idle gossip. He had talent, but no desire to show it, wishing only to live as a contented slacker. But he was also willing for the sake of their future to keep striving. That was what was truly precious. Shen Ninghuan thought about this, then spoke softly, "Husband." Pei Cijing lowered his head. Since we're here today? She raised her eyes, a faint smile shimmering in them. Let's draw a fortune stick too. The main hall of Qingyun Temple stood majestic and solemn. Within, gilded statues of the 3 pure ones were enshrined, their forms bathed in the haze of curling incense smoke and the eternal glow of candlelight. Pei Cijing and Shen Ninghuan stood side by side within the hall, bowing 3 times upon the kneeling cushions. Pei Cijing bowed with utmost sincerity. Although he had been a staunch materialist before his transmigration, always keeping a respectful distance from talk of ghosts and gods, the fact remained that he had transmigrated. Since he was here in this temple, it was only proper to follow local customs. Moreover, he cast a sidelong glance at Shen Ninghuan beside him. His wife was praying with such devoutness her brows softened by a rare gentleness and solemnity. He thus followed suit with a couple of extra bows, silently asking the Taoist deities to bind their marital fate together for eternity. After the bows, Pei Cijing produced a banknote from his sleeve and dropped it into the donation box. The note fluttered down to the bottom. The young acolyte attending nearby stared wide-eyed. The note was for 100 taels of silver, enough to cover the living expenses of an average family for over a year. Benefactors, would you care to draw a fortune stick? The acolyte said, bustling forward eagerly. Our temple's oracles are the most accurate, renowned far and wide. For matters of love, career prospects, and fortune-telling, they are exceedingly precise. Shen Ninghuan gave a slight nod. Very well. The young Taoist hurriedly brought forth a sandalwood cylinder for drawing lots. Its surface was smooth, clearly worn by years of handling. He presented it with both hands, and with keen discernment offered it first to Shen Ninghuan, saying respectfully, "Lady Benefactor, please." Shen Ninghuan took the cylinder. It felt heavy in her hands. She gave it a gentle shake, and the bamboo sticks within clattered against one another. She closed her eyes, making a silent wish, not for great wealth or high position, but only for a smooth life, a safe husband, and healthy family. She flicked her wrist. A bamboo stick slid out and landed with a sharp clatter on the floor. The acolyte bent to pick it up, glanced at the number on it, and smiled. "Lady Benefactor, please wait a moment. This humble priest will go fetch my senior master who interprets the lots." He turned and headed towards the side hall. Shen Ninghuan handed the cylinder to Pei Cijing. "Husband, you should draw one too." Pei Cijing took the cylinder and gave it a casual shake. He held no particular attachment to such things. Drawing the lot was merely a formality to accompany his wife, just for the fun of it. The sticks rattled within. A bamboo stick fell out. Pei Cijing bent to pick it up, not bothering to examine the inscription closely, and simply held it between his fingers. Before long, the acolyte returned, leading an elderly Taoist with half-white hair and beard. The old master wore a gray-blue Taoist robe, his face thin and gaunt, yet his eyes were remarkably clear and bright, as if they could see straight through to a person's heart. "Benefactors, this is our temple's senior master Xuanjin," the acolyte introduced. "He has been interpreting fortune sticks for 30 years, and is most accurate." Master Xuanjin gave a slight nod. His gaze swept across their faces before settling on Shen Ninghuan. A kind smile appeared on his face. "Lady Benefactor, please let me have a look at your fortune stick." Shen Ninghuan handed over the stick. Xuanjin took it and examined it closely with lowered eyes. After a moment, he looked up at her, a flicker of surprise in his eyes, then smiled. "Congratulations, Benefactor. This is a most auspicious lot." Shen Ninghuan raised an eyebrow slightly. "Please elaborate, master." "This lot is named the Phoenix Perches on the Polonia," the old Taoist said, turning the stick towards her and pointing at the verse inscribed on it. "Phoenix, O phoenix, perching on the high ridge. The Polonia tree grows facing the morning sun. Benefactor, your destiny is noble and pure. Your marriage is destined by heaven. In the days to come you will be blessed with profound fortune and incomparable honor." He paused, then added, "In this life you shall meet a good man, enjoy a harmonious marriage and a peaceful household. In your later years you will be surrounded by children and grandchildren, blessed with both fortune and longevity." A faint smile curved Shen Ninghuan's lips upon hearing this. She glanced sideways at Pei Cijing, a hint of triumph in her eyes, as if to say, "Did you hear that? My destiny is good." Pei Cijing smiled and nodded with an expression that clearly said, "Of course my wife has a good destiny." Shen Ninghuan's lips curved slightly as she inclined her head. "Thank you, master." In her heart, however, she felt no significant ripple of emotion. She had faintly sensed this truth ever since she married into the second branch of the household. Her mother-in-law Zhou treated her like her own daughter, sending chests of silver and jewelry to her rooms. Her husband, Pei Cijing, though easygoing, was genuinely devoted to her. Even the usually stern matriarch of the marquis manor was all smiles whenever she saw her. The man she had encountered was naturally a good one. Master Xuanjin finished interpreting Shen Ninghuan's lot and turned his attention to Pei Cijing. "Benefactor, please let me see your fortune stick." Pei Cijing handed it over casually. Xuanjin took the stick and looked down at it. The poetic inscription on it consisted of only 4 short lines. "Where does the guest come from? Where does he return to? The heart follows the vastness of heaven and earth. The nature rides the winds and clouds." Master Xuanzhen's hand trembled almost imperceptibly. He stared at the inscription, his brow slowly knitting tighter and tighter. The composure on his face gradually faded, replaced by an indescribable puzzlement and even a trace of— Pei Cijing raised an eyebrow. He didn't really believe in this stuff, but drawing a fortune stick was like seeing a doctor. You weren't afraid of the doctor stating your illness directly, but you were afraid when the doctor frowned and said nothing. Seeing the Taoist's expression, he couldn't help but feel curious. "Master, is there something wrong?" Xuanjin remained silent. He simply stared at the inscription, reading it over 3 times as if trying to discern some momentous meaning from those simple 4 lines. Shen Ninghuan also turned her gaze to his face. The very next instant, her ears caught Xuanzhen's inner thoughts. "This fortune isn't right. I have been interpreting fortunes for 30 years, and I have never seen such a destiny. Where does the guest come from? Where does he return to? This is the fate of a person from beyond the heavens. This person is not of this world. Shen Ninghuan's expression remained impassive, and her heart was equally calm. A person from beyond the heavens. She roughly understood what the master meant. She recalled those strange and wondrous words she occasionally overheard in Pei Cijing's thoughts. Things like transmigration, past life, modern times. This told her that her husband might have lived in another world in his previous life. Now that the master said he was a person from beyond the heavens, it wasn't hard to understand. Master Xuanzhen was still frowning. He held the stick as if it were a hot potato, unable to drop it, yet unwilling to keep it. After a long while he finally looked up, his gaze at Pei Cijing complex beyond words. Benefactor, he began, his voice slightly hoarse, this humble priest. His cultivation is still shallow. This fortune, I cannot interpret it. Pei Cijing's eyebrows rose even higher. Can't interpret it. Having spent years listening to storytellers at tea houses, he had heard countless tales about fortune tellers. Phrases like, heaven's secrets cannot be revealed, or, this is a great omen of misfortune, additional payment is required, were all standard fare. But a fortune teller saying, I can't interpret it, was something he had never encountered before. Master, perhaps you could give it another try. He ventured tentatively. Or perhaps we could pay more. Master Xuanzhen was momentarily choked by his words. Did he look like a man who coveted wealth? Taking a deep breath, he regained the composure of a Taoist practitioner. Benefactor jest. Though this humble priest cannot interpret it, our temple's abbot, senior master Qinjianzi, possesses profound cultivation and may be able to enlighten you. He paused, then made a please gesture. Please follow me. Pei Cijing and Shen Ninghuan exchanged a glance. Shen Ninghuan took his hand and gave it a gentle squeeze. The two followed Xuanzhen towards the back of the hall. Passing through a moon-shaped gate and skirting around several clumps of green bamboo, they arrived at a secluded courtyard. A few old plum trees stood within, their branches sparse and scattered, surely a beautiful sight when they bloomed in winter. Xuanzhen led them to a room and pushed open the door. Please wait here for a moment. My senior master is currently receiving 2 esteemed guests. Once they depart, I will go and inform him. Pei Cijing nodded and led Shen Ninghuan inside. The room was simply furnished. A low table and 2 couches, an inkwash landscape painting hanging on the wall, and a bronze incense burner on the table emitting a faint wisp of sandalwood smoke. They sat down on the couch. Pei Cijing looked around the room out of sheer boredom, then suddenly lowered his voice and leaned close to Shen Ninghuan's ear. Dear, do you think that old Taoist's expression earlier was his way of asking for more money? Shen Ninghuan was caught between laughter and tears at his words. She gave him a playful glare and said softly, Husband, don't talk nonsense. Master Xuanzhen is a man of great cultivation. He would never do such a thing. Pei Cijing pursed his lips, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Shen Ninghuan watched him with amusement. Meanwhile, in the adjoining room, Li Qinglu sat upright in a round-backed chair by the window. His moon-white brocade robes complemented his handsome jade-like features. However, his overly frail frame made him resemble a slender, delicate bamboo shoot that had never weathered a storm. One gust of wind, and he might snap. Opposite him sat Li Qingyu, and in the seat of honor was an elderly Taoist with white hair and a youthful complexion, none other than the abbot of Qingyun Temple Qinji. These past few days I thank the master for his guidance, Li Qinglu said with a slight bow, his tone humble. What you said, master. Outward appearance is but a shell, the true self lies within. This junior shall remember it well. Qinjianzi smiled faintly and stroked his snow-white beard. Your Highness the Ninth Prince, being able to grasp this principle means you have an affinity with the Tao. In one's life what matters most is self-awareness, not being troubled by external things. Li Qinglu lowered his eyes and gave a soft in response. But in his heart he was not as calm as he appeared. These past days his 6th imperial brother had been taking him to visit the great Xianghua Temple and Qingyun Temple, inviting eminent monks and renowned Taoists to preach to him. The theme was always the same. Don't care about your appearance. Li Qinglu was no fool. He knew why his brother was doing this. In a few more days marriage negotiations were to begin. As a man he longed for a tall and sturdy physique as heroic as his brother's. Yet in reality he was even thinner and weaker than his younger sister Chanying. He was only as tall as she was, and his strength was pitifully lacking. He couldn't even lift objects of moderate weight. His father despised him. His brothers secretly mocked him. He knew all of this. And so over the years a deep sense of inferiority had taken root in his heart. His brother brought him to hear these words of comfort, urging him not to dwell so much on these things, all out of fear that he would lose his confidence in front of his future wife and be looked down upon. But he understood the logic. Putting it into practice was hard. He lowered his gaze to look at his hands. 10 slender fingers, pale as white jade, even more delicate than an ordinary woman's. Such hands couldn't grip a sword steadily, couldn't draw a bow, and even holding the reins while riding was a strain. He closed his eyes. A scene suddenly surfaced in his mind. It was late one night. Alone in his bedchamber, overcome by curiosity, he had secretly tried on his sister's dress. A pale yellow top, a moon-white sash, and a pearl hairpin tucked. The person in the bronze mirror had soft, delicate features and skin that gleamed like snow, somehow even more alluringly fragile than his sister's. He had stared, utterly transfixed. That feeling, it was strange. Not shame, but an indescribable secret intoxication. As if that was how he was meant to be. Liqinglu snapped his eyes open violently, suppressing the thought. I mustn't think about it. I mustn't think about it anymore. He took a deep breath and turned his gaze towards the window. Outside lay a small courtyard with a few green bamboo plants, their shadows swaying gracefully in the sunlight. He could faintly make out the window of the adjoining room. The paper pane was bright, suggesting someone was waiting inside as well. He averted his gaze and looked back at Qinjianzi, forcing a smile. What you've said, master, this junior will strive to comprehend. Qinjianzi gave him a long, deep look. That gaze seemed to perceive something, yet also nothing at all. He simply smiled faintly and said softly, Your Highness need not force it. Some things when the time comes will naturally become clear. Liqinglu was taken aback. When the time comes, it will naturally become clear. Become clear about what? He wanted to ask further, but Li Qingyu had already risen to his feet. We have troubled you for too long, master. We shall take our leave for today. We will come to seek your counsel another day. Qinjianzi rose to see them off. Your Highnesses, please go slowly. Li Qingyu walked to the door, then suddenly paused. He turned his head, looking towards the adjoining room. Two silhouettes were cast upon the window paper, one tall and languid in posture, the other slender and graceful, sitting upright as a pine. That languid posture seemed somehow familiar. A subtle glimmer passed through Li Qingji's eyes, but he said nothing. He merely averted his gaze and led Li Qinglu away. The sound of their footsteps faded into the distance. Inside the room, Pei Cijing was idly fiddling with the incense burner on the table when his ears perked up. He lifted his head and looked towards the door. Footsteps passed by outside, then gradually receded. He raised an eyebrow, feeling a strange sense of familiarity in those footsteps. Shen Ninghuan also looked towards the door. Her ability of mind-reading could sense within 3 zhang. As those two had passed by earlier, she had vaguely caught a fleeting inner thought. Sixth brother treats me so well. But how can I tell him? That sometimes I wish I were a woman. If I had been born a woman, perhaps I wouldn't have so many troubles, would I? The thought was too faint, too fragmented, vanishing in an instant. Shen Ninghuan looked at Pei Cijing as if on the verge of speaking, but stopping herself. Just then footsteps sounded from outside the door. It was Master Xuanzhen returning. He pushed the door open and gave a slight bow. Benefactors, my senior master has seen off his guests. Please follow me. Pei Cijing stood up and casually helped Shen Ninghuan to her feet. The two followed Xuanzhen across the courtyard towards the adjoining room. Inside, Qinjianzi stood by the window, his hands clasped behind his back. Hearing the footsteps, he slowly turned around. When his gaze fell upon Pei Cijing, a sharp glint suddenly flashed through his aged, murky eyes. The glint vanished as quickly as it appeared, almost making one believe it was an illusion. Pei Cijing felt a chill run down his spine. He instinctively stopped in his tracks and looked at the white-haired, youthful-faced old Taoist. Qinjianzi smiled faintly. The smile was so light, like morning mist in the mountains, yet it inexplicably made one feel seen through completely. Benefactor. Qinjianzi spoke, his voice aged yet clear. Please have a seat. In the room, a faint sandalwood incense burned and blue smoke spiraled up from the bronze censer, dancing in the afternoon sunlight. Qinjianzi stood by the window, silhouetted against the light. On that face marked by the passage of time, there was little expression, not even a semblance of seriousness. He simply stood there, his gaze fixed on Pei Cijing with murky old eyes holding a hint of inquiry, a touch of interest, and a hint of something Pei Cijing couldn't quite articulate. There was no oppressive aura, no condescending demeanor, not even the feigned profundity often exhibited by ordinary enlightened beings. Yet Pei Cijing felt a chill run down his back. That gaze seemed tangible, slowly sweeping across his face, from his brows to his nose, from his jaw to his shoulders, inch by inch, as if appraising a rare treasure. It was as if he were looking at someone who shouldn't be here. Pei Cijing instinctively straightened his back. Then he realized he had already taken a seat. When did he sit down? He distinctly remembered standing just a moment ago. How had he blinked and ended up in this round chair? Pei Cijing glanced sideways at Shen Ninghuan. His wife was also seated, her posture elegant, hands properly placed on her knees, eyes lowered, embodying the standard demeanor of a junior facing an elder. The two of them were uncharacteristically obedient, uncharacteristically quiet. Pei Cijing silently found an excuse for himself. This was not cowardice, but respect for the elders and nurturing the young. It was about maintaining decorum. It was. The old man's gaze was simply too damn unsettling. It reminded him of that guidance counselor from his previous life in high school. No, it was even more terrifying than the counselor. The counselor could at most tell if you hadn't memorized your lesson from the night before, but this old man. The way he looked at him was as if he had turned his entire past and present upside down, knowing even the details of when he wet the bed and when he snuck snacks. Pei Cijing felt a sense of dread in his heart. Yet on the surface he maintained a steady demeanor. Shen Ninghuan also sat upright, her gaze resting on the slender figure by the window, her heartbeat slightly faster than usual. Not because she was nervous, but because she couldn't hear anything. She heard no sound at all. Qinjianzi stood there clearly within 2 or 3 zhang, within the range of her heart communication, yet when she concentrated and listened intently, she heard nothing. It wasn't silence. It wasn't emptiness. Rather, it was as if there was nothing at all. It was as if that person stood there yet was not present, as if he did not exist, or as if he were surrounded by an invisible barrier that gently blocked her outstretched tentacles. Shen Ninghuan lowered her eyes, her heart slightly trembling. Since she had awakened this ability, she had never failed. Whether it was the weighing of the marquis of Wei Yuan, the regret of the marquis, the jealousy of Shen Ningyue, or her husband's chaotic inner thoughts, she had always been able to hear everything clearly. But at this moment, she could not hear Qinjianzi's thoughts. Is it because his Tao practice is too profound? She mused in her heart. Yet she was not anxious. It was just a bit curious. It was like always believing she held a sword that could cut through iron, only to suddenly encounter an iron lump that could not be cut, realizing that there were indeed people she could not hear. Beside her, Pei Cijing's thoughts were a jumble muttering like a cat that had its tail stepped on, but dared not meow. What on earth is this old man looking? Is there something on my face? What does that look mean? Why do I feel like he knows everything? No way, no way. Qinjianzi finally moved. He walked slowly to the main seat, lifted his Tao robe, and sat down, his movements deliberate, as if giving the 2 young people time to process their emotions. I am Qinjianzi, he said, his voice aged yet clear like the morning bell in the mountains. You 2 have been waiting for a long time. Pei Cijing quickly cupped his hand, saying, I dare not, I dare not. I am Pei Cijing, accompanied by my wife Shen, and I have come to visit, disrupting your tranquil. Qinjianzi waved his hand. The gesture was casual, yet somehow made one hesitate to be overly polite. His gaze swept back and forth between the 2, finally landing on Pei Cijing, remaining fixed for a long time. After a while he suddenly smiled, the smile, faint, almost imperceptible, yet Pei Cijing felt that the old man's smile was quite significant. Interesting, Qinjianzi said softly. Pei Cijing's heart skipped a beat. What is interesting? Where is it interesting? But Qinjianzi no longer looked at him, instead turning his gaze to Shen Ninghuan, his eyes softening considerably. Miss Shen's fate is noble. I just heard Xuanjun mention it. Phoenix perches on the parasol tree, an excellent omen. In the future you will have deep blessings and your status will be beyond words. Shen Ninghuan slightly bowed, saying, thank you, Taoist. Qinjianzi nodded and continued, with such a fate, Miss Shen has accrued blessings from past lives. In this life, as long as you maintain a righteous heart and go with the flow, you will achieve fulfillment. Shen Ninghuan lowered her gaze. I will remember, she replied, yet her heart stirred slightly. Blessings from past lives. Qinjianzi's words seemed to carry deeper meaning. But Qinjianzi did not elaborate, only looking back at Pei Cijing. This time his gaze was even deeper. As for young Master Pei's omen, he paused, took out a bamboo stick from his sleeve, gently twisting it between his fingers. I have examined it. Pei Cijing obediently waited for the next words. Yet Qinjianzi did not speak immediately. Instead, he placed the bamboo stick back on the table, raised his head, and looked directly into Pei Cijing's eyes. Young Master Pei, do you know that everyone's fate is actually predetermined? Life is like a boat sailing through rivers and seas. There may be storms, hidden reefs, smooth currents, or rough waters. The process is ever-changing, but where it ultimately lands is already written. His tone was calm, as if discussing a commonplace matter. For example, Miss Shen, he glanced at Shen Ninghuan, is destined for great wealth and honor with a glorious spouse and a house full of children in her later years. Regardless of the obstacles faced along the way, she will ultimately reach this outcome. Shen Ninghuan slightly nodded, not surprised. Qinjianzi then looked at Pei Cijing. And as for young Master Pei, he paused. If there are no changes, young Master Pei's fate would be a stable life free of achievements and failures, crises and difficulties, living a plain life under the protection of the Pei Cijing. Was he suggesting he was fated to be an idler? Qinjianzi seemed to see through his thoughts, the corners of his lips curving slightly. Not an idler, but a leisurely person. Some people are born unwilling to compete or cease, only wishing to live their small lives in peace. There is nothing wrong with that. He paused, then changed the subject, but that is if there are no changes. Pei Cijing's heart jolted. Qinjianzi's gaze shifted between him and Shen Ninghuan, glancing back and forth, finally landing back on Pei Cijing's face. If I am not mistaken, you 2 should not have been married. As the words fell, the room fell silent for an instant. Pei Cijing's face remained calm, yet his heart surged like a storm. Should not have been married. What does that mean? He and his wife were matched through marriage exchange, and while this was not a secret, how did the old Taoist figure it out? Surely he didn't hear it through gossip, did he? Shen Ninghuan also slightly raised her gaze to look at Qinjianzi. She felt little turmoil in her heart. Should not have been married. Indeed, according to the original trajectory, she was to marry the heir Pei Cijing, while her husband was to marry Shen. Yet that accident completely reversed the fates of the 2 couples. But how did this old Taoist see through it? Qin Jianzi regarded the two, a glimmer of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. They were both intelligent individuals. There was no panic, no incessant questioning, and no doubt or rebuttal. They simply sat quietly waiting for him to continue. You two need not be nervous, he spoke gently. Fate is something that can be cryptic, yet simple. It is akin to. He thought for a moment, pointing outside the window. Outside was an ancient ginkgo tree, its branches lush and shimmering golden in the sunlight. It is just like that tree. On a windy day the branches will lean west, on a still day the branches will return to normal. But regardless of how the wind changes, the tree remains standing, not moving an inch. Fate is the same. While small details may change, the ultimate destination is already determined. He withdrew his gaze and looked at Pei. However, your situation is different. His voice grew more serious. Your union is not a mere detail of fate. It is a change in fate itself. Pei Cijing's heart tightened. Qin Jianzi continued, as I mentioned before, if there are no changes, you two should not have been married. But now that you are married, it indicates a change has occurred. His gaze fixed on Pei Cijing, laden with meaning. Pei Cijing, Shen Ninghuan. Both instinctively thought of someone they had seen not long ago, Shen Ningyue. Shen Ninghuan instantly understood that this change likely referred to her foolish younger sister's reincarnation. While Pei Cijing was unaware of Shen Ningjue's rebirth, the marriage exchange indeed arose because of it. Qin Jianzi elaborated on this change. He simply continued, at the onset of a change one often cannot discern anything. It is like throwing a stone into a tranquil lake. He gestured as if tossing something. At the moment the stone hits the water, it merely creates ripples. But the ripples will spread, growing larger and larger, ultimately affecting the entire surface of the lake. Pei Cijing felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. Ripples, affecting the entire lake. Was he saying that his union with his wife would impact many people? Could it even change the fates of many? Qin Jianzi looked at him, his gaze profound. And how large a wave that stone will ultimately create and how far it will spread is no longer related to the initial change. What matters now is you. It depends on your intentions. Pei Cijing was stunned. Intentions? What intentions? Yet Qin Jianzi did not keep him guessing. Instead, he slowly said, I have seen young Master Pei's fate. Where do guests come from, and where do they return? This omen indicates that your fate is unlike others. Other people's fates are predetermined. But your fate is subject to your own intentions. That depends on what path you truly wish to take. Pei Cijing's heart trembled violently. Subject to intentions. Was he saying that his future was not predetermined, but depended on what he wanted to do? Qin Jianzi seemed to see through his shock, slightly nodding. If you wish to live a stable life, you may have a stable life. If you wish to achieve great things, you may accomplish a career. Your fate is not in the hands of heaven, but in your own. He paused, his voice becoming softer. Young Master Pei, now that you have come to this world, perhaps you need not be overly cautious. You may unleash your potential. Upon hearing this, Pei Cijing felt a chill racing from his feet to the top of his head. Come to this world. Come to this world. This old man. Can he truly see through it? He struggled to maintain a calm expression, but the hairs on his back stood on end, his heart racing like a stampede, noisy enough to blow off the roof. Oh no, oh no, oh no. What is going on with this old man? What does come to this world mean? Does he know I'm a transmigrator? Impossible, right? This matter of transmigration was never mentioned, even by my wife. How could a Taoist in a remote temple know this at our first meeting? Is it through divination? Can fortune tellers really deduce transmigrators? Is that scientific? Oh right, the matter of transmigration is inherently unscientific. But this is simply too frightening. Unleashing potential. Is he hinting that I should pursue a career? To establish a foundation for the world, to bring peace to the people, to carry on the teachings of the sages, to bring peace to all generations. Is that something a person can do? I'm just a bystander. Why have I caught his attention? To bring peace to all generations. How easy it sounds. For a country to prosper, it needs reform, but reform is not so easily achieved. It always involves bloodshed. If I succeed in benefiting the people, I will be remembered for generations. If I fail, my family will be exterminated, my lineage wiped out, and the grass on my grave will grow 3 meters high. Moreover, I'm just a humanities student. How can I create anything great after coming over with just a melon-eating system? Am I to create glass, guns and cannons, steam engines? The system can exchange for information, but those points are ridiculously expensive. Forget it, forget it. We'll talk about the future later. For now, just survive. Shen Ninghuan listened to the long string of thoughts beside her and couldn't help but smile slightly. Her husband's inner drama was still as rich as ever. She subtly glanced at him, noticing Pei Cijing sitting upright, his expression calm, even carrying a hint of appropriate respect, as if listening to an elder's admonition. But she knew. His heart was already in turmoil. Shen Ninghuan withdrew her gaze, pondering Qin Jianzi's words. Subject to intentions. Come to this world. She had long known from Pei Cijing's thoughts that her husband came from another world, but she had never brought it up or questioned him about it. To her, no matter where he came from, he was her husband. That was enough. Yet Qin Jianzi's words made her think deeper. Her husband would indeed bring about tremendous changes for Qian in the future. She recalled Pei Cijing's occasionally bizarre ideas, thinking of the words he mentioned, glass steam engine guns and cannons, words she did not understand. She wondered when she would get to witness them. Perhaps there would indeed come a day in the future. Once Qin Jianzi finished speaking, he no longer said much. He simply sat quietly observing the young couple before him. The man appeared calm, yet the subtle shifts in his gaze did not escape Qin Jianzi's eyes. The woman was gentle and quiet, yet her clear eyes clearly concealed an insight into everything. Interesting. Truly interesting. These two, one from beyond the heavens, and the other possessing unusual skills, had unexpectedly become husband and wife, and their fates were intertwined. He suddenly became curious about the stone that had been thrown. How large a wave would it ultimately create? Young Master Pei, he spoke. Pei Cijing quickly looked up, saying, Taoist, please continue. Qin Jianzi smiled slightly. What I just mentioned is merely the meaning of the omen. As for how to choose, it is entirely up to you. Life in this world is lived in various ways. Some wish to be free and leisurely, while others aspire to soar through the skies and achieve great things. There is no distinction of superiority, it simply depends on whether it aligns with your heart. He gazed directly into Pei Cijing's eyes. Young Master Pei, just remember, regardless of which path you choose, as long as you seek to be true to your heart, that is enough. Pei Cijing was taken aback. To be true to my heart. He pondered these 4 words, suddenly feeling the turmoil in his heart gradually calm. Indeed, no matter what he chose to do, seeking to be true to his heart was paramount. If he wanted to lounge, he could lounge. If he wanted to pursue a career, he could do so, as long as he did not go against his true self, did not harm heaven or humanity. What was there to fear? As for the future, he would discuss it later. He took a deep breath, stood up, and respectfully bowed to Qin Jianzi, saying, Thank you, Taoist, for your guidance. Shen Ninghuan also stood to bow. Qin Jianzi waved his hand, saying, No need for excessive courtesy. You may go now. The two exited the room. The door gently closed behind them. Inside the room, Qin Jianzi stood by the window, watching the 2 figures gradually disappear at the end of the stone steps. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze deep. After a long time, he chuckled softly. Interesting. Footsteps approached from behind. A Xuanjin pushed the door open and entered, saying, Master, have those 2 left. The main hall of Qingyun Temple stood majestic and solemn, where the golden statues of the 3 pure ones gazed down upon the mortal world in the flickering candlelight. Incense smoke coiled upward strand by strand, rendering those Clandu deities more merciful and yet more distant. Shen Ningyue knelt upon the prayer cushion. The cold stone slabs beneath her sent a strange chill seeping into her bones through the thin fabric of her skirt, yet she remained oblivious. Her gaze rested upon the statue of Yuan Shi Tianzuan on the altar. The statue's eyes were downcast, as if gazing upon her, or as if seeing nothing at all. She closed her eyes, palms pressed together. Countless thoughts surged within her mind, too many, too chaotic. So chaotic that she knew not where to even begin her prayers. Pray for an heir. Pray for the heir to turn back his heart. Pray to overshadow Shen Ninghuan. These thoughts swirled in the depths of her heart, yet never settled into anything concrete. In the end, she simply bowed deeply, her forehead touching the cold edge of the cushion, and whispered hoarsely, I beg the Tao ancestor, grant your disciple an answer. She wanted an answer that would resolve the doubts in her heart. Let her know what exactly was happening. Why did the memories of her past life not match the present in every detail? Why did Pei Cijing know martial arts, strive for improvement, and treat Shen Ninghuan with such tenderness? Why did the heir's gaze toward her grow increasingly indifferent, as if looking at a stranger? Why did the marriage she fought so desperately to seize feel so scalding in her hands? She needed an answer, even if that answer was the one she least wanted to hear. After finishing the bow, Shen Ningyue straightened up and looked toward the sandalwood fortune stick container on the side table. The container was smooth and warm, polished by countless worshippers over the years, gleaming with a dark luster. She took a deep breath, reached out, lifted the container. It was heavy in her hands, and the dense bamboo sticks within collided with each other, producing a rustling sound. She closed her eyes and silently recited in her heart, Your disciple Shen Ningyue asks about the future, asks why the experiences of this life differ completely from what I knew in my past life. With a flick of her wrist, a bamboo stick shot out and landed with a crack on the stone floor. Shen Ningyue opened her eyes. She set down the container, bent down, and picked up the stick. The stick was slender, with one end dyed vermilion and the other end engraved with a number. She turned it over and looked at the inscription, Flowers in a mirror, moon in water, none are real. Do not take illusion as truth seal. Cherish the mundane flames before your eyes. That is the body free in worldly ties. It was very straightforward. So straightforward that no fortune interpreter was needed. Shen Ningyue stared at those 4 lines, feeling darkness rushing before her eyes. Each character seared into her eyes, into her heart, into every inch of her flesh like a branding iron. Flowers in a mirror, moon in water, none are real. Do not take illusion as truth seal. Was this saying that her so-called past life was an illusion? A flower in a mirror, a moon in water, a non-existent phantom. Her hand holding the bamboo stick began to tremble. Her fingertips turned white, her knuckles protruded. The stick seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds, pressing down on her wrist until it ached, almost unable to hold it. No wonder everything she experienced was completely different from her past life memories. No wonder the heir was only a centurion rather than a vice commander. No wonder Pei Cijing knew martial arts and was ambitious. No wonder Shen Ninghuan was living so comfortably and smoothly. No wonder the marriage she had snatched felt so scalding. It turned out that the memories she desperately clung to, the ones she relied on, the ones she thought could make her rise through her son and become the future Duchess of the Manor, were fundamentally illusions. They were phantoms that never existed. Shen Ningyue felt as if all strength had been drained from her. Her body swayed, nearly collapsing onto the prayer cushion. The bamboo stick slipped from her fingers and fell with a clatter onto the stone floor, rolling twice before stopping at the foot of the altar. But she did not pick it up. She knelt there, her mind a tangled mess. Her gaze was vacant, fixed on the statue before her. The three pure ones still looked down with downcast eyes, merciful. If the past life was an illusion, then what was everything she had done in this life? She had snatched the heir, orchestrated the adultery trap to force Pei Cijing into a marriage with her, making both families have to grudgingly accept this absurd union. She thought she had won, thought she had seized the splendid future that belonged to Shen Ninghuan. But if that future was itself an illusion, then what had she snatched? What had she fought for? What were these months of scheming, plotting, endurance, and suffering? Shen Ningyue suddenly wanted to laugh, but the corners of her mouth twitched, unable to form any curve. She wanted to cry, but her eyes were dry, unable to squeeze out a single tear. She just knelt there like a clay statue whose soul had been drained, kneeling before the three pure ones amid the swirling incense smoke, before the deities in whom she had once placed her hopes. After an unknown length of time, she finally moved, not to stand up, but to slowly lower her head and look at her own hands, which were trembling slightly from gripping the stick so hard. These hands, once in the Shen residence, had never touched water or oil, but now she had to comb her own hair, dress herself, and deal with the servants who stepped on her or flattered her. She remembered the cold gaze of the marquis wife when she cut her allowance. She remembered the flash of disdain in the eyes of the old maids when they received the small silver she gave them. She remembered the way Pei Cijing looked at her when he returned to the mansion, gradually becoming polite and distant. Not disgust, not indifference, just polite. Only a month. Between them it no longer felt like husband and wife, but like a distant relative who needed to be dealt with. She recalled the scene she had witnessed under the ginkgo tree. Pei Cijing holding Shen Ninghuan drifted down from the treetop, several zhang, high as posture, like a crane landing without a sound. When he looked down at Shen Ninghuan, his brows and eyes were as tender as spring water. That kind of tenderness in both her past and present lives she had never received. Shen Ningyue closed her eyes. She suddenly felt very tired. Tired from the inside out. Not physical tiredness, but mental exhaustion. The exhaustion of holding on too long, straining too long, fighting too long, only to realize it all meant nothing. She supported herself on the prayer cushion and slowly stood up. Her knees were numb from kneeling, and she stumbled when she rose, nearly falling. She grasped the edge of the altar to steady herself without looking back at the bamboo stick lying on the ground. She walked away like that. Her steps were unsteady, her figure swaying step by step out of the main hall, out of the swirling incense smoke, out of that merciful gaze. She did not seek a fortune interpreter. She did not turn back to pick up the stick. She did not even glance again at the 4 lines of the fortune. The hall returned to silence. The incense smoke still curled, the candlelight still flickered, the 3 pure ones still had their eyes downcast. After a long while, a gaunt figure walked slowly out from the side hall and stopped before the altar. Qinjianzi bent down and picked up the abandoned bamboo stick from the ground. He looked down at the inscription on the stick, then raised his eyes toward the distant figure outside the hall, already fading into the twilight. Foolish child, he sighed softly, his voice old and distant, as if coming from the depths of time. The bamboo stick turned gently in his fingers. Sunlight filtered through the window lattice, casting dappled shadows on the stick. The 4 lines of characters flickered in the light and shadow, much like the unpredictable fate of this world. Qinjianzi stared at the fading figure, his gaze deep. Heaven had treated her well, in fact not poorly. She was a person with great fortune. Otherwise she would not have glimpsed that corner of the future under the fluctuations of celestial destiny. Though it was only one of countless possibilities, the most likely one, though it was an illusion, like flowers in a mirror and moon in water. But fortune, after all, is fortune. If she cherished the present and guarded the marriage originally granted by heaven, her life would not be bad. As for her original other half, Qinjianzi had just met him. That child seemed careless, but was actually perceptive and gentle. Although he had little ambition for advancement, he would not mistreat his wife. A life of wealth with kind parents. If she married him and treated others with sincerity, though she might not hope for a high-ranking noble title, she could have a stable life with ample food and clothing and a harmonious marriage. That was a smooth and straightforward path. But she instead. Qinjianzi shook his head. People are born different. How could a marriage be easily replaced? She thought that by snatching her elder sister's marriage, she could steal the other's destiny, but she did not know that destiny never lies in a marriage but in the person themselves. One is oneself, others are others. If you put a different person in the same position, they cannot walk the same path. Excessive striving. Not only will it not bring what you desire, but it will even backfire. Qin Jianzi raised his eyes to the gradually darkening sky outside the hall. Evening clouds gathered and the sunset dyed the horizon into a desolate orangered like burned old silk. He held the stick and was silent for a long time. In the end, he simply sighed again. If one can let go in time, perhaps one can still salvage a dignified. His voice was very soft as the wind. It dissipated in the swirling incense smoke in the flickering candlelight in the silence of this 1,000-year. Outside the hall the dusk deepened. That dejected figure had long disappeared at the end of the stone steps. And that bamboo stick gently placed back into the container by Qin Jianzi made a soft click as it mixed with countless other sticks as if no one had ever drawn this stick. As if no one had ever seen those 4 lines of characters. As if those truths about flowers in a mirror and moon and water had never been known by anyone. Outside the mountain gate of Qingyan Temple, Shen Ningyue stood on the stone steps gazing at the deepening twilight. Wind blew up from the foot of the mountain, tousling her hair and lifting her. She stood there as thin as a falling leaf that could be blown away at any moment. From afar came the faint sound of evening bells. One toll, another toll, deep and slow, as if urging worshippers to descend the mountain or as if bidding farewell to something. Shen Ningyue suddenly turned around and looked back at the majestic temple behind her. In the twilight, the temple gate slowly closed. A dull creak. It cut off the inside from the outside. She stood there looking for a long time. Then she turned around and walked down the stone steps step by step. Her steps were still unsteady, her figure still swaying, but compared to when she came, something seemed missing. The strength that had been holding her up was gone. The anxiety that had tormented her day and night was gone. The obsession that made her fight, grab, and refuse to accept, was it gone? Or was it just suppressed for the moment? Shen Ningyue herself did not know. She simply walked down the mountain into the thickening night toward the humble carriage waiting at the foot of the mountain. The carriage curtain was lifted and then fell, concealing her face. The carriage started moving, the wheels rumbling, gradually disappearing into the depths of dusk. And on the mountain inside Qingyan Temple, the last wisp of incense smoke dissipated. The last candle flame went out. The 3 pure ones still had their eyes downcast, merciful and distant, looking down upon the mortal world. Looking down upon those who were foolish, angry, greedy, and seeking, upon those who struggled, refused to accept, sank, and awakened in the grip of fate. Upon the first stone thrown, the ripples spreading outward, one circle after another, toward an unknown distance. In the residence of the 6th Prince, the study. The dusk filtered through the intricately carved window, casting a warm yellow light on the blue brick floor. A solitary lamp burned on the desk, its flame flickering gently, painting the room with intertwining shadows. Li Qinglu sat in a round chair by the window, his fingers unconsciously twisting the tassel of the jade pendant at his waist. He did not understand why he had been summoned by his 6th brother, who merely stated there was an important matter to discuss, and instructed him to come alone, forbidding even his personal attendant from accompanying him. He walked all the way here feeling an inexplicable sense of unease in his heart. In recent days, his 6th brother had taken him to visit the great Xianghua Temple and Qingyan Temple, inviting esteemed monks and Taoist priests to impart their teachings. The underlying message was clear: do not dwell on your outward appearance. He thought that his 6th brother was worried he might be looked down upon during marriage discussions due to his frail physique and lack of strength. But given the solemnity of today, could it be that a marriage candidate had been chosen and his 6th brother wanted to inform him in advance? Li Qinglu lowered his gaze. A wave of indescribable irritation surged within him. The term marriage discussion had been the most frequently heard phrase lately. His mother said she would conduct thorough inquiries, and his 6th brother said he would take his time choosing. Yet he knew in his heart this would not be delayed for long. There had to be a candidate. There had to be a grand wedding. And with his current state, he bit his lip and forcefully suppressed that thought. The door creaked open. Li Qingyu strode in, followed by his silent bodyguard, who quietly closed the door, isolating all sounds from the outside. Li Qinglu hurriedly stood up. 6th brother. Li Qingyu waved his hand, signaling him to sit, but he himself did not take a seat. Instead, he stood with his hands clasped behind his back, facing the dusk, his heavy gaze fixed on Li Qinglu's face. That gaze was strange. It was neither scrutinizing nor caring, but rather a complex evaluation laden with unexplainable meaning. Li Qinglu felt a chill as he was observed. 6th brother. What's wrong? Li Qingyu fell silent for a moment. Then he spoke, his voice lower than usual, yet clear with every word. Qinglu, what I am about to say, no matter how shocking, you must not shout or run away. Can you do that? Li Qinglu's heart raced. Instinctively, he tightened his grip on the tassel in his hand and nodded. Li Qingyu looked at him, his gaze shifting slightly. Do you know why you experience abdominal pain every month? Li Qinglu was taken aback. This question had been posed to him countless times by the imperial physicians, and he had answered it just as many. Congenital insufficiency, liver stagnation, and qi obstruction, cold congealing, and blood stasis. He had long memorized it. The physicians said it was. The physicians are wrong. Li Qingyu interrupted him. Li Qinglu was stunned. Li Qingyu took a deep breath, walked in front of him, and sat down in the round chair opposite him. They were close enough to see the blood vessels in each other's eyes. That is not an illness, Li Qingyu enunciated clearly. It is the pain of Tiangyue. Tiangyue. Li Qinglu blinked. He certainly recognized those two words and understood their meaning. Tiangyue referred to the monthly cycle of women, but what did that have to do with him? As a man. Sixth brother. He forced a dry smile. You must be joking with me. I am not joking. Li Qingji's voice was steady as a rock. I have asked the head of the Imperial Medical Department, Hua Yuan, and he personally stated that your pulse is indistinguishable from that. The reason you appear to be male is because you suffer from the congenital condition of external yang and internal yin, outwardly male, inwardly female. The abdominal pain you experience monthly is due to the presence of Tiangyue within you, just like an ordinary woman. Li Qing's mind buzzed. He opened his mouth wanting to say something, but his throat felt blocked, and he couldn't utter a single word. A woman. He was a woman. He had been a prince for 16 years, studied classics for 16 years, practiced horsemanship for 16 years, and had been ridiculed as a delicate and frail person for 16 years. And now his sixth brother was telling him he was a woman. Those taunts, those disdainful looks, those flaws he had desperately tried to hide, amend, and overcome, were they not flaws, but rather how it was meant to be? Li Qingyu observed him, his gaze tinged with tension. He prepared himself to face his brother's collapse, shame, disbelief, or even hysteria. Should any of these reactions occur, he must control the situation promptly. He could not let the disturbance escalate. A person who had been a prince for 16 years suddenly told he was a woman. Who could accept that? Li Qingyu was ready to intervene, but Li Qing's reaction left him speechless. On that face, almost identical to Li Qianying's, after the initial confusion faded, what emerged was not a breakdown, not shame or anger, but rather an indescribable complex expression. Confusion, bewilderment, and a hint of faint, almost imperceptible joy. Li Qinglu suddenly recalled many things. He remembered sneaking into his sister's dresses as a child, standing before a bronze mirror, looking at the soft-featured figure within, feeling a strange, secret intoxication rise within him. He recalled the times he was mocked for not resembling a man, the indescribable sense of grievance. The grievance not of being insulted, but of knowing that no matter how hard he tried, he could not become what they wanted him to be. He thought of those quiet nights when he hid under the blankets, secretly wondering, if I were a woman, would I not have to struggle so hard? He had always believed these thoughts were signs of his weakness, his illness, his abnormality. But it turned out, it was not that he was ill, or rather he truly was ill. She simply should not have been a man. Li Qinglu lowered his head, looking at his hands. His 10 fingers were slender and white as jade, even more delicate than those of an ordinary woman. These hands could not hold a sword steadily, could not draw a bow, and even felt straining when grasping the reins while riding. She had been self-conscious about this countless times. But now, looking again, it seemed not so difficult to accept. So, Li Qinglu raised his head, looking at Li Qingyu, his voice slightly airy and trembling, yet more stable than he had imagined. Sixth brother, am I really a woman? Li Qingyu nodded. Then in the future. Li Qinglu paused, suddenly tugging at the corner of his mouth, revealing an expression that was difficult to discern as either a smile or something else. Does that mean I no longer need to pretend to be a man? Li Qingyu. All the comforts, all the reassurances, all the "you must be strong and accept reality" words he had prepared were now stuck in his throat. No longer pretending to be a man. Was this a surprise? Li Qingyu suddenly recalled the esteemed monks and Taoists he had taken him to visit in recent. Could it be that those teachings of outward appearance is merely a facade, and one's true self is one's essence had genuinely taken effect, allowing Qinglu to accept it so calmly? Or was it that Qinglu had always wished to be a woman? Li Qingyu did not continue to delve further. Some things did not need to be scrutinized, as long as the final outcome was good, the process did not matter. He cleared his throat, suppressing those chaotic thoughts, and once again adopted a serious demeanor. Qinglu, since you can accept this, you must listen carefully to what I am about to say. Li Qinglu suppressed the smile. He sat upright, serious. Li Qingyu explained in detail the method of returning to the source, as described by Hua Yuan. Removing the source of the ailment, restoring her female form, and thereafter marriage and childbirth would be no different from ordinary women. Then he paused and said the most critical sentence, but before that you must die once. Li Qinglu's pupils contracted slightly. You are the 9th prince. Li Qingji's voice grew solemn. This identity cannot accommodate a woman. If you continue to live as a prince, this secret will eventually be exposed. At that time, not only will your life be in danger, but Mother Ai and Chaining, everyone close to you, will be implicated. Those who are watching us, especially the other princes and brothers, will not let this opportunity slip away. He looked straight into Li Qinglu's eyes. If it were revealed that the 9th prince is actually a woman mixing up royal bloodlines, this alone would be a crime of treason, a disaster for the entire family. Li Qinglu listened quietly. She did not panic, did not question, merely lowered her eyes, and remained silent for a moment. Then she raised her head. In those eyes, which usually carried a hint of timidity and softness, there was now a glimmer of calm that was inconsistent with her usual demeanor. So I must die? Her tone was steady, as if discussing her own life and death. Let the ninth prince, Li Qinglu, disappear from this world. Then she would live on under another identity. Li Qingyu nodded. Mother has already arranged everything. He continued. The drug for feigned death, Hua Yuan has it. It has been tested on death row inmates. After taking it, one will appear lifeless with no pulse for 3 days. After 3 days, the effect will wear off. These days just happen to be when your condition flares. I will have Hua Yuan come to check your pulse a few more times. You must act more severely. In no more than 7 days, news of the ninth prince's death from illness will spread. He paused, looking at Li Qinglu. After that, mother will arrange for someone to take you out of the palace. From then on, you will no longer be Li Qinglu. Your new name, Qinglu. Qinglu. Li Qinglu silently repeated it. Qinglu, Qinglu. Same sound, different characters, yet a completely different life. I will remember it. Li Qingyu looked at Li Qinglu and suddenly reached out, gently ruffling her hair. The gesture was light, reminiscent of when they used to study martial arts together in Kunning Palace. Do not worry, he said softly, everything will be handled by your sixth brother. Li Qinglu's eyes suddenly turned red. She lowered her head, blinking hard to prevent the moisture from falling. Sixth brother. She began, her voice slightly choked. You have done so much for me. Aye. Li Qinglu found it hard to continue. They all said there was no familial affection in the royal family. They all said that princes and princesses were merely pieces on a chessboard, tools for vying for power and interest, chips that could be discarded at any moment. Yet she felt genuine, fervent warmth in her sixth brother and her mother. They could have easily ignored their own matters. Let her continue as a prince, marry, and have children. As for whether the wedding night would expose her secret, and what would happen after, those were her own concerns, irrelevant to others. After all, such a rare condition was hard to come by in a century, and it was understandable that it had never been heard of. As for the Pei Cijing and she were twins born of the same mother, their relationship was inseparable, while her sixth brother and mother could remain emotionless, without significant impact. They could have simply watched from the sidelines. But they did not. They paved a path for him, a path fraught with danger, but one that could save his life. Nonsense. Li Qingji's hand moved away from her hair, patting her shoulder. You are my younger brother whom I have watched grow up. If I do not protect you, who will? He paused, and added, from now on you will be my sister. Li Qinglu. No, Qinglu smiled through her tears. That smile carried relief, gratitude, and a sense of unprecedented ease. She no longer had to pretend. No longer had to strive to be the man she was expected to become. No longer had to care about the taunts and disdain. She could finally be herself. Although the price was to die once, and although she would have to conceal her identity from now on, and although she could never return to the resplendent palace, she could live. Truly she could live on. 7 days later, the inside and outside of the ninth prince's residence were draped in pure white. White banners fluttered in the wind, white candles burned in front of the morning hall, and white paper money was blown into the air, swirling like a palace attendants hurried back and forth, their steps brisk, each bearing an appropriately sorrowful expression. In the center of the morning hall lay a black lacquered coffin. The coffin lid was tightly closed. Inside lay only a set of prince's garments and a dummy resembling the ninth prince. And the real Li Qinglu had now changed into a set of ordinary blue clothes. Lowering her head, as she quietly followed, an inconspicuous old maid out of the palace through a side door. No one noticed her. No one paid a second glance at the pair of master and servant going out to shop. The carriage rolled down the long street past the marketplaces she had once known, through one alley after another, eventually turning into a secluded lane. Inside the carriage, Chung Lu lifted the corner of the curtain, looking back. The palace's flying eaves and upturned corners gradually blurred in the dusk, slowly disappearing behind layers of buildings. Those halls and towers where she had lived for 16 years, those red walls and golden tiles she once thought would trap her for a lifetime, finally became a silhouette. She looked for a while. Then she lowered the curtain and retracted her gaze. Let's go, she said softly, unsure if it was directed at herself or at the carriage carrying her. The carriage moved forward. Dusk enveloped everything. At the end of the alley stood an unremarkable small courtyard. The black lacquered door was tightly shut, with no markings on the lintel indistinguishable from the ordinary residences around. But she knew what awaited her behind that door. It was the people arranged by her mother, the brand new identity called Chung Lu, and a life that was unknown yet finally breathable. Morning light filtered through the carved lattice window, casting dappled golden patches upon the bed. Pei Cijing slept deeply. He held Shen Ninghuan from behind, one leg draped over hers, one arm encircling her waist, while the other hand had somehow found its way beneath her neck, cradling her entirely in his embrace. The posture resembled an octopus clinging to a piece of driftwood. Shen Ninghuan had long since awakened. She opened her eyes, gazing at the gradually brightening sky beyond the window, then turned her head slightly to glance at the fluffy head behind her, the corners of her lips curving into a helpless smile. This man, He truly had terrible sleeping habits. Yet he slept so soundly. She could feel the steady rhythm of his breathing behind her, the warmth of his chest pressed against her back, and the occasional smack of his lips, as if he had tasted something delicious in his dreams. Thinking of the past few days, the smile at the corners of Shen Ninghuan's lips deepened. Last time at the Qingyun temple, her husband had won there. With 3 written revision exemptions in hand, he was practically strutting with pride, yet he pretended to look concerned, saying he was comforting her, and volunteered to write 2 extra essays on scriptures and 2 on policy. Shen Ninghuan had almost burst out laughing at his feigned solemnity. Clever indeed was her husband. When she agreed to the bet, she had only expected to choose between writing more essays or granting 3 revision exemptions. Unexpectedly, her husband was a sly one. He had taught her that children make choices, but adults want it all. Yet she had to admit, with the exemption shield, her husband wrote much more relaxed. Yesterday, while composing a policy essay, he suddenly sneezed 3 times, his brush trembling, leaving a long ink streak on the paper. His face turned pale. Then, as if remembering something, it flushed from pale to pink, and finally, he chuckled slyly, sweeping his brush to draw a turtle with its head retracted over the correction. "I have the exemption," he said, emboldened. "You can't withhold the reward." Shen Ninghuan said nothing, merely took the turtle-adorned essay and read it carefully. The essay was indeed well written. Clear logic, ample evidence, apt quotations, and even the practical insight in policy essays that her father valued most. So she fulfilled the bet. The reward. Shen Ninghuan's cheeks grew slightly warm. Last night the two had tossed and turned until late. She had initially thought that after taking the body-strengthening pills, her husband had secretly slipped her stamina and physique would be no less than an ordinary man's, more than enough to handle him. But the facts proved. She had overestimated herself and underestimated little Pei Cijing. This man was usually lazy and idle, yet when it came to that, how could his energy be boundless? Just as Shen Ninghuan was lost in thought, the man behind her stirred. Not awake. He smacked his lips, nuzzled deeper into her neck, his warm breath tickling her ear. Shen Ninghuan smiled helplessly. She tilted her head slightly, looking at the head buried in her shoulder, and whispered, "Husband." No response. Pei Cijing. His breathing remained steady. Shen Ninghuan thought for a moment and tried to wiggle free from his embrace. But the moment she moved, the man behind her reflexively tightened his arms and pressed his leg. He mumbled something indistinct, probably talking in his sleep. Shen Ninghuan. She sighed in resignation. This man, so agreeable when awake, turned into a stubborn plaster when asleep, impossible to peel off. She continued to struggle free, little by little, carefully. But her movements did not wake her husband. Instead, Shen Ninghuan's body stiffened slightly. She felt it. The little Pei Cijing behind her had awakened before Pei Cijing himself, full of vigor, displaying the vitality of the morning. Shen Ninghuan closed her eyes and took a deep breath. This man couldn't even sleep quietly. She bit her lips, suppressing the heat in her cheeks, and continued to wriggle free. This time she exerted some force, finally prying the arm around her waist open a little. "Then, wife," came a drowsy voice from behind. "Sleep a bit more." Shen Ninghuan paused. She turned her head, meeting Pei Cijing's half-open eyes, still clouded with sleep, like a just-woken cat. "Husband," Shen Ninghuan said softly, "time to get up." Pei Cijing blinked, then blinked again, as if not comprehending. Seeing his state, Shen Ninghuan repeated, "Today the young lady from the maternal side arrives. The matriarch sent word days ago instructing us to be at the Phew Hall main hall to welcome her on time. We'll be late if we don't get up." Young lady. Pei Cijing's mind churned, finally grasping clarity from the haze of sleep. Right. His wife had mentioned it yesterday. The matriarch had sent word that a distant relative, a young lady, would be staying for a while, and they needed to gather at the Phew Hall main hall to... He hadn't paid much attention at the time, thinking it was just a routine family visit. But now, young lady arriving. Welcome. Late. These words strung together poured like a bucket of cold water, jolting him awake. The matriarch. Late. Family discipline. Pei Cijing jolted, fully awake. He shot up in bed, the movement so swift it flipped a corner of the quilt. Shen Ninghuan felt the sudden emptiness behind her and turned to see her husband sitting upright, eyes wide. "What time is it?" Pei Cijing asked urgently. Shen Ninghuan, seeing his state, couldn't help but smile. "Still early." Pei Cijing exhaled in relief. He wiped his face, rubbed his eyes, and the last traces of sleep dissipated. Turning to his wife, he wore a look of post. "Why didn't you say so earlier, wife?" He grumbled. "You scared me." Shen Ninghuan looked at him amusedly. "I did. You were the one refusing to get up." Pei Cijing was speechless. Recalling his earlier sleep a bit more act, he rubbed his nose sheepishly. "Well," he chuckled dryly, "I was still half asleep." Shen Ninghuan said nothing more, simply got up, walked to the clothes rack, and took down the garments prepared earlier. Pei Cijing followed suit. While dressing, he muttered to himself. He could be a little willful in front of his wife or slack off in front of his parents, but before the matriarch, he dared not act out at all. Though the matriarch spent her days in prayer and rarely meddled in household affairs, everyone in the Wei Yuan home mansion feared her. It was said that when the old marquis was alive, the matriarch was known for her decisive and efficient manner. The old marquis fought wars abroad while she managed the household, running the vast mansion with impeccable order. After the old marquis passed, the matriarch moved into the Phew hall, observing a vegetarian diet, reciting sutras, and withdrawing from worldly affairs. But withdrawal did not mean she had lost her edge. Those lazy and deceitful servants, or the restless concubines left by the old marquis' philandering ways, none ever fared well when brought before the Pei Cijing remembered that as a child a distant relative once stayed at the mansion. Relying on the matriarch's connection, he bullied servants, harassed maids, and caused. When the matriarch learned of it, without a word, she had him bound personally, slapped him 20 times, then gave him 30 heavy strokes with a rod. Without allowing him time to recover, she sent him back to his hometown that very night. It was said he died on the road before reaching home. From then on, no one in the mansion dared to cause trouble under the matriarch's watch. Thinking of this, Pei Cijing quickened his movements. He had no desire to experience the matriarch's family discipline. The rattan cane passed down through 3 generations was no joke. After washing and dressing neatly, the two left Anil residence and headed toward Phew hall. Phew hall main hall. When Pei Cijing and Shen Ninghuan arrived, people were already seated inside. The central seat of honor was empty, reserved for the matriarch. On the left side in the lower seat sat a man in dark blue brocade robes with a jade belt, his face handsome, yet somewhat indifferent, the heir apparent Pei Cijing. Pei Cijing merely glanced at him and looked away. This elder brother. He had come early this time. The month he spent kneeling in the ancestral hall had apparently taught him the meaning of punctuality. Pei Cijing seemed to notice someone entering. He looked up, his gaze sweeping over Pei Cijing's face, pausing briefly on Shen Ninghuan, then giving a slight nod in greeting. The attitude was polite but distant. Elder brother Pei Cijing returned the gesture with a cupped fist, his tone flat. Shen Ninghuan followed with a slight bow. No extra pleasantries, no unnecessary courtesies. Their relationship was already merely superficial, and after that incident, even the pretense of warmth was barely maintained. As long as they didn't tear the mask's surface, harmony sufficed. Pei Cijing withdrew his gaze and walked to the right side, taking a seat in the back row. He sat in the lowest position on the right. Shen Ninghuan took the seat beside him, slightly ahead. Pei Cijing had no objection whatsoever, finding it entirely natural. This was the rule of their second branch. His mother had already handed over the management of the second branch to his wife. She was the matriarch of the second branch, so it was only right she sit ahead of him. As for himself, Pei Cijing leaned back in his chair, contentedly accepting his family status. He had no intention of vying for status at home anyway. Lying low, comfortably enjoying gossip, occasionally writing essays to exchange for rewards, this little life was quite pleasant. His gaze swept across the hall and suddenly landed on a figure standing behind Pei Cijing. Dressed in a lotus-colored overrobe, plain and understated, head bowed, so her expression was hidden, only a pale jawline and slightly pursed lips visible. Shen Ningyue. Pei Cijing glanced only once, then looked away. Not out of avoidance, but because she was standing. Of all the people in the room, only she was standing. A concubine. Pei Cijing silently repeated the word to himself. This was a formal occasion. The entire household was present. The matriarch had not yet arrived, and even the younger generation had seats, but Shen Ningyue did not. She was the heir apparent's concubine. On such occasions, she was not even entitled to a chair, standing behind the heir like a piece of dispensable decoration. But it was her own choice. Pei Cijing withdrew his gaze, his heart unruffled. He had never had much interaction with this former betrothed, and now they were even less than strangers. Yet, out of the corner of his eye, he caught the sight of Pei Cijing sitting upright and the silent figure behind him. Hadn't they once been madly in love? Now their relationship seemed rather cold. The hall fell silent for a moment as more people arrived, one after another. The Wei Yuan Marquis Pei Cijing entered with his wife. Pei Cijing wore a home robe of stone blue, his face imposing, his gait steady. His wife wore a dark purple overrobe, her hair piled high, a faint smile on her well-maintained face. They took their seats at the upper left. Next came Pei Cijing's parents. Pei Cijing wore a dark red brocade robe, his round face beaming with a smile. He winked at Pei Cijing and Shen Ninghuan as soon as he entered. Lady Zhou followed behind him, dressed in an autumn gold overrobe with golden-laid kingfisher hairpins, exuding an air of wealth. They sat down at the upper right. As soon as she was seated, Lady Zhou beckoned to Shen Ninghuan and whispered, "Huaner, did you sleep well last night?" Shen Ninghuan's cheeks flushed slightly, but she replied gently, "Thank you for your concern, mother. I slept very well." Lady Zhou nodded with satisfaction. Good sleep was important. If she didn't sleep well, how could she give her a big, plump grandson? She was growing more and more fond of this daughter-in-law. Pretty face, good nature, truly devoted to Cijing, and a woman with her own ideas. Far better than that son of hers who only knew how to lie flat, like a... Thinking of this, Lady Zhou glanced at Pei Cijing. He was leaning back in his chair, idly examining the hall's decorations. Sensing his mother's gaze, he looked up and gave her a dutiful smile. Lady Zhou. Oh well, at least he had started studying and writing essays, recently preparing for next spring's civil examination. Much better than his former dead pig, unafraid of scalding water attitude. She withdrew her gaze and continued talking softly with Shen Ninghuan. Soon everyone had arrived. The hall fell into an inexplicable silence. Some sat upright, some looked down, some stared at their own feet. No one spoke. The atmosphere was somewhat tense. Pei Cijing idly counted the pillars in the hall 1, 2, 3. Just then footsteps came from the inner hall. Everyone rose simultaneously. Pei Cijing quickly stood up too, straightened his collar, and wiped the idle expression from his face. The footsteps drew nearer. A figure emerged from the inner hall. The matriarch. She wore a deep blue overrobe, her hair meticulously combed, adorned only with a jade green hairpin. Her face bore fine wrinkles, but her eyes showed no sign of age. Those eyes, clear as a deep pool, seemed to see through everyone's thoughts as they swept over the assembly. "Sit," she said, her voice soft yet distinctly heard by all. Only then did everyone resume their seats. In the main hall of Phew Hall, the scent of sandalwood curled in the air. The old madam sat upright in the seat of honor, a string of agarwood prayer beads in her hand. Her gaze fell upon the younger generation seated or standing in the hall, her face wearing its usual calm, yet she could not help but sigh inwardly. An unlucky year. Truly an unlucky year. Since the old marquis passed away, she had sold off or sent to the temples the restless concubines he left behind, thoroughly cleaning up the household. After that she had enjoyed a few years of peace. Daily she ate vegetarian meals, worshipped Buddha, and cultivated her mind. Life was calm and uneventful, yet it suited her well. She had originally thought that if she could continue living peacefully like this until her death, she would be considered blessed. Who would have thought that this year would be so tumultuous? First, the arranged marriage encountered such a disaster. The heir apparent committed adultery with the second branch's original fiancée, caught red-handed, causing a city-wide scandal. At the time she was in Phew Hall. Upon hearing the news, the string of her prayer beads snapped, scattering beads all over the floor. She had lived for most of her life and had seen all sorts of sordid matters. But could the sordid matters of others be the same as those on one's own body? It was the first time her own grandson had caused such a scandal. The face of the Wei Yuan Marquis Manor was almost completely lost by that worthless one. The old madam's fingers tightened on the prayer beads, her gaze sweeping over Pei Cijing, who sat upright at the lower left. He wore a dark blue brocade robe, a jade belt at his waist, with a handsome face and proper posture. He appeared to be a decent-looking man, but his eyes lacked vitality, carrying an indescribable dullness, like an eggplant wilted by frost. The old madam sighed inwardly again. She was truly dissatisfied with passing the heir position to Pei Cijing. But what could she do? The distinction between legitimate and illegitimate was clear. The first branch had only this one son. No matter how useless, she had to accept it grudgingly. She couldn't bypass the legitimate son and pass the title to the second branch born of a concubine, could she? That would truly be chaos. Fortunately, after the marriage swap, the manor was relatively peaceful. She raised her eyes to look at the lower right. Pei Cijing was leaning against the chair back, idly examining the pillars of the hall, looking detached and leisurely. Shen Ninghuan sat upright beside him with gentle eyes and dignified demeanor, whispering something to her mother-in-law Zhou. This granddaughter-in-law. She was indeed a remarkable person. The old madam had noticed her on the day of the marriage swap. Shen Ninghuan's gaze was clear and upright, her conduct neither humble nor arrogant, her actions measured. She was not like those frivolous women who cling to higher status. Since marrying into the second branch, she had managed annual residence in perfect order, got along well with Zhou, and treated Pei Cijing with genuine kindness. The old madam twirled her prayer beads, her gaze then sweeping over Shen Ningyue. She stood behind Pei Cijing, wearing a lotus-colored jacket, head bowed. The old madam twirled her prayer beads, her gaze then sweeping over Shen Ningyue. She stood behind Pei Cijing, wearing a lotus-colored jacket, head bowed, like a drooping weed. A concubine. A coldness passed through the old madam's heart. Refusing to be a proper wife, she chose to debase herself as a concubine. Did she think that by stealing her sister's marriage, she could rise to the top? Little did she know that in this marquis manor a concubine couldn't even sit on a chair. Short-sighted. Utterly foolish. The old madam withdrew her gaze, too weary to look further. The first branch, however, managed to keep people in line, not causing any more trouble. The heir was untalented, but at least obedient. That concubine couldn't stir up any waves. As long as the status quo was maintained after the heir inherited the title and married a proper wife, life would go on. The old madam had thought that from then on peace would return. Who would have thought? Another big trouble would fall from the sky. A few days ago, the empress secretly sent a letter through the Duke of Qingguo's manor. The letter was earnestly worded, saying there was a young lady named Cheng Lu whose parents had died, and she was frail and sickly. She needed a quiet place to recuperate. The Wei Yuan Marquis Manor had a clean reputation, and the old madam was kind. This person was a distant relative of the Marquis Manor. If they could take in this young lady to stay for a while, the Duke of Qingguo's manor would be eternally grateful. At the end of the letter, it specifically mentioned this matter is personally attended to by Her Majesty the Empress. When the old madam finished reading the letter, she almost lost hold of her prayer beads. Her Majesty personally attended to this. The Duke of Qingguo's manor couldn't accommodate her themselves, but insisted on sending her to the Weiyuan Marquis Manor. If she were truly an ordinary person in need of care, couldn't the Duke of Qingguo's manor with its vast estate spare a room? Why go to the trouble of sending her to someone else's house? And why insist she is a distant relative of the Marquis Manor? How could she not know? There was something behind this. Upon further thought, the recent major event related to the Empress was none other than the Ninth Prince's death from illness. The old madam had never seen the Ninth Prince, but she had heard some rumors he was extremely handsome, more like a princess than a princess, with a gentle temperament, not as valiant as the other princes. He had just died a few days ago, and now a young lady was sent here. And her surname was Chen Lu, inheriting the land. The old madam closed her eyes, slowly twirling her prayer beads. She recalled some old matters. When the old marquis was still alive, he once mentioned to her the empress in the palace was a woman of strong will, appearing gentle, but actually fierce. If something touched her reverse scale, she would tear a hole in the sky. Who could the empress be so careful to arrange for except the Ninth Prince she had raised by her side since childhood? And there was another doubt: why let the Ninth Prince enter the manor as a woman? The old madam's fingers paused on the prayer beads. Could it be that the Ninth Prince was originally a woman? This thought was too shocking, so shocking that the old madam herself could hardly believe it. But upon careful consideration, if not so, why fake death? Why change name and surname? Why live in another's manor as a woman? If truly a prince, no matter how weak, he was of imperial blood, the empress could raise him openly. Who could say anything? Unless this prince could not be a prince at all. The old madam opened her eyes, her gaze calm as water. She had probably guessed the truth, but guessing was one thing. How to handle this matter required careful deliberation. The favor from the Duke of Qingguo's manor could not be refused. The Duke of Qingguo's manor and the Marquis Manor had a life and death bond. Without the Duke's patronage, the old Marquis would not have risen from a personal guard to a staff officer, and then through repeated military merits to earn a title. Moreover, it was the Duke of Qinghua who saved the old Marquis on the battlefield. Although this philandering old man was dead, the debt of gratitude remained. The Weiyuan Marquis Manor had to repay it. Moreover, the Empress herself had arranged this. The Marquis Manor had no room to refuse. Not to mention that they were only sending a young lady to recover. Even if they sent an ancestor to be worshipped, they would have to accept. We could only arrange as properly as possible. But how? According to the rules, such matters should be handled by the first branch. The old madam's gaze fell to the left. Weiyuan Marquis Pei Cijing sat upright in the upper seat, his face majestic, revealing no expression. The Marquise Li sat beside him, a perfectly appropriate smile on her face. Further down were Pei Cijing and Shen Ningyue, standing behind him. The old madam twirled her prayer beads. If this were handed to the first branch, that worthless heir, she was truly afraid he would be tempted by beauty. If he saw the Ninth Prince, regardless of whether now male or female, and found them beautiful and developed any improper thoughts. The old madam's gaze darkened. Shen Ningyue was still standing there. The old madam knew perfectly well how she had seduced the heir before. But such things were mutual. If the heir himself had been upright, would he have? No, not right. Handing it to the first branch was not right. The old madam turned her gaze to the right. Pei Cijing was holding a teacup, a round face beaming with a smile, as if amused by something. Zhou sat next to him, holding Shen Ninghuan's hand, her eyes full of affection. Further back were Pei Cijing and Shen Ninghuan. Pei Cijing maintained his lazy demeanor, leaning back in his chair, bored. Shen Ninghuan sat upright beside him, her eyes gentle and calm. The old madam's gaze lingered on Shen Ninghuan. This granddaughter-in-law she could trust. She was intelligent. She acted with propriety. Rarely she had a righteous heart. From her performance since marrying in, she was someone who could handle responsibilities. If she handed the young lady to the second branch to arrange, the old madam slowly twirled her prayer beads. Zhou's personality was gentle and easygoing. Pei Cijing was honest. Pei Cijing, though lazy, was not a troublemaker. With Shen Ninghuan in charge, she would surely arrange things properly. Most importantly, Pei Cijing and Shen Ninghuan were a young couple deeply in love, like honey and oil blended together. If that young lady lived in the second branch, no matter how beautiful she was, it wouldn't cause any trouble. No one would develop improper thoughts about her. The old madam had made her decision. She raised her eyes, sweeping her gaze across the hall, and spoke slowly. I called you here today because there is something to discuss. The hall fell silent. Everyone looked at the main seat. The old madam twirled her prayer beads, her tone steady. This child Cheng Lu is the descendant of a distant relative who fought alongside the old marquis on the battlefield. The elders of both families had a life and death bond. Now her family has declined, leaving only her alone. She is naturally weak and sickly and has come to the capital to seek medical treatment, taking refuge in our manor. She paused, her gaze calmly sweeping over the crowd. From now on she will live in our manor permanently. Everyone in the manor must treat her well and never be remiss. The crowd responded in unison. The old madam nodded in satisfaction. Just as she was about to continue speaking, she caught a glimpse from the corner of her eye. Pei Cijing and Shen Ninghuan seemed to exchange a glance simultaneously. as if they had guessed something. In fact, as soon as they heard the name, they realized that the young lady coming to the marquis manor was actually the ninth prince. After all, they were both insiders of the ninth prince's secret. The name Cheng Lu naturally sounded familiar to them. Plus, the news of the ninth prince's death from illness had spread throughout the capital. They had even wondered where the ninth prince would be placed. And now, however, both were intelligent people. Intelligent people knew what to say and what not to say. Pei Cijing and Shen Ninghuan merely exchanged a glance and made no further move. The old madam withdrew her gaze and continued, Miss Cheng is weak and needs quiet recuperation. The second branch has spacious courtyards, and it's quieter there. So you will settle and take care of her. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the hall shifted. Marquis Li was slightly startled, instinctively wanting to say something, but was gently patted on the back of the hand by Wei Yuan Marquis, Pei Cijing beside her. The gesture was light, yet enough to make her swallow the words that had reached her lips. In the marquis manor, the old madam's decisions were not to be questioned by anyone. They only needed to be executed. Li pressed her lips together, lowered her eyes. The old madam saw this scene and sneered inwardly. She knew the eldest daughter-in-law's thoughts. The first branch was the legitimate eldest, and by rules such matters should indeed be handled by the first branch. But rules were rules and reality was reality. Would she dare to place that young lady in the first branch? No. Li was a shallow woman with heavy thoughts. If she were to handle this matter, who knew what chaos would ensue? And her son Pei Cijing was also muddle-headed. What if? The old madam stopped thinking further and looked to the right. Pei Cijing was taken aback for a moment, then stood up, cupped his hands, and said, Mother, rest assured. Your son will do his utmost to take care of Miss Cheng and will never let her suffer any grievances. I will treat her like my own daughter. He spoke earnestly, his round face full of sincerity. The old madam looked at him, her gaze softening. This child, he was raised by her own hands. Back then, a concubine of the old marquis gave birth to him, and within a few years she died. Although she was not his biological mother, she had never mistreated him. She raised him by her side, taught him rules, gave him dignity, and let him grow up safely. This child's nature was like his mother's, honest and simple, without great talents. He himself knew he had no great abilities, so he did not strive for achievements in officialdom, but simply lived as a wealthy idler. He had self-awareness, at least. If there was one virtue about him, it was that he treated people sincerely. When he said he would treat her like his own daughter, he truly would. The old madam nodded slightly. That is best. But, treat her like his own daughter. A subtle feeling passed through the old madam's heart. Second son, do you know that the one you intend to treat as your own daughter was just days ago the ninth prince? In terms of status, generation, and you are probably not qualified to be her father. But she would never say this aloud. The old madam twirled her prayer beads, about to give a few more instructions when a maid's announcement came from outside. Old madam, the young lady has arrived. Everyone in the hall looked up. The old madam nodded slightly. Let her come in. Since everyone is here today, they can all meet her and know her. The maid withdrew. After a moment, a figure slowly entered from outside. Pale yellow dress, slender figure, light steps. Her face was covered with a thin gauze veil, hiding most of her features, leaving only a pair of eyes, clear and limpid like mountain spring water, almost too clean. She walked unhurriedly, each step cautious, as if adapting to something. She stopped in the middle of the hall and made a graceful obeisance to the main seat. Cheng Lu pays respects to the old madam. Her voice was light and soft, with a deliberately subdued gentleness. The old madam looked at her, her gaze deep. Those eyebrows, that figure, that unintentional air of nobility in her movements. Even in women's clothing, even deliberately restrained, how could the bearing cultivated since childhood in the palace be compared to that of ordinary maidens? The old madam twirled her prayer beads. Indeed, she had guessed correctly. Rise, the old madam said, her voice steady, revealing no abnormality. From now on you are at home. No need for excessive courtesy. Inside the hall of vitality, sandalwood incense curled lazily upward. The old madam sat upright in the seat of honor, her fingers slowly turning a string of agarwood prayer beads. Her gaze rested on the figure in pale yellow standing in the center of the hall, and her tone was unusually gentle. Cheng Lu, before you arrived, we discussed settling you in the second branch's courtyard. That courtyard is spacious and quiet. What do you think? Cheng Lu was momentarily taken aback. She had assumed, given her status as the young lady from the maternal side, that such an arrangement would simply be a matter of the elder's decree, without anyone bothering to ask for her opinion. Yet the old madam had asked. Not only asked, but her tone carried a hint of genuine respect. Cheng Lu's heart stirred slightly, though her face betrayed nothing. She gracefully performed a deep bow, her voice clear and soft. I will abide by the old madam's decision. Her manners were impeccable, her attitude obedient, with no superfluous words. The old madam's fingers paused on the prayer beads, her gaze lingering on Cheng Lu for a moment longer. This child, she nodded inwardly, truly worthy of someone raised in the palace. Despite her peculiar origins, she conducted herself with such propriety. neither putting on airs due to her hidden identity nor cowering because of her changed status. Such grace and understanding were most commendable. The old madam withdrew her gaze and turned to Shen Ninghuan seated at the lower right. Shen Ninghuan quickly rose, bowing her head slightly. Grandmother. The old madam looked at her, a profound glint in her eyes. You are of a similar age to Cheng Lu. In the future you should interact more and build a bond. You are a bit older and married, so you must take good care of this younger sister. The implication was clear. Assigning her to the second branch was the old madam's decision. Having Shen Ninghuan look after her was the old madam's charge. Shen Ninghuan performed a slight bow, her tone gentle yet resolute. Grandmother, rest assured. Your granddaughter-in-law understands. Upon hearing that the young lady was to enter the manor, I had a courtyard prepared yesterday. It's right next to the peaceful abode, tranquil and elegant, close to us for convenience. It has been fully furnished. I will take Sister Cheng Lu to see it shortly, and we can identify anything else she might need. The atmosphere in the hall tensed slightly at these words. Prepared yesterday. The old madam's hand stopped turning the beads, and her gaze towards Shen Ninghuan sharpened with scrutiny and a hint of surprise. She remembered clearly the earlier message to the second branch had only mentioned a young lady from the maternal side entering the manor and instructed the entire household to prepare for her arrival. It had not specified which branch would be responsible for her accommodation. Although the Weiyuan Marquis Manor was not as strictly bound by decorum as the Imperial Palace, it was still a prominent household. Matters of hosting guests were typically decided upon by the matriarchs in consultation. The old madam had summoned everyone today precisely to clarify the matter and finalize the decision. But Shen Ninghuan had already made preparations before the outcome was even decided. The old madam's gaze deepened. This child either possessed meticulous foresight considering every possibility, or she was certain of something. She slowly turned her prayer beads, her tone carrying a note of approval. You are quite thoughtful. The words were spoken simply, but the weight of thoughtful coming from the old madam was not lost on anyone present. Granddaughters-in-law who received such praise from her were rare in this household. Yet Shen Ninghuan showed no sign of pride. She merely smiled slightly, explaining softly, Grandmother flatters me. I only heard recently that Sister Cheng Lu was to enter the manor, but her placement was not mentioned. I simply thought regardless of which courtyard she stays in, she is a guest of our Marquis Manor. The second branch should be prepared. If she were to be placed elsewhere, it would just be a little wasted effort which we can afford. But if she were to stay here, we wouldn't want to be caught unprepared and make her feel neglected. Her words were sincere, her tone humble, and her logic airtight. The old madam listened, her appreciation deepening. Well said. She admitted to making preparations, yet absolved herself of any overstepping. It wasn't presumptuousness, it wasn't taking initiative merely, just in case, merely not wanting to neglect a guest. This granddaughter-in-law was indeed remarkable. She acted with thoroughness and foresight, yet without seeking credit or making a show of it. She had the bearing of a true matriarch. The old madam gave a slight nod and simply said, very well. Then Cheng Lu is in your care. Shen Ninghuan bowed again, yes. However, what the old madam did not know was that Shen Ninghuan's preparedness was not merely, she had been almost certain that this young lady would be placed with the second branch. From the moment she received the news, Shen Ninghuan was 90% sure. The old madam had specifically ordered the entire household to welcome her together. This was to honor Cheng Lu, and it clearly demonstrated the old madam's high regard for this young lady from the maternal side. Anyone treated with such solemnity by the old madam must have significant backing, and since she was valued, the old madam would do everything possible to prevent any mishap. According to custom, such an important guest should be hosted by the main branch, as they were the eldest legitimate line and the future heads of the household. But therein lay the problem. This young lady was a woman, and the heir of the main branch, Pei Cijing, had a history. Shen Ninghuan recalled the scandal of the marriage swap. The old madam, coming from a military family, had been decisive and ruthless her whole life, and despised the messy affairs of the inner quarters. Now, with a young lady from the maternal side entering the manor regardless of her looks, the fact that the old madam was personally involved meant she absolutely could not be allowed to come to any harm. Would the old madam send such a person near a grandson with a history? No, absolutely not. Therefore the second branch was almost the only. Shen Ninghuan lowered her eyes, a faint, barely perceptible curve forming at the corner of her lips. Of course this was merely her speculation. If she guessed wrong, it would only be a little wasted effort. The second branch had plenty of time and resources. But if she was right, then her foresight would allow Cheng Lu to feel the warmth and consideration of this family from the very first step into the second branch. That first impression was worth more than gold. And as it turned out, she had guessed correctly. After the welcome ceremony at the Hall of Vitality concluded, Shen Ninghuan led Cheng Lu towards the second branch. They passed through the ornate gates, skirted a small garden, and arrived at the second branch's courtyard. Cheng Lu walked along, observing quietly. This Marquis Manor was completely different from the Imperial Palace, where she had lived for 16 years. The palace's halls were grand and imposing, every inch exuding rules and authority. Even walking was monitored by eunuchs and matrons, which foot to step with, how fast to go. No error was permitted. But here, a spring breeze rustled the wind chimes under the eaves, producing a tinkling sound. From afar came the lowered voices of maids sweeping, carrying a casual, homely air. Clusters of unknown flowers bloomed vibrantly in the corners. Cheng Lu suddenly felt that the air here seemed lighter than in the palace. It didn't feel as heavy to breathe. "Sister Cheng, this way, please." Shen Ninghuan's voice was gentle and clear, pulling Cheng Lu back from her reverie. Cheng Lu collected herself and followed her into a small courtyard. The courtyard gate was moon-shaped with the characters Jing and peaceful tranquility carved on the lintel. Pushing open the door, they were greeted by a wisteria trellis. The vines twisted and climbed, casting a canopy of green leaves from which hung clusters of pale purple flowers. In the center of the courtyard stood a stone table and stools. On the table rested a celadon vase holding a few freshly cut flowers. The main house had 3 rooms with bright windows and spotless cleanliness. Bamboo blinds hung under the eaves, painted with landscapes exuding an air of elegance. Shen Ninghuan led her inside. The interior was simply furnished, yet not simple. All the furniture was of rosewood. On the desk were laid out the 4 treasures of the study: brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. The curio cabinet displayed several delicate porcelain pieces. The bed was spread with brand new bedding in a soft lotus root pink embroidered with sparse orchids. "I didn't know what style you preferred, so I just arranged things in a simple and elegant manner," Shen Ninghuan said with a smile. "If there's anything you're not satisfied with, please tell me, and we can add whatever you—" Cheng Lu stood in the room, looking around, momentarily dazed. This place had clearly been prepared with great care. Every detail was perfect, every item just right. It wasn't the ostentatious wealth of the nouveau riche, but a thoughtful consideration that exuded warmth. Cheng Lu turned her head to look at Shen Ninghuan. Shen Ninghuan was also looking at her with a smile. Cheng Lu suddenly felt her eyes sting. She quickly lowered her gaze to suppress the feeling and spoke softly. "Thank you, second sister-in-law. This place is wonderful." Shen Ninghuan noticed the slightly reddened tips of her ears. She stepped forward and gently took Cheng Lu's hand. The hand was slender and cool, held with a careful, almost nervous tension. "Sister Cheng," Shen Ninghuan said warmly, "from now on this is your home. Do whatever you like, eat whatever you want, and come to me if you have any troubles. The second branch has few people and not many rules. Just settle in and feel at ease." Cheng Lu looked up at her, and in those clear, bright eyes something seemed to tremble gently. "All right." After settling, Cheng Lu and Shen Ninghuan left the tranquil peace courtyard and headed towards the peaceful abode. Meanwhile, in the study of the peaceful abode, Pei Cijing was pacing restlessly. He had no mind for reading at all. The volume of the Analects on his desk had been open for ages, not a single page turned. He clutched the book, yet his gaze was fixed on the window, his thoughts miles away. The young lady from the maternal side. Qinglu. Li Qinglu. These 3 names swirled in his mind, driving him to distraction. Pei Cijing threw the book onto the desk, stood up, and paced the room. He walked to the east wall, turned, walked to the west wall, turned. Pei Cijing was like a rabbit trapped in a cage, unable to settle down. He hated trouble, and hated big troubles even more. And this Miss Qinglu, who was actually the 9th prince in disguise, was undoubtedly a huge, colossal trouble. The moment that figure in pale yellow entered the main hall, Pei Cijing's heart sank completely. Although he had suspected that Qinglu was Li Qinglu, seeing her in person confirmed it beyond a shadow of a doubt. That face, those eyes, that aura, she couldn't even hide. If she wasn't him, then who could she be? At the same time, the system's chime arrived as expected. Successfully savored the gossip. Qinglu is actually Li Qinglu, a prince disguised as a woman entering the marquis manor. Gossip points 1,438. Current gossip points 5312. Earning gossip points was certainly pleasing, but compared to having the gossip land right beside him, he would have preferred to remain untouched by the matter. But now this huge trouble had been stuffed right into his home. Pei Cijing stopped pacing, took a deep breath, and felt a pang of toothache. He remembered that day at the Imperial Academy, when he had kindly shared melon seeds with Li Qingyu, and they had enjoyed a spectacle together. The atmosphere was harmonious, and they had maintained a pure friendship of gossip savoring. Why couldn't it stay that way? Why did he have to stick like a stubborn plaster? And that hint about the 9th prince's secret at the flower viewing gathering. Li Qingyu still owed him a favor for that. And now he had gone and stuffed the trouble directly into his house. The more Pei Cijing thought about it, the angrier he got. He couldn't help but mutter under his breath, that unreliable Li Qingyu. There was no problem with designing the 9th prince's fake death to escape. Given the 9th prince's constitution and his illness, death was indeed the best way out. It was a kind of rebirth through death, wasn't it? But if you're going to fake your death and escape, couldn't you send the person further away? Send them to Jiangnan. Hide them in some scenic remote place. Who would know who she was? Why did they have to keep her in the capital, send her to their marquis manor, right in front of him? Pei Cijing. Wasn't this deliberately meant to keep him up at night? Pei Cijing flopped back into his chair, tilted his head back to look at the beam, and let out a long sigh. What was he going to do now? This person was a genuine former prince. Even though she was now a young lady from the maternal side, if that identity were to leak, it would be a crime of deceiving the emperor punishable by death. Pei Cijing just wanted to lie low, savor gossip, and live his peaceful life. Why was it so difficult? The door. Pei Cijing sat up with a jolt and turned to look. Shen Ninghuan stepped through the door, lifting her skirt, a faint smile playing on her lips. Husband. Pei Cijing shot up, rushed over in 2 or 3 strides, grabbed her hand, and pulled her towards the corner. Shen Ninghuan stumbled slightly, finding it both amusing and exasperating. Husband, what's the matter? Pei Cijing looked around, confirming they were alone, then lowered his voice and asked urgently, Wife, you saw it too, didn't you? He didn't say what he meant, but Shen Ninghuan knew exactly what he was talking about. She nodded, gently lowering her voice as well. Chung Lu is most likely Li Qinglu. Pei Cijing's expression instantly turned subtle, a complex mix of I knew it and we're doomed. He took a deep breath and pressed on in a hushed tone. Wife, don't you think this faked death escape should involve fleeing to a distant land and changing one's identity? The further away the better, the fewer people who recognize her the better. That's how you avoid leaving any loose ends. But now they've stuffed her into our home. What's the meaning of this? Shen Ninghuan looked at his anxious, frustrated expression and couldn't help but curl her lips into a smile. She held his hand and said gently, Husband, don't worry. His wife's calmness caught Pei Cijing off guard, and he looked at her. Shen Ninghuan's palm was warm, carrying a reassuring strength. She looked directly into his eyes, her tone steady. The risk involved is actually not as great. Pei Cijing blinked. How so? Shen Ninghuan pulled him over to sit on the couch by the window and began to analyze the situation for him in detail. In the Annal residence, the sandalwood incense curled upward. Pei Cijing sat on the couch by the window, his brows tightly knit, resembling a drenched quail, exuding an aura of utter annoyance and overwhelming difficulty. Shen Ninghuan could not help but curl her lips at his appearance. She sat down beside him and took his hand, which had well-defined knuckles and a warm palm. Do not worry, husband, Shen Ninghuan said gently. The risk is not as great as you imagine. Pei Cijing looked up at her, a hint of suspicion in his eyes. Wife, do not try to console me. That is the 9th prince. To fake death and escape, to commit the crime of deceiving the emperor, and now the person is stashed in our home. If any news leaks out, it will cost us our heads. Shen Ninghuan gently shook her head. Husband, let me explain it to you carefully. She paused and spoke in a steady tone. First, the most difficult step, the fake death, has already passed. Pei Cijing was startled. Shen Ninghuan continued, the 9th prince has already passed the palace verification, died of illness, and been buried. From the Ministry of Rites to the Imperial Clan Court, from the Imperial physicians to the eunuchs, all the procedures have been completed, and the ones who should have died are already dead. In the eyes of the world, the 9th Prince Li Qinglu is now a corpse lying in the Imperial Mausoleum, a dead man. A dead man. She repeated the 2 words, looking at Pei Cijing. Husband, do you know what this means? Pei Cijing blinked. It means she is no longer of this world. Shen Ninghuan nodded. Exactly. As long as we wait for this storm to pass, the world will gradually forget the person of the 9th prince. By then, even if Chung Lu walks openly on the streets of Xinjing, no one will connect her with the 9th prince. Why? Pei Cijing asked instinctively. Because she is a woman, Shen Ninghuan said with a slight smile. The 9th prince was a man and Chung Lu is a woman. This difference in gender is an unbridgeable chasm. The world will only think that this girl is beautiful, but will never imagine that she is a prince. After all, how could a prince be a woman? Pei Cijing nodded thoughtfully. It seemed a bit reasonable. Seeing his expression relax slightly, Shen Ninghuan continued. As for why she is kept in Shengjing instead of being sent far away, I suspect first it is convenient to take care of her at close range. The 6th prince shares a deep bond with the 9th prince. If he sent his sister far away, how could he be at ease? Pei Cijing nodded. That was true. Which elder brother would be willing to send his sister who has just died once to the ends of the earth, without keeping her under his watchful eye? What if some scoundrel lured her away? Second, Shen Ninghuan looked at him with a meaningful gaze. The 9th prince still needs to stay in Shengjing for treatment. Treatment? Pei Cijing was taken aback, then quickly realized. Of course. The 9th prince's condition of external yang, internal yin, could not be cured simply by changing identities. To be fully healed and restored to her true female form, she still needed the imperial physician's treatment and precious medicinal herbs. And the best physicians in the entire Dakian were concentrated in Shenjing, were they not? The 6th prince probably kept her in the capital mostly to allow her to become a true woman, Shen Ninghuan said softly. Pei Cijing fell silent for a moment. He had never told anyone that he could help the 9th prince regain her female identity. If his wife's guess was correct, there must be someone in the capital capable of doing this. If so, to be able to become her true self, she would indeed choose to stay. Pei Cijing's remaining worries subsided by half, but he still muttered, if she must stay in Shenjing, why must she be placed in our marquis residence? Couldn't they find a manor, a villa, or some secluded place to hide her? Shen Ninghuan chuckled. Looking at his face, which was clearly reluctant, she said warmly, husband, think about it. Why our residence? Pei Cijing frowned thought for a moment and ventured, because the relationships here are simple. Shen Ninghuan nodded. Exactly. The marquis residence has a clean and upright reputation with a simple household and few complications. The old madam is capable. She manages the entire household with complete control, making it far more stable than an outer manor or villa. And, she paused, her eyes carrying a hint of clarity. The residence has the ability to protect her. Although the Wei Yuan Marquis residence is not among the top in the capital, it is still a noble family with a title. There are guards, maids, servants, and manpower. If something happens, they can protect her. As Pei Cijing listened, the resentment in his heart gradually dissipated. He had to admit that his wife was right. Other residences were either too complex with many eyes or lacked the ability to protect her. The Marquis residence, neither too big nor too small, was indeed the most suitable choice. Besides, Shen Ninghuan looked at him with a slight smile. We can't refuse, can we? Pei Cijing was at a loss for words. Indeed, arrangements made by the higher-ups personally approved by the old madam. They were merely juniors of the second branch. How could they question or refuse? Then we can only try to handle everything as thoroughly as possible. He sighed, his tone carrying a hint of resignation. Seeing his forced acceptance, Shen Ninghuan curled her lips again. She stood up and walked in front of Pei Cijing. He looked up at her, about to say something, when suddenly he felt a weight on his head. Shen Ninghuan's hand had landed on it. Gently, she rubbed it. Pei Cijing. He blinked momentarily, uncomprehending. Shen Ninghuan's hand gently stroked his hair. The touch was fluffy and soft, even better than the feeling of petting the little village dog Wangkai, kept by his mother. She couldn't help but rub it again. Wife. Pei Cijing's voice carried a hint of confusion. Shen Ninghuan looked down at him, her eyes curved like crescent moons filled with smiles. Husband, rest assured, she said softly, her voice as warm as the spring breeze in March. Once this Miss Chung Lu enters the inner quarters of our second branch, I will arrange everything for her properly. Her food, clothing, living, and daily needs. I will oversee it all, and I will never let any mishap occur. She paused, her movements becoming even gentler. Just focus on your studies, husband. If you can pass the imperial examinations and achieve a high rank on the golden list, you will have more confidence in dealing with future matters. By then, even if real storms arise, we will stand firm and not be easily toppled. Pei Cijing looked up at her. Against the backlight, her features were as gentle as a painting. Her eyes were clear and bright, reflecting his shadow, as if the entire world contained only him. The remnants of anxiety, resentment, and reluctance in his heart suddenly dissipated. They vanished completely. In their place, an indescribable warmth surged from the depths of his heart, spreading through his limbs and every inch of his flesh. He suddenly reached out and grasped the hand that rested on his head. Wife, he said, his voice somewhat dry. Shen Ninghuan. Pei Cijing looked at her seriously. I will listen to you. Shen Ninghuan was slightly startled. I will listen to my wife. He repeated, his tone growing more solemn. I will study hard and surely achieve a scholarly title in the spring examinations. Not for anything else, but so that if something really happens in the future, I can protect you all. Shen Ninghuan looked at him. She looked at his earnest eyes and his face that said, I mean what I say, and felt her heart soften into a puddle. She curled her lips and said softly, good. Then, she moved her hand from his head to his cheek and gently pinched it. Then you must work hard, husband, she said with a smile. If you slack off, I will deduct your rewards. Pei Cijing. His face flushed slightly, but he stiffened his neck and said, no. We have already agreed on the rewards. A person cannot break his word. Shen Ninghuan burst out laughing. Her laughter was crisp like wind chimes tinkling gently, echoing in the afternoon sunlight. Pei Cijing looked at her radiant smile, and the shame of being pinched on the cheek suddenly seemed less important. Oh well, let her pinch. After all, the feeling was indeed quite nice. He secretly muttered to himself, maybe if he let his wife stroke his head more often, he could earn more exemptions from writing policy essays. The palace, the castration chamber. This place was in an inconspicuous courtyard in the northeast corner of the imperial city with blue bricks and gray tiles. Compared to the surrounding palace towers, it was as humble as a forgotten corner. The courtyard walls were high, cutting off the noise from outside. Only occasionally a few shrill cries emerged from within, quickly muffled. Hua Yuan stood in the courtyard looking up at the crooked, old locust tree. The autumn sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on. He took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. To be honest, in his 30-plus years of service in the Imperial Medical Academy, attending to 2 emperors and witnessing countless scenes, he had never been to the castration chamber. Until today. Physician Hua. A shrill eunuch's voice came from behind, tinged with a hint of sarcasm. Please, everything is ready. Hua Yuan turned around. The eunuch, no more than 20 years old, had a fair complexion, but a smug and arrogant look on his face. He was sent by the Empress to supervise ensuring that Hua Yuan personally performed the castration without delegating to anyone else. Hua Yuan glanced at him, nodded slightly, and stepped over the threshold. The room was dim. An indescribable odor rushed toward him, medicine, blood, and a certain accumulated nauseating stench of years. In the corner, a charcoal brazier burned. The flames flickered, casting long and short shadows across the room. Several half-grown children huddled in a corner, pale-faced and trembling. The youngest was no more than 8 or 9, the oldest around 13 or 14. They were all selected from various regions to serve the nobles in the palace. And they would no longer be they. Hua Yuan begin. The eunuch leaned against the door, holding a handkerchief over his nose and mouth, his tone laced with anticipation. Her Majesty has ordered that you must do it personally, one by one, carefully. Do it. Hua Yuan ignored him. He walked to the brazier and picked up the prepared blade. The blade was about 7 inches long, narrow, and thin, glowing slightly red in the charcoal fire. He raised it, examining it closely against the light coming through the window lattice. The blade reflected his face. His hair was half white, his brows and eyes carrying a hint of weariness, but also a kind of focus that others could not understand. Concentration. Hua Yuan inserted the blade back into the charcoal fire, slowly turning it to ensure even heating. The flames leaped, casting flickering light and shadow on his face. Physician Hua, what are you dawdling for? The eunuch urged. Her Majesty has ordered that these ones today must all be handled by you personally. If you're unwilling, I can report back. What's the rush, eunuch? Hua Yuan replied without turning his head, his voice as calm as discussing the weather. This matter can, if the blade is not hot enough, the cut will not be clean. The child will suffer, and if something goes wrong, the wound will fester, and the person will die. When questioned, who will take responsibility, you or me? The eunuch was left speechless. He shut his mouth awkwardly. Hua Yuan continued turning the blade unhurriedly, but his gaze fell on the cowering children, a complex look flashing in his eyes. Come to think of it, in the eyes of outsiders, he had indeed fallen to a pitiful state. The 9th prince had died of illness. The Imperial Medical Academy had been powerless. This was known throughout the court. But what was the 9th prince's illness? Congenital deficiency, liver qi stagnation, cold, congealing, and blood stasis. He had repeated these words for 3 years, prescribing endless decoctions, yet there was never any improvement. In the end, the person died. Could he be blamed? Yet the empress insisted on blaming him. It was said that on the day the 9th prince died, the empress fainted 3 times from crying in Kunming Palace. The first thing she did upon waking was to issue an edict. Hua Yuan, director of the Imperial Medical Academy, was to be stripped of his post for incompetence in delaying the prince's illness and punished by being sent to the castration chamber to personally castrate the newly arrived eunuchs. When this news spread, the entire court was stunned. The director of the Imperial Medical Academy, a 5th-rank official, a master physician, who had served 2 emperors, was being punished to do such a thing. Was this not an insult? It was a complete humiliation. Even the emperor found it hard to tolerate. Hua Yuan recalled the scene 3 days ago when the emperor secretly summoned him to the imperial study. The old emperor sat behind the dragon desk, holding a memorial in his hand, a look of helplessness and apology on his face. Hua Yuan. The old emperor began, his voice aged, but still dignified. The matter of the 9th prince. I know it is not your fault. His constitution was weak since childhood. To have survived until now is also your merit. Hua Yuan knelt on the ground, repeatedly kowtowing. Your servant dare not claim such merit. The 9th prince's condition was indeed difficult, but ultimately it was my incompetence that failed to preserve his highness's health. Enough, enough. The old emperor waved his hand. I did not call you here to hear your confession. As for the empress, you know she raised the 9th prince from childhood, and their bond was deep. Now that she has suddenly lost her child, she cannot get over it. In her entire life, she has rarely made requests of me. This one time she is being willful, and I find it hard to refuse. Hua Yuan bowed his head. Your servant understands. The old emperor looked at him with a calculating gaze. I have already made arrangements. Go to the castration chamber for a few days. When the empress calms down, I will find an excuse to transfer you back. The position of director of the Imperial Medical Academy will be kept for you. Hua Yuan kowtowed again. Your servant thanks your majesty for your grace. Rise. The old emperor sighed. You have taken care of my health all these years, and I am aware of it. I am 66 and I can still manage every now and then. Ahem, that is your merit. Work hard, harbor no resentment, and I will not treat you unfairly. Hua Yuan rose and stood respectfully to one side. The old emperor added a few more instructions, mostly about enduring for a few days, and I will compensate you, to which Hua Yuan agreed respectfully and took his leave. The moment he stepped out of the imperial study, he looked up at the sky. The autumn sky was high and blue with clouds drifting lightly. Hua Yuan suddenly felt like laughing. Enduring. What was there to endure? He was not suffering at all, because all of this was within the empress's calculation. No, within the calculation of the empress and the 6th prince. The 9th prince, Li Qinglu. Now she should be called Cheng Lu. That child had never died. Hua Yuan had personally prepared the fake death medicine, watched her take it, and confirmed that her breath and pulse had ceased. 3 days later, the medicine's effect wore off. She came back to life. But after coming back to life, what then? She had to become a woman again to restore her original nature by removing the useless affliction that had troubled her for 16 years. And the person capable of doing this throughout the entire Dacian was probably none other than Hua Yuan. After all, the Hua family's ancestral medical texts had detailed records of such cases. His ancestors had dissected the remains of such patients, thoroughly understanding the location, shape, and relationship of the affliction to surrounding organs. The idea of restoring the original nature was also proposed by his ancestors. Removing the affliction, healing the wound, and supplementing with medicine to balance yin and yang would restore the person to their true nature, enabling them to marry and bear children like ordinary women. But it was still just a theory. Hua Yuan had never performed it. He needed practice. And the castration chamber. Hua Yuan's lips curved slightly, a faint smile, almost imperceptible, yet carrying a meaningful, old fox-like expression. The castration chamber. Wasn't it the best place to practice? What does it take to become an outstanding physician? Talent. Diligence. Hua Yuan believed that it ultimately depended on the accumulation of knowledge from those who... Morning light streamed through the narrow window of the cleansing room, casting a slender beam of light on the blue brick floor. Hua Yuan stood before the old wooden table that had been used for countless years, slowly turning the thin blade over the charcoal fire. The blade had turned slightly red from the heat, the flames dancing, illuminating his face in flickering shadows. In terms of talent, he was inferior to the family's founding ancestor Hua Tuo. According to the family records, the founding ancestor possessed a pair of keen eyes. Even without understanding the underlying principles, he could instantly locate a patient's affliction and assess the severity of the illness. Those under his care rarely suffered from severe conditions. He would heal them before the disease could worsen. Those eyes were a gift from heaven. Yet Hua Yuan had never developed such perceptive vision. He looked down at his own hands. Despite having diagnosed countless patients, he had to employ the 4 diagnostic methods and ponder deeply for each one. Sometimes he had to pore over medical texts, repeatedly deliberating. Unlike the founding ancestor who could see through a case at a glance. In terms of diligence, he was inferior to the family's 3rd ancestor Huazhan. The 3rd ancestor spent his entire life traversing the great Qian Empire only to taste every substance that could be used as medicine. Mountains, rivers, deserts, dense forests. Anything that grew leaves, bloomed, or bore fruit, he would pick and taste. Poisoning was a common occurrence. Several times he barely returned. In the end, he authored a book titled The Classic of Herbs. A thick volume. It recorded the properties, flavors, meridians, effects, and contraindications of 3,724 medicinal substances. That was something he earned with his life, providing the most solid foundation for future generations to prescribe medicines. Hua Yuan recalled that in his youth he too had wanted to emulate the 3rd ancestor. He had shouldered his medicine basket and set out from home. But after less than 3 months he returned in disgrace. He could not endure the hardships of sleeping in the open and eating in the wind, nor the constant fear of being poisoned at any moment. Inferior in talent to the founding ancestor. Inferior in diligence to the 3rd ancestor. So how had he managed to refine his medical skills to the level they were today? Hua Yuan took the blade from the charcoal fire and examined it closely against the light. The blade reflected his face, hair, and beard, half white, the lines of time etched between his brows. He thought of the Hua family's library tower. It was a 3-story wooden structure, ordinary in appearance from the outside, but inside it was piled with handwritten notes, records, and medical case books left by generations of ancestors. Some pages had yellowed and become brittle, crumbling at the slightest touch. Some ink had faded so much that it was barely legible, requiring the light to make out a few words. His most common activity was to hole up in that tower, turning over the manuscripts one by one. Those of the founding ancestor, the 2nd ancestor, the 3rd ancestor, the 4th ancestor. Layer upon layer, generation after generation. Every case, every trial of medicine, every failure, every sudden insight was meticulously recorded by someone. Those manuscripts contained the joy of success, the regret of failure, the confusion when facing the unknown, and the clarity after unraveling the mystery. Hua Yuan remembered once flipping through the 3rd ancestor's manuscript, which read, "Today tasted a herb." Upon entering the mouth, it was numbing. After half an hour, the tongue became stiff. After an hour, I could not speak. Fortunately, I had the antidote formula left by the 2nd ancestor. After taking it for 3 days, I recovered. This herb is poisonous. Record it. Below in small characters a note was added. The 2nd ancestor's formula is excellent. I am not as good. When Hua Yuan saw those words, he suddenly smiled. So even the 3rd ancestor could be poisoned. So even the 2nd ancestor's formulas were used by the 3rd ancestor. It was a 3-story wooden structure, ordinary in appearance from the outside, but inside it was piled with handwritten notes, records, and medical case books left by... At that moment, he suddenly understood something. There are so many diseases in the world, and a person's lifespan is limited. It is impossible to master everything through one's own research alone. The path of medicine relies on the continuous expansion of each generation. The founding ancestor left behind those keen eyes, the 2nd ancestor those formulas, the 3rd ancestor that classic of herbs, the 4th ancestor those surgical techniques, the 5th ancestor those acupuncture secrets. And he, Hua Yuan, was merely a child lifted on the shoulders of these ancestors, able to see a little farther. As for those difficult and complicated diseases, Many are difficult because they are rare with too few patients available for study. To fully comprehend the changes of the disease and find a treatment method in one go is by no means simple. So in the Hua family, when encountering an unprecedented illness, the first reaction was never troublesome, but rather excitement. This meant that the accumulation of Hua family medicine would gain one more layer of depth. Hua Yuan inserted the blade back into the charcoal fire, slowly turning it. The flames leaped, reflecting in his clouded old eyes a light that others could not understand. The ninth prince's illness. Congenital external yang and internal yin, appearing male on the outside but actually female inside. Such a case had only been recorded once in the Hua medical texts. It was encountered by the fourth ancestor. At that time the patient had already reached adulthood, the illness had been delayed too long, the lesion had changed, and the private parts had festered. The fourth ancestor tried every means, but could not save the patient. On his deathbed the patient held the fourth ancestor's hand, and said, "If there is a next life, I wish to be a true woman." After returning, the fourth ancestor locked himself in the library tower for 3 full months, writing a thick volume titled, On the Intermingling of Yin and Yang. One of the hypotheses he proposed was, excise the lesion, restore the original state. He wrote down the child's medical case, his own thoughts, and all the deduced processes in detail. Then he placed those manuscripts in the library tower, waiting for future generations to read. At the age of 15, Hua Yuan first flipped through those manuscripts. He remembered that night lighting a lamp, reading through the fourth ancestor's manuscripts from beginning to end. After finishing, he sat alone on the floor of the library tower for an entire night. Outside the window, the moonlight was like water. He suddenly thought, if the patient encountered by the fourth ancestor had been treated earlier before the lesion deteriorated, could that patient have survived? But there is no if in the world. The path of medicine has always been walked step by step, stepping on countless regrets and failures. However, now it was different. Hua Yuan took the blade from the charcoal fire. The blade was heated to perfection, glowing with a dazzling red light. Previously, because it involved royal secrets, although he had diagnosed the ninth prince's illness, he had to suppress the urge to act for the sake of his family's lives, even the lives of 9 generations of his clan. Later, the ninth prince's illness was exposed by the sixth prince. The ninth prince faked his death. The girl Qing Lu was now settled in the Wei Yuan Marquis mansion. The sixth prince had arranged everything properly, and the empress was also watching. All was proceeding according to plan. And what he had to do was to hone his craft to perfection during this time. The step of restoring the original state allowed no room for error. One cut if too much was wrong, if too little was also wrong. Hemostasis had to be quick, suturing had to be precise, and subsequent recovery had to be meticulous. With the slightest mistake, the ninth prince's life would be ruined, and he could not bear that responsibility. So Hua Yuan needed practice. He needed to turn every movement into muscle memory and to anticipate every possible contingency in advance. In the cleansing room, the corners of Hua Yuan's lips curved slightly, a faint arc barely visible. The cleansing room was not the best place to practice. The children sent here all had lesions that needed excision. Although not exactly the same as the ninth prince's case, the general idea was the same. Excision, hemostasis, healing. If he could cure the ninth prince, Hua Yuan's hand holding the knife paused slightly. If he cured the ninth prince, he would surpass the ancestors, becoming the first to cure this disease. Then the family genealogy would open a single page for him. Hua Yuan, the 17th generation descendant of the Hua family, treated the congenital condition of intermingled yin and yang, restored the original state, saved a noble's life, and shall be recorded forever in the family annals. Which Hua family member could resist that? Hua Yuan took a deep breath, trying to suppress the surging heat in his heart. No, he could not laugh. He had to keep a straight face. If he suddenly burst out laughing, people might think he had lost his mind from the shock, and that would be trouble. Imperial physician Hua. The eunuch at the door urged again, "What are you dawdling for?" Hua Yuan quickly composed himself. He turned around. He looked at the several cowering children in the corner. "Come here," he beckoned. The smallest child trembled even more, but still gritted his teeth and walked over step by step. Standing before Hua Yuan, he raised his head, his eyes redrimmed, but he forced himself not to let the tears fall. Hua Yuan looked at the dirty little face, and his heart softened for a moment. This child. From now on, he would be a person of the palace. With this cut, he would no longer— "What is your name?" Hua Yuan asked. "Dog. Dog Egg." The child's voice was as thin as a mosquito. Hua Yuan nodded. "Dog Egg, lie down on." Dog Egg climbed onto the crude wooden bed, his body taut as a drawn bowstring. He closed his eyes, his lips trembling, but he never cried out in fear. Hua Yuan scooped a bowl of medicinal broth from a clay pot and handed it to his lips. "Drink it." Dog Egg opened his eyes, looking at the dark, murky liquid, fear flashing in his gaze. What is this?" "Mafe powder," Hua Yuan said. "Drink it, and you won't feel pain." Dog Egg was stunned, as if he did not quite understand what no pain meant. He took the bowl, tilted his head back, and gulped it down. The liquid was bitter, and he grimaced as he swallowed, coughing twice. Soon the effect took hold. His eyes began to glaze over, and his body relaxed. Hua Yuan looked at his gradually numbing face and felt a surge of emotion. This batch of young eunuchs could be said to be enjoying some of the royal treatment. In the past, the procedure was simply a cut, then some panache applied. Those who survived lived, those who did not died. After all, if one came to be a eunuch, life was so cheap. Every year among the young eunuchs taken in by the palace, only about 5 or 6 out of 10 survived. But in Hua Yuan's hands, they had Mafei powder gold needle acupuncture for hemostasis, fine wound medicine, and his hands that had not trembled in 40 years. Hua Yuan gripped the heated blade and took a deep breath. He raised his hand and brought the blade down. The movement was clean and precise, without a single superfluous motion. Soon the excision was complete. Hua Yuan took out a goose feather tube he had prepared earlier and carefully inserted it for dog egg. The tube was specially selected with a moderate thickness, smooth, and not harming the skin. After inserting it, he took a box of wound medicine and applied it carefully to the wound. The medicinal powder was specially made by the Imperial Medical Institute using top-quality herbs. It was usually only used by nobles, but now it was used on this little eunuch. After finishing all this, Hua Yuan let out a long breath. He straightened his back, wiped the thin sweat from his forehead, and looked at the sleeping child on the bed, a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. This child should survive. The eunuch at the door had been watching him, his expression shifting from initial impatience to astonishment, and then gradually to complexity. After Hua Yuan finished with the second child, the eunuch finally could not help but approach. Imperial physician Hua, he lowered his voice with a tone carrying an indescribable nuance. This is too meticulous, isn't it? Hua Yuan did not look up, continuing his work. What? Is being meticulous bad? It's not bad. The eunuch paused, his gaze falling on the box of wound medicine, his Adam's apple moving. This medicine probably costs enough to buy several lives of this child, right? Hua Yuan hummed in acknowledgement and asked back, what? Not allowed to use it? The eunuch fell silent. He stood by watching Hua Yuan finish with the third child, his movements still so steady, so precise, so skilled. The knife in his hand was like a painter's brush, a seamstress needle, precise enough to leave one speechless. After the last child was carried away, the eunuch finally could not help but speak. Hua Yuan, his voice was hoarse. You said earlier that Mafei powder can really make a person feel no pain. Hua Yuan was in the middle of cleaning his tools and paused. He looked up. He looked at the eunuch. The eunuch was not old, in his early 20s with a fair complexion. Now standing in the shadow by the door, his arrogance was gone, replaced by an indescribable envy, jealousy, or something else. Hua Yuan glanced at him and said nothing. The eunuch lowered his head, his voice muffled. When I entered the palace back then, I didn't have such treatment. One cut, and I passed out from the pain. After waking up, the wound festered for over half a year. I barely survived. Although it healed later, that place would leak from time to time with a fishy smell that could never be covered up. I had to hang a sachet whenever I went out. People thought I was being vain, but actually, he did not finish. But Hua Yuan understood. Hua Yuan was silent for a moment, then lowered his head and continued cleaning his tools. These newcomers, the eunuch added a note of bitterness in his tone, are really lucky. Hua Yuan said nothing. He just wiped the blade slowly, the blade reflecting his face. That face bore no expression, only the light from the window reflected in his clouded old eyes. Lucky, perhaps. In the tranquil afternoon at Jinggan Court, a sunlight streamed through the latticed window, casting a warm golden patch upon the floor. A faint calming incense curled from the bronze censer in the corner, its wisps of smoke veiling the entire chamber in a serene and peaceful stillness. Hua Yuan sat upon a round stool, his 3 fingers resting gently on Cheng Lu's wrist. His eyes were slightly closed, his expression utterly focused. Cheng Lu sat upright and composed. In the tranquil afternoon at Jinggan Court, a sunlight streamed through the latticed window, casting a warm golden patch upon the floor. A faint calming incense curled from the bronze censer in the corner, its wisps of smoke veiling the entire chamber in a serene and peaceful. In 16 years within the palace, she had never witnessed such vibrant scenery. The floor in the palace was trimmed too neatly, so neat it seemed lifeless. The birds in the palace were also wary of people fluttering away at the mere sight of a human figure. Unlike these little creatures who dared to perch on the windowsill and tilt their heads to scrutinize her. She suddenly recalled that when she was the 9th prince, the imperial physicians who came to take her pulse were always trembling with fear, as if treading on thin ice. Their fingers would tremble slightly as they touched her wrist, their eyes darting about, never daring to meet her gaze. Back then she didn't understand. Now she did. Those physicians had likely long since diagnosed the abnormality in her pulse, but they dared not speak, could not speak. They could only steel themselves and fob her off with platitudes like congenital deficiency or liver qi stagnation. And so they had fobbed her off for all these years. A faint curve touched the corners of Cheng Lu's lips, so subtle it was nearly imperceptible. Hua Yuan opened his eyes and withdrew his hand. Young lattice pulse. He paused, a hint of a smile forming on his aged face. Is much improved compared to last time. Cheng Lu was momentarily taken aback. She instinctively glanced down at herself, then looked up at Hua Yuan, her eyes holding a trace of uncertainty. Truly? Hua Yuan nodded, stroking his graying beard, a note of gratification in his voice. The pulse is calm and strong, qi and blood are full and flourishing. There's no longer any sign of the previous stagnation. In my decades of practicing medicine, such a transformation is quite rare. He paused, then added, "It seems the stone that weighed upon your heart has finally been lifted." Cheng Lu lowered her eyes, offering no reply. She knew exactly what Hua Yuan was referring to. In those years, she didn't know why she was different from others, why she had to endure that agonizing, bone-wrenching abdominal pain every month, why despite being a prince she was frilier and more delicate than her younger sister. She had desperately sought answers, but could never find them. That confusion, that inferiority, that fear of something being terribly wrong with me was like a boulder pressing on her heart, pressing for 16 long years. Now that boulder had finally been lifted. She knew the truth. She knew she wasn't ill, knew she was in fact a woman, knew that the agonizing abdominal pain was merely the monthly menstrual cramps every woman experiences. Cheng Lu suddenly felt a warmth stinging her eyes. She quickly lowered her gaze, suppressing the feeling, and whispered, "Thank you, Physician Hua." Hua Yuan waved his hand, dismissively smiling. "You are too kind, young lady. I merely took your pulse. What truly healed you was your own doing." Hua Yuan took a few sheets of paper covered in writing from his medical case and handed them to her. "This is a new prescription I've written to regulate your qi and blood. Take it as directed. And this dietary plan." He pointed to another sheet, his tone growing more serious. "You must remember this well. In the coming days you must follow this dietary plan. Eat more to nourish qi and blood, and avoid cold and raw foods. Only when your body is better prepared, proceed to the next step." The next step? Cheng Lu's hand, which was taking the prescription, paused slightly. She naturally knew what the next step meant. Her sixth brother had told her she would need to have the affliction removed to restore her true origin, to become a real woman. The process was probably akin to the castration those young eunuchs in the palace underwent. It involved the knife, involved blood, involved removing that useless thing that had troubled her for 16 years. Eunuch castration. Cheng Lu was stunned for a moment, then suddenly she laughed. Cheng Lu looked down at the prescription in her hand, the characters seeming to blur before her eyes. Afraid? She asked herself. It seemed. She had never imagined that one day she would have to undergo something similar. But so what? Whether to live on as neither man nor woman, or to become a true woman. She knew the answer to that question with her eyes closed. Cheng Lu looked down at the prescription in her hand, the characters seeming to blur before her eyes. Afraid? She asked herself. It seemed. She wasn't that afraid. Her sixth brother had said that physician Hua came from a family with deep medical knowledge, and his ancestors had studied this very condition. He already had a plan. After her feigned death, following the arrangements of her sixth brother and mother physician, Hua had been practicing daily in the castration chamber, honing his skills to perfection to ensure absolute success. And besides, Cheng Lu recalled the expression on her sixth brother's face when he said this. That perpetually composed countenance held a hint of heartache, a hint of guilt, and a solemnity she had never seen before. "Don't worry," he had said. "Your sixth brother won't let anything happen to you." A faint curve touched the corners of Cheng Lu's lips. With her sixth brother and mother behind her, what did she have to fear? As for the rest, like the unavoidable issue of her body being seen, Cheng Lu raised her eyes to look at Hua Yuan. He was packing his medical case with his head down, his wrinkled face revealing no particular expression. Only his hands were steady with no superfluous movements. This man, he was old enough to be her grandfather. A wave of amusement suddenly welled up in Cheng Lu's heart. If she were in the palace, the thought of a physician seeing her body was something she wouldn't even dare to imagine. But now, she was someone who had walked through the gates of death. Having already died, what did she care about such things? Only a few people knew the truth, and they were all people who genuinely cared for her. She had come to terms with it. Physician Hua, Cheng Lu spoke, her voice calm. "Everything you've said I will keep in my heart. I've put you to great trouble over this matter." Hua Yuan looked up. He looked at her. In his murky, aged eyes a complex emotion flickered, along with a hint of an indescribable feeling of emotion. "You flatter me, young lady." He stood up and gave Cheng Lu a deep, respectful bow. "The fact that you can come to terms with this is the best possible outcome. I will do my utmost, and will not fail to live up to the trust placed in me." He paused, not saying what the trust was, but both of them understood perfectly. Cheng Lu gave a slight nod. "I am in your debt, Physician Hua." Hua Yuan packed up his medical case and was about to take his leave when he suddenly stopped in his tracks. He turned back to look at Cheng Lu, his gaze complex. "Young lady, the people over there. They all miss you very much." Cheng Lu's body stiffened slightly. She said nothing, only lowered her eyes to look at the papers on her lap. The characters on them blurred, then sharpened again as she blinked. Though it hadn't been long since her feigned death and her departure from the palace, a wave of longing inevitably surged within her. Yet Cheng Lu knew well that this was not the time to meet. Even if possible, their communication had to be minimized. Letters were out of the question. After a long pause, she spoke softly, her voice a bit airy. "Please, Physician Hua, deliver a message for me. Please speak, young lady." Cheng Lu took a deep breath, raised her head, and looked out the window at the wisteria trellis. The flower clusters swayed gently in the breeze, so reminiscent of the vines she had planted with her own hands beneath the eaves of Cunning Palace. Tell them. She paused. Tell them I am living very well here, and they need not worry. Hua Yuan looked at her. He looked at the longing hidden beneath that calm facade, longing that could not be spoken, mentioned, or revealed. He nodded, his voice low and solemn. I will deliver. Cheng Lu said nothing, only gave a slight nod as a gesture of thanks. Hua Yuan said no more. He picked up his medical case, turned, and left, his footsteps gradually fading away until they disappeared beyond the courtyard gate. The room fell silent again. Cheng Lu remained where she was, gazing at the wisteria trellis outside the window. The sunlight cast a soft, dappled shadow on her face, revealing no particular expression. Only the slightly tightened lips betrayed a barely perceptible emotion. Soon after, footsteps sounded again from beyond the courtyard gate. This time the footsteps were light and unhurried, carrying a familiar rhythm. Cheng Lu snapped back to reality and turned to look. Shen Ninghuan lifted her skirt and stepped through the door, a gentle smile playing on her brows and eyes. As soon as she entered, she asked with concern, Sister Cheng, what did Physician Hua say? Is your health all right? Cheng Lu stood up and walked over to greet her. Thank you for your concern, second sister-in-law, she said softly. Physician Hua said I still need to recuperate for a while longer. Only when I'm stronger can the treatment begin. As she spoke, she handed the papers she was holding to Shen Ninghuan. These are the prescriptions and dietary plan Physician Hua left behind. Cheng Lu looked at Shen Ninghuan, a hint of apology in her eyes. From now on, I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you with these, second sister-in-law. Shen Ninghuan took them and glanced down at them. The herbs on the prescription were all common ones, not hard to find. The dietary plan was written in meticulous detail, specifying what to eat, when, how much, and how to prepare it. All clearly listed. She looked up and smiled at Cheng Lu. Don't worry, sister. Shen Ninghuan put away the papers, her tone gentle and assured. I will arrange everything properly. They'll have a trusted old maid oversee the kitchen, and I'll send someone to the best pharmacy for the herbs. I won't be careless. Cheng Lu felt a warmth spread through her heart as she looked at her. This second sister-in-law. She truly had nothing but good things to say about how she treated her. From the very day she entered the residence, everything, food, clothing, shelter, daily needs, had been meticulously attended to. Now she had taken on all these tedious tasks without a hint of impatience, not even a word of polite refusal. Thank you, second sister-in-law, Cheng Lu said softly. Shen Ninghuan waved her hand with a smile. You're being polite again, sister. Now that you're here in our second branch, treat it like your own home. We're family here, no need for formalities. If you need anything in the future, just say the word, don't be a stranger. Family. Cheng Lu silently savored these two words in her heart. In her 16 years in the palace, she had also experienced the warmth of a home. Though she wasn't the empress' biological daughter, the maternal love she received was in no way lacking. Her sixth brother had also treated her like a full sibling, a wonderful elder brother who protected her at every turn. She had thought that after her feigned death, arriving in a strange place, she would become utterly alone. Unexpectedly, she still felt the warmth of family. Cheng Lu lowered her eyes, suppressing the surging emotions within her. She twisted the handkerchief in her hands, hesitated for a moment, and finally spoke. Second sister-in-law. She looked up, her gaze holding a hint of tentativeness and uncertainty. Could I ask someone to teach me some needlework? Shen Ninghuan was momentarily taken aback. Since I'm going to live as a woman, now I should learn the things a woman ought to know. Etiquette and such are manageable. Growing up in the palace, I've seen plenty of it. But needlework? I've never even touched it. After all, I used to think I was a man. Who would teach a man such things? I really don't know the first thing about it. But I'm going to be a woman eventually. I can't be ignorant of it forever. Even if I'm not good at it, I absolutely cannot not know it. Otherwise, when I go out and meet people in the future, not even being able to embroider a handkerchief, how would that look? While holding a needle shouldn't be harder than holding a writing brush, right? Shen Ninghuan heard those inner thoughts drifting into her ears, and a smile tugged at the corners of her lips. So this is what the former prince was thinking. Don't worry, sister. There's no need to ask anyone else. If you want to learn, I can come and teach you for a while every day. Shen Ninghuan said with a smile, her tone quite serious. This was a reminder for her too. For now she claimed to be recuperating, giving her a reason to stay within the inner quarters and not leave the house. But in time she would eventually have to go out and be seen as a woman. But the other party had been raised as a man. Even if she changed into women's clothing, if she lacked knowledge in certain areas when interacting with others, it would seem strange and might expose her. So she would have to personally fill in this prince's gaps in knowledge. Seeing Shen Ninghuan agree and even offer to teach her personally, Cheng Lu's eyes brightened slightly. Really? Her voice held a rare note of excitement. Will it take up too much of your time, second sister-in-law? Shen Ninghuan smiled and shook her head. Not at all. Every afternoon, they'll be coming over to bring you the soups from the dietary plan anyway. They'll just teach you for half an hour then. Perfect timing. Cheng Lu looked at her. That warmth welled up in her heart once more. She stood up and gave Shen Ninghuan a deep formal bow. I'm so grateful for your trouble, second sister-in-law. Shen Ninghuan quickly reached out to support her. What are you doing, sister? I told you no need for such formality. She paused, then added with a smile, "If you don't mind, you can just call me Sister Huan from now on. Calling me second sister-in-law all the time makes it feel like you're keeping us at arm's length." Cheng Lu looked up, meeting her clear, smiling eyes. "Sister Huan," she called softly. Shen Ninghuan smiled in acknowledgement and reached out to tuck a stray strand of hair behind Cheng Lu's ear, the gesture as natural as if she were her own elder sister. Outside the window, the sunlight was perfect. The wisteria blossoms swayed gently in the breeze, scattering a patch of pale purple light and shadow on the ground. Meanwhile, on the small path outside the walls of the second branch, a figure in a lotus-colored gown stood silently. Shen Ningyue watched the aged back disappearing in the direction of Jinggan Court, her brows furrowing slightly. That was an imperial physician. She remembered that face. In her past life, she had seen this man a few times at the Weiyuan Marquis residence. She had heard he was the director of the Imperial Medical Institute. Someone of his caliber could only be invited if one had rendered extraordinary military service like Pei Cijing. But now why was this man appearing at the second branch? Shen Ningyue stood in place, watching the figure recede into the distance until it finally disappeared behind the moon gate. Her brow furrowed even tighter. In her past life, there was no visiting cousin at the residence, nor was there any honored guest worthy of the old madam's great effort to invite the director of the Imperial Medical Institute to see. She wondered how much favor the old madam had spent. So everything was indeed an illusion. Shen Ningyue suddenly recalled the day at Qingyun Temple, seeing Pei Cijing holding Shen Ninghuan as they drifted down from a tree crowned several zhang, high, his posture graceful as a crane landing without a sound. She remembered the words on the fortune slip that day, reflections in the mirror, flowers on the water. These are not of the truth. She remembered all the things that had not matched her past life memories these past days. Shen Ningyue lowered her eyes, and a faint curve touched the corners of her lips. It was hard to tell if it was upward or downward. The curve was so faint it was nearly imperceptible, yet it carried an indescribable meaning. There was confusion, there was acceptance, and there was also a kind of I knew it calm. So everything had been different from the very beginning. When Shen Ningyue returned to the young master's courtyard, the sky was already approaching dusk. Twilight draped a layer of grayish veil over the courtyard, and the lanterns under the corridor had yet to be lit, making the entire yard appear somewhat tranquil. She stood before the study door, gazing at the half-open window where the warm candlelight flickered and a figure sat quietly. He was there. On this day of rest, he was reading in the study. Shen Ningyue averted her gaze, lowering her eyes as her fingertips unconsciously tightened around the handkerchief. What should she have done if it were just after their marriage? Carrying a box of snacks, brewing a pot of his favorite tea, shyly pushing the door open, walking to his side, with a beaming smile, gently asking, "Young master, are you tired? I brought you some snacks, you should rest a bit before reading." Then he would look up, look at her, his eyes full of tenderness. She would use the excuse of delivering snacks to lean close to him, her arm brushing against his shoulder. He would hold her hand, gently pulling her to sit on his. She would playfully push him away, but not with much force, ultimately leaning half-heartedly into his embrace, listening to him softly speak those words that made her heart race. At that time she thought she had everything in her grasp. At that time she believed that as long as she took the initiative and put her heart into it, she could keep this man's heart always on her. Care, sweet words, intimate touches. These were her weapons, infallible, always effective. But now, Shen Ningyue stood still, looking at the window glowing with candlelight, and suddenly felt a bit ridiculous. Those weapons seemed to have lost their effect. Or rather, the person who would be moved by these weapons had changed. Pei Cijing had changed. Shen Ningyue slowly walked to the corridor and stood on the steps before. Through that door she could hear the occasional rustle of pages turning inside, soft and persistent, like a silent urging. Yet she did not knock, nor did she push the door open as she used to, calling out cheerfully, "Young master." She just stood there. She stood there for a long time. Her mind was a chaotic mess filled with thoughts she had deliberately ignored these days, which lingered like shadows. After the Lord's month of prohibition, once Pei Cijing joined the 3,000 camp, everything between them changed. He said he was busy, said his duties were heavy, said he was tired. He still slept in her room, still lay on the same bed with her, but as they lay there, their bodies were very close enough to feel each other's warmth and breath. But the heart. Shen Ningyue closed her eyes. The heart seemed to be separated by a great distance. She tried to take the initiative, wrapping her arms around his waist, pressing her face against his back, softly calling him young master. But he only stiffened for a moment, then gently patted the back of her hand, saying, "Sleep now, we have to get up early tomorrow." That action, that tone was gentle, like treating a child in need of comfort. Not disdain, not indifference, just politeness. Shen Ningyue opened her eyes, the corners of her lips curving slightly, as she alone knew whether that curve was upwards or downwards, and how bitter it was. Nominally existent. Those 4 words suddenly surfaced from her heart, like a thorn piercing deeply into her softest spot. They seemed like a pair of nominally existent spouses. Oh no, she was merely a concubine with no formal status. The position of young master's legitimate wife was left vacant for some future noble. They couldn't even be considered husband and wife. So what was she? Just a concubine, a thing that could be neglected, forgotten, or replaced at any time. She recalled the time when Pei Cijing held her in bed, whispering promises in her ear. Wait for me. In the future, I won't let you suffer. At that moment, she listened with her heart racing, feeling like the luckiest woman in the world, lucky to be reborn, lucky to have taken the right path, lucky to have captured the best man. Now thinking back, Shen Ningyue suddenly felt like whispering promises in her ear. Wait for me. The lady of the marquis wouldn't agree. That seemingly gentle, yet actually strong-willed mother-in-law had never paid her any heed from the start. The Lord would not allow it, and the old lady didn't even want to mention her. Even if Pei Cijing had the heart, what could one person's heart do? She finally understood one thing. Initially she thought that as long as she captured Pei Cijing's heart, she had captured it. But how ridiculous. What use was it to have only his heart? In this marquisate, how many people cared for that heart? Only by gaining the approval of the majority could she truly stand firm, and she had taken the wrong path from the very beginning. She thought that by seizing her sister's marital destiny, she could seize her sister's fate, not realizing that fate never resided in marriage but in a person. She was ultimately not Shen Ninghuan. Even if another person stood in the same position, they would not walk the same path. Shen Ningyue lowered her head, watching her shadow cast on the ground, elongated and faint in the twilight of the corridor, like a puddle that might be blown away by the wind at any moment. For now, let it be this way. She suddenly felt very tired. Not physically tired, but mentally exhausted. That kind of fatigue from holding on for too long, from straining for too long, from fighting for too long, only to suddenly realize that everything was meaningless. She wanted to be quiet, to think carefully about what to do next. Shen Ningyue turned around without knocking, without entering, quietly returning to her own room, the door softly closing behind her, isolating her from everything outside, and also shutting out that seated figure cast on the window paper. Inside the study, the candlelight was bright. Pei Cijing sat at the desk, a scroll of essentials of martial arts spread before him. The pages yellowed, the ink. His gaze fell deeply into the lines of text, reading intently line by line, page by page. Yet if someone were to approach closely, they would notice that his deep dark eyes had not moved for quite some time. The matters of the 3,000 camp weighed heavily on his heart, like a huge stone. He had taken the vacant position, parachuting in as a 100-man leader, a position arranged for him by his father, using connections and opportunity that others could not even dream of. But he sat there feeling anything but stable. That matter had already spread. His status as the young master of the marquis, taking a concubine, was not a big deal. In the capital, many aristocratic youths had a few people in their households. It was rare to find a noble like his father who only cared for one person, but the person he took was too special, his younger brother's original fiancée. The sister of the former fiancé. Still, that ridiculous union after the caught in the act incident forced upon by both families. Thus everything was different. His superiors looked at him with a mix of scrutiny and amusement. Colleagues were polite on the surface, but privately distant, never inviting him to gatherings. Even the soldiers under him looked at him with unusual gazes. Not fear, but curiosity, scrutiny, and that kind of expectation of watching a play, waiting to see what kind of joke he could create. Especially those two vice-captains. In terms of qualifications and merits, one of them should have taken over the vacant position. They had fought fiercely for it, openly and secretly. But now that he had parachuted in, they had ceased their fighting. United against him, this outsider. Pei Cijing closed his eyes briefly, the corners of his lips curving slightly, carrying a hint of self-mockery. He had nothing to complain about. The fact that he had parachuted in was true, and the fact that he had moral shortcomings was also true. He had taken his younger brother's woman, though she had not truly married, yet merely his fiancée, but this matter was ultimately his fault, and those unusual gazes, the distant attitudes, and the discontent among his subordinates. These were all brought upon himself. He could not blame others. What he could do was only to work twice as hard. To thoroughly study military texts, practice archery and horseback riding, understand the affairs of the camp, arrive earliest, and leave latest, personally handle everything, and endure any hardship. He wanted to prove through action that he was not a good-for-nothing relying on ancestral influence, not a wastrel who only knew how to sleep with women. He wanted to stand firm. Only by establishing himself could he provide a better future for the two of them. Even if that future, Pei Cijing paused. Even if that future might not be what Shen Ningyue envisioned, after all, their matter was indeed flawed, and the fruit it bore could only be bitter. He recalled that woman, remembered the light that sparkled in her eyes when she looked at him, remembered her careful attempts to please him, remembered her soft body leaning against him at night, remembered her tender voice when she called him young master. He knew what she wanted. The position of the legitimate wife, the recognition of the marquisate, a future of dignity. But he could not give it. It wasn't that he didn't want to give it. From the grandmother to the father to the mother, none would agree. In his current situation, he could hardly even stand firm, so how could he promise her anything? He could only. Pei Cijing lowered his gaze. He could only try to be good to her, try to protect her, try not to let those rumors hurt her. As for everything else, he would take it one step. He turned to a new page and continued to read. His mouth was very dry. He picked up the teacup beside him and took a sip. The tea was cold. not only cold but also strong and bitter, dissolving on his tongue and traveling down his throat with a harsh bitterness. This tea was not brewed by Shen Ningyue. Her brewed tea was always just right, neither too hot nor too cold, the amount of leaves, neither too much nor too little, just the right taste upon entry. Pei Cijing's hand holding the teacup paused slightly. He suddenly realized that he seemed to have gone a long time without drinking her tea. It wasn't that she didn't brew it was that he returned late exhausted and went straight to sleep. On rare days of rest, he would also stay in the study, unwilling to move much. It felt as though something was between them. He lowered his gaze, looking at the cold, strong tea in his hand, the liquid reflecting a dim light under the candle, revealing his blurred visage. He suddenly felt that this room was a bit empty. Clearly the study was not small, but being alone made him feel profoundly vacant. Pei Cijing placed the teacup back on the desk, once again lowering his head to look at the dense lines of military text, each line, each page, like countless eyes silently observing him. He took a deep breath, continued to read. Outside, the night deepened. Between the study and the room, there was only a short corridor. The lanterns in the corridor were finally lit, casting a warm glow that flickered slightly in the wind, stretching the shadows of the two doors. The figure inside that door and the figure inside this door sat quietly. One bowed his head in silence. The other sat lost in thought, clearly only a few dozen steps apart, yet it felt like thousands of mountains and rivers away. The moonlight was splendid tonight, only there was no one to share it with. Inside the imperial palace at the Hall of Heavenly Purity, morning light streamed through the intricately carved window lattices, casting dappled shadows upon the golden brick floor. Incense smoke curled lazily through the air. Civil and military officials stood in two orderly rows according to rank, the jade ornaments on their court crowns swaying gently, with each subtle breath enveloping the hall in an air of solemn reverence. The aging emperor sat upon the dragon throne, his beaded imperial crown veiling most of his features, revealing only a pair of murky, yet commanding eyes. Long live the emperor, 10,000 years, 10,000 years of 10,000 years. The assembled ministers performed their ritual bows, their resonant shouts echoing through the vast hall, lingering long in the air. Rise. The old emperor's voice was not loud, yet it reached every ear with perfect clarity. The officials rose and returned to their positions. What followed was the customary court session. The Ministry of Revenue reported on the autumn grain collection figures. The Ministry of War presented memorials on border defenses. The Ministry of Rights briefed the Assembly on the preparation for the autumn imperial examinations, and the Ministry of Works detailed the progress of reinforcing the dikes against the Yellow River's autumn floods. Matter by matter, affair by affair, all proceeded methodically and without disorder. The old emperor sat upon his throne, nodding occasionally, posing questions when necessary, handling the proceedings with practiced ease. After the major affairs were concluded, a brief silence fell over the hall. It was at that moment that a trembling figure slowly emerged from the ranks. The old emperor's gaze settled upon the figure, a flicker of complex emotion passing through his eyes. It was Pei Cijing, the Minister of Personnel. 78 years old this year, with hair and beard completely white, his frame was as thin as a withered leaf that might be blown away by the wind at any moment. He wore the crimson official robe, which hung loosely upon him, as if only a skeleton remained within to hold it up. He walked very slowly. Each step seemed to require his full strength. The ivory court tablet in his hand trembled slightly, yet he still held it with unwavering steadiness. Reaching the center of the hall, Pei Cijing slowly knelt. Your servant, Pei Cijing, Minister of Personnel, has a memorial to present. His voice was aged and hoarse, yet still clear. The old emperor looked at him, sighing softly in his heart. This was the third time this year. 3 times he had submitted a request. This old man before him was a confidant from his days before ascending the throne. He had been by his side since he was crown prince, assisting and accompanying him through the journey from princely mansion to Eastern Palace, and from Eastern Palace to the Dragon Throne. 42 years. 42 years. The court had seen wave after wave of new faces. The old ministers of yesteryear had either died or retired, leaving only Pei Cijing. The old emperor suddenly felt a sense of trance. He still remembered Pei Cijing's appearance when he first entered his princely mansion. In his early 30s, full of vigor and ambition, his eyes, so bright, they seemed capable of seeing through a person's heart. Now those eyes had grown murky, the once erect spine had bent, leaving only this frail, flickering shell. Kneeling in the grand hall, using the last of his strength to present that memorial, requesting retirement. The eunuch presented the memorial. The old emperor did not open it immediately. He simply looked at Pei Cijing kneeling in the hall, and after a long while slowly spoke, "My dear Minister Pei, can you truly not stay by my side for a while longer?" His voice was not loud, yet it carried a rare hint of an old man's reluctance. All the ministers in the hall bowed their heads, no one daring to make a sound. Pei Cijing raised his head, looking at the old emperor on the throne, a bitter smile forming on his deeply wrinkled face. "Your Majesty's gracious favor moves me to tears of gratitude." His voice was aged and slow, each word spoken as if using the last of his strength. "It is not that I am unwilling, but your servant can no longer do it. He paused, lowering his head to look at his withered hands resting on the court tablet. Last year I suffered a severe illness and barely survived, but my body has been hollowed out at its core. The imperial physicians say that this body of mine cannot hold on much longer. I have been away from home for over 40 years. When I left, my elderly mother was still alive and my wife and children were still young. Now my mother has passed away and my wife and children have grandchildren of their own. I only wish in my final days to return to my roots and gaze once more upon the mountains and waters of my homeland. He raised his head, a plea in his murky eyes. I beg your majesty to grant this wish. As his words fell, the hall fell into complete silence. The old emperor looked at that aged face, at the earnest plea in his eyes. Despite the countless reluctance in his heart, it could only transform into a long sigh. He was not an unfeeling person. 42 years of companionship, such a deep bond between ruler and subject was more than enough. It was time to let the man go home. Granted. The old emperor spoke, his voice tinged with fatigue and a hint of resignation. Pei Cijing kowtowed deeply, his aged form prostrate upon the golden brick floor, remaining there for a long time, without rising. Your servant. Thanks your majesty for your boundless grace. The old emperor waved his hand. Grant him a seat. A eunuch hurriedly brought a brocade stool and helped Pei Cijing to sit down. This old minister's constitution was now so frail that he lacked the strength to stand after kneeling for so long. Once Pei Cijing was settled, the old emperor looked at him and asked again, for this departure, my dear minister, maybe you have anyone to recommend for the post of Minister of Personnel? This was the customary practice. When a senior official retired, if there was a suitable candidate, the court would naturally give priority to their recommendation. Pei Cijing, however, shook his head without a moment's hesitation. Having accomplished his duties and achieved honor, he naturally had no intention of getting involved further. His voice was calm as he stated, this matter should be decided by your majesty. The old emperor looked at him, understanding in his heart. Pei Cijing did not wish to be entangled in this affair. And indeed, at his age, about to retire to his hometown, why wade into these murky waters? Recommending one person would offend another. If he were to be drawn into factional strife, whether these old bones of his could safely return home was anyone's guess. Very well. The old emperor nodded, his gaze sweeping across the ministers in the hall. Then let us discuss it now. The position of Minister of Personnel is vacant. All my dear ministers may share their thoughts. As his words fell, the atmosphere in the hall shifted subtly. Those who had been prepared for this moment began to stir restlessly. After all, the highest positions were like radishes in pits, one radish per pit. Since the great Qian dynasty was free of both natural disasters and man-made calamities, and the incumbent radishes had committed no errors, they would not be easily uprooted or moved. Even for those with sufficient seniority who wished to advance further, there was no pit available. The position of Minister of Personnel was the only opportunity in recent. After all, none of the occupants of other high positions were over 70 years old. Judging by their health, it was perfectly normal for them to hold on for another 5 or 6 years, barring unforeseen circumstances. Thus, this opportunity was not to be missed by anyone with ambition. Ever since Qian's first memorial requesting retirement, those who deemed themselves hopeful had begun their preparations. The first to step forward was Zhou Yan, the Minister of Rights. Your Majesty, Zhou Yan said, cupping his hands. Li Yuan, the Right Vice Minister of Personnel, has served in the ministry for over a decade. He is well versed in its affairs and exceptionally capable. Your servant believes he is worthy of the position. As soon as he finished speaking, Qian Su, the Vice Minister of War, also stepped forward. Your servant concurs. Vice Minister Li is upright in character and fair in his dealings. Truly a suitable candidate. Several more officials came forward, one after another, all recommending Li Yuan. The old emperor nodded slightly, his expression unreadable. Then another faction, Zhang Huiyuan, the chief censor, stepped forward. Your Majesty, Zhao Ming, the left Vice Minister of War, is proficient in both civil and military affairs. Having served as a local official for many years, his achievements are outstanding. Your servant believes that Vice Minister Zhao is also capable of serving as Minister of Personnel. Your servant concurs. Your servant also concurs. Several more voices followed. Subsequently, a third group followed suit. Sun Xian, the Vice Minister of Revenue, stepped forward. Your Majesty, Lin Mo, the left Vice Minister of Justice, has served in the ministry for many years, upholding the law with impartiality and unwavering integrity. Your servant recommends Vice Minister Lin. Your servant concurs. The old emperor listened to these names, watching the ministers step forward silently, tallying in his heart. Li Yuan, Zhao Ming, Lin Mo. These three names were repeatedly brought up, each with their own supporters, evenly matched in strength. And the most subtle point was that the ministers supporting these three men vaguely belonged to different factions, yet all pointed as if by unspoken agreement. The old emperor's gaze swept almost imperceptibly towards the crown prince, who stood at the very front. Crown Prince Li Qingxian, his legitimate eldest son, was already 49 years old. After the new year, he would be 50. Traces of white could be seen among his hair. His expression was composed, unruffled. At this moment, he kept his eyes lowered as if deaf to all that was happening, standing there quietly like a statue. But the old emperor knew that all three of these men were the crown prince's people. Li Yuan, the right vice minister of personnel, was the cousin of the crown princess. Zhao Ming, the left vice minister of war, was a student of the crown prince's grand tutor. Lin Mo, the left vice minister of justice, was also a core figure of the crown prince's faction with close ties to him. The old emperor averted his gaze at turmoil of complex emotions churning within him. This was the third time this year. 3 times for every important vacancy the person put forward was inextricably linked to the crown prince. This legitimate eldest son of his was no longer young. And he, as the imperial father at 66 this year, had been on the throne for nearly 40 years. Though his health was still relatively robust after all. How many more years could he sit on this throne? Could he not wait, even a little longer? The old emperor lowered his eyes, the beaded tassels of his crown swaying gently, concealing the dark glint that flashed through his gaze. Was he not even willing to put on a pretense anymore? He sighed softly in his heart, yet his expression remained impassive. Left Prime Minister, right Prime Minister, what are your opinions? The old emperor asked as per protocol. Lu Feng, the left Prime Minister, stepped forward. This old minister past 60 wore his court crown straight, his hair and beard meticulously groomed his face, gone, his eyes gleaming with shrewdness and worldly wisdom. He cupped his hands, his voice steady. Your Majesty, this matter should be decided by your Majesty. Du Hui, the right Prime Minister, stepped forward, almost simultaneously standing shoulder to shoulder with him. Your servant also believes this matter should be determined by your Majesty's sage judgment. The two spoke in unison. After speaking, they exchanged a glance, one filled with wariness, scrutiny, and a hint of unspoken understanding. The old emperor looked at these two old foxes, sneering slightly in his heart. Lu Feng and Du Hui. They had been feuding in the court for over a decade. Whenever anything came up, they would be at each other's throats, arguing endlessly. Yet only in matters like this did they show remarkable unanimity. No stance, no alignment, no involvement. Offending no one. Recommending no one. Kicking the ball right back to him. The old emperor was not annoyed. He merely nodded slightly and consulted a few other senior ministers. Lu Hui, the Minister of Revenue, was vague in his response, merely saying that all the vice ministers are capable officials. Zhou Yin, the Minister of Rights, subtly favored Li Yuan in his words, but dared not state it too explicitly. Fangxing, the Minister of Works, had simply pleaded illness and did not attend. The old emperor listened to them all, a rough assessment forming in his mind. The hall fell silent for a brief moment. The old emperor's gaze slowly swept across the assembled ministers, finally resting upon one person. That person stood in the ranks of the princes. He was tall and straight, with handsome, resolute features, a hint of composure and detachment in his brow. Compared to the other princes, he was considerably younger, yet he wore his court robes with impeccable precision. The 6th Prince Li Qingyu. The old emperor's gaze upon him softened slightly. This child was the son of him and the current empress. At 23, ranked 6th among the princes, he was a legitimate son by birth. By seniority, he had 5 elder brothers ahead of him. Every time the old emperor saw him, he felt he was looking at a younger version of himself. It wasn't just the physical resemblance. It was that aura. Composure laced with sharpness, detachment, concealing insight. Unflustered by events, unshaken by crises, speaking when necessary, remaining silent when not. A sudden thought stirred in the old emperor's mind. He spoke, his voice steady. 6th one. Li Qingyu stepped forward upon hearing this, cupping his hands. Your son. The old emperor looked at him and asked, what do you think of this matter? Everyone in the hall was taken aback. For such a critical appointment, the emperor was not asking the crown prince nor the elder princes, but specifically the 6th prince. The crown prince's eyelashes flickered almost imperceptibly, yet he still did not raise his head. The gazes of the other princes drifted over seemingly casually, yet deliberately. Li Qingyi's expression remained unchanged, as if he had noticed nothing unusual. He merely bowed his head slightly, speaking in a steady tone. Your Majesty, your son believes. He paused as if weighing his words. The hall quieted down, everyone waiting to hear what brilliant insight this 6th prince might offer. Li Qingyu raised his head, his gaze calm as he looked at the old emperor on the dragon throne, speaking slowly and deliberately. The position of Minister of Personnel oversees the appointment, dismissal, evaluation, promotion, and transfer of all officials in our great Qian. This includes court ministers whose decisions bear upon national policy down to the county magistrates who govern the common people. All fall under this office. This position is of utmost importance and is no trivial matter. The assembled ministers nodded. What he said was true. The Minister of Personnel had always been known as the deputy of the Prime Minister. Everyone knew its weight, though it was a statement that said nothing new, just empty rhetoric. Li Qingyu continued, whoever assumes this position must be loyal to your Majesty and loyal to the great Qian. Only then can they act with fairness and impartiality, selecting truly worthy talent for our great Qian. With that, he lowered his eyes and said no more. He had not recommended anyone. He had not favored any side. He had not even offered any assessment of the leading, but had he finished his speech? Yes. No one present could say he had said nothing. His words were high-sounding, every phrase a grand principle, an inviolable rule. Yet upon closer examination within these few sentences, one core theme reappeared repeatedly. Loyal to your majesty, loyal to the great Qian. Not loyal to the crown prince. Not loyal to any faction, but loyal to the emperor, loyal to the great Qian. The old emperor's eyes flickered slightly as he listened. He looked at Li Qingyu. On that young face, there was no smugness, no eagerness to please, not even any superfluous expression. He simply stood there calmly, as if the words he had just spoken were mere routine, not worth mentioning. A complex feeling suddenly welled up in the old emperor's heart. This child, did he have no thoughts of his own, or was he deliberately speaking this way? A barely perceptible light flickered in the old emperor's eyes. This speech of universally acknowledged truths, seemingly saying nothing, had in fact said everything. He had offended no one, entangled himself in no disputes, yet placed the most important principles squarely before everyone. The minister of personnel must be loyal to the emperor. Loyalty, loyalty, and still loyalty. Within the Qianqing hall, incense smoke curled lazily upward. The aging emperor sat rigid upon his throne, the beaded tassels of his imperial crown casting fragmented shadows before his eyes. He lowered his gaze, peering through the gaps in the beads, sweeping his gaze over the assembled civil and military officials arrayed in 2 rows within the hall. Supporting the crown prince was of course beyond reproach. He was the legitimate eldest son born of the late empress, the rightful heir apparent. His position was as deeply rooted as it was secure. As long as he committed no grave error, the empire would eventually be his. It was only human nature and the way of officialdom for courtiers to curry favor with their future sovereign in advance. But the old emperor's fingers gripping the armrest of his dragon throne tightened almost imperceptibly. He was the reigning emperor. He was not dead yet. His gaze passed over those lowered heads one by one. Li Yuan, the right vice minister of revenue, was the crown prince's man. Zhao Ming, the left vice minister of war, was the crown prince's man. Lin Mo, the left vice minister of justice, was also the crown prince's man. Those ministers who had just recommended those 3 men, were they not in one way or another connected to the crown prince? When had this entire court become the sole domain of the crown prince? The old emperor's expression remained impassive, but within his heart a storm raged. You, where is your so-called loyalty? He suddenly recalled the words spoken earlier by the 6th Prince Li Qingyu. The minister of personnel must be loyal to your majesty, loyal to the great Qian. Loyal to your majesty, not loyal to the crown prince. A flicker of complex emotion passed through the old emperor's eyes. That boy, the 6th one, sees things clearly. As he mused, his gaze swept across the assembly and suddenly came to a halt. Speaking of loyalty, Shen Zhongqing, the left vice minister of personnel. This man had remained inconspicuous in the ranks, his crimson official robe immaculate, his countenance calm, eyes lowered, as if deaf to the subtle power struggle that had just transpired. The old emperor looked at him, a slight stir in his heart. Come to think of it, after Mei Qian's serious illness had left him depleted of energy. Most of the Ministry of Personnel's affairs had been managed by Shen Zhongqing. The intricate tasks of official assessments, promotions, and transfers. He handled them all in an orderly manner, never making an error. In terms of seniority, he had sat in the vice minister's seat for 6 years, his credentials ample. In terms of capability, the smooth operation of the ministry over the past half year was proof enough. In terms of familiarity, besides Mei Qian, who in the entire court knew the ministry's intricate details better than he. By all rights, he was the most suitable candidate for Minister of Personnel. Yet with so many recommending Li Yuan, Zhao Ming, and Lin Mo, no one had even mentioned Shen Zhongqing's name. The old emperor's gaze darkened slightly. Had they simply forgotten, or was it a deliberate omission? He glanced at Shen Zhongqing once more. That man still had his eyes lowered, his face devoid of any expression, as if all of this had nothing to do with him. But who was the old emperor? He had been on the throne for nearly 40 years. What manner of men had he not seen? Shen Zhongqing's air of indifference was too deliberate, so indifferent, it seemed like a calculated attempt to stay out of the spotlight. The old emperor suddenly recalled an incident from a few months prior. The 2 daughters of the Shen family. One had been caught in a secret liaison with the heir of the Weiyuan marquis, and the other had been married off in a swap to the unremarkable son of the second branch. The scandal had caused a city-wide uproar, tarnishing the Shen family's reputation. Shen Zhongqing, as the father, had naturally suffered some consequences. Since then he had become much more low-key. He no longer navigated between the ministries as he once had, nor did he speak frequently during court discussions. He simply and silently performed his duties like a drop of water merging into a river, becoming utterly unremarkable. The old emperor saw it clearly. Was this a sign of being deeply wounded or a strategic retreat to play it safe and protect himself? Most likely the latter, wasn't it? How many people had their eyes on the position of Minister of Personnel? If Shen Zhongqing were still the hot candidate he had been a few months ago, the ones being pushed forward as targets today would not have been Li Yuan, Zhao Ming, and Lin Mo, but him. Those who wished to place their own people in power would first have to move Shen Zhongqing the stone in their path. But now, The old emperor's lips curved into a faint smile so subtle it was nearly imperceptible. Now that he had retreated, no one was targeting him. But being Loki also had its drawbacks. It was easy to be forgotten by those above. Without someone to promote or recommend him, even a man of immense talent could only endure in his vice minister position, waiting hoping for an opportunity that might never arrive. The old emperor withdrew his gaze, a decision forming in his mind. He recalled the sixth prince's words, the minister of personnel must be loyal to your majesty, loyal to the great Qian. And wasn't the name Shen Zhongqing itself a testament to loyalty? Was this young man trying to play mind games with his old father? However, it was time to knock the crown prince's faction down a peg. Every reign has its own ministers. Since they were still in his reign, they should not mistake who stood at the front of the line. The old emperor's eyelids lowered slightly, and he spoke slowly, Shen Zhongqing. His voice was not loud, yet it was distinctly heard by everyone. The atmosphere in the hall tightened. Shen Zhongqing stepped forward from the ranks, the hem of his crimson robe swaying gently with the movement. He walked unhurriedly, each step steady and firm. Reaching the center of the hall, he bowed deeply towards the throne. Your subject is here. His voice was calm and composed, neither servile nor overbearing. The old emperor looked at him, his gaze filled with scrutiny, consideration, and a hint of unfathomable depth. After Minister Mai's retirement, have you been managing the affairs of the Ministry of Personnel in his stead? Shen Zhongqing bowed his head. Yes, your majesty. The old emperor nodded, a note of approval in his voice. Over these past months, the ministry has operated as usual. Official assessments, promotions, and transfers. None have been mishandled. I have reviewed the memorials you submitted. They are clear and well handled, bearing the mark of Minister Mei in his prime. At these words, the expressions of those in the hall shifted. Approval. This was unmistakable approval. Shen Zhongqing kept his eyes lowered, his face betraying no emotion. He merely bowed slightly. Your subject does not deserve such praise. Minister Mei offered me much guidance during his tenure. I merely followed the rules he established and cannot take credit. The old emperor looked at him, a barely perceptible smile flickering in his eyes. This man does not covet credit. By attributing the success to the retired minister, he appears humble, while subtly enhancing Mei Qiantis' reputation for excellent guidance. He knows how to conduct himself. No need for such modesty. The old emperor waved his hand, his tone suddenly turning solemn. The position of Minister of Personnel is of great importance. I have given it much thought. Throughout the court, no one is more familiar with the ministry's affairs than you. From this day forth, you shall act as the acting Minister of Personnel and preside over the ministry's matters. As his words fell, a profound silence enveloped the hall. Everyone was stunned. Acting. Not a direct appointment, but acting. But even acting, it was still the minister. Shen Zhongqing was also stunned, but more deeply than the others, as if he had not anticipated this outcome at all. He raised his head, looking at the old emperor on the throne, his eyes reflecting disbelief, flattered surprise, and a hint of perfectly timed trepidation. Your majesty. His voice trembled slightly. What virtue or ability does your subject possess to bear such a heavy responsibility? The position of Minister of Personnel requires a person of high moral standing and profound seniority. Your subject's qualifications are shallow and reputation light. I fear I am unequal to the task. I beseech your majesty to rescind the order and choose another worthy individual. The old emperor looked at his performance, a quiet sneer in his heart. Trepidation. Flattered surprise. If he were truly so fearful and so overwhelmed, he wouldn't be the Shen Zhongqing capable of managing the Ministry of Personnel so effectively. Yet the old emperor's face remained impassive. He simply waved his hand. My mind is made up. You shall act in this capacity for now. If you perform well, the acting will eventually be removed. If you perform poorly, he paused, his tone, then I shall find someone else. A chill ran through Shen Zhongqing's heart. The message was clear. The opportunity was given, a whether he could seize it. He kowtowed deeply, his voice solemn and steady. Your subject obeys the decree. The old emperor nodded slightly and said no more. The assembled ministers watched this scene, their thoughts a whirlwind. Crown Prince Li Changqian still kept his eyes lowered, his face unreadable, but the hand hanging by his side tightened ever so slightly. Among the other princes, some appeared thoughtful, some remained impassive, and a few had a barely noticeable flicker of emotion pass through their eyes. And those ministers who had been arguing so heatedly just moments ago fell silent, each calculating inwardly. What did Shen Zhongqing's acting? Who was behind him? Who recommended him? When had he caught the emperor's eye? And when would the acting be dropped? Shen Zhongqing retreated back into the ranks and lowered his eyes once more, as if the recent upheaval had nothing to do with him. But he himself knew his heart was beating faster than usual. It's done. Half the battle is won. He raised his head, his gaze passing over the layers of official hats to rest on the carved caisson ceiling of the hall, his mind already calculating. Acting minister was only the first step. The true test was still to come. At that time, the Ministry of Personnel would enter its busiest period of the year. Official evaluations, performance reviews, promotions, transfers, and position assignments. Each and every matter would require his personal attention and handling. At that time, the Ministry of Personnel would enter its busiest period of the year. Official evaluations, performance reviews, promotions, transfers, and position assignments. Each and every matter would require his personal attention and handling. If he could manage these affairs flawlessly, proving he indeed had the ability to lead the ministry, then the acting prefix on his title would naturally be removed. If he failed, Shen Zongcheng's gaze narrowed slightly. Then, as His Majesty said, they would find someone else. At this juncture, anyone rising to power must pass this test. He was no exception, nor did he need to be. All he needed to do was pass this test. Shen Zongcheng lowered his eyes, a faint curve touching his lips. The smile was so slight it was nearly invisible, yet it carried a hint of certainty and composure. He had been in the ministry for 6 years, learning the ins and outs under Pei Cijing. The backgrounds of the officials, the importance of the various positions, the intricate web of personal connections. He knew them all like the back of his hand. When it came to handling these affairs, he had absolute confidence. The difficult part was not the work itself, but Shen Zongcheng's peripheral vision caught the upright figure standing not far away. The Crown Prince. And those behind the Crown Prince. By acting as minister, how many people's paths had he blocked? Would they try to sabotage him? Would they pull strings behind his back? Would they use the year-end assessments to give him a hostile welcome? Shen Zongcheng withdrew his gaze, sighing softly in his heart. Never mind. He would take it one step at a time. At least for now, he had an opportunity, and this opportunity was exactly what he wanted. The audience is concluded. Withdraw from court. The eunuch's shrill voice echoed through the hall. The officials performed their bows in accordance with protocol, shouted "Long live the emperor" in unison, and then filed out of the Qianxing hall one by one. Outside, the sunlight was just right. The autumn sun bathed the white marble steps, stretching the shadows of those coming and going into varying lengths. A few old locust trees swayed gently in the breeze, scattering dappled patterns of light and shadow on the ground. Crown Prince Li Chengqian walked at the front, his steps steady and his expression as calm as ever. Behind him followed several ministers, keeping a careful distance. Not too close, yet not too far. Li Qingyu emerged from the hall, his pace neither hurried nor slow, maintaining a proper distance from the Crown Prince ahead. Sixth brother. A voice suddenly came from Li Qingyu. Looked up to see the Crown Prince had stopped and turned around to face him. His gaze was calm, a faint smile on his face, as if it were merely an elder brother calling out to his younger sibling. Li Qingyu quickened his pace and approached the Crown Prince, offering a slight bow. Imperial brother. The Crown Prince looked at him and waved his hand with a smile. Between brothers, no need for such formalities. With that, he began to walk forward. Li Qingyu followed at his side, trailing half a step behind. The two of them walked slowly along the white marbles. An autumn breeze swept by, rustling the hems of their robes. After walking for a while, the Crown Prince suddenly spoke. Sixth brother, your performance in court today was quite impressive. His voice was light, as if he were commenting on the pleasant weather. Li Chengjia's step faltered for a moment before returning to normal. He turned his head to look at the Crown Prince's young face, wearing a perfectly crafted look of confusion. What is Imperial brother referring to? Your younger brother doesn't understand. The Crown Prince did not look at him, but continued walking, his gaze fixed on the layers of palace towers in the distance. Sixth brother need not play dumb. His tone remained flat. Among Li Yuan, Zhao Ming, and Lin Mo, one of them was your man, wasn't he? Li Qingyu stopped in his tracks. The Crown Prince also stopped. He turned around, looking at Li Qingyu, his gaze holding a mix of scrutiny, a hint of emotion, and a complexity that was hard to define. Between us brothers, some things don't need to be said explicitly. The Crown Prince spoke slowly, his voice low. You won this round today. However, next time it may not be so easy. He paused, a slight curve at the corner of his lips, the smile carrying a hint of profound meaning. With that, he turned and continued walking forward. The figure in the apricot yellow robe grew more distant in the autumn sunlight, eventually disappearing around the corner of the imposing palaces. Li Qingyu stood still, watching that retreating figure, unmoving for a long time. The autumn wind blew, stirring his robe and ruffling the stray hairs on his forehead. So I was seen through after all. He murmured to himself, his voice so soft it was barely a whisper. That three-way stalemate of recommendations in court today. On the surface, it appeared that Li Yuan, Zhao Ming, and Lin Mo each had their own supporters, creating a balance of power. But in reality, the Crown Prince had only intended to push Li Yuan forward. It was he who had added fuel to the fire. He had secretly orchestrated the inclusion of Zhao Ming and Lin Mo, creating the three-way standoff to prevent the Crown Prince's man from easily securing the position. This way, Father would notice that so many people in the court were eager to place their own people in the Minister of Personnel's seat. Father would become wary, wondering who all these people belonged to. Father would then remember Shen Zongcheng, the man no one had recommended. Li Qingyu lowered his eyes, a faint smile curving his lips. Shen Zongcheng's words about loyalty were not spoken in vain. He had heard them clearly, and so had Father. A man whose very name embodied loyalty, standing quietly, while everyone else scrambled to align themselves with the Crown Prince, neither contending nor speaking. What would Father think? Father would think that this man was truly the one who could be relied upon. These tactics were not particularly complex, and could be easily seen through, but they sufficed. After all, the crown prince had been crown prince for far too long. Li Qingyu raised his head, looking in the direction where the crown prince had vanished, his gaze deep and thoughtful. Don't blame anyone for scheming. This was how the struggle for the throne had always been. Contending for that position was not only for his own ambitions, but also to protect those dear to him. Li Qingyu couldn't help but think of his mother, of the Duke of Qingguo's household that supported him, and of the ninth sister, who was temporarily placed in the Weiyuan marquis residence. He wondered how she was doing. Only when he truly ascended the throne would the family be reunited. Li Qingyu turned and walked in another direction. The autumn sunlight fell upon his young face, which was as calm as still water, betraying no emotion. But in his eyes were reflected the light of the sky and the shadows of clouds, the layers of palaces, and also those thoughts that could not be spoken, mentioned, or shared with anyone. Behind him, the upturned eaves of the Qianqing Hall stood silently in the sunlight, and the copper bells hanging from the eaves swayed gently in the wind, emitting a crisp ding-dang, like a silent urging or like a long drawn-out sigh of time. In the distance, the crown prince's figure had long since disappeared. Up close, the sixth prince's back also grew more distant. Only those copper bells continued to ring softly in the wind, one note after another echoing through every corner of this ancient imperial city. In the tranquil chambers of Annal residence, the afternoon sunlight streamed through the latticed window, casting a warm mottled glow upon the floor. Pei Cijing lay on the bed, eyes wide open, staring fixedly at the canopy above. The canopy was embroidered with intertwined lotus motifs, the pale blue silk threads shimmering faintly in the light. The blooms seemed vibrant and lively, yet the longer he gazed upon them, the more his irritation grew. He turned over, then turned over again, and again. After rolling restlessly across the bed, Pei Cijing suddenly sprang upright, with a swift motion grabbed at his hair, and let out a silent, anguished howl. He couldn't sleep. Absolutely couldn't sleep. He turned his head to look at the empty space beside him. The bedding was laid out perfectly smooth, the pillow placed neatly, without even a single crease, as if it were mocking him. Your wife isn't here. Pei Cijing stared at the empty pillow. His gaze was mournful, like a man abandoned, left to guard an empty house, all alone. The hour after the midday meal was supposed to be his unshakable nap time, a sacred, inviolable period. A fine tradition he had maintained since his previous life. After a hard morning's work, one needed rest and relaxation, right? In the past, a nap served to recharge his energy for an afternoon of leisurely strolling and gossip. Now, without that nap to restore his vitality, he simply lacked the strength to wrestle with those weighty Confucian texts and policy essays. Before marriage, he had slept alone. After marriage, he could hold his wife while sleeping. That soft figure, that faint, subtle fragrance, that warm touch. Just thinking about it made Pei Cijing's eyelids feel heavy and his whole body relax, yearning to dive straight into the blankets. But now, his wife, who should be held in his arms, had gone to another's chambers, spending an unwavering hour each day instructing that Lady Cheng. An hour. A whole hour. Sometimes even longer. It wasn't impossible for her to stay for an entire afternoon. Pei Cijing tilted his head back with a long sigh, then flopped back onto the bed. His earlier fears had come true. The ninth prince was really trying to steal his wife. Although he knew Qing Lu was a woman, although he knew Shen Ninghuan was teaching needlework and the etiquette befitting a lady, although he knew his wife was doing all this to settle the former prince properly and avoid any mishaps, none of this stopped a faint sourness from radiating from him. He was jealous. Yes, he was definitely jealous. Pei Cijing turned over, buried his face in Shen Ninghuan's pillow, and took a deep breath. The pillow still held a faint, subtle fragrance, the scent of the sachet she habitually used, fresh and clean, its aroma soothing and reassuring. But this scent also reminded him. His wife wasn't here. His wife was accompanying someone else. Pei Cijing lay face down on the pillow, feeling gloomy, his mind churning with chaotic thoughts. The ninth prince had been raised as a boy, having lived 16 years as a prince, studied 16 years of the sage's teachings, and practiced 16 years of horsemanship and archery. Even though she now wore women's clothing, even though her heart desired to be a woman, what if her sexual orientation hadn't changed along with it? What if she still preferred women? What if through constant close contact with his wife, she developed some inappropriate feelings? Would she continue trying to steal his wife even after learning what she needed to learn? Pei Cijing sat up with a jolt, his eyes going wide. No, absolutely not. He must guard against all possibilities. He had to take action. Pei Cijing sat on the bed, hugging his knees, and began to seriously contemplate his strategy. First, he needed to confirm one thing. Qing Lu was still in a state of external yang, internal yin. Although her pulse indicated she was female, although she suffered monthly menstrual pain, the pathological tissue was still there. The thing that made her appear male had not yet been removed. That meant, physiologically speaking, she wasn't yet a completely genuine woman. And only when the other party became a true woman could Pei Cijing feel at ease. They needed to speed up the progress. That imperial physician, Hua, should be the ninth prince's primary physician. He probably understood this condition and had a treatment plan, otherwise the sixth prince wouldn't have sent him to the marquis residence to diagnose Qing Lu. Pei Cijing had also reviewed the prescriptions had written. They were all for regulating and nourishing the body, presumably preparing for a subsequent surgery. After all, it would involve cutting with a knife. Whether in his past life or now, having a good preoperative state was crucial for a successful surgery. There was nothing wrong with this line of medical thinking. But it had been so long, and they were only regulating, not operating. Clearly they lacked complete confidence. Pei Cijing frowned, his fingers unconsciously tapping on his knee. He could understand. After all, with this kind of condition, ancient medical knowledge might not be very deep. And with that kind of surgery, one cut too deep wouldn't do, and one cut too shallow wouldn't do either. With the slightest mistake, the ninth prince's entire life would be ruined. Imperial physician Hua's caution was correct. But it was too slow. What if during the time he spent being cautious, Chung Lu developed feelings for his wife? The more Pei Cijing thought about it, the more he felt he needed to give things a push. Anyway, without his wife, he couldn't sleep during his nap time. He might as well do something productive. He leapt up from the bed with a swift motion, strode over to the desk, plopped down, spread out the paper, ground the inkstick, and picked up the brush. What should he write? A medical treatise. Pei Cijing held the brush, closed his eyes in contemplation for a moment, then opened them and began to write swiftly. He wasn't a medical genius, but he had a valuable asset: the system. Back at the flower viewing banquet, he had used the miraculous healer skill to instantly discern the ninth prince's condition and deduce it was congenital pseudohermaphroditism. That skill was far more than just for observation. Upon exchange, the system had directly infused a complete set of medical knowledge into his mind. Knowledge about human anatomy, disease mechanisms, and treatment methods was as familiar to him as the texts he had memorized flawlessly in his previous life, ready to be retrieved at any moment. Now this knowledge was finally proving useful. Pei Cijing's brush didn't stop. Lines of text unfurled across the paper. A condition of congenitally intermingled yin and yang, also known as pseudohermaphroditism. Externally manifesting male characteristics, internally possessing a female body. The root cause lies in the mixing of yin and yang qi during gestation, where the male organ is not fully formed and the female body is not fully developed. This condition can be divided into three types. First, external yang with internal yin. Male appearance with internal female organs. Second, external yin with internal yang. Female appearance with internal male organs. Third, mixed yin and yang, where both external and internal characteristics are unclear. For the congenital externally internalian type, the patient exhibits male features externally, but possesses a female uterus and experiences menstruation internally. The male organ is the pathological focus, having no practical function and posing a risk of pathological changes. Pei Cijing wrote in meticulous detail. He didn't just write about the mechanisms, classifications, and symptoms, he also drew diagrams. Dozens of them. Each one was incredibly detailed, clearly illustrating the possible shapes, positions, and connections of the pathological tissue to surrounding organs. As he drew, he silently thanked his past self. Luckily, he had learned sketching in his previous life, or he wouldn't have been able to draw these. After finishing the diagrams, he began writing out the surgical steps. For the excision of the pathological tissue, it is advisable to choose a time within 7 days after the cessation of menstruation. At this time, qi and blood are balanced, making it the most suitable period for the operation. Preoperative preparations: powdered anesthetic gold needles, hemostatic powder, mulberry bark, thread, goose feather tube. During the procedure, the patient lies supine with legs apart, and a soft pillow is used to elevate the lower back and hips. The surgeon sits before the patient, securing the pathological tissue with the left hand and holding the scalpel in the right. The scalpel should be heated until slightly red and wiped clean with strong liquor. The incision should be small rather than large, shallow rather than deep. It is better to excise too little than too much. After excision, use gold needles to stimulate acupoints to stop bleeding. Select the acupoints Guan Yuan Qihai Sen Ningyue. After hemostasis, suture the incision with mulberry bark thread. The needle should be fine, the stitches dense, ensuring the skin and flesh align perfectly without any gaps. After suturing, apply a topical wound medicine and insert the goose feather tube. The goose feather tube should be soft boiled in water and soaked in strong liquor before use. After finishing the surgical steps, he began writing about postoperative care. For the first 7 days post-surgery, the patient must remain on bed rest and not get up. The diet should consist mainly of liquid foods, avoiding cold, raw, spicy, and pungent items. After 7 days, gradual ambulation is permitted, but the diet should still be light. Clean the wound daily with medicinal decoction and change the dressing. After the wound has healed, sitz baths with medicinal decoction are required. Prescription: Angelica sinensis, Chuanxiong rhizome, red peony root, Salvia miltiorhiza, motherwort, Cyperus rotundus. Appropriate amounts decocted for sitz baths once daily for the duration of 1 incense stick. After the sitz bath, an internal tonic should be taken. This prescription is specifically designed to harmonize yin and yang and awaken the fundamental female essence. Pei Cijing paused the brush hovering over the paper for a moment before he set it down with a steady hand. Ginseng, atractylodes, macrocephaloporia, cocos, licorice root. These are the 4 gentlemen to tonify qi and strengthen the spleen: Angelica sinensis, Chuanxiong rhizome, white peony root, Rhamania glutinosa, This is the 4 substances decoction to nourish blood and regulate menstruation. Add motherwort salvia, miltiorhiza, cyperus rotundus, and China rose flower to invigorate blood, resolve stasis, soothe the liver, and regulate qi. Further add human placenta, deer antler glue, and tortoise shell glue to replenish essence and blood and awaken the Bodhi's fundamental source. If this prescription is taken continuously for 3 months, it will regulate the menstrual cycle, enrich qi and blood, and gradually restore a feminine state. If combined with acupuncture at Guanyuan Qihai Zhongji Zigong and Shen Ningyue, the effect will be even better. He wrote the final stroke, set down the brush, and let out a long, slow breath. His wrist ached terribly, but looking at the thick stack of manuscripts on the table, he felt an inexplicable sense of relief. This was detailed enough, right? If he handed this to Imperial Physician Hua, that old man should be able to complete the surgery successfully, shouldn't he? If he still couldn't manage it, then his title as the head of the Imperial Medical Institute was a complete fraud. Pei Cijing stretched lazily and was just about to organize the manuscripts when he suddenly heard footsteps outside the door. He looked up. The door creaked open and Shen Ninghuan stepped inside, lifting her skirt. A faint, gentle smile graced her features. Husband, did you not rest at noon? Pei Cijing's eyes lit up. He shot to his feet, rushed over to her in 2 or 3 quick strides, and grabbed her hand. My wife is back. His tone, his gaze, the sheer joy radiating from his entire being. He looked exactly like the second young master of the marquis residence who had waited all afternoon for his wife to return to their room. Shen Ninghuan looked at him, unable to suppress a smile curving at the corners of her lips. "I'm back," she said softly. "Sister Chung was very focused in her studies today, so I stayed a little longer with her." The smile on Pei Cijing's face froze for a moment. Stayed a little longer. Didn't that mean even longer than usual? That sour feeling welled up in his heart again, but he couldn't show it. He could only manage a dry chuckle. "Oh, that hat's good, that's really good. It's good to be focused, she'll learn faster that way." Shen Ninghuan watched his happy, but actually not really expression, and the amusement in her eyes deepened. She was about to say something when she suddenly noticed the thick stack of paper on the desk. "What is my husband writing?" Pei Cijing followed her gaze, remembering what he had in his hands. "Oh, this." He led Shen Ninghuan over to the desk and handed her the stack of manuscripts. "My dear, I wrote this just now. It's about the 9th prince's condition." Shen Ninghuan took it, looked down. After only reading a few lines, her expression turned slightly serious. As she flipped further and saw the incredibly detailed drawings, her gaze paused. She looked up at Pei Cijing. "Husband, this is..." Pei Cijing scratched his head, his excuse already prepared. "It's from an ancient medical text I happened upon once. That book must have been left by some senior physician from the past. It detailed the origins and treatment methods for this condition. I found it fascinating at the time, so I read it carefully and remembered some of it." He paused, then pointed at the stack of manuscripts. "Today, thinking that Imperial Physician Hua had come to take her pulse, I decided to write down what I remembered. If he comes again, you can give this to him. Perhaps it will be of some help." Shen Ninghuan listened to his words, her gaze falling on the stack of manuscripts. Every stroke was neat and precise, without a single correction. Those dozens of diagrams were so meticulous, clearly depicting every possible form, the pathological tissue, the surgical steps, postoperative care, and medicinal prescriptions, all written out clearly and explicitly. It was like the distilled lifetime work of a seasoned. An ancient book he happened to see, read it a few times, and remembered it. Shen Ninghuan raised her eyes to look at Pei Cijing, a meaningful smile in her clear gaze. Don't think she didn't know. This was an ability exchanged from the system. Her husband's medical skills. In all of Dakian, who could possibly match him? Helping the 9th prince regain her female form was well within his capabilities. He simply had his reservations and didn't wish to act personally, hence he concealed his mastery of medicine. Shen Ninghuan, of course, wouldn't press further. She gently closed the stack of manuscripts and said softly, "My husband has been thoughtful. When Imperial Physician Hua comes next time, I will give it to him." Pei Cijing nodded, but inwardly he was muttering, "Old man Hua, you better work hard. Turn the 9th prince into a true woman soon. Let her complete the transformation in both body and mind. Let her be thoroughly and completely a girl from the end. This way, she won't develop any inappropriate feelings for my wife, right?" Shen Ninghuan covered her mouth and chuckled softly. This husband of hers was truly something else. He even got jealous of a girl. The sourness was practically wafting out of Annal residence. "My husband has worked hard today," she said softly, her voice as gentle as the spring breeze in March, yet carrying a hint of teasing. "What prompted you to write all this? Could it be that you couldn't sleep alone just now?" Pei Cijing's face flushed slightly, but he stubbornly retorted, "Who said that? I slept perfectly fine alone. I fell asleep the moment my head hit the pillow." Shen Ninghuan burst out laughing. Her laughter was crisp and clear like wind chimes tinkling gently, echoing in the afternoon sunlight. Pei Cijing was a bit annoyed by her laughter, but as he was about to say something, Shen Ninghuan stopped laughing and looked at him seriously, speaking softly, "Husband, I have been neglecting you these past few days." Pei Cijing was stunned. Shen Ninghuan continued, "Sister Chung is new to the residence, unfamiliar with everything, and given her background, my heart is always thinking of her. If I were to let an outsider teach her the things a woman should know, it would inevitably expose her secrets. So I had to take it upon myself. That 1 hour each afternoon really does mean I can't be with you. She paused, then reached out and took Pei Cijing's hand. But rest assured, husband, I know what I'm doing. I will settle Sister Cheng's affairs properly, and I won't neglect you either. She stepped closer, leaning in to whisper near his ear, her voice low. Tonight, I will make it up to you. The voice was soft, gentle, carrying an indescribable implication. The tips of Pei Cijing's ears suddenly turned bright red. He opened his mouth. He wanted to say something, but his throat felt blocked, and not a single word could come out. He could only watch helplessly as Shen Ninghuan took a step back, looking at him with a beaming smile, a glint of slyness in her eyes. Since you're not saying anything, you'll take that as agreement, she said. He'll go check on the evening meal preparations now. You should rest a bit more. With that, she turned and walked out the door with light, brisk steps. The door softly closed behind her. Pei Cijing stood there dumbfounded for a long moment before he snapped out of it. He raised his hand, touched his burning ear, then his burning cheek, and suddenly broke into a wide grin. His wife was truly something else. He was the one who was jealous, the one she didn't have time for. Yet with just a few words from her, it felt like he was the one getting a great deal. Pei Cijing stood there dumbfounded for a long moment before he snapped out of it. He raised his hand, touched his burning ear, then his burning... No, he couldn't show it too obviously. He had to stay calm. He had to maintain his composure. He took a deep breath, trying to force his expression back to normal, but the corners of his mouth kept curling up, refusing to be suppressed. Forget it. He wouldn't fight it anymore. Pei Cijing turned and plopped back down into his chair. But he suddenly remembered something, and the smile on his face dimmed a little. He looked up, staring out the window, his gaze piercing through the layers of courtyards, as if trying to cross space and time to some unknown place. That bastard Li Qingyu. He just had to shove that person into the marquis residence. Not only did it ruin his afternoon nap, but it also tired out his dear wife. Every afternoon for an hour, his wife had to go accompany someone else, leaving him to guard the empty room. When would this ever end? Pei Cijing averted his gaze and let out a sigh. Forget it. He'd endure it for now. Pei Cijing endured it for over a month. Inside the tranquil Jinggan courtyard, a wisp of soothing incense curled from the bronze burner, its gentle smoke enveloping the room in a serene and peaceful stillness. Shen Ninghuan sat on an embroidered stool by the window, meticulously embroidering an orchid on a plain white handkerchief. Cheng Lu sat across from her, also holding a needle and thread, her head bowed in focused concentration. Sunlight bathed them both, gilding their features with a soft golden glow. Shen Ninghuan glanced at Cheng Lu, a slight curve forming on her lips, her eyes holding a hint of gratification. The effort of this past month had not been in vain. When she had first arrived, Cheng Lu's way of holding a needle was completely wrong. She gripped it tightly like a writing brush, as if she wanted to nail it into the fabric. The first flower she embroidered was crooked and misshapen, like a caterpillar that had been stepped on. Looking at her now, the stitches, though not yet fine, were much neater. The half-embroidered plum blossom had petals that weren't perfectly rounded, but one could barely tell it was a plum blossom and not a fuzzy ball. Shen Ninghuan thought of her good friend Jiang Tian. That young lady could embroider a pair of mandarin ducks that looked like two fat ducks, and sew a sachet that turned out like a tote bag, insisting this is a new style, you just don't appreciate it. Compared to Jiang Tian, Cheng Lu, despite being a beginner, was already doing quite well. Your needlework has improved greatly these past few days, Shen Ninghuan said warmly, her tone filled with genuine appreciation. Cheng Lu looked up, a hint of uncertainty on her face. Really? Shen Ninghuan smiled and nodded. Of course it's true. Needlework isn't about being exceptionally skilled. It's enough to make something recognizable and to appreciate the quality. After all, she paused, a glint of playful amusement rising in her eyes. After all, not everyone in this world is a seamstress. Take a close friend I grew up with. If you gave her a needle, she'd prick her fingers until they looked like a sieve. Cheng Lu couldn't help but curl her lips into a smile. She knew Shen Ninghuan was trying to comfort her, and she appreciated it. For over a month, this second sister-in-law had been nothing but attentive to her. Her every need was met, from clothing and food to daily comforts. Every afternoon, without fail, she would come to keep her company, teaching her needlework, makeup, and all the womanly arts she should have learned from a young age, but never had the chance to. From the initial awkwardness to the current gradual improvement, Cheng Lu sometimes fell to days looking at her own reflection. Was this woman with the gentle brows and refined makeup truly herself? Speaking of which, Shen Ninghuan put down her embroidery and scrutinized Cheng Lu. Your makeup today is more natural than the last few days. Compared to needlework, makeup was Shen Ninghuan's main focus. After all, to know a person, you first know their face. One gets to know another starting from their face, observing their features, then their stature, their voice and demeanor, and finally their character and conduct. This is why makeup is so important. Through careful outlining and contouring, adjusting facial proportions, and pairing with different hairstyles and attire, one could be completely transformed. Cheng Lu couldn't always meet people behind a veil, and Shen Ninghuan couldn't always be there to apply her makeup, so this was a skill she had to master. As it turned out, Cheng Lu had a natural talent for it. She had learned remarkably well. Cheng Lu straightened up, looking at herself in the mirror. Her brows were lightly traced, curved with a natural arc. A faint touch of rouge graced the corners of her eyes, barely perceptible, yet it added a soft femininity to her originally clear, bright eyes. Her lips were tinted with a touch of red balm, not heavy or bright, but simply moist like petals kissed by morning dew. This face. It was the same face she had worn for 16 years as a prince. The same features, the same contours, yet with this change in appearance, she looked like a completely different person. Sister Huan. Cheng Lu spoke softly, her gaze still fixed on the mirror. Thank you for all your trouble these days. Shen Ninghuan smiled and shook her head. Don't say that. We are sisters, no need for such formalities. Sisters. Cheng Lu silently savored those two words. In her 16 years in the palace, she had known the warmth of family. The empress had treated her like her own daughter, her sixth brother had cherished her like a treasure, and her bond with her own sister was beyond words. And here in this little Jinggan courtyard, in the presence of this second sister-in-law, she felt that same familial warmth. She was not so different from before. She was still a sister, still someone treated with sincerity, still able to find someone to rely on. Sister Huan. Cheng Lu looked up at Shen Ninghuan, a hint sister-in-law. She felt that same familial warmth. She was not so different from before. She was still a sister. Shen Ninghuan looked at her, seeing the calm, the certainty, and the faint, barely suppressed anticipation in her clear, bright eyes. She reached out and gently took Cheng Lu's hand. The hand was slender and slightly cool, but it was steady without a tremor. Rest assured, sister. Everything is prepared. Imperial Physician Hua is the director of the Imperial Medical Institute, a highly skilled doctor. Nothing will go wrong. Besides, she paused, a flicker of amusement in her eyes. Besides, you've seen the medical notes from the past few days. They will surely aid Imperial Physician Hua. Cheng Lu was briefly stunned. She recalled the thick stack of papers Shen Ninghuan had brought to Jinggan Courtyard some days ago. When she had asked what they were, Shen Ninghuan had only smiled and said, it's something I prepared for Imperial Physician Hua. She had also read them. The pages were filled with detailed content about her condition, covering the causes, the various symptoms, the methods of treatment, and how to achieve a complete recovery. The information was extremely thorough. She had greatly broadened her knowledge. With these previous studies combined with Imperial Physician Hua's skill and his experience in the palace surgery chamber, restoring her to her true self should not be a problem. Cheng Lu lowered her eyes, her mind racing. She knew that a few people in this marquis residence were aware of her true identity. The first was the second young master, Pei Cijing, whom she had initially thought not very bright. According to her sixth brother, it was he who had identified her condition at the flower viewing banquet. He must have read about her symptoms in a medical book, which led him to see through her disguise as a woman. This had led to her fake death and change of identity. Her sixth brother described him as perceptive and unfathomable. But every time Cheng Lu saw Pei Cijing, all she saw in those bright eyes was a touch of worldly laziness and a hint of innocent foolishness. That look in his eyes didn't seem feigned. But if it was an act, Cheng Lu nodded inwardly, then he was truly one who feigned foolishness to conceal his wisdom. The second was Sister Huan before her, who was Pei Cijing's wife, one with him in heart and mind. For over a month, she had personally taken care of her, providing for her. It was she who came to Jinggan Courtyard every afternoon to teach her needlework and makeup. It was she who, through seemingly casual conversation, gradually filled her understanding with the womanly matters she had never been exposed to. She had handled everything she needed. It was impossible she didn't know her true identity. Having sent the hand-copied medical manuscript to Imperial Physician Hua earlier, and now openly mentioning preparing for treatment, she was laying all her cards on the table, no longer hiding anything. The third was the old madam. Her sixth brother might not have said anything explicitly, but after her death the empress had arranged for her to be sent to this residence. With the old madam's experience and astuteness, it was impossible she had no inkling. Yet the old madam had never come to Jinggan Courtyard. She only sent word saying, rest well, and ask for anything you need. Cheng Lu knew this was the old madam's way of showing propriety. To not inquire, to not disturb, that was the best form of protection. Because her identity was merely that of a junior relative seeking refuge, instructing them to take good care of her was already a sign of regard. If she were to keep her constantly by her side, it would be overstepping and draw unwanted attention. As for the others, Cheng Lu lifted her gaze, her eyes falling on the wisteria trellis outside the window. The flower clusters had withered, leaving only a frame of yellowing leaves swaying gently in the breeze. Everyone in this residence took her for a distant relative, a poor girl here to recuperate. She had to keep up the act. Before the old madam, before the members of the second branch, before the occasional passing maids and servants, she had to remain the frail, quiet, and well-behaved Cheng Lu. But here in Jinggan Courtyard with Sister Huan, a slight curve touched Cheng Lu's lips. Perhaps she could allow herself to relax a little. Sister Huan, she began, her voice holding a rare softness, when Imperial Physician Hua comes in 3 days. Will the treatment hurt? Shen Ninghuan looked at her at the carefully hopeful anticipation and the undisguisable anxiety on her slightly lowered face. She reached out and gently drew Cheng Lu into her arms. It will hurt, she said, not lying to her, but her voice was as gentle as if she were soothing a child. But once the pain is over, you'll never have to hurt again. From then on you can gradually show your face, live openly as a woman, wear the most beautiful dresses, adorn yourself with the finest jewelry, and you can. She paused, her voice softening further. You can live with your head held high as the person you want to be. Shen Lu leaned against Shen Ninghuan, her eyes suddenly burning. She lowered her head, burying her face in Shen Ninghuan's shoulders, saying nothing, but the slight tremor of her shoulders betrayed the surge of emotion she was feeling. Outside the window the sunlight was perfect. A gentle breeze stirred the green leaves into a soft rustle. Meanwhile in the palace within the surgery chamber, Hua Yuan stood before an old wooden table that had seen countless years, slowly turning a thin blade over the charcoal fire. The edge of the blade was already glowing a faint red, the dancing flames casting flickering shadows across his face. Today was the last day. The one lying on the bed was the final child to pass through his hands. Hua Yuan felt a sudden wave of emotion. Over the past month he had operated on at least 70 or 80 children. For each one he had used anesthetic powder, acupuncture to stop bleeding, and the finest wound-healing salve. For each one he had cut carefully, stitched carefully, and bandaged carefully. The result was that not a single one of the children who came under his knife this past month had died. Not one. This was unprecedented in the history of the surgery chamber. When news spread, the eunuchs in the palace started looking at him differently. Whether they were familiar with him or not, whenever they saw him their eyes held a certain indescribable reverence. Hua Yuan remembered a few days ago an old eunuch who served in the imperial presence had made a special trip to the surgery chamber just to give him a imperial physician. Hua, the old eunuch, had said, his voice shrill but earnest, with this skill of yours you have accumulated great virtue for us rootless ones. Hua Yuan had only smiled, saying nothing. But he knew in his heart that these children survived not because his medical skill was so extraordinary. It was the medicine. The anesthetic powder, the wound-healing salve, these were ingredients usually reserved for the nobility. And these medicines, they were all quietly sanctioned by the empress. Hua Yuan took the blade from the fire, examining it closely against the light. His face reflected in the steel hair, half-white features etched with the marks of time, but also holding a certain contentment that others might not understand. This past month he had performed over 70 operations. He treated each one as practice for the major operation he would perform on the 9th prince. The angle of the hand, the force of the blade, how deep to cut, how tightly to stitch, the need for quick hemostasis and stable bandaging. These were experiences that would normally take years to accumulate. In just over a month he had practiced, refined, and perfected them repeatedly. Now his technique was as steady as it could possibly be. Even with his eyes closed he could accurately locate the lesion, avoid the vital blood vessels, and cleanly excise everything that needed to be removed in one go. Hua Yuan took a deep breath. His hand rose, and the blade fell. The movements were clean and efficient, without a single wasted motion. Excision, hemostasis, suturing, bandaging. All done in one fluid sequence. As he straightened up from the child and let out a long breath, the eunuch at the door approached. This eunuch was young, in his early 20s, with a fair complexion. He was the one who had been supervising him for the past month. Initially his gaze had been arrogant, contemptuous, with a hint of expecting him to fail. Later it gradually turned to shock, then to something more complex. Now the eunuch walked up to him, cleared his throat, and produced a roll of imperial yellow silk. Hua Yuan received the edict. Hua Yuan was briefly startled, then knelt down. The eunuch unrolled the silk, his shrill voice echoing in the surgery chamber. By decree of the Empress, imperial physician Hua Yuan, director of the Imperial Medical Institute, due to inadequate medical skill that delayed the 9th prince's condition, is penalized to serve in the surgery chamber as a warning. A month has now passed. Hua Yuan has sincerely repented, diligently performed his duties, and earned the praise of the palace staff. He is hereby pardoned and shall return to the Imperial Medical Institute, resuming his post as director effective this day. Let it be known. Hua Yuan bowed deeply. Your servant Hua Yuan thanks the Empress for her grace. The eunuch rolled up the silk, stepped forward, and personally helped Hua Yuan to his feet. Imperial physician Hua, he said with a smile, though his tone was somewhat complex, congratulations. The month of hardship is when you return to the Imperial Medical Institute. You'll be the director again, the master physician attending to the nobles. Your fortune is something others can only dream of. Hua Yuan stood up, brushed the dust from his knees, and smiled slightly. Thank you for your care during this time, eunuch. The eunuch waved his hand dismissively, but his gaze fell on the children being carried out, a flicker of complex emotion in his eyes. Imperial physician Hua, he suddenly lowered his voice, a hint of admiration in his tone. Your skill is truly remarkable. This past month, not a single child who came under your hands has died. The whole palace is talking about it. Those lads were truly fortunate to have you here in the surgery chamber, to have these good medicines, to have. Oh. He sighed, not finishing his sentence. But Hua Yuan understood. This eunuch had also been castrated. Back then no one had given him anesthetic powder or wound-healing salve. Hua Yuan looked at him, his gaze flickering. Eunuch, he said softly, everyone has their own destiny. Those children were fortunate to have met this moment. But for you to be serving by the Emperor's side now, isn't that something others can only envy? The eunuch was stunned for a moment, then laughed. Well said, Imperial physician Hua. He cupped his hands in a salute. They'll see you out of the palace then. They'll be relying on your guidance in the future. Hua Yuan smiled and nodded. The two walked out of the surgery chamber one after the other. As he stepped through the courtyard gate, Hua Yuan looked back. The small courtyard of gray bricks and tiles stood quietly in the afternoon sun. The old crooked locust tree still stood there, its branches sparse, yet stubbornly stretching out. 1 month. He had been here for over a month. To outsiders this was a punishment, a humiliation, a bitter ordeal involving filthy work and a stain on. But Hua Yuan knew clearly in his heart. This had been the most fulfilling and rewarding month in his 40 years of practicing medicine. Those children were lucky to have. But what about him? A slight curve touched the corner of Hua Yuan's mouth. He was also lucky to have met them. Without this, where would he have found so many opportunities to practice? Where else could he have turned theoretical knowledge into practical reality? Where else could he have gained the experience of dozens of operations and honed his technique? You are not a fish, how do you know what brings a fish joy? Others saw him as being punished, but he was thoroughly enjoying it. Imperial physician Hua. The eunuch called out, noticing he had stopped. Hua Yuan averted his gaze and stepped forward. Let's go, he said, his voice carrying a hint of relief, a hint of satisfaction, and other nuances no one else could. The two walked along the narrow palace corridor, their figures gradually receding. Behind them, the heavy gate of the surgery chamber slowly closed with a low, dull creak. It sealed off the world within from the world outside. And Hua Yuan's aged silhouette, bathed in the afternoon sunlight, walked step by step towards where he was supposed to be. It was time to begin. 3 days later at noon. Sunlight filtered through the sparse clouds, casting a faint golden glow upon the green tiles of the Wei Yuan Marquis estate. Within the tranquil Jinggan courtyard, the yellowing leaves of the wisteria vine rustled softly in the gentle breeze. Outside the courtyard gate, Hua Yuan, carrying his medicine case, stepped steadily across the threshold. He wore a plain blue robe today, without a single crease. His hair and beard were meticulously groomed, his graying hair tied into a simple bun at the back of his head, secured with a dark wooden hairpin. His deeply wrinkled face betrayed no emotion. Only in his cloudy, aged eyes did a faint, unreadable glimmer occasionally flash. Shen Ninghuan was already waiting in the courtyard. Seeing him enter, she gave a slight bow and said in a gentle voice, Imperial physician, Hua, I appreciate your trouble. Hua Yuan hurriedly returned the gesture, his manner respectful, yet composed. Madam Shen, you are too kind. It is my duty. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Shen Ninghuan led him towards the main house. Passing through the moon gate and rounding the wisteria vine, they arrived at the front of the main room, where Cheng Lu resided. The door was half closed. Shadows could be seen moving within. Hua Yuan's steps faltered slightly, his gaze fixed on the door as he took a deep breath. This step across the threshold marked the true beginning. He turned his head towards Shen Ninghuan, his tone turning serious. Madam Shen, the arrangement inside. Shen Ninghuan smiled softly, pushed the door open, and stepped aside. Imperial physician, Hua, please enter and see for yourself. Hua Yuan nodded and stepped across the threshold. Then he froze. The room was more spacious than he had imagined. In the center stood a long table about 6 feet long and 3 feet wide at a perfect height. The surface was polished smooth without a single splinter. It was covered with a thick white cloth, neatly folded, its edges draping down to conceal the table legs. On one side of the long table was a small side table. Neatly arranged upon it was a collection of items. A packet of silver needles of various sizes and thicknesses glinting coldly in the sunlight. 3 scalpels of different shapes, their blades as thin as cicada wings, clearly sharpened. Jars and bottles of golden wound medicine, hemostatic powder, and anesthetic powder lined up in a row. Mulberry bark, thread, goose feather tubes, cotton cloth, and gauze all rolled up neatly. Several white porcelain bowls, a few brass basins, and several cloths folded into squares. Every item, every detail, was placed with perfect precision, as if arranged according to some diagram. Hua Yuan's gaze swept over the items one by one, and the longer he looked, the deeper the astonishment in his eyes became. He walked to the side table, picked up a scalpel, and examined it closely against the light. The blade was excellently forged, uniform in thickness with a smooth curve. It felt perfectly balanced in his hand. He set it down and picked up the packet of silver needles, pulling out a few to inspect. All lengths, thicknesses, and types were present. He walked back to the long table and pressed down on its surface. It was sturdy and steady without the slightest wobble. The height was perfect. He could work standing up without bending over or stretching. He crouched down to inspect the table legs, each one reinforced with wooden wedges. It was as stable as could be. He stood up, his gaze sweeping across the entire room. In the corner, a brazier burned brightly, but was covered with a copper mesh, ensuring warmth while preventing sparks from flying out. The window was half open, letting in a perfect breeze, neither too cold nor too stuffy. The floor was swept immaculately clean, not a speck of dust, in even the most remote corner. Hua Yuan's gaze circled the room once, then again. Finally, he withdrew his gaze and looked at Shen Ninghuan. His eyes held a complex mix of emotions. Surprise, admiration, and a hint of indescribable emotion. Madam Shen, he began, his voice solemn, this room is the most thoroughly prepared surgical chamber I have seen in my 40 years of practicing medicine. Shen Ninghuan smiled modestly. Imperial physician, why you flatter me. I merely followed the instructions in the medical texts and prepared everything accordingly. If there are any shortcomings, please do point them out. Hua Yuan, point out shortcomings. How could he? Every arrangement in this room was so meticulous it surprised even him. What he had thought of was here, but what he hadn't thought of was also here. Like the wooden wedges under the table legs. Like the precise angle of the half-open window. Like the placement of the brazier. Like the arrangement order of the scalpels, needles, medicines, and gauze on the side table. He could tell at a glance that it would be convenient. Suddenly a thought struck Hua Yuan. He turned to look at Shen Ninghuan, his gaze filled with curiosity. Madam Shen, may I be so bold as to ask, was this room arranged according to the records in that stack of medical books delivered some days ago? Shen Ninghuan was momentarily taken aback, then nodded with a smile. Imperial physician, Hua has sharp eyes. Indeed, it was arranged following the diagrams in those medical books. Hua Yuan nodded, saying no more. He walked to the window, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, and gazed at the wisteria vine outside. That stack of medical books, he remembered it naturally. Over a month ago, Shen Ninghuan had personally delivered it to him, saying that second young Master Pei had instructed it be given to him. It was a thick stack, densely covered in writing. He had assumed it was some ordinary medical record, but when he opened it, he was utterly stunned. It detailed the ninth prince's condition. Not only did it describe the cause, classification, and symptoms, but it also contained dozens of diagrams clearly illustrating every possible shape, location, and relationship of the lesion to surrounding organs. It wasn't just diagrams. There were surgical steps, postoperative care instructions, and medicinal formulas. Every step, every detail, was written out explicitly. One could tell at a glance it was the crystallized wisdom of generations of experienced physicians. Holding that stack of papers, Hua Yuan's hands trembled. He knew what it meant. It meant that this congenital yin-yang disorder had already been thoroughly studied by predecessors. It meant that the concept of restoring the origin had not only been proposed before, but had very likely been put into practice. It meant that Hua Yuan was not the first to attempt this. He wouldn't be able to start his own chapter in the family records. At this thought, the corner of Hua Yuan's mouth curved, slightly a hint of relief in the gesture. He had initially thought that if he could cure the ninth prince, he would be the first to treat this condition, and having a page dedicated to him in the family records would be a well-deserved honor. But as soon as he got the medical books and flipped through a few pages, he realized predecessors had already walked this path before him. Some physician from some family had already thoroughly studied this condition and written down all the methods clearly. Hua Yuan was merely standing on the shoulders of giants, putting it all into practice. Starting his own chapter? No chance. However, he had benefited greatly from these medical books, gaining more than 10% more confidence in the surgery. While a dedicated page in the family records was important, the patient's health was paramount. Hua Yuan withdrew his gaze and turned to look at the neatly arranged items on the side table. His confidence was now extremely high. If successful, he might not get a dedicated page, but adding a few more lines about him in the family chronicles should be possible. After all, while the Hua family had studied this, they had never practiced it. Hua Yuan would be performing this procedure firsthand. Upon success, he would be fulfilling an ancestral wish, becoming the first in the Hua family to cure this disease. A couple more lines in the family chronicles. Hua Yuan, 17th generation descendant of the Hua family, carrying on the ancestral, while treated the congenital yin-yang disorder, restored the origin, and saved the life of a noble. That would be sufficient. But what intrigued him even more was another matter. That stack of medical books. Hua Yuan's gaze flickered. If second young Master Pei Cijing possessed medical books documenting such a rare condition, could his collection hold other valuable medical texts? Could there be records of more unknown ailments and unfamiliar treatment methods? This was an unexcavated treasure trove. If he could borrow those books to broaden his knowledge and add to his experience, wouldn't his medical skills advance even further? Hua Yuan's mind began to race. But asking to borrow books empty-handed wouldn't be proper. He thought for a moment, then suddenly recalled two ancestral prescriptions. One was a beauty secret said to have been used by a favored concubine of a previous dynasty, capable of making the skin fair, delicate, and radiant. The other was a tonic for vitality, which needed no further explanation. If he could use these two prescriptions to craft some finished products and gift them to the Pei couple as a token of gratitude for borrowing the books. The corner of Hua Yuan's mouth curved slightly, but that was a matter for later. The most pressing task now was restoring the ninth prince. He took a deep breath, suppressing those distracting thoughts, and looked back at Shen Ninghuan, his tone solemn. Madam Shen, this room is excellently prepared. In my 40 years of practicing medicine, I have never seen such a thorough arrangement. If there are any deficiencies, I truly cannot find any. He paused, then added, the surgery can begin. Shen Ninghuan nodded and turned to look towards the doorway. The door curtain lifted. Cheng Lu walked out from the inner chamber. She wore a simple plain outfit today, a moon-white jacket and a pale green pleated skirt. Her hair was simply styled, secured with a single white jade hairpin. Her face was devoid of makeup, yet it made her features appear even more delicate and her skin fairer than snow. She walked unhurriedly step by step steadily until she stood before Hua Yuan. Imperial Physician Hua. She bowed slightly, her voice clear and soft. I appreciate your trouble. Hua Yuan looked at her at the calm facade and the faint flickering light in her clear bright eyes beneath. There was anticipation, there was apprehension, and a hint of deeply hidden nervousness. Hua Yuan's heart softened. He said in a gentle voice, rest assured, in my 40 years of practicing medicine, I have never failed. Today I will surely grant you your heart's desire. Those 4 words, your heart's desire, struck Cheng Lu's ears like a gentle pluck on a heartstring. She lowered her eyes, not replying. But her slightly tightened lips betrayed a subtle emotion she couldn't hide. Shen Ninghuan stepped forward and gently took her hand. The hand was slender and slightly cool, yet steady without a trace of trembling. Sister. Imperial Physician Hua. She bowed slightly, her voice clear and soft. I appreciate your trouble. Hua Yuan looked at her at the calm facade and the faint flickering light in her. Thank you, Sister Huan. At that moment a voice came from the doorway. I'm here too. They both turned to look. Pei Cijing had arrived at the door, standing just outside the threshold without entering. He wore a casual stone gray robe, his hair tied up loosely, looking much the same as usual. But his eyes at this moment were exceptionally serious. He looked at Cheng Lu, then at Shen Ninghuan, and finally his gaze settled on Hua Yuan. They'll be keeping watch outside. He said, his tone casual, but each word clear. If you need anything, call me anytime. As he spoke, his eyes met Shen Ninghuan's. The glance was brief, yet it seemed to convey 1,000 words. Shen Ninghuan gave a slight, not a small smile playing on her lips. She naturally understood Pei Cijing's meaning. Last night in their room, Pei Cijing had spoken to her with unusual seriousness. Wife, I actually know medicine too. Shen Ninghuan had been momentarily surprised, but not entirely unexpected. She had long known that her husband had exchanged for the miraculous healer skill from the system, so his medical skill should be considerable. After all, the title miraculous healer wasn't given lightly. The 9th prince's surgery I can actually perform too. Pei Cijing had continued, his tone complex, but wife, I can't do it. Shen Ninghuan looked at him. Propriety between men and women. Pei Cijing had sighed. With my position, if I were to perform that kind of surgery on her personally, even if we kept it from outsiders, she wouldn't be able to get past it herself. And the 6th prince wouldn't agree either. He had paused, taking her hand. So this matter can only be entrusted to Imperial Physician Hua. He's a court physician old enough to be the 9th prince's grandfather. He's the most suitable to perform it. But, he had looked at her seriously. If something goes wrong with Imperial Physician Hua, if there's a problem, he can't solve. Wife, you call me immediately. He'll come in and take over to ensure her and the child's. No, ensure the 9th prince's safety. Listening to him, then Shen Ninghuan's heart had melted. This man, usually seeming so lazy and indifferent, aloof from worldly affairs, but when it truly mattered, he was willing to step up, more reliable than it. Now Pei Cijing stood outside the door, his statement, call me anytime, being the fulfillment of last night's promise. Shen Ninghuan looked at him and nodded slightly, her eyes seeming to say, don't worry, I know. Pei Cijing nodded in return, turned, and walked over to sit on a stone stool in the courtyard. His back was to the door, but his ear was attuned to it, ready to rise at any moment. Inside the room, Hua Yuan opened his medicine case and took out the last packet of items, a set of scalpels he had modified and refined during over a month of repeated practice in the preparation room. They were thinner, sharper, and more comfortable to handle than the ordinary ones. He laid them out one by one on the side table alongside those prepared by the estate, then looked up at Cheng Lu. Miss, we can begin. Cheng Lu nodded. She walked to the long table, looked at the white-clothed surface, and took a deep breath. Then she lay down upon it. The white cloth was soft and clean, carrying a faint scent of soap. She lay there looking at the rafters above, at the sunlight streaming through the window lattice, at the fine dust motes drifting lazily in the beams of light. Her heart beat a little faster. Shen Ninghuan approached, holding a white porcelain bowl containing the anesthetic powder already prepared into a dark, thick concoction with a strong medicinal aroma. Sister, she said softly, drink this, and it won't hurt. Cheng Lu took the bowl, looking at the dark liquid. Its bitter scent hit her nose directly. She remembered how as a child in the palace she had to drink such bitter medicine every time she was ill. Back then she would always frown and the attendants would have to coax her for a long time before she'd drink it. Now, she raised the bowl, tilted her head back, and downed it in one go. The bitter liquid was dreadful, spreading from the tip of her tongue down her throat and into. She grimaced as she swallowed, coughing twice. Shen Ninghuan took the empty bowl and gently patted her back. Soon the effect began to take hold. Cheng Lu's gaze began to blur, her eyelids grew heavy, and her body went limp. She struggled to keep her eyes open, looking at Shen Ninghuan, her lips moving as if to. Shen Ninghuan leaned down, bringing her ear close. Don't worry, sister, she whispered, her voice as gentle as coaxing a child to sleep. When you wake up, everything will. Cheng Lu looked at her, at those clear, gentle eyes. Then her eyes slowly closed, and her consciousness slipped into darkness. Hua Yuan stepped forward, looking at Cheng Lu asleep on the long table, and took a deep breath. He picked up his most comfortable scalpel from the side table, examining it closely against the light. The blade was as thin as a cicada's wing, gleaming coldly. He set the scalpel down, picked up a silver needle from the packet, and rolled it gently between his fingers. Then he looked at Shen Ninghuan. "Madam Shen, we can begin." Shen Ninghuan nodded, moving to his side, her gaze fixed on the neatly arranged items on the side table ready to assist at Imperial Physician Hua's. Inside the room it was so quiet, only breathing could be heard. Outside, Pei Cijing sat on the stone stool in the courtyard, his back to the door. Sunlight filtered through the wisteria leaves, casting dappled shadows upon him. He sat there motionless like a stone statue. The servants in the courtyard had been dismissed. Those personally chosen by Shen Ninghuan, all discreet, and knowing their place would not gossip or cause trouble. Now the entire Jinggan courtyard was so quiet, only the sound of the wind and the occasional bird call could be heard. Pei Cijing glanced up at the sky. The sun was at its zenith. Noon. He withdrew his gaze and continued to wait. Time passed slowly, the sun gradually shifting westwards. The shadow of the wisteria stretched longer and longer on the ground. Pei Cijing remained seated motionless, counting his breaths. 1, 2, 3. He lost count. Then the door behind him creaked open. Pei Cijing rose abruptly. He turned to look. Shen Ninghuan was the first to step out. Her face was somewhat pale, with a thin sheen of sweat on her forehead and a hint of fatigue in her features. But her eyes were shining brightly. That look in her eyes. Pei Cijing understood it at once. Following her, Hua Yuan also stepped out. His face showed signs of fatigue, a hint of satisfaction, and a touch of indescribable complex emotion. But his cloudy, aged eyes were now astonishingly bright. He walked up to Pei Cijing and stood before him. They exchanged a glance. Then Hua Yuan bowed deeply, offering a solemn salute. "Second young Master Pei," he began, his voice hoarse, but each word distinct. "I have not failed the mission." Pei Cijing looked at him, at his tired yet satisfied face, at his astonishingly bright eyes, at his slightly trembling hands stained with blood. The former ninth prince, from this moment, has truly become Miss Qinglu. Ding. Successfully witnessed. Imperial Physician works miracles. Prince restored to womanhood. Gossip points 24. Current gossip points 7750. Qinglu was jolted awake by pain. Not the sharp, searing kind of pain, but a dull, throbbing ache emanating from a place she had never paid attention to before, a subtle pulse reminding her that something was fundamentally different. She tried to move her fingers. They obeyed. She attempted to open her eyes. Her eyelids felt heavy, as if sealed shut, but with a determined blink, she managed to pry them open a crack. Her vision was still blurry, but she could vaguely make out the canopy above her. It was pale cyan, embroidered with sparse orchids, a replacement her sister Huan had specially ordered after she moved into Jinggan Court. Qinglu slowly moved her eyes towards the bedside. A figure sat there. Graying hair, a plain blue robe, a face etched with wrinkles. It was Imperial Physician Hua. After washing away the traces of blood and changing into fresh clothes, he had returned to the room, seated himself on the chair by the bed, and placed a hand on Qinglu's wrist. He focused on taking her pulse. His fingers, thin yet warm, pressed against her wrist with just the right amount of pressure. Qinglu remained silent. She simply lay there, watching his focused expression, his slightly closed eyes, and the way his graying beard quivered gently with each breath. Her heart beat a little faster. She wanted to ask, yet dared not, afraid the answer wouldn't be the one she hoped for. But the look on Imperial Physician Hua's face gradually eased the tension in her heart. It was relaxed, unburdened, and carried a sense of immense. It didn't seem like anything was wrong. As Qinglu was thinking this, Hua Yuan opened his eyes. He withdrew his hand and looked at Qinglu. Seeing she was awake, he offered a gentle smile, warm and kind, like an elder looking upon a younger member of the family. "You're awake, young lady." Qinglu nodded, her lips moving as she spoke, her voice still airy. "Imperial Physician Hua, how did it go?" The moment the words left her mouth, she felt foolish for asking. If things had gone badly, would he look so at ease? But she had to ask. She needed to hear it. Hua Yuan watched her, saw the paleness of her face, the forced calm, and the deeply hidden tension and hope flickering in her clear eyes. He stroked his beard and spoke with a gentle, reassuring tone. "Rest assured, young lady. The restoration process was very smooth. Very smooth." Those 3 words hit Qinglu like a physical force, a sensation that burst from her ears and blossomed in her chest, making her eyes sting with sudden heat. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and suppressed the surging emotions within her. When she opened them again, her gaze had regained its usual composure, though a certain glimmer now resided deep within them. "Thank you, Imperial Physician Hua," she whispered, her voice thick with emotion. Hua Yuan waved a hand dismissively. "No need for thanks, young lady. If anything, today's success is greatly due to Lady Shen." He paused, a note of genuine admiration in his voice. "In my 40 years of practicing medicine, I have never met anyone who works with me in such perfect harmony." Qinglu was momentarily taken aback. Hua Yuan continued, "During the procedure, whatever I needed, a single glance was enough for Lady Shen to have it prepared and placed in my hand. Scalpels, needles, medicines, gauze. Each and every item prepared to perfection. I am old, my concentration isn't what it used to be, and I tend to get a bit tense during operations with sweat beading on my brow. Before I could even ask, Lady Shen would step forward with a cloth and gently dab the sweat away. The motion was so light and quick it never interfered with my work. This level of coordination. Hua Yuan shook his head, a complex expression in his eyes. To be honest, I sometimes wonder if Lady Shen can read my mind. Nearby, Shen Ninghuan was tidying up the used instruments by the table. She looked up and gave a slight smile. You flatter me, Imperial Physician Hua. Her tone was humble and graceful. I merely assisted from the sidelines. The true healing hands belong to you. Without your 40 years of expertise and your steady hand, all the preparation in the world would have been in vain. The words were elegantly spoken. She acknowledged his praise while gracefully deflecting the credit back to him. Hua Yuan listened, stroked his beard, and a hint of appreciation flickered in his eyes as his brow lifted slightly. This Lady Shen, truly perceptive. Cheng Lu, lying in bed, watched the two of them exchange compliments and couldn't help but curl her lips into a faint smile. There's no need for such modesty from either of you. She spoke softly, her voice weak, but carrying a hint of amusement. They'll simply thank you both from the bottom of my heart. She paused, her gaze shifting from Hua Yuan to Shen Ninghuan. Thank you, Imperial Physician Hua, for your miraculous healing, and thank you, Sister Huan, for your meticulous care. I, Cheng Lu, will remember this kindness. Shen Ninghuan walked to the bedside and gently took her hand. Sister, you're being formal again. She said warmly, we are family. There's no need for such talk of thanks. Hua Yuan nodded in agreement. Lady Shen is right. I am a physician healing the sick. You need not dwell on it, young lady. Cheng Lu looked at them both. A warmth spread through her chest. She said nothing more, merely nodded softly. Hua Yuan stood and walked to the table. From his medical bag, he took out several sheets of paper covered in writing and handed them to Shen Ninghuan. Lady Shen, these are the prescriptions I've written. For postoperative care, she must take these as directed. He paused, then began to outline the instructions. For the next 2 days, the young lady must stay in bed and absolutely avoid getting up and moving around. The wound needs to stay ventilated and should not get wet. For bathing, use a cloth dipped in warm water and clean gently, being careful not to let any water touch. As for diet, keep it light. For the first few days, stick to congee and soups. After a while, gradually introduce foods that nourish the blood and qi. Avoid anything raw, cold, spicy, or pungent, and absolutely no alcohol or seafood. If the wound hurts severely, you can mix this powder with water for external application. If she develops a fever, chills, or the wound becomes red, swollen, or oozes pus, you must send for me immediately. He gave each instruction with meticulous care. Shen Ninghuan listened attentively, nodding from time to time, committing everything to memory. Once he finished, Hua Yuan took out several boxes of medicine from his bag and placed them on the table. These are for oral administration, 1 dose per day, decocted in water and taken warm. This is the powder for external use. If the pain is severe, mix it with warm water and apply. Shen Ninghuan accepted them, saying solemnly, Thank you, Imperial Physician Hua. I have noted everything. Hua Yuan nodded, picked up his medical bag, and prepared to. As he reached the door, he suddenly paused and turned back. He said, looking at Shen Ninghuan with a hint of curiosity. Lady Shen, may I ask, was the golden wound salve used today from the marquis' own stores? Shen Ninghuan was briefly taken aback, then nodded. Indeed it was. A glint flashed in Hua Yuan's eyes. That wound salve had been remarkable. He had brought the imperial-grade supplies, specially formulated by the Imperial Medical Academy, with the finest ingredients reserved for the nobility. But before the operation, Shen Ninghuan had presented him with a box of powder, saying, The marquis' residence has some prepared as well. Please see if it's suitable, Imperial Physician Hua. He had been skeptical at the time, but upon opening it, he found the powder to be as fine as dust, golden in color with a rich medicinal aroma, even superior to the imperial. He had applied it to the wound. The moment the powder touched the wound, it quickly formed a thin scab-like layer, as if naturally healed. It was firm and adhered well, and when he gently touched it, it didn't easily come off. What did this mean? It meant that as long as the patient didn't move too much, the wound would be fine, and the risk of postoperative infection was greatly reduced. In his 40 years of practice, Hua Yuan had never seen such an effective wound salve, so he couldn't help but ask. To this, Shen Ninghuan merely smiled humbly, her tone modest. It's just some common medicine prepared at the residence. You flatter me, Imperial Common. Hua Yuan chuckled inwardly. If this was common, what did that make the imperial supplies? However, he understood that Shen Ninghuan's vague answer meant she didn't wish to elaborate. He didn't press further, merely stroked his beard, his eyes flickering with thought. This marquis household. They certainly possess many fine things. He thought of the medical text, the wound salve, the meticulously prepared instruments during the surgery, and a decision began to form in his mind. I should craft the nourishing face cream and the vitality pill as soon as possible. How can I possibly ask to borrow those medical books empty-handed? And if I could also acquire the formula for that wound salve, that would be even better. I will return in 3 days for a follow-up visit, Hua Yuan said with a bow, his tone serious. Please take good care of her in the meantime, Lady Shen. Shen Ninghuan gave a slight curtsy. Rest assured, Imperial Physician Hua. I understand. Hua Yuan nodded, said no more, and turned to leave medical bag in hand. He walked away quickly, his steps hurried, as if rushing off to attend to something urgent. Shen Ninghuan watched his retreating figure, a knowing smile curving at the corners of her lips. At the courtyard gate, Pei Cijing was carrying a tray towards Jinggan Court. On the tray sat a white porcelain bowl filled with a freshly stewed, blood-nourishing medicinal broth. It was steaming hot, the aroma of herbs and meat wafting far into the air. He walked at a measured pace, constantly looking down at the bowl, careful not to spill a drop. It had been simmering on the stove for a while. Knowing Cheng Lu would need nourishment after losing blood during the surgery, Shen Ninghuan had ordered it prepared in advance. Now that the operation was over, she had asked him to fetch it personally from the kitchen. Pei Cijing had felt a small pang of jealousy upon hearing that. His wife was certainly attentive to that former prince. But the feeling lasted only a moment. After all, she had just undergone major surgery, having been cut and bled, and was feeling very weak. The injured and the sick come first, so had let her enjoy a good life for a while. Besides, she was a woman now. Pei Cijing carried the tray to the entrance of Jinggan Court. Just as he was about to enter, a figure came rushing out, nearly colliding with him. Hey! Pei Cijing instinctively stepped aside, narrowly avoiding the collision. He looked up. It was Hua Yuan. The old man, clutching his medical bag, was scurrying away as if his pants were on fire, disappearing into the distance in a flash. Pei Cijing stared at the retreating figure, momentarily stunned. What was Imperial Physician Hua in such a hurry about? He carried the tray into the courtyard and saw Shen Ninghuan standing at the entrance of the main room, so he went over. Dear, he whispered, gesturing with his chin towards the courtyard gate. Why is Imperial Physician Hua in such a rush? Did something happen? Shen Ninghuan couldn't help but smile at his utterly bewildered expression. It's nothing, she said softly. He's probably in a hurry to prepare a gift. Pei Cijing, a gift? What gift? Shen Ninghuan looked at his blank face and explained with a smile. The wound salve you provided was extremely effective. After using it, Imperial Physician Hua was utterly amazed. Pei Cijing blinked. The wound salve. That thing. He had exchanged it from the system a long time ago, just to be safe in case of any injuries. Since today's surgery was happening, he had brought it out for use. Seems like it worked pretty well. Of course, Pei Cijing said, lifting his chin with a hint of pride. Anything I come up with is bound to be good. He silently added to himself, system products are always top-notch. It cost me some melon points, but the system hasn't let me down. It hasn't cheated this customer. Shen Ninghuan looked at his smug expression. Her smile deepened. With the medical text you gave him before, she continued, I suspect Imperial Physician Hua has already set his sights on our medical books and the formula for that wound salve. He's probably gone home to prepare gifts so he can come back and ask to borrow them. Pei Cijing. His smug look froze. He's eyeing his medical books. And the formula. Pei Cijing thought of the stack of medical text, the recipe for the wound salve, and then of Hua Yuan's hurried departure, and felt a shiver run down his spine. That old man. If he couldn't come up with something, would he be visiting every day? Shen Ninghuan saw the look on his face and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Rest assured, dear, she said warmly. Imperial Physician Hua is a man of propriety. If he wishes to borrow the medical text, he will surely come bearing generous gifts. He won't shortchange us, and he won't be pushy. Pei Cijing thought about it. He supposed that was true. Hua Yuan was, after all, the director of the Imperial Medical Academy, a fifth-rank official who had served 2 emperors. A man like that knew the meaning of reciprocity and returning a favor. He wouldn't do anything out of line. Still, he thought he could take some time to slowly write out the medical texts and some medicinal formulas. That way his medical knowledge wouldn't go to waste, and he'd be leaving a legacy for this world. He mulled this over, then looked down at the tray in his hands. He cleared his throat. Dear, the medicinal broth is here. Should I take it into Miss Cheng? No need, I'll handle it. Shen Ninghuan took the tray from Pei Cijing's hands and said gently, Sister Cheng just woke up, so it's best I feed her the broth. You go back to Anil residence and rest. He'll return later. Pei Cijing nodded. He turned to leave. After a couple of steps, he looked back. Dear, he said seriously, if you get tired, have the maids help out. Don't try to do everything yourself. Shen Ninghuan looked at him, her heart softening. I know, she said softly. Don't worry, dear. Only then did Pei Cijing nod. He turned and walked away. Shen Ninghuan watched his retreating figure, a smile curving her lips, then turned and carried the tray. Days passed one by one, and Pei Cijing felt that his little life had finally returned to normal. Reading, eating, sleeping, being urged to write. Every morning, he woke to the gentle urging voice of Shen Ninghuan dawdling through dressing and washing, then was pressed into studying the classics and policy essays at his desk. After lunch, he would take a half-hour nap. Now that half-hour was the most anticipated time of his day, because Cheng Lu was recuperating. The days of postoperative recovery were the most critical period. Although Dr. Hua said the surgery went smoothly, and although the finest wound-healing salve had miraculous effects, Shen Ninghuan was still worried. She spent most of the day at Jinggan Garden personally overseeing Cheng Lu's diet and daily routine, afraid of any mishap. Pei Cijing understood this. After all, that former prince was now a genuine patient, having been cut and bled very weak. The injured and ill take precedence or let him enjoy a comfortable period first. What's more, now at noon his wife would come back for a nap. This was simply an unexpected delight. Cheng Lu was recuperating and needed rest at noon, so Shen Ninghuan took this opportunity to return to annual residence and lie down. Although it was only an hour, and although they just lay side by side quietly doing nothing, for Pei Cijing that was enough. The bed was no longer empty with him alone, the familiar fragrance had returned to the pillow. His stubborn noon insomnia was also cured without treatment. Pei Cijing even felt that. His reading efficiency had improved a lot these days. After all, a good nap left him energetic in the afternoon, giving him the drive to write essays. Shen Ninghuan read his new policy essays and praised him with a smile, saying, "You've made great progress recently." Pei Cijing modestly waved his hand and said, "Not at all, it's all thanks to my wife's excellent teaching." But in his heart he muttered silently, "It's mainly because I slept well at noon. If I could have my wife come back every noon to sleep with me, I'd even be willing to become the top scholar." Of course, he would never say that out loud. If he said it, his wife might pinch his cheek and say, "Husband, what nonsense are you talking?" Seeing it that way, maybe it wasn't unspeakable. Pei Cijing imagined the scene and felt a warm glow in his heart. All in all, his little life these days was quite comfortable. The only annoyance, that old man Dr. Hua was a bit troublesome. His second young master Pei at home. A familiar voice came from outside the courtyard gate. Pei Cijing's hand holding the brush trembled slightly, and the tip left a long ink mark on the paper. He looked up and glanced out the window. Sure enough, that elderly figure stood at the gate carrying a medicine box in one hand and a bulging cloth bag in the other, his face beaming with a smile. It was none other than Hua Yuan, the head of the Imperial Medical Academy. Pei Cijing took a deep breath. Here he comes again. How many times was this? On the third day after surgery, Dr. Hua came for a follow-up, saying he wanted to check the healing of Miss Cheng's wound. Pei Cijing had thought the old man was quite responsible, coming in person with meticulous care. On the fifth day after surgery, Dr. Hua came again, saying it was a routine check to see if there were signs of fever or infection. Pei Cijing thought it was acceptable. After all, the first few days after surgery were critical, so more visits were justified. On the 10th day after surgery, Dr. Hua came yet again. He said it was dressing change guidance, personally demonstrating how to change the wound dressing and observe the healing progress. Pei Cijing began to feel something was off. On the 15th day after surgery, Dr. Hua came again and again. He said it was a pulse re-examination to check how the qi and blood were recovering. Pei Cijing had become numb. Today was some unknown day after surgery, and Dr. Hua came yet again. Pei Cijing put down his brush, looked at Shen Ninghuan beside him, and wore an expression of help. Shen Ninghuan was sitting by the window, embroidering a handkerchief. Sensing his gaze, she looked up and smiled slightly. In that smile were clearly written the words, "Wasn't I right?" Pei Cijing sighed. His wife had been right. Dr. Hua had indeed set his sights on him. All those follow-ups, checkups, and dressing change guidance were just excuses. The drinker's heart is not in the cup, but in the mountains and waters. The old man's real purpose was the medical books in his collection and the recipe for the finest wound-healing salve. Pei Cijing stood up, straightened his robe. He stepped outside. Since the man was already at the door, it wouldn't be good to refuse to see him. Moreover, the old man always brought gifts every time he came. One who eats is short of mouth, one who takes is soft of hand. Although Pei Cijing was lazy, he was not the kind of person who was discourteous. Dr. Hua is here. He walked to the courtyard gate, made a cupped hand salute with a perfectly appropriate smile. "Please come in, please come in." Hua Yuan returned the salute with a chuckle and followed him into the courtyard. The two sat down in the main hall. A maidservant served tea. Hua Yuan took a sip from the teacup, but his gaze kept drifting toward the study. Pei Cijing pretended not to notice. "Dr. Hua, what brings you today?" he asked directly. "Is it to see Miss Cheng?" Hua Yuan put down his teacup, stroked his beard. Exactly. Miss Cheng has undergone a knife wound after all, and the wound should be starting to heal. I need to see it myself to be at ease." Pei Cijing nodded. "Then please go to Jinggan Garden. My wife is there, she will take you over." But Hua Yuan waved his hand. No hurry. When I entered the residence, just now I already sent someone to notify Jinggan Garden. Lady Shen said Miss Cheng had just taken her medicine and was resting, and asked me." Pei Cijing. "So you came to me first, didn't you?" Hua Yuan looked at him with a beaming smile, his eyes carrying a hint of expectation, a hint of fawning, and a hint of the cunning unique to a sly old fox. "Second young Master Pei," he lowered his voice, "the medical scrolls you lent me last time I have finished copying. I have specially brought them back today." As he spoke, he took out several books from the bulging cloth bag, held them with both hands, and respectfully offered them. Pei Cijing took them and flipped. They were the medical manuscripts he had compiled these days. He set aside some time each day to gradually summarize the medical knowledge infused by the system into text: causes, pathology, treatments, prescriptions, acupuncture. He wrote everything he could and drew everything he could. Since Dr. Hua wanted to borrow them, he was not the type to hoard his own knowledge. If these things he knew spread out and could save a few more people, it didn't seem like a bad thing. So every time Dr. Hua came for a follow-up, he would lend the newly compiled manuscripts to him for copying. After copying, he returned them, then borrowed new ones. Over time, it almost became a fixed routine. Have you finished copying, Dr. Hua? Pei Cijing asked. Hua Yuan nodded repeatedly. Finished. I burn the midnight oil these days and finally transcribed it all. This medical book in your collection, second young master Pei, is truly pearls of wisdom, every sentence exquisite. I have practiced medicine for 40 years and never seen such detailed and thorough discourse. The more he spoke, the more excited he became, his eyes lighting up. Especially the surgery chapter, the treatment of knife wounds, is exquisitely detailed. If I had this medical book as guidance when I practiced in the surgery room, I would have avoided many detours. Pei Cijing listened and felt a bit uneasy. Those things were all directly infused into his mind by the system. He was only responsible for writing them down. How could he deserve such praise as pearls of wisdom? You flatter me, Dr. Hua, he said modestly. It's merely the accumulation of predecessors, and I am just organizing on their behalf. Hua Yuan waved his hand. In any case, young Master Pei's willingness to lend the medical books for me to copy shows a magnanimity far beyond ordinary people. I Hua thank you here. He paused, then took out 2 exquisite porcelain boxes from the cloth bag and placed them on the table. This is a small token of my appreciation, not worthy of your acceptance. Please accept it, second young Master Pei. Pei Cijing looked at the 2 porcelain boxes, and his eyelids twitched inexplicably. One box was celadon palm's eyes painted with orchids, very elegant. The other was white porcelain, slightly larger, plain, and unadorned, simple and tasteful. What is this? He asked. Hua Yuan stroked his beard, a hint of pride on his face. The one on the left is a beauty cream, a recipe passed down from my ancestors. It is said that a favored concubine of the previous dynasty used this for beauty, and at over 40 her skin was still like that of a 20-year-old. Some have tried it, and the effect is indeed good. Pei Cijing nodded. Beauty cream sounds good, but his wife probably wouldn't need it since their whole family had already taken the youth-preserving pill. And the one on the right? He asked again. The smile on Hua Yuan's face deepened, and he lowered his voice. The one on the right is a yang-strengthening pill. Pei Cijing. His eyelids twitched even more. Also a recipe passed down from ancestors? He asked. Hua Yuan nodded. Exactly. My ancestors served several generations of emperors, and this yang-strengthening pill was specially prepared for the nobility in the palace. Its properties are mild, nourishing without being harsh. Long-term use can make one. All right. Pei Cijing quickly interrupted him, his face turning green. Dr. Hua, I understand. Hua Yuan looked at his expression, stroked his young Master Pei need not be shy. Manly nature is natural. I see you studying hard every day, probably overexerting your mind, so I prepared this pill as a token of my regard. You may rest assured in taking it, young Master Pei. His Majesty also uses it. There is no problem at all. Pei Cijing. He was overexerting his mind. He read every day, studying classics and policy essays, not spring and autumn annals. So how could he be overexerting? Moreover, his body was in excellent shape, and his yang energy was naturally abundant. Pei Cijing took a deep breath and suppressed those messy thoughts. Forget it. The old man meant well. Although the gift was a bit subtle, neither was really useful. Thank you, Dr. Hua. He made a cupped hand salute, trying to make his expression sincere. I appreciate your kindness. Hua Yuan waved his hand, and his gaze again drifted toward the study. Second young Master Pei, he rubbed his hands together, a slightly embarrassed smile on his face. I dare to ask, do you have any new medical manuscripts today? The previous volumes have benefited me greatly, but I have finished reading them all. I just feel a bit unsatisfied. Pei Cijing looked at his expectant expression and couldn't help this old man. He was really persistent. Yes. He stood up, walked to the study, took a stack of newly compiled manuscripts from the desk, and handed them to Hua Yuan. These were just organized yesterday, several essays on gynecology. If you don't mind, Dr. Hua, you may take them to copy. Hua Yuan took them with both hands, as if receiving a treasure. He opened the first page, his eyes falling on the densely written characters, and a look of almost obsession gradually appeared on his face. That expression was very familiar to Pei Cijing. It was exactly like the look of seeing an update for a novel that had been on hiatus for a long time in his past life. Marvelous. Hua Yuan murmured to himself. So the various postpartum conditions can be treated this way. Marvelous. Pei Cijing looked at him and suddenly felt a bit moved. This old man, though a bit annoying, though he always fixed his eyes on his medical books, though the gifts he gave were a bit hard to know whether to laugh or cry. But this obsession with medicine, this spirit of learning, even in old age, was truly admirable. Take your time, Dr. Hua, he said gently. No rush. You can also take it home to copy slowly. Hua Yuan looked up. Young Master Pei, his voice choked a little. This medical book of yours has opened my eyes wide. I have practiced medicine for 40 years, thinking my skills had reached the pinnacle, but after reading this book, I realize I am nothing but a frog at the bottom of a well. From now on, I will devote myself to studying it, to spread and develop the medical arts in this book, and to save more common people. Only then will I not disappoint your kindness in lending it to me. Pei Cijing felt a bit embarrassed by his words. You are too kind, Dr. Hua, he scratched his head. I am merely organizing the wisdom of predecessors. I don't deserve such praise. If you can use these medical skills to save people, that would be the best outcome. Hua Yuan nodded solemnly and carefully put the manuscripts into the cloth bag. After a few more pleasantries, a maidservant came to report that Miss Chung had woken up and asked him to go take her pulse. Hua Yuan stood up to take his leave. At the door, he turned back. Second young Master Pei, he stroked his beard, smiling amiably. Please use the yang strengthening pill first. If the effect is good, I will bring more next time. Pei Cijing. He wore a dark expression, opened his mouth to say something, but Hua Yuan had already picked up his medicine box and walked. Pei Cijing stood at the courtyard gate watching the old man's retreating back, his feelings mixed. This old man. Why did he have to give him a yang strengthening pill of all things? He's second young Master Pei lacked nothing least of all yang energy. On this point, just ask his wife. For instance, last night, didn't he perform well? Who was the one begging for mercy repeatedly? What a joke. With red ears, Pei Cijing returned to the room and looked at the 2 porcelain boxes on the table, lost in thought. The beauty cream. That was easy, he could just hand it over to his wife. As for the yang strengthening pill, he picked up the white porcelain box, opened the lid, and brought it to his nose to smell. The medicinal aroma was rich and the scent mild indeed, as Dr. Hua said, nourishing without being harsh, a top-grade product. But he had no use for it. Pei Cijing closed the lid, his gaze swept around the room, and suddenly an idea came to him. He would secretly give it to his father another day. Although his father was still hale and hearty, he was getting on in years. Giving it to him would be putting it to good use. Moreover, Pei Cijing recalled his father's round face and the expression, "My wife is so beautiful," every time he looked at his mother. The corners of his mouth curled slightly. His father wasn't incapable, but a boost of virility now and then should enhance their marital relationship, right? The next morning, Pei Cijing was sleeping soundly when he suddenly felt an itch on his face. He opened his eyes groggily and saw Shen Ninghuan sitting by the bed holding a strand of hair and gently brushing it across his cheek. "Husband, time to get up." Her voice was as soft as the spring breeze of March. Pei Cijing blinked, then blinked again, trying to win a little more time to stay in bed. Just a little longer. Shen Ninghuan looked at his appearance and couldn't help but laugh. "No," she said softly, but her tone was firm. "The old madam sent word yesterday. We are to gather in the main hall of Phew Hall at the hour of Chen today. There is an important matter to discuss." Pei Cijing jolted awake completely. Old madam. Gathering. Important matter. These 3 words together had a lethality no less than Dr. Hua's yang strengthening pill. He sprang up and got out of bed so quickly that a corner of the blanket flew up. He wiped his face, rubbed his eyes, and began to dress. Shen Ninghuan helped him tie his belt. While fastening it, she cautioned, "Today there may be. The old madam rarely summons the whole family. Once she does, it must be something urgent." Pei Cijing nodded, but inwardly, he was muttering. Big matter. What big matter could there be? Pei Cijing knew the old madam's temperament very well. As long as the family was harmonious and stable, she would never bother with trivial details. Now the main branch and the second branch basically lived separately. It was the old madam's decision. The purpose was to avoid conflicts between the 2 sides, so she wouldn't need to step in to mediate and could save herself trouble. Therefore the old madam, who loved peace and quiet, would not call everyone together without a major reason. The time before last was when a new bride had to serve tea and the elders had to be present. The last time was when Cheng Lu entered the residence, and she had to personally settle her. So what was the reason for this gathering? Pei Cijing's eyebrows couldn't help but twitch. Inside the main hall of the Yifutong, silence prevailed. Everyone had arrived and sat obediently in their respective places, waiting for the matriarch to speak. The matriarch sat upright in the main seat, clad in a deep green robe, her hair neatly styled and held in place with a jade hairpin as she twirled a string of sandalwood prayer beads in her hand. These prayer beads had a significant history. They were trophies brought back by the old marquis from the battlefield, said to be a beloved item of a certain foreign noble, and had accompanied her for over 30 years. The beads were polished smooth by the passage of time. As they twirled gently between her fingers, they produced a faint sound of soft friction. Tap, tap, tap. The sound was neither hurried nor slow, each tap reminiscent of a silent urging echoing the long sighs of time. The people in the hall sat with their heads bowed in silence, not daring to make a sound. The matriarch twirled the prayer beads for 2 rounds before finally speaking. Her voice was soft yet clear, reaching every ear. "I have called you here today to convey an important matter." Everyone lifted their eyes to look at her. The matriarch continued, "Both the marquis and I have received an invitation from the palace. This year's palace banquet is set for 7 days from now." A palace banquet? Pei Cijing was momentarily taken aback, but then quickly realized. Indeed, it was almost the end of the year. At this time each year the palace would hold a grand banquet inviting prominent officials and their families to attend. This tradition had begun during the reign of Emperor Daqian, and had continued for over 100 years without interruption unless faced with severe natural disasters. It was always held as scheduled. The nature of the palace banquet was somewhat akin to the annual meetings at his previous company. Although Pei Cijing had not attended such events before, he could guess the general content based on his past experiences. Merely the emperor using the banquet to curry favor with officials, rewarding these court horses for their hard work over the year and encouraging them to strive further in the upcoming year to jointly build a prosperous Dakian, and perhaps to paint a few grand visions. He silently mocked in his heart, yet maintained a composed demeanor. However, the threshold for this palace banquet was significantly higher than that of the company annual meetings of his past. Not everyone could attend. Only high-ranking officials of a certain grade would receive invitations from the palace, and in a prestigious family, like the Wei Yuan Marquisate, only 2 people were qualified to attend: the matriarch herself. She was the former marquis's wife, having fought alongside the old marquis on the battlefield, granted the title of a second-grade noble lady, which bore considerable weight. The other was Marquis Pei Cijing. He had inherited the title, served on the border, fought in battles, and achieved military merit, thus naturally included in the invitation. As for the marquis's wife Elixirs, although she also held a title, it was obtained through her husband's military accomplishments without any contributions of her own, hence her rank fell slightly short, and she was not on the invitation list. However, this was not a problem. Those of high rank and noble status were entitled to bring guests to the banquet. For instance, the matriarch could bring 1 female companion, and Marquis Pei Cijing could bring 1 male relative. However, the selection needed to be decided in advance and reported to the palace so that the internal servants could arrange the seating. In previous years, the matriarch had naturally brought the marquis's wife Elixirs. This was to uphold her dignity as the marquis' wife and to present the legitimate heir status of the Wei Yuan marquis to the outside world. The marquis had brought his heir Pei Cijing. As he was the heir to the title, he needed to make appearances at such events, familiarizing himself with the court officials he would later interact. As for the second house, Pei Cijing was well aware. The second house was not only illegitimate, but also his father Pei Cijing held no official position, hence had nothing to do with this matter. Thus, in previous years, who the matriarch and the marquis brought to the banquet was always an internal matter of the first house, unrelated to the second house, and did not require family discussions. But today the matriarch had summoned the entire family. Could it be? Was there a change in circumstances? Pei Cijing pondered silently, stealing a glance at Shen Ninghuan beside him. His wife, as expected, maintained her composure, her expression revealing no turbulence, as if the matriarch's words were merely casual remarks, such as "the weather is nice today." Her delicate hands rested elegantly on her knees, poised, as if she could be a painting. Pei Cijing withdrew his gaze and continued to wait for the matriarch to speak. The matriarch twirled the prayer beads again, her gaze sweeping across the crowd, and slowly stated, "This year's palace banquet, I will take Cijing and Ninghuan with. Prepare well in the coming days, and do not lose decorum." As her words fell, there was a momentary silence in the hall. That brief moment of stillness was like a stone dropped into a deep pond, the surface first stilled before slowly rippling. Pei Cijing had anticipated some changes, but was still momentarily stunned. Bring him. And his wife? He instinctively looked toward his parents across the way. Pei Cijing had a round face adorned with a smile, his eyes narrowed into slits as the grin widened, eventually transforming his whole face into a blooming chrysanthemum. Zhou Shi's eyes curved as she looked at him, and Shen Ninghuan, yet the surprise in their eyes was unmistakable, mixed with a hint of disbelief. Clearly the second house had not expected such good fortune. Pei Cijing looked towards the upper seat. Marquis Pei Cijing's expression remained unchanged, revealing no emotion, yet he showed no surprise either. His brows were calm, indicating he had already known about this matter and had no objections. It was Lady Elixirs, however. Her expression slightly altered. The change was subtle, just a tightening of her lips, a slight twitch of her brows, and a firm grip on the handkerchief, yet it did not escape Pei Cijing's keen eyes. Elixirs opened her mouth as if to say something, but ultimately could not hold back, saying, "Mother, isn't this inappropriate? It has always been me and the heir." Her words were left unfinished. The matriarch's gaze swept over. That glance was as cold as a winter month's knife, devoid of warmth, yet sharp enough to pierce one's heart. It was merely a fleeting glance, yet it made Elixirs' subsequent words stick in her throat. Her face paled slightly. She lowered her eyes, not. The atmosphere in the hall became subtly tense for a moment. Marquis Pei Cijing slowly turned his head to look at his wife, his gaze lacking sharpness, only showing a mix of complexity, helplessness, disappointment, and a hint of unspoken sigh. Who the mother wishes to bring is naturally her right. He spoke, his voice soft yet clear, echoing in the silent hall. Cijing is preparing for the imperial examination. Since he has this ambition as his uncle, is there any issue with taking him to the banquet to broaden his horizons? He paused, his tone growing heavier. This matter has already been decided by my mother and me. Do you have any objections? Elixirs lowered her head, her voice muffled, like it was squeezed out from her throat. I have no objections. Marquis Pei Cijing glanced at her. He did not say anything further. Only the hand resting on his knee tightened momentarily before slowly relaxing. As for his wife, there was no significant issue. She was neither vicious nor harmful and managed the household diligently. Yet her mind was ultimately not sharp enough, her temperament not broad enough, fixated solely on her own little domain, seeing the little family of the first house, but failing to perceive the larger picture of the entire marquis. In dealing with matters, she still struggled to see clearly. The matriarch had brought her in previous years to uphold her dignity as the marquis's wife. However, this year, not bringing her naturally had its considerations, and she should also reflect on the events that had transpired in the first house. Was it appropriate to attend the palace banquet? Would it invite ridicule? Furthermore, she was thinking of finding the heir's wife at the banquet, not considering whether others would even look her way. Moreover, now taking his nephew and niece-in-law along aside from the stated reasons, it was also a compensation for the second house, and even more so, it conveyed the message that the marquis was still harmonious. It could also help salvage some reputation for the marquis. Yet she did not inquire about the reasons, nor did she consider the bigger picture. Her first reaction was, this is inappropriate. In her eyes, dignity belonged to her, and should always be hers. When others took it away, it was theft. She did not even think about the deeper meanings behind each decision. She did not reflect on why the matriarch's decisions needed her scrutiny. Could she possess the wisdom of her mother? If one could not be wise, then one should learn to heed the words of those with insight. Pei Cijing's gaze moved away from elixirs, landing on Pei Cijing, who had remained. Pei Cijing sat quietly, his expression calm, as if that brief commotion had nothing to do with him. He simply lowered his eyes, staring at the teacup before him, which had already cooled, yet he remained oblivious, gazing quietly. A hint of complexity flickered in Pei Cijing's eyes. This unfilial child had managed to keep his composure. It seemed that his recent experience in the 3,000 camps had indeed instilled some steadiness in him. He was no longer the fool who was led by women and caused such. If he could continue to progress this way, that would be excellent. He withdrew his gaze, refraining from further thoughts. After the matriarch had shot a knife-like gaze at elixirs, which made elixirs feel somewhat unnerved, lowering her head, and not daring to look at anyone, she withdrew her gaze, and did not reprimand. The eldest's own wife should be managed by him. This elixirs as well, at her age over 40. As a mother herself, if she could have grown, she would have long since improved. As a mother-in-law, she had already spoken enough in previous years, and was now too lazy to say anything more. Then she turned to Pei Cijing and Shen Ninghuan, her gaze softening, her tone becoming gentler. This matter is settled. You two should prepare well in the coming days. Especially you, Cijing, as it's your first time entering the palace. Ninghuan must teach you well, ensuring you do not lose your decorum. Pei Cijing's lips twitched slightly. Was he really that undisciplined? Was he really that untrustworthy? Although he was a bit laid back at times, he was still very proper at formal occasions. It was just an annual meeting. He recalled that in his previous life, he had attended the company's annual meeting and had even gone on stage to accept an award. He had spoken appropriately and behaved with dignity, not embarrassing his department at all. However, he naturally did not dare to voice this. Beside him, Shen Ninghuan had already stood up slightly, bowing, her voice gentle, like the spring breeze of March. Grandmother, please rest assured, I will take care of it. In the coming days, I will thoroughly explain the palace rules and etiquette to my husband, ensuring nothing goes awry. His wife had already made her stance. Pei Cijing quickly followed suit, standing up, cupping his hands, his face serious. Grandson will heed grandmother's teachings. The matriarch looked at him, her gaze carrying a mix of scrutiny, expectation, and a hint of concealed amusement. She could see through him. Cijing had always been a clever child, yet perhaps due to the second house's comfortable life, he had lost his ambition, appearing lazy and carefree in the past. A marriage could be a scandal for the first house. But for this child, it might be a good thing. After marrying Ninghuan with someone to guide and encourage him, he had become more studious and spirited, and now he appeared much more presentable. She nodded, her tone carrying a rare warmth. All right, you may disperse. Everyone rose and bowed in respect, then withdrew in order. Once outside the Yifutong, Pei Cijing and Shen Ninghuan walked side by side towards the Anil residence. The winter afternoon sun bathed them in warmth, making one involuntarily want to stretch. The wind chimes in the corridor swayed gently in the breeze, producing a tinkling sound. Pei Cijing walked slowly, his gaze somewhat distracted. A palace banquet. In 2 lifetimes, he had never entered the imperial palace. In his previous life, he had finally managed to take a leave to travel to the capital. After queuing at the Forbidden City for half a day, he ended up encountering maintenance and could not get in. Later thinking to come again, but with so many next times, he never got to fulfill that small wish. Now in this life, he would directly enter the palace as a guest for a banquet. I wonder what the palace looks like. Is it really as described in books, with gold bricks on the ground and jade pillars coiling like dragons? Is it truly like the operas sing, with a view every 3 steps and a painting every 5? Is there really the legendary imperial garden, filled with exotic flowers and rare grasses? And most importantly, I wonder how the dishes from the imperial kitchen taste. The skills of the imperial chef must surpass those of our family's restaurant, right? Is there really the legendary Manchuhan imperial feast? Is there a dish that makes one feel like floating with just one bite? If there's a chance, can I take some home? Let my parents try. Pei Cijing thought, unable to resist the slight curve of his lips, his eyes brightening a bit. His wife stood beside him, catching a glimpse of his expression, unable to resist the curve of her own lips. This husband of hers was truly a greedy cat. While others attended the palace banquet to broaden their horizons, he was merely curious about whether the food in the palace was tasty, and look at that glimmer in his eyes, bright as a mouse that had stolen oil. She did not point it out, merely lightly clearing her throat. What is my husband thinking? Pei Cijing came back to his senses, hurriedly suppressing the smile on his face, responding with a serious tone, nothing. Just thinking about what etiquette I should pay attention to when entering the palace for the first time, so as not to bring shame to the marquis. Shen Ninghuan looked at his serious demeanor, her smile deepening. Rest assured, husband, she said softly, in the coming days I will teach you thoroughly. Although there are many rules in the palace, they are not difficult, just memorize them. Besides, my husband is so clever he will surely learn quickly. Pei Cijing felt somewhat elated from the praise, yet he still insisted, of course. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. Pei Cijing stood before the bronze mirror, being turned and adjusted by Shen Ninghuan, who handled him like a life-sized cloth doll. She smoothed his sleeves, then circled behind him to straighten his belt, bustling about with evident delight. He stole a glance at his reflection. Good heavens, was that really him? Dressed in a robe of stone-gray brocade, the fabric was cloud-patterned silk that Zhou Shi had retrieved from the storeroom days ago, saying it was a fine piece from her dowry she had never had the heart to use. Now that her useless son was to attend such an occasion, she had brought it out, and had a new set of clothes made for Pei Cijing. A jade belt cinched his waist, embedded with several pieces of bluish jade, exquisitely carved, clearly no ordinary item. His hair was styled high and fastened with a white jade hairpin, smooth and lustrous, which Shen Ninghuan had personally chosen for him. Thus attired, he stood tall and handsome, his features even bearing a hint of composed dignity. Pei Cijing blinked, and the figure in the mirror, it felt strange. Was this what the saying meant? Fine clothes make the man, a fine saddle makes the horse, a dog with a bell runs with force. Shen Ninghuan adjusted his collar, stepped back to appraise him, and smiled with curved brows. My husband truly cuts a fine figure today. Pei Cijing looked at himself in the mirror, and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. I feel like a different person. That was not untrue. On ordinary days he wore casual robes, fine in material, but carelessly styled, with his hair loosely tied, sometimes too sleepy to even bother with a hairpin. Now spruced up like this, he did look quite presentable. Isn't that just a different person? Shen Ninghuan came forward with a smile, straightening the jade pendant at his waist, the one given by Zhou Shi at their wedding, said to be an heirloom of the second branch. Who told you to be so lazy all the time? Today, dressed like this, you actually have a bit of the air of a noble son. She spoke with a smile in her eyes, a hint of teasing in her tone, but also genuine admiration. Ah, this man. The languid aura he usually exuded, Shen Ninghuan actually didn't mind. It made her involuntarily relax beside him, putting her at ease. But now, dressed formally, he carried a different kind of bearing. She thought back to the day of their swapped marriage. Her husband's silent admiration of his own natural beauty was not entirely an overstatement. Pei Cijing looked down at his wife. Morning light streamed through the latticed window, casting a pale golden glow on her face. Her clear, beautiful features bore a faint smile, softer than usual. She too was dressed in newly made clothes. A lotus-shade jacket that set off her skin like snow, her hair styled high, adorned with gold and emerald hairpins. He suddenly reached out, gently took her hand, and praised in return, my wife looks exceptionally beautiful today too. Shen Ninghuan was slightly startled, then smiled. The smile bloomed from the depths of her eyes, warmer than the sunlight outside the window. My husband's tongue is sweet today. Pei Cijing's eyes darted, pressing his advantage. Have you forgotten whether my lips are sweet? Would you like to taste them again now? What time is it, and you're still not serious? Seeing his expression, Shen Ninghuan reached out and gently pinched the soft flesh at his waist. Pei Cijing was about to say something when a young servant named Yuanbao called from outside the door. Second young master, second young mistress, the marquis has sent word. It's time to depart. They exchanged a glance. No more delay. Shen Ninghuan gave his collar a final adjustment. Pei Cijing squeezed her hand, and they left the room hand in hand. Outside the marquis mansion, the carriage was ready. 2 carriages stood one after the other, the front one belonging to the marquis with vermilion wheels and an ornate canopy imposing, the rear one slightly smaller, but freshly painted, its curtains made of fine silk. Wei Yuan Marquis Pei Cijing stood by the carriage, clad in a dark silk robe with a golden belt, his face, stern, hands clasped behind his back. As Pei Cijing and Shen Ninghuan approached side by side, his gaze fell on Pei Cijing. The look swept from top to bottom, then bottom to top, scrutinizing him thoroughly. Pei Cijing felt a bit uneasy under the stare, but stood steady, allowing his uncle to inspect him. He had dressed up specially today, his attire grand and proper, his manners decent. Surely, he wouldn't disgrace the marquis' household, would he? After a long pause, Pei Cijing finally withdrew his gaze. His face remained impassive, but a flicker of barely perceptible satisfaction passed through his eyes. This child, usually so lazy and casual, now cleaned up, actually carried some bearing. He nodded slightly, and instructed Cijing, once inside the palace, remember to be cautious in speech, speak little, listen more, and observe more. The palace is not like the outside. If you say one wrong word and someone with ill intent hears it, it could bring great trouble. His voice was not loud, but every word. Pei Cijing listened attentively and nodded. Uncle, rest assured your nephew understands. Pei Fuqing continued, but there's no need to be too nervous. Bringing you to the banquet today is mainly to broaden your horizons. Now that you are diligent in your studies, if you pass the spring examinations next year and enter the court, you will have seen grand occasions and won't easily panic. The words were clear. Taking him to the banquet was not just to honor the second branch, but to pave the way for his future official career. Pei Cijing's heart stirred, and he clasped his hands. Thank you, uncle, for your guidance. Your nephew will act cautiously and not disgrace the marquis household. Pei Fuqing looked at his solemn demeanor and nodded. This child did know right from wrong and was not a stubborn mule completely deaf to advice. That was good. Enough, he waved his hand. Prepare yourselves and set off, don't delay the hour. As for Shen Ninghuan, Pei Fuqing did not offer any instructions. As the legitimate daughter of the Shen family, she had attended such occasions many times and would not cause trouble. The palace banquet also separated men and women. He only needed to keep an eye on his nephew Pei Cijing. At that moment, the carriage curtain was lifted a crack, revealing a face wrinkled with age, yet still imposing. The old lattice gaze swept over them. Both said nothing more and simply nodded slightly. Set off when ready, she said, her voice low but clear to everyone's ears. Be careful on the road, don't miss the hour. Everyone responded in unison. Meanwhile, at the Eastern Palace, deep courtyards, ancient cypresses, Crown Prince Li Chengqian stood in the yard. He stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze fixed on the distant setting sun gradually descending westward. The sunlight was no longer as fierce as at noon, a much softer, spreading a pale orange glow across the sky. The sun moved slowly but relentlessly, sinking downward. He watched the setting sun and sighed softly. 36 years. He had lived in the Eastern Palace for exactly 36 years, ever since he was appointed Crown Prince at the age of 13. That year his father was in his prime, healthy and strong. He knelt in the golden throne hall listening to the eunuch read the imperial decree of succession, looking at the figure of his father on the dragon throne, his heart filled with excitement and hope. He thought then that one day he would walk out of this Eastern Palace, enter the Qianqing Hall, and sit on that dragon throne. But that wait had lasted 36 years. Over those 36 years, he watched his father go from prime to old age, watched the courtiers change batch after batch, watched his brothers be born one by one and grow up. And he still lived in this Eastern Palace. Day after day, month after month, year after year. His black hair turned white, wrinkles appeared on his face. Li Chengqian lowered his eyes, looking at the blue bricks beneath his feet. Those bricks, polished smooth by the passage of time, gleamed with a dark luster, as if telling a story. 36 years of waiting, 36 years of torment, 36 years of sunrises and sunsets. How many more 36 years did he have in this life? He knew well. At least there would be no more. Soft footsteps sounded behind him. Li Chengqian did not turn around, but asked softly, is the palace banquet all prepared? The footsteps stopped, and then a figure knelt on one knee, his voice low and respectful, reporting to your highness, everything is ready. Hearing this, Li Chengqian slowly turned around. Kneeling on the ground was his personal eunuch, also one of his most trusted confidants, surnamed Wei, given name Zhong, in his early 40s, with an ordinary face that would be lost in a crowd except for his habitual deference. But at this moment in those lowered eyes burned a strange light, a flame of almost devout fervor. Li Chengqian looked at him and suddenly smiled. He stepped forward, bent down, and personally helped Wei Zhong to his feet. Rise, he said gently, his tone as calm as if commenting on the weather. Today's matters have been hard on you. Wei Zhong's body trembled slightly. He looked up and his eyes were actually a little red. Your highness is too kind. This servant's life was saved by your highness. To be able to serve your highness is a blessing I've cultivated over many lifetimes. Li Chengqian looked at him, his gaze deep. He recalled many years ago when Wei Zhong was just a lowly sweeper eunuch who had offended a certain noble, was beaten half to death, and left in a corner of the cold palace to die. He had passed by, casually ordered someone to carry him back for treatment. Later by chance this man came to his side, and from then on followed him, devotedly serving him without a word of complaint. 20 years. How time flies. Li Chengqian withdrew his gaze and looked at the deepening twilight in the distance. Let's go, he said, his voice still calm, but carrying a meaning that others could not understand. Today's palace banquet is a major event. Arriving late would not be good. With that he stepped forward. His pace was unhurried, no different from usual. Wei Zhong followed closely behind him, slightly bowed, his posture submissive, but in his eyes that fervent flame burned even. Yesterday a major event. Arriving late would indeed not be good. The carriage stopped at the city gate of the imperial palace. Pei Cijing alighted. He looked up at the towering gate before him and couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. Blue bricks, gray tiles soaring into the clouds. The gate was at least 3 zhang high, crouching like a silent giant beast. The gate was wide open, revealing a broad stone-paved road straight into the depths stretching out of sight. The bricks on the city wall, weathered by wind and rain, were mottled in color, yet carried a heavy, profound sense of history, as if each brick had a story to tell. At the gate, eunuchs were already waiting. After verifying the name cards, the group entered the imperial city. Pei Cijing walked beside Shen Ninghuan, his eyes unable to help wandering. So this was the palace. Different from his imagination. No golden bricks paving the ground, no jade pillars with coiling dragons. Only wide palace paths, high red walls, and layers upon layers of halls and pavilions standing silently in the twilight. The red walls, weathered by the years, were no longer as bright as when newly painted, yet they carried a heavy, profound sense, as if every brick was steeped in time. He suddenly recalled the news reports from his previous life about the long queues at the Forbidden City during peak tourist seasons. He had watched videos of the Forbidden City packed with people and thought what a lively place it must be. He had wished for a chance to experience that bustle. Now standing here, he realized that bustle was only the surface. Inside the palace, it was actually very quiet, so quiet that only footsteps and his own heartbeat could be heard. Along both sides of the palace path, eunuchs and maids stood at intervals, heads bowed. They wore uniform attire, heads lowered, postures submissive, like silent statues. When someone approached, they bowed in unison, silently and smoothly. Pei Cijing noticed that their eyes were always fixed on the ground, never looking up to observe the arrival. Shen Ninghuan walked beside him, her steps calm, her posture elegant. She sensed his gaze, turned her head slightly, and gave him a reassuring look, soft and steady. Pei Cijing took a deep breath, withdrew his gaze, and focused on walking. The group followed the palace path forward, passing through one gate after another, skirting around hall after hall. At each gate, eunuchs checked the name cards, yet each hall maids stood with heads bowed. Pei Cijing silently counted 3 gates, 4 halls, until they finally stopped before a brightly lit hall. Above the gate hung a plaque with 3 large characters, Hanyuan Hall. This was where the evening's palace banquet was to be held. In front of the hall, guests were already trickling in. There were court officials in official robes, young and handsome noble sons, and a few white-haired elder ministers exchanging greetings with clasped hands. The laughter, footsteps, and the coolness of twilight added a touch of vitality to the silent palace. As Pei Cijing was looking around, a eunuch in a gray-blue robe approached. The eunuch, about 40 years old with a fair complexion and habitual deference, bowed and said, "Honored guests of the Weiyuan Marquis household, please follow me." He led Weiyuan Marquis Pei Cijing and Pei Cijing toward the main entrance of Hanyuan Hall. After a few steps, Pei Cijing instinctively turned back to look. Shen Ninghuan and the old lady were being led by another older matron in dark blue palace attire, walking steadily. Clearly a veteran of many years in the palace. Shen Ninghuan seemed to sense something and happened to look back. Their eyes met. She smiled gently with a reassuring look, as if to say, "It's fine, just follow along." Pei Cijing watched her follow the matron through a moon-shaped gate, her figure disappearing behind layers of palace walls before he withdrew his gaze. He suddenly remembered the rules Shen Ninghuan had taught him before they left. The separation of men and women at banquets was a custom of the Dacian palace banquets. Court officials, nobles, and young gentlemen would dine with the emperor, while titled ladies and young misses would gather elsewhere, hosted by the empress. But this separation left Pei Cijing with a vague unease in his heart. Within the Yuan Hall, the lights shone brightly. Pei Cijing followed the eunuch into the hall, unable to resist glancing around. The hall was much more spacious than he had imagined, with a dozen crimson pillars standing tall, adorned with golden dragon patterns shimmering under the candlelight. The ceiling was designed in a coffered style, each layer receding inward, with a massive painting of a cloud dragon in the center. The golden dragon, with bared fangs and claws, looked down upon the beings in the hall. Layers of gauze curtains hung all around, making the grand hall appear dreamlike. 100 or so tables had already been arranged inside, lined up on both. The tables were laden with various fruits and snacks, and there were wine pots and cups aplenty. Behind the tables, some guests were engaged in quiet conversation. Some sat up straight, while others glanced around the hall. "Lord Pei, your seat is over here." The eunuch guided Pei Cijing to walk toward the right front. There were a few separate tables there, slightly larger than those in the back, and the arrangements were more exquisite. Pei Cijing nodded slightly and walked over with steady steps. Pei Cijing did not follow. Although he had come to the banquet, it did not mean he was qualified to sit with Pei Cijing. In fact, he didn't even have a separate seat. "Young Master Pei, your seat is over there." The eunuch pointed toward the far corner of the hall. Pei Cijing followed the direction of his finger. There were several long tables in the corner near the hall's entrance, with young faces sitting behind them. There were no individual wine pots and cups on the tables, only a few communal wine pots. The plates of snacks were obviously less exquisite than those at the front. Pei Cijing understood. This was probably similar to the children's table from his past life. However, he felt no dissatisfaction. He was brought in by Pei Cijing without an official title, and as a member of the second branch, being able to enter this hall was already due to the support of his uncle and the old matriarch. How could he dare to hope for a separate seat? As long as he could partake in the feast, a corner seat was just fine. In his past life, he enjoyed such positions. They were unobtrusive, comfortable, and allowed him to see the entire scene. Just as he was about to step over, he caught a glimpse of Pei Cijing turning back. Their eyes met in the air. Pei Cijing did not speak, merely watching him quietly, his gaze carrying a mix of scrutiny, admonition, and a hint of underlying concern. Pei Cijing understood. His uncle was still worried about him, likely fearing that his true nature would be revealed, unable to maintain the serious facade expected of him, or worried that he might cause trouble at the banquet and bring shame to the Pei family, or perhaps worried that his youthful exuberance would lead him to offend someone he should not. Pei Cijing's heart stirred slightly. He returned Pei Cijing's gaze with sincerity, his eyes conveying a message. Uncle, rest assured, I won't bring shame. Pei Cijing regarded his serious demeanor and nodded slightly. He then averted his gaze, turning to walk toward the front row. Did he believe it? Or did he not? Pei Cijing couldn't be sure. But since his uncle didn't say anything further, it was fine. He too withdrew his gaze and followed the eunuch to the corner. Behind that long table sat 5 or 6 young men, all in their teens or 20s. Some were dressed in luxurious brocade robes, while others were dressed like ordinary young gentlemen. Noticing someone approaching, a few looked up, some nodded in greeting, while others ignored him. Pei Cijing was not too concerned, finding a spot at the farthest corner and sitting up straight. The eunuch left after bringing him in. Since he was already seated in the corner, the palace had not specifically arranged seats for everyone. As long as there was a place to sit, it was sufficient. Guests in the hall gradually arrived. At the front were the seats for the crown prince and several princes. Crown Prince Li Chengxian sat at the far left in an apricot yellow brocade robe, his expression calm, as he spoke quietly, with several princes beside him. The 6th Prince Li Qingyue sat slightly behind the Crown Prince, dressed in a dark blue brocade robe with a The 6th Prince Li Qingyue sat slightly behind the Crown Prince, dressed in a dark blue brocade robe with a jade belt, his handsome face seemingly indifferent to his surroundings. However, when his gaze brushed past a corner of the palace, he squinted slightly before quickly averting his eyes. Behind them sat several elder princes, all brothers of the old emperor, their hair and beards white, yet still clad in court attire, sitting upright with their usual submissive demeanor. Further back were the noble officials. Pei Cijing spotted his uncle, the Marquis of Wei Yuan, Pei Cijing. He sat in a left middle position, slightly elevated next to several other marquises, also dressed in brocade robes, nodding slightly as he listened to something. At the very back were those like him, the attached items. At the 10 or so long tables behind them sat 60 or 70 young men, some sitting upright, like Pei Cijing. Some had already begun to whisper, while others secretly observed the prominent figures in the front with envy in their eyes. The central seat at the front remained empty. The chair was larger than the others, adorned with carved dragons and phoenixes, covered in a bright yellow brocade cushion, radiating a noble glow in the candlelight. The chair was larger than the others, with carved dragons and phoenixes and a bright yellow brocade cushion. The 5-clawed golden dragon on the back gleamed under the candlelight, as if it were about to soar into the sky. In front of the chair was a similarly large table set with golden cups and jade goblets, along with several plates of exquisite snacks that were clearly different from the others. Pei Cijing looked at the empty chair, silently murmuring, "This must be the dragon throne, indeed impressive." He couldn't help but wonder what kind of demeanor the person who would sit in that chair. Just as he was thinking, a sharp voice suddenly rang out from outside the hall. "The emperor has arrived." The voice was elongated and piercing, penetrating through layers of gauze, cutting through the light and sounds within the hall, like an invisible blade silencing the noise. The hall instantly fell silent, quiet enough to hear the flickering of the candle flames. Everyone stood up in unison. Pei Cijing also stood slightly, bowing his head, his gaze falling on his own toes. Footsteps could be heard approaching from outside the hall, neither hurried nor slow, each step resonating in everyone's hearts. The footsteps grew closer and clearer. Pei Cijing could feel them passing by him, sensing the figure in bright yellow walking step by step towards the front. Finally, the footsteps stopped in front of the dragon throne. Pei Cijing lowered his eyelids, yet his gaze stealthily rose, finally catching sight of the old emperor's true visage, a frail old man past his 60s. His hair and beard were already gray. His face was gaunt, his brows and eyes carrying the unique authority of one who had long held power. Not a forced authority, but something that had naturally seeped into his very being over the years. He wore a bright yellow dragon robe embroidered with 5-clawed golden dragons shimmering under the candlelight. On his head was the winged crown adorned with jewels that gently swayed with his slight movements, refracting specks of light. Pei Cijing's gaze lingered on him for a moment before quickly averting it. He couldn't help but feel a little excited. After all, this was a living emperor. He knew this species had long been extinct in his past life, only to be seen in dramas as a nostalgic figure, yet now a living emperor sat right in front of him. If it weren't for the inappropriateness of the occasion, he would have wanted to pull out his phone for a picture and post it on his social media. Finally, saw a living emperor. However, it seemed he didn't have a phone. "We pay our respects to your majesty." After the old emperor settled into his exclusive seat, everyone bowed, their chorus of greetings echoing in the hall, shaking the dust from the beams above. The old emperor's murky yet dignified eyes swept over the crowd, and with a gentle wave of his hands he spoke in a voice that was not loud, yet clearly reached everyone's ears. "You may be seated, my loyal subjects. "Thank you, your majesty." Everyone stood up and took their seats. Then the old emperor raised the wine vessel before him and said, "Over the past year the great Qian has enjoyed favorable weather and the nation is at peace. The borders are secure and the court is stable. This is thanks to all of you and the blessings of heaven. Now let us raise our cups to the great Qian and to the heavens. To the great Qian, to the heavens. To your majesty." Everyone raised their cups in unison. Pei Cijing quickly lifted the cup before him and drank along with the others. The wine went down smoothly, slightly spicy, yet with a hint of sweetness. This was imperial wine, far superior to anything outside. He smacked his lips, savoring it, finding it indeed delightful. The old emperor set down his wine vessel and nodded slightly. "Today is a day of celebration, so I won't say much. Musician play. Dancers perform. Let the..." As his words fell, melodious music resonated from outside the hall. A group of musicians filed in, taking their places at the side of the hall, beginning to play. The sound of strings and percussion harmonized. The music was solemn and elegant, a unique courtly style. Immediately after, a troupe of dancers gracefully entered. They wore colorful garments and held flowing sleeves, dancing in tune with the music. Their movements were light and enchanting, their sleeves fluttering like clouds and mist, mesmerizing those watching. Meanwhile, the hall doors swung open wide. A group of eunuchs entered, carrying trays laden with various dishes, steaming hot and aromatic. Roast suckling pig, roast goose, steamed base, braised deer, tendons, 8 treasure duck, and phoenix chicken slices. The eunuchs navigated orderly between the tables. They placed the dishes one by one. Exquisite dishes passed in front of Pei Cijing, the aroma drilling into his nostrils, making his gaze involuntarily follow the trays. Unfortunately, none of these were for his table. After all, the dignitaries in the front were prioritized. Only after serving the front tables would it be their turn. The attached item. Pei Cijing stared at a roast suckling pig that passed in front of him, his eyes fixated. The suckling pig was roasted to perfection, its skin golden and crispy, glistening with oil sprinkled with fine pepper and salt, the aroma wafting into his nose, making him swallow hard. This flavor was hard to resist. He had saved space according to the tradition of feasting, having eaten little in the morning and at noon, waiting eagerly for this evening's meal. But it would come soon. Once the front was served, it would be their turn. Just as he was thinking, his gaze unintentionally swept over the eunuch serving the dishes. This eunuch had his head lowered, his face hidden in shadow, making it hard to see his expression. Suddenly, Pei Cijing felt a sense of unease. He shifted his gaze from the eunuch to the other servers, to the musicians, to the dancers. Something felt off. It felt extraordinarily wrong. These eunuchs, dancers, and musicians were not ordinary. Pei Cijing's left eyelid twitched violently, an ominous premonition surged in his heart. Just then, Crown Prince Li Chengqian stood up slowly with a wine vessel in hand. He stepped out from his seat, one step at a time, walking toward the center of the hall. The gazes of everyone in the hall unconsciously fell upon him. The old emperor sat upon the dragon throne, observing the crown prince's actions with an impassive expression, merely narrowing his eyes slightly, yet he did not stop him. Being the master of the Eastern Palace, the crown prince indeed had the right to speak at such a banquet, to win over the courtiers and to display the demeanor of a future ruler. This was all part of the normal proceedings. The old emperor was not surprised. The crown prince walked slowly, step by step, confidently, standing in front of the dragon throne. He turned to face the old emperor, bowing deeply. The hall fell silent. Everyone was watching this scene. The crown prince straightened up, raising his head to look at the old emperor on the dragon throne. His gaze was calm as water, even carrying a faint smile. Then he spoke, his voice not loud, but clearly reaching everyone's ears. "Father, you have aged and toiled for the country for decades. As your son, I think of this often and feel deeply pained. Today at this banquet, with all the civil and military officials present, I dare to request one thing. Please, Father, abdicate and yield the throne to me, allowing me to take over this great nation." As his words fell, the hall was engulfed in dead silence. The old emperor remained seated, his expression as calm as water, but something in his murky eyes suddenly. The noble officials, the princes, and the kings were all frozen in disbelief, their faces displaying expressions of shock. Some had their mouths agape, some stared wide-eyed, and some dropped their wine cups with a loud crash, soaking themselves in wine without noticing. What was the crown prince doing? Was he staging a coup? The dancers, who had been gracefully performing, suddenly halted, their flowing sleeves revealing glinting daggers. The musicians also ceased playing, drawing weapons from their instruments. The eunuchs, who had been carrying trays, now upturned them, scattering dishes all over the ground, while gripping the hidden weapons beneath the trays. One eunuch stood not far from Pei Cijing. Just moments ago, he had been smiling as he prepared to serve Pei Cijing's table. Now that tray of roast suckling pig had fallen to the ground. Its gleaming skin was covered in dust, smashed to pieces. Yet in his hand was a gleaming dagger. The sword tip pointed directly at Pei Cijing. Pei Cijing looked at the dagger, then at the smashed roast suckling pig on the ground. Pei Cijing suddenly felt a pang of heartbreak. What a splendid roast suckling pig! How long had the chefs in the imperial kitchen roasted it to achieve such golden crispy skin? The honey glaze must have been brushed on 3 times to achieve such an enticing sheen. The pork must have been the finest suckling pig, tender and rich without being greasy. And now it was smashed. Such waste of food, may the heavens strike me down. A palace coup is one thing, but why waste food? Within the hall of Han Yuan, the lamps blazed brightly, yet the silence was deafening. The melodious strains of ceremonial music that had filled the air moments ago ceased, abruptly replaced by the rasp of blades being drawn from scabbards, the dull thud of a short sword slipping from a dancer's sleeve and hitting the floor, and the ferocious visages of eunuchs who had cast aside their trays. Pei Cijing shrank behind the small table in the furthest corner, his gaze flitting from the sword-wielding eunuch before him to the roast-suckling pig shattered on the ground, a complex mix of emotions churning within him. What a magnificent roast-suckling pig! To be ruined like this. Yet the influx of melon-eating points soothed the ache in his heart somewhat. Ding! Successfully consumed the melon of swords drawn in Han Yuan Hall. Crown Prince's treason against heaven. Melon-eating points 8,800. Current melon-eating points 16638. Gazing upon his balance of melon-eating points, Pei Cijing suddenly felt the thrill of newfound wealth, and even the sword's point aimed at him seemed a more acceptable prospect. He shuffled backward quietly, making himself as small as possible, and continued to observe the situation. His gaze swept the hall. At the very front upon the dragon throne the old emperor sat, as still as ever. His face etched with wrinkles betrayed no emotion. Only his cloudy yet majestic eyes rested calmly upon the crown prince, standing in the center of the hall, upon his legitimate eldest son, upon the fangs he now revealed. The old emperor did not move. He did not even glance at the dancers, musicians, and eunuchs who had suddenly changed their demeanor, nor at the blades emerging from every direction, nor at the ministers trembling with pallid faces. He only looked at the crown prince. At this son he had appointed as heir when he was but 13 and had meticulously groomed for 36 years. For a long moment he was. The old emperor finally spoke, his voice hoarse, yet carrying clearly to every ear. Shen Ninghuan truly wished to do this. He paused, and within those cloudy eyes something seemed to tremble. Why? Do you betray your father's trust? The words were spoken calmly, but beneath that calm lay a weight heavier than any roar. To be honest, the old emperor had held great expectations for the crown prince, his legitimate eldest son. Even after the previous empress' death, even as the crown prince aged, even as younger princes grew, he had never wavered. The old emperor had never once considered replacing his heir. For 36 years he had watched the crown prince handle state affairs, witnessing every single those memorials, those decisions, those responses in court, those maneuvers with the ministers. The crown prince performed admirably, so well that the old emperor often secretly rejoiced that this son was worthy of the great responsibility. Thus over the years he had allowed the crown prince to manage affairs, to gain experience, to become familiar with the position he would one day assume. Trust. It was more than trust. For 36 years, he had given the crown prince his complete, unreserved trust. But now, the old emperor's gaze shifted from the crown prince's face to the assassins gripping their swords, to the eunuchs meant to serve and the dancers meant to entertain. How could these people have infiltrated the palace banquet without someone orchestrating behind the scenes? How would they dare to draw their weapons here in Han Yuan Hall without someone? How could they show such ferocious faces to the assembled court and the emperor without a promise of reward? And that someone was undoubtedly the crown prince. The old emperor lowered his eyes, the beaded tassels of his crown swaying gently, veiling a flicker of pain that passed through them. How had it come to this? How had it come to? Father and son at each other's throats. The crown prince stood in the center of the hall, listening to his father's words, looking at his aged face, a complex emotion suddenly welling up within him. To be fair, his father had been beyond reproach towards him. The trust, the freedom, given the looks of high expectation. He had seen and remembered them all. Take the recent appointment of the Minister of Rights, for instance. His sixth brother had used some underhanded tactics. He hadn't really minded. He had merely recommended Li Yuanshang as a normal matter of advocating for his own people. After all, which heir apparent didn't have his own faction? Which one didn't need to place trusted confidence in the court? Even if his recommendation failed, he wouldn't have been upset. As long as the appointed person was competent, as long as the new Minister of Rights was beneficial to the great Qian, he wouldn't interfere. A crown prince should be magnanimous. If his heart couldn't contain the entire great Qian, how could he be its rightful heir? As for today's coup, the crown prince closed his eyes. If there had been any other way, he wouldn't have come to this. If he had more time, he could have waited. Waited for his father to pass away, naturally waited to ascend the throne in due course. Even if his own reign might be short, he should have waited. That was what a son should do. It was also the rule a subject should uphold. But he couldn't wait any longer. The crown prince opened his eyes, and within them there was an indescribable complexity. 36 years. He had lived in the Eastern Palace for a full 36 years. They called it the residence of the heir, the second most honorable place in the realm, but in reality, it was nothing more than an exquisitely crafted luxurious cage. Above one, below 10,000. It sounded glorious. But that one above was a mountain of immense weight. His father was watching him. The ministers were watching him. The people of Great Qian were watching him. He had to be diligent and meticulous, never revealing a single flaw. Those memorials, those decisions, those responses in court, those maneuvers with the ministers, every single one he had to execute flawlessly. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, 36 years. It wasn't a life he led, but an ordeal. The days of constant tension, of walking on thin ice, had drained him body and soul. His body was already hollowed out. The time he had left was short. In these final moments of his life, he suddenly wished to be willful for once. All his life he had been disciplined, rule-abiding, never stepping out of line. But what had it gotten him? 36 years of waiting had earned him nothing but a broken body and a position that seemed perpetually out of reach. The crown prince lifted his head, meeting the old emperor's complex gaze directly. He did not flinch. He did not look away. He simply stood there, locking eyes with the man upon the dragon throne. "Father," he began, his voice not loud, but each word distinct. "Has there ever been a crown prince in this world for 36 years? The moment these words fell, the hall plunged into an even deeper silence. Indeed, has there ever been a crown prince for 36 years? Who could endure such a wait? The crown prince continued, "Father has made your son wait for far too long." His voice carried an indescribable nuance, tinged with resentment, tinged with pain, but mostly filled with helplessness and finality. "I request you to immediately issue an edict abdicating the throne to your son." He paused, his gaze sweeping over the sword-wielding figures in the hall before settling back on the old emperor's face. "Let's not make this unpleasant for anyone. And don't think about stalling for time. The Imperial Guard won't be able to get through for a while. There are my people among them. Father, please make your decision early." As his words faded, the silence in the hall was so profound that one could hear the crackling of the candle flames. Among the seized ministers, some were deathly pale, some trembled uncontrollably, and some clenched their jaws tightly, not daring to make a sound. The assassins with their drawn swords watched menacingly, awaiting the crown prince's command. Everyone was looking at the figure on the dragon throne, awaiting his answer. After hearing the crown prince's words, the last vestiges of light in the old emperor's cloudy eyes dimmed completely. It was as if something within those eyes had shattered completely. He slowly rose to his feet. His movements were not quick, even somewhat slow, but they were steady without the slightest tremor. The beaded tassels of his crown swayed, gently reflecting fragmented light in the candle flames. He stood there, looking down upon the crown prince in the center of the hall, looking down upon this legitimate eldest son he had held in high regard for 36 years. Then he spoke, his voice aged but still authoritative. "Since the crown prince desires this position," he paused. His gaze was piercing. "Then come and take it yourself." The words were spoken calmly, but beneath that calm lay a resolve as firm as mountains. Back when he had just ascended the throne, the nation was unstable. The northern barbarians seized this opportunity to invade Great Qian and even sent envoys with an ultimatum, demanding a princess for a peace marriage, or their iron cavalry would ride south and trample the Central Plains. Most of the civil and military officials advocated for appeasement, arguing that the barbarians were powerful and it was wise to avoid their initial onslaught, saying one princess could buy 10 years of peace at the border. But what was his answer? No. His answer was that single word. No. Why? Why should a princess of Great Qian be sent for a peace marriage? Why should the people of Great Qian buy peace with the tears of their women? He led the army north personally. That battle lasted a full 3 months. He fought on the front lines, supervised the campaigns, and personally routed the barbarians, chasing them all the way to the northern frontier until they knelt and begged for mercy before he withdrew his troops. From that day on, there had been no large-scale warfare in the northern border for over 30 years. And now, facing a crown prince who had crossed the line, his answer remained that same single word, no. The crown prince listened to these words and watched his father's immovable demeanor. It was within his expectations, yet a wave of bitterness surged within him. After all these years as father and son, he knew very well that his father, though seemingly gentle and lenient with his ministers, was never one to compromise easily. He hadn't compromised when the barbarians were at the gates back then, and now he wouldn't compromise against his own son's coup. The crown prince sighed a breath so soft that only he could hear it. Then he lifted his head, his gaze turning resolute. "Then your son must ask you to step down from that position." He raised his hand and swept it down. "Attack." The moment the command fell, the assassins who had been poised for action lunged into motion. The glint of blades flickered in the candlelight. Screams, shouts of surprise, and the clatter of overturning tables and chairs erupted into a cacophony. Among the seized ministers, some collapsed to the floor in terror, some were held immobile with swords at their throats, and others cried out, "Protect the Emperor! Protect the Emperor!" only to be kicked down by the assassins behind them. The hall descended into utter chaos. The old emperor's personal eunuchs had already formed a protective circle around him, ushering him towards the rear hall. "Protect the Emperor! Protect the Emperor!" Shrill cries rose amidst the turmoil, but were quickly drowned out by the clash of steel. The old emperor was escorted backwards, yet his gaze never left the figure in the center of the hall. The crown prince stood rooted to the spot, watching impassively as the assassins he had set in motion step by step neared the direction of the dragon throne. The old emperor took a deep breath and suddenly spoke, his voice aged, but still resonant, cutting through the chaos of the hall. My loyal ministers, the time to restore order is now. Join me in slaying these traitors. These words jolted some of the terrified ministers back to their. Several officials with military backgrounds were the first to react. Though unarmed, their fighting spirit remained, their old skills not yet rusted. Stirred by the emperor's call, their blood boiled. Protect the emperor, slay the traitors. They lunged at the assassins nearby, some grappling their waists, some desperately gripping their sword-wielding hands, and others using their own bodies to block the thrusting blades. The hall plunged into complete pandemonium. Marquis Wu Pei Cijing stood in the front row of seats. The moment the crown prince stepped forward, he had sensed something amiss and had tensed his body in silent preparation. Now an assassin charged straight at him with a long sword. Pei Cijing's expression remained unchanged. He showed not a hint of panic. A coup. He truly hadn't expected that. The crown prince would strike at this moment, he hadn't foreseen. But a fight. He felt no fear. He too had been to war. Though the barbarian royal court in the north hadn't launched a full-scale invasion, they couldn't fully control their subordinate tribes, and small-scale skirmishes occurred every year. Skirmishes were inevitable. In recent years he had been enjoying the comforts of the capital, but he practiced martial arts daily without fail. His skills had never declined, and his condition remained at its peak. The assassin's long sword thrust towards him. Pei Cijing sidestepped. The movement was subtle, yet perfectly timed. The blade grazed past his robes without harming a single hair. He reached out smoothly, clasping the assassin's sword-wielding wrist. His grip was so fierce that the assassin felt his wrist go numb. A sharp pain shot through his tiger's mouth. His hand involuntarily let go of the sword. The blade fell. Pei Cijing's other hand caught it deftly. Then, he drove it forward in a reverse motion. The sword's tip pierced the assassin's chest and emerged from his back. The movement was clean and decisive without a single wasted motion. The assassin's eyes widened in disbelief at the man before him. His lips moved as if to speak, but only a mouthful of blood foam escaped before he crumpled to the ground. Pei Cijing withdrew his sword, his gaze sweeping across the hall. Everywhere there was the flash of blades and the roar of battle. He didn't rush forward immediately. Instead, he instinctively looked towards the corner of the hall. Behind that long table it was empty. The few young scions were huddled under the table, trembling, while others had already disappeared to who knows where. But Pei Cijing's figure was nowhere to be seen. Pei Cijing's brow furrowed slightly. That brat. He was just sitting there a moment ago. How could he have vanished in the blink of an eye? His gaze searched the hall, but he couldn't find the familiar figure. With so many people and flashing blades, who could tell who was who? Pei Cijing took a deep breath. Forget it. In this chaos with such distance, he couldn't watch over him anyway. Nephew, you'll have to look out for yourself. He tightened his grip on the sword, turned, and fought his way towards the dragon throne. As a man of military background, he yearned for merit and glory, and today was the perfect opportunity. The merit of protecting the emperor. Pei Cijing was coming. Within the Hanyuan hall, the clamor of battle reached the heavens. Blades glinted and swords flashed in the flickering candlelight, blood splattering upon the golden bricks and winding into a harrowing crimson. Screams of agony, cries of terror, the crash of overturned tables and chairs all mingled with the piercing clang of weapons, transforming this once solemn and dignified hall into a slaughterhouse. Yet none of this concerned the group of young nobles huddled in the corner. Xiao Baozi gripped his sword, his gaze sweeping over the trembling figures, his eyes brimming with disdain. A bunch of worthless cowards. He had served in the palace for years and had seen far too many of these aristocratic scions. On ordinary days they strutted about as if the entire realm belonged to them, but when their lives were truly at stake, they cowered like quails, lacking even the courage to lift their heads and meet his gaze. If not for the luck of their birth, what were they? Xiao Baozi spat inwardly, yet made no move to attack. The crown prince's order was clear: as long as no one in the hall made a hostile move, there was no need to shed blood. After all, the crown prince was about to inherit the great Qian Empire, and excessive slaughter would be unwise. Since these people were obediently cowering, he was happy to save his strength. Xiao Baozi continued scanning the crowd like a jackal patrolling its territory, savoring the sight of these nobles trembling under his gaze. Suddenly his eyes locked onto something. In the corner a figure was stealthily retreating. The man wore a stone-blue brocade robe, a jade belt at his waist, and his hair was coiled high in a formal bun. He appeared to be a man of some standing. But at this moment, he was taking advantage of the chaos to edge backward step by step toward the hall's entrance. He moved slowly, cautiously, as if terrified of being discovered. His eyes darted around nervously, betraying a furtive guilt. Xiao Baozi's eyes narrowed instantly. Trying to flee. A cruel smile spread across his lips, revealing a few yellowed teeth, eerie and menacing in the candlelight. Stop right there. His shrill voice pierced the chaos, laced with the excitement of a cat toying with a mouse. The figure froze, turned to meet Xiao Baozi's gaze, then bolted without looking back. Where do you think you're going? Xiao Baozi raised his sword and gave chase in long strides. He pursued swiftly, his steps urgent, yet steady thudding against the golden bricks. The fleeing man stumbled and staggered like a frightened rabbit, nearly tripping over overturned tables several times. Xiao Baozi's contempt deepened. Such cowardice, and yet he dared to run. It would have been better to stay put like the others, and keep his miserable life. Since he was a spineless wretch, he should have seen it through. But lucky for me he ran. Otherwise my sword would have tasted no blood, and that would have been far too dull. He pursued the man past several overturned tables, and through layers of hanging curtains. The man, panic-stricken, plunged behind the most secluded curtain in the corner of the hall. The curtain was thick, made of dark blue brocade, hanging from the ceiling to the floor, concealing the wall behind. The man's collision set it swaying violently like a lake stirred by the wind. Xiao Baozi didn't pause, he thrust the curtain aside and stepped in. Ridiculous. He was armed, his opponent unarmed, the advantage was his. Such a coward. He wouldn't fear chasing him to the ends of the earth. The curtain fell sealing off the clamor outside. The light instantly dimmed. Behind the curtain was a small triangular space about a zhang square with walls on 3 sides. Before Xiao Baozi's eyes could adjust to the dimness, he felt a tightness around his neck, a hand. A hand with distinct knuckles, warm and powerful, clamped firmly around his throat. The hand's strength was astonishing, the 5 fingers tightened like iron pincers. Xiao Baozi couldn't even react before he heard a faint crack from his cervical vertebra. The sound was soft yet terrifyingly clear, like a dry twig snapping. His eyes widened. He finally saw the man before him clearly. It was the very same coward who had fled. But now where was the panic on that face? Where was the fear in those eyes? Calm as an ancient well. The gaze fell upon him as if he were nothing more than an insignificant object. No murderous intent, no triumph, not even a ripple. Xiao Baozi's lips moved, wanting to speak, to curse, to demand. But his throat was crushed, and not a single word could escape. Was this man toying with him? With such martial prowess, why had he run? If anyone should have fled, it should have been the other man. Finally, Xiao Baozi's body went limp. In his last conscious moment, he saw the man lower his eyes slightly and murmur in a tone almost tender-breathed, deeply. The voice was soft, carrying a hint of reassurance, as if comforting himself or speaking to another. This is what it's like to kill for the first time. Your movements were swift, he passed, peacefully. Peacefully. Xiao Baozi's consciousness plunged into darkness. The last thought flashing through his mind was, peacefully, my ass. Pei Cijing released his grip. The body crumpled to the floor with a dull thud. He looked down at his hand. Knuckles prominent, still warm, the fingertips seeming to retain the subtle sensation of a neck bone snapping. A life had just vanished in his hands. Pei Cijing felt a mix of emotions. Not fear, not guilt, not the thrill or aftermath of killing, but simply something complicated. He had expected some psychological turmoil upon killing for the first time. Trembling hands, nausea, nightmares. He had anticipated replaying the moment in his mind, feeling his hands stained with blood, no matter how many times he washed them, just as the novels and films from his past life had depicted. But in reality, none of those feelings came. Standing in the dim space behind the curtain, gazing at the lifeless body at his feet, Pei Cijing remained relatively calm, with only a faint, indescribable complexity. It was somewhat akin to the first time he had explored the regeneration of earthworms in his past life, holding a small blade and slicing one in half. A little curious, a little uncomfortable, but nothing more. After all the man had been about to run him through with a sword, he had no reason to show mercy. Letting him go quickly was the greatest kindness he could offer. As for guilt, Pei Cijing thought about it, but truly felt none. He was no saint. In both his past and present lives, he had long understood a truth: showing mercy to an enemy is cruelty to oneself. Since this eunuch had chosen to chase him with a sword, felt none. He was no saint. In both his Pei Cijing withdrew his gaze, crouched down, and picked up the short sword that had fallen to the ground. He examined it. The blade was slender, the edge sharp, and it had a satisfying weight in his hand. He gave it a few test swings. The feel was good. He tucked it into his hand, then lifted a corner of the curtain and peered out. The hall was still in chaos. Blades flashed and battle cries shook the air. Though the crown prince's side had numerical superiority, many of the court officials were tough, nuts to crack. Those who had come from military backgrounds were fighting fiercely. 7 or 8 bodies already lay on the ground. Some assassins, some courtiers. Blood streaming across the golden bricks, gleaming dark red in the candlelight. His eyes searched, and soon found Pei Cijing. That uncle's martial prowess was truly remarkable. The long sword he had seized from an assassin seemed to come alive in his hands. With every flash of light, another assassin fell. His dark brocade robe was splattered with blood, mostly others, but a little of his own as well. Yet his movements remained as steady as a mountain, without the slightest hesitation. Wherever his sword swept, no one could approach. Such valor would surely earn him the merit of protecting the emperor in the old emperor's eyes. Pei Cijing looked elsewhere. The crown prince still stood at the center of the hall, hands behind his back, expression calm, as if the slaughter had nothing to do with him. Several personal guards encircled him, swords and daggers at the ready, warily watching. Pei Cijing quickly analyzed the situation. This palace coup, The Crown Prince's chances of success were slim. First, he lacked the moral high ground. Not a single courtier in the hall supported the Crown Prince's rebellion, as evidenced by the fact that all the military officers had risen to resist. Second, he had failed to achieve a swift victory. The longer it dragged on, the lower the probability of success. Though the Imperial Guard couldn't arrive immediately, they would come eventually. The Crown Prince claimed to have allies among them, but how long could those men hold off reinforcements? Half an hour. An hour. Once the main force of the Imperial Guard arrived, these assassins would be trapped like rats in a jar. If he were thinking of his own future, the best move now would be to join the suppression, kill a few assassins beside his uncle, make a name for himself, and let the old emperor remember the name Pei Cijing. That would be immensely beneficial to his official career. But the unease in Pei Cijing's heart grew stronger. From the moment those dancers, musicians, and eunuchs had drawn their weapons, this unease had been gnawing at him. At first he thought it was merely tension over the coup, natural for someone experiencing such an event for the first time. But now the feeling was becoming as if something had been overlooked. What was it? Pei Cijing furrowed his brow, his gaze roaming the hall as he tried to identify the source of his unease. Assassins, courtiers, princes, eunuchs. He scanned them one by one, eliminating them one after another. Suddenly his heart lurched. Damn it. He had only just remembered. There was another banquet venue. The Huaqing Garden, where the women were gathered. The Crown Prince had chosen the path of rebellion, and while the Emperor's location was the main battlefield, the current Empress was not the Crown Prince's birth mother. Since the Crown Prince dared to risk everything to stage a coup, would he hesitate to kill an Empress who was not his own mother? He might very well take this opportunity to eliminate the trouble on that side as well. Even, a more terrifying thought flashed through Pei Cijing's mind. The Crown Prince had been planning this for so long. How could he focus only on the front hall? If he truly wanted to seize the throne, the safest approach would be to strike both places simultaneously, control the old emperor and the courtiers in the front hall, and the empress and the women in the rear hall. That way, even if one side went wrong, the other could serve as a bargaining chip. And his wife was there, Shen Ninghuan. A chill shot up Pei Cijing's spine, spreading through his entire body. The calm analysis in his mind was replaced by a single thought: his wife was in danger. He had only this one wife in 2 lifetimes. Crown Prince, you deserve to die. Pei Cijing gritted his teeth, wishing he could rush out and butcher that dog of a Crown Prince. But he took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. He couldn't rush. The more critical the moment, the less he could afford to panic. He glanced around. The hall was still in the throes of combat, and no one was paying attention. The eunuch who had chased him was already lying dead behind the curtain, and the young nobles huddled in the corner were so terrified they wished they could bury themselves in the cracks of the floor, not daring to look up. Pei Cijing took a deep breath, seized the opportunity of the chaos, and slipped out from the side of the hall. Outside the hall, the sky had grown dark. Dusk enveloped the entire imperial city in a gray shadow. In the distant sky, the last patch of orange was being swallowed by darkness like dying embers. The square before the Hanyuan Hall was in utter chaos. The guards who had been stationed outside had split into 2 factions, locked in a bloody struggle. Blades clashed, battle cries shook the heavens, and people fell one after another, blood streaming across the bluestone ground, gleaming dully in the twilight. Torches had been knocked over, some had gone out, others still burned, casting flickering light on the battling figures, making them look like demons. No one noticed Pei Cijing. He moved silently along the shadow of the hall, his steps as light as a cat, as a falling leaf, as a passing breeze. Every step landed precisely on the edge of shadows and the corners where the torchlight did not reach. He skirted several battlefields, passed through a few corridors. The sounds of fighting echoed throughout the imperial city, and distant battle cries came from somewhere, indicating which faction of the Imperial Guard was engaged. The sounds of conflict came from the east, the west, the south. It seemed to be everywhere. The Crown Prince's preparations were indeed thorough, and the disturbance he had created was even greater than Pei Cijing had imagined. But Pei Cijing paid no heed to any of that. He fixed his direction on one place, the Huaqing Garden, where the women were gathered. He moved without pause, his figure darting swiftly through the dusk. He didn't know if he could make it in time, didn't know what was happening there, didn't know if Shen Ninghuan had encountered danger. All he knew was that he had to go, he had to get there as fast as possible, he had to stand by her side before it was too late. The wind howled in his ears, making his robe flap loudly. He passed through one palace gate after another, skirted one hall after another, his steps growing faster and more urgent. From the direction of the Huaqing Garden in the distance, several sharp screams pierced the night. The sound cut through the air, striking his ears. Pei Cijing's heart tightened. He recognized those screams, screams of terror, cries of despair, instinctive calls for help in the face of danger. The Crown Prince's men had struck there as well. Damn it. Hang on, my wife. I'm coming to save you. Pei Cijing clenched his jaw, his pace quickening to yet another level as his entire form dissolved into a blur, vanishing into the depths of the dusk. Inside Huaqing Garden, the lanterns shone as bright as day. This courtyard was specially arranged for the women's banquet at the palace feast. It was spacious and open, surrounded by winding corridors on all sides. Dozens of long tables were set up in the courtyard laden with various exquisite pastries and seasonal fruits. According to past custom, once Her Majesty the Empress had delivered her opening remarks, the guests were free to mingle, either chatting in small groups or networking to strengthen bonds. Truly a relaxed and carefree affair. This was a unique rule of the great Qin dynasty. It was said that Empress Ma, who had fought alongside the founding emperor to establish the empire, detested such tedious formalities. She once remarked, "We womenfolk toil all year round managing household affairs. When we finally gather, why must we bother with all those empty pretenses? Eat, drink, and speak your mind. Isn't that more comfortable? It's just a banquet, why make it so complicated?" The founding emperor held his wife in great reverence. Empress Ma said one, and he dared not say two. Hence this self-service women's banquet rule was established. Through several generations of emperors, no one dared to change it. During the founding emperor's reign, a few old-fashioned officials submitted memorials arguing that this practice violated ritual propriety and undermined imperial dignity. The memorials were submitted, and within 2 days those officials showed up with bruised faces claiming illness. Whether they were secretly warned or suddenly enlightened, from then on no one dared to utter a word of dissent. For everyone knew that if they angered the founding emperor, Empress Ma might intercede, but if they angered Empress Ma, the founding emperor would be the first to draw his blade. So any objections had to be swallowed. The current Empress Qin also loved lively gatherings and was extremely pleased with this rule. Each year at the palace banquet, she only needed to deliver a few ceremonial words, then shed the heavy burden of her phoenix crown and embroidered robes to chat with familiar noble ladies or stroll alone under the corridor to admire the flowers and moonlight, stealing a rare half-day of leisure. Unfortunately, this year's leisure was destined to be shattered. At this moment, the open space at the center of the courtyard, which should have been filled with cheerful chatter, was crowded with people standing in grim silence. Noble ladies and young maidens gathered together. Their expressions varied. Some anxious and uneasy, some feigning composure, some tightly clutching their handkerchiefs, some biting their lips. All the usual pleasantries, comparisons, and displays of vanity had been utterly consumed by fear. Their gazes, as if by unspoken agreement, all turned toward the same direction, the closed courtyard gate. The vermilion gate stood like a silent barrier isolating the clamor outside. But that isolation was merely self-deception. The faint shouts of battle, the sharp clash of swords, and the indistinct screams beyond the walls constantly reminded everyone present there was a fight outside. Someone was trying to break in. Empress Qin stood at the very center of the crowd with dozens of loyal eunuchs and guards in front of her. She was dressed in a purple phoenix robe, her hair piled high adorned with pearls and jade. Her majestic bearing helped calm the restless hearts. But at this moment, beneath her well-maintained face, a calm surface concealed turbulent waves that others could not read. She had already sent out 5 messengers. The first slipped out through the side gate, no news. The second climbed over the back wall, no movement. The third, fourth, fifth, none returned. Empress Qin lowered her eyes, her fingertips tightening slightly, then slowly relaxing. She knew in her heart that trouble had likely erupted everywhere in the palace. The crown prince must have been plotting rebellion for a long time. Since he dared to strike during the palace banquet, he must have made thorough preparations. Although Huaqing Garden was the women's quarters if he planned to spare it. Empress Qin's lips curled into a cold smile. Impossible. The crown prince, towards her, a younger empress, had always shown outward respect, but harbored resentment. She knew it well. To seize the throne, the safest approach was to strike at both places simultaneously, control the emperor and court officials on one side, and the empress and noble women on the other. This might divide his forces, but if one side failed, the other could serve as leverage. So she did not act rashly. She had no idea how many enemies were outside or how many guards the crown prince had subverted. Rushing out would only mean death. Better to hold their ground. Huaqing Garden was not a fortress, but it had a sturdy gate and dozens of loyal eunuchs and guards. As long as they held out until the outcome was decided, until reinforcements arrived. Empress Qin's gaze swept slowly over the anxious faces of the noble women. Then it settled on one direction. There the old matriarch of the Wei Yuan home mansion sat upright on a chair. Her wrinkled face revealed no emotion, her back with straight hands folded on her knees holding a purple sandalwood cane. Beside the old matriarch stood a young woman. She wore a lotus-colored jacket, her hair piled high, her features gentle and composed. She was the Shen family girl who had married into the second branch. She stood beside the old matriarch, eyes slightly lowered, her face showing no discernible emotion. Occasionally she looked up at the courtyard gate, her gaze calm and focused. Empress Qin's gaze paused on her for a moment. The Pei family was truly fortunate. A granddaughter-in-law like this was a real find. If not for this Shun girl's vigilance, Huaqing Garden today would likely have been drenched in blood. An hour earlier, Huaqing Garden was at its liveliest. Empress Qin had just finished her opening remarks and the guests were dispersing, as usual, some leaning against the corridor, chatting, others gathered around tables sipping tea. Shen Ninghuan followed the old matriarch, listening as she exchanged pleasantries with several familiar noble ladies. But suddenly she gently tugged at the old matriarch's sleeve. It was not that she intended to interrupt the conversation, but at this moment, she had something far more urgent to tell her grandmother. The source of urgency was two eunuchs not far away. They stood inside the courtyard gate, both young, around 20, fair-skinned, wearing uniform gray-blue robes, heads bowed, with a submissive demeanor, no different from other eunuchs. But Shen Ninghuan could hear the turbulent thoughts churning in their minds. Soon. In a little while, everything will begin. The Crown Prince's scheme finally today. When the fighting starts, we must ensure the gate is open so His Highness men can enter smoothly. If we can accomplish a great deed, the future will be bright. Shen Ninghuan lowered her eyes, her fingertips tightening slightly. She understood. The Crown Prince was about to make his move. Today, during this palace banquet, in Huaqing Garden where she was also a target. Shen Ninghuan took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. Her heart raced, but her mind worked even faster. This was something she as a junior could not handle alone. When faced with matters, one must distinguish between important and trivial and recognize one's own limits. Matters one can handle independently, matters one cannot handle immediately hand over to those who can. When the sky falls, let the taller ones hold it up. And beside her there happened to be a taller person. The old matriarch was speaking with an elderly noble lady, her expression calm and smiling, discussing ordinary topics. But Shen Ninghuan's action made her swiftly end the conversation. After a few words, she concluded the topic. When the noble lady turned away, the old matriarch tilted her head slightly, her gaze falling on Shen Ninghuan's face. "Huaner, what is it?" The old matriarch's voice was not loud, but it reached Shen Ninghuan clearly. Shen Ninghuan gave a slight bow and said in a low voice, "Grandmother, I have something to tell you." The old matriarch looked at her. In those wrinkled but not clouded eyes, a flicker of sharpness that others might miss appeared. This granddaughter-in-law must have something important to say, and it was urgent. Otherwise, she would not have interrupted her conversation with the other elders so anxiously. "Speak." Shen Ninghuan did not hesitate. She stepped closer, lowered her voice, and spoke quickly but clearly. "Grandmother, I just sense that those two eunuchs are not right. Something major may happen at today's banquet." The old matriarch listened and fell silent for a moment. Her mind raced. Eunuchs not right. Something major. The women's banquet was entirely under the empress' charge. Those present should all be the empress people. If two eunuchs were suspicious, it must mean they intended to harm the empress. A major event aimed at the empress. That could only mean, "Come, I will take you to pay respects to Her Majesty." The old matriarch did not ask further questions, nor did she hesitate. Gripping her cane, she walked steadily toward where the empress stood. Shen Ninghuan followed at her side. She also did not ask or say anything more, nor did she show any unusual expression, as if they were merely walking over to exchange a few polite words with the empress. Empress Qin was standing under the corridor, chatting with several noble ladies. She saw the old figure approaching from afar, her pace not fast, but steady, each step firmly planted. The old matriarch of Wei Yuan Ho Mansion. The ninth prince was still residing in their mansion. Perhaps she wanted to take this opportunity to talk about the ninth prince's recent situation or something else. Empress Qin's heart stirred slightly, but her face remained impassive. She smiled and greeted, "The matriarch has arrived. Please come in." The old matriarch approached, slightly bowed. Empress Qin quickly reached out to support her. "No need for formalities, matriarch." The old matriarch straightened up. Then she raised her head, looked at Empress Qin, her gaze calm as water, and spoke in a voice not loud, but clearly reaching the empress' ears. "Your Majesty, I have something to report." Empress Qin's smile faded slightly. She looked at the old matriarch, then at the quiet young woman beside her, and gave a slight nod, dismissing those around. "Please speak, matriarch." The old matriarch did not beat around the bush. She repeated word for word what Shen Ninghuan had told her. Finally she added, "Your Majesty, my granddaughter-in-law has always been steady and never speaks of baseless things. Since she has sensed something amiss, there must be a problem. If your Majesty trusts me, please make preparations early." Empress Qin listened and fell silent for a moment. She looked at the old matriarch, then at the young woman who remained with downcast eyes and a calm expression. Shen Ninghuan, the legitimate daughter of the Shen family. She had heard of the marriage-swapping incident. At the time, she had thought it a pity that a legitimate daughter had her marriage stolen by her younger sister, forcing her to marry into the second branch. But Pei's second son was the first to discover the ninth prince's illness. Now it seemed she had not married badly. Both husband and wife were clever. Empress Qin withdrew her gaze. She did not ask how Shen Ninghuan had sensed it. Everyone has their own secrets. Nor did she demand specific evidence from Shen Ninghuan, because she knew that once she apprehended those two eunuchs, the truth of everything would be revealed. "Guards." Empress Qin's voice was not loud, but carried the authority of one long in power. Several trusted eunuchs quickly gathered around. Empress Qin's gaze swept over the two eunuchs standing inside the courtyard gate with bowed heads. She raised her chin slightly. "Seize those two." The action was swift. So swift that the two eunuchs had no time to react. They were pinned to the ground, their faces still bewildered, shouting, "Spare me, your Majesty. I am innocent." But the panic that flashed in their eyes did not escape the Empress' notice. Empress Qin did not waste words with them. She only said two words, "Interrogate them." The old matron who had served her for 20 years was efficient. Within half a cup of tea the two eunuchs had confessed everything. The crown prince. A palace coup. Hongguang Hall Huaqing Garden. None would be spared. Empress Qin listened, her face showing no panic. Panic could not solve the problem. She calmly gave orders, send messengers through different routes, let as many as possible get out, all remaining personnel stay, put guard the gate, and take no reckless action. Then she gathered all the noble women to the center of the courtyard. She said only one sentence: there are troublemakers outside. Everyone wait here. As long as my people are here, no one will step through this gate. No one dared to ask what was happening. No one dared to make a sound. They huddled together like frightened lambs, staring fixedly at the closed courtyard gate at the backs of the eunuchs, and guards guarding it at the unknown fear that was drawing closer. The old matriarch sat upright on her chair, her back straight, hands folded, the purple sandalwood cane resting across her knees. Her wrinkled face showed no expression, as if she were not nervous at all. Shen Ninghuan could confirm that the old matriarch was indeed not nervous because she heard her thoughts churning constantly. Old man, is there really something wrong with the place you buried back then? Why hasn't the mansion had a single peaceful moment this year? First the heir's scandal, then the ninth prince's fake death and entry into the mansion, and now even attending a palace banquet leads to a coup attempt. It's almost New Year's. How can things keep happening one after another? Could it be that the feng shui is really off? If I can get back safely tonight, they'll definitely find a master to take a look. The old matriarch's mind was busy with these thoughts, but her face remained as calm as water. The noble women around her, seeing her composure, could not help but feel a sense of admiration. Truly a matriarch who had been on the battlefield. Such calmness was not something ordinary people could match. The sounds of fighting outside the garden wall grew closer. At first it was only faint, making it hard to tell if it was real. But gradually the noise became clearer and more pressing. The sharp clash of swords, screams, shouts, running footsteps, and the chilling last cries of the dying. All sounds mixed together like a pot of boiling water, getting hotter and hotter until finally, bang! The courtyard gate was struck heavily. The sound made everyone's heart tremble. The guards behind the gate pressed against the door panels, gritting their teeth, veins bulging on their foreheads. Bang! Another blow. The gate groaned under the strain, and through the cracks one could faintly see the surging figures outside, the gleaming blades under the torchlight. Bang! 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 One blow after another, faster and heavier. The noble women's faces turned pale, some bit their lips, some clutched their handkerchiefs, some simply closed their eyes, muttering prayers or incantations. The old matriarch stood up. Her hand gripping the cane tightened slightly, and the bottom of the cane silently lifted an inch from the ground. Another violent ramming from outside. The courtyard gate shook violently, the gap widening, revealing the ferocious faces outside, and the blade tips thrusting through the crack. A sharp glint suddenly flashed in the old matriarch's eyes. In the end, a courtyard gate was merely a courtyard gate. It might stand unyielding against the first assault and hold firm with great effort against the second and third, but it was after all not the city's heavy gates. It lacked the iron-poured door bolts, lacked the mechanism to drop 1,000 June portcullis. It was just a door, a wooden door clad in copper. And now, under countless impacts, it was letting out a mournful groan of unbearable strain. Bang! Another impact. The door panels shuddered violently, and more slivers of blade light sliced through the cracks. The imperial guards pressing against it had veins bulging on their foreheads, teeth grinding audibly, yet they did not retreat a single step. Bang! A sharp crack came from the door bolt, as if something had snapped. Bang! 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 Each blow came faster, heavier than the last. Then finally, crash! Under the final violent assault, the vermilion gate was torn completely from its frame, toppling backward with a heavy crash, kicking up a cloud of dust. The gate was open. Beyond it, a dark, overwhelming tide of rebels surged in. The light of their torches flickered across ferocious faces, and the gleam of swords and sabers cast cold, icy glints in the firelight. The roar of battle was deafening, a sound seemingly from the depths of hell, burrowing straight into one's heart. Ah! A woman finally couldn't bear it, and let out a... That scream was like a fuse, instantly igniting the terror in everyone. Shrieks, wails, and pleas for mercy filled the air. The pampered noble ladies, the sheltered young misses, all turned pale as sheets trembling violently. Some huddled together, some collapsed onto the ground, and others simply rolled their eyes back and fainted. Only two people remained standing, calm and steady. The old madam, and Shen Ninghuan beside her. The old madam leaned on her purple sandalwood cane, her back ramrod straight. Her deeply wrinkled face was an unreadable mask, but her cloudy, yet sharp eyes calmly observed the surging rebels. Shen Ninghuan stood by her side. She did not retreat. Not because she wasn't afraid, but because she knew fear couldn't solve anything and panic couldn't protect her. Losing her composure would only make things worse. Besides, there were people protecting them. The imperial guards who had been behind the door hadn't given up just because the gate was breached. They were still fighting to the death. Not a single step back. They charged heat into the rebels. Blades clashed. Battle cries shook the heavens. Blood splattered. Though the gate had been smashed open, the rebels found it no easy task to rush in. These dozens of imperial guards were the most loyal people by the emperor's side. They might be outnumbered, but they were armored and well-armed. They held their ground firmly at the entrance, refusing to retreat, building a human wall with their own flesh and blood. When a saber came down, they met it with their own. When a sword thrust forward, they blocked it with their bodies. When one fell, another immediately took his place. The rebels charged several times, but were beaten back every time. At the entrance lay over a dozen bodies, both rebels and guards. Blood snaked across the bluestone slabs, reflecting a dark, ominous sheen in the torchlight like horrifying serpents. The imperial guards held the line until a figure slowly emerged from behind the rebel ranks. A hulking brute of a man. He was immense, towering a full 2 heads above those around him, with shoulders broad enough for 2 men to stand side by side. Clad in tight black garments that strained over knotted, bulging muscles, he looked like a beast in human form. What was even more terrifying was his face. It was a mass of coarse flesh with a pair of tiny eyes that were now narrowed like 2 blades hidden within folds of fat, sweeping coldly over the guards blocking the door. He held no saber, no sword. He simply walked forward barehanded, step by step. With each footfall, the ground seemed to tremble slightly. The rebels parted ways for him as he advanced, their gazes filled with fear, reverence, and a hint of excited anticipation for the coming spectacle. Move aside. The giant's voice was as grating as grinding sand. The guards did. They only tightened their grip on their weapons, staring intently at the approaching figure, seeking death. A cruel smile split the giant's face. Then he moved. His speed was utterly incongruous with his massive frame, as fast as a black bolt of lightning, instantly closing the distance to the nearest. The guard, startled, instinctively swung his saber. The blade struck the giant. Clang. A dull metallic sound. It didn't sound like hitting flesh and blood, but like striking an iron plate. The guard felt his hand, jarred, the saber nearly flying from his grip. He stared in disbelief at the man before him. On the spot where he was struck, the giant's clothes were torn, revealing a faint white mark on the skin. The mark vanished quickly as if it had never been. Is that all the strength you have? The giant sneered. Then he reached out and clamped his hand around the guard's neck. Crack. The sound of the neck bone snapping was as crisp as breaking a dry twig. The guard's body went limp and crumpled to the ground. The other guards were horrified, yet still they did not retreat. They swarmed forward, sabers and swords raining down on the giant. Clang, 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 clang. A chaotic clamor. Blows landed on the giant, some deflected, some tearing his clothes, but they only left faint white marks on his skin. The marks vanished in an instant as if they never existed. The giant, ignoring the weapons striking his body, simply continued to walk forward. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. With each step a guard fell. He used his fists, his feet, his head, even his entire body to ram them. Guards were sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, unable to get up. Monster. He's a monster. A guard's voice trembled, but the giant paid no heed. He just kept moving forward, killing as he went. Blades struck him, he ignored them. Blood splattered, he ignored it. The fallen bodies he casually kicked aside. His eyes were fixed only on the women cowering in the back. No, to be precise, on the woman in the deep purple phoenix robe, Empress Qin. Capturing her would be a great achievement. He grinned, striding forward step by step. The guards fought desperately to stop him, but could only delay him for a moment. He was struck countless times, yet his skin wasn't even broken, only leaving those fleeting white marks. Watching this, the women completely broke down. Demon. He's a demon. Help. Somebody help. Stay away. Stay away. Screams, wails, and pleas for mercy filled the air. Some collapsed, some crouched down, covering their heads, some scrambled backward until they hit the wall with nowhere left to go. But the giant continued his advance. Step by step. Closer and closer. Just then, amidst the chaos, an aged voice rang out. Aim for his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. The voice wasn't loud, but it cut cleanly through all the screaming and crying, reaching everyone's ears with perfect clarity. Everyone was stunned, including the giant. He stopped, turned his head, and looked towards the source of the voice. At the back of the crowd, an old woman in a dark green jacket stood quietly, leaning on her cane. Her face, etched with wrinkles, was impassive. Only her cloudy yet sharp eyes stared at him coldly. In his lower quarters, the old madam added another instruction. Her voice remained steady, as if she were stating a simple fact, like needing to remove the shell before eating an egg. Invulnerability to weapons was impressive, but the old madam wasn't particularly surprised. The vast Qin Empire was bound to have its share of extraordinary individuals. But she didn't believe this man was without flaw. Hence she offered her guidance. Hearing this, the giant's brow furrowed slightly, while the guard's eyes... That's right. Invulnerability didn't mean there was no way to break through. The eyes, ears, mouth, and nose were all vulnerable. In the lower quarters, one guard didn't hesitate, thrusting his blade straight for the giant's eyes. The giant's expression changed slightly, and he instinctively turned his head to dodge. Another guard seized the chance to circle behind him, stabbing at his groin. Startled, the giant hurriedly turned to block. This block created an opening. He could no longer advance recklessly as he had before. With their new instructions, the guards focused their attacks on his vital spots. Blades aimed for his eyes, ears, nose, mouth, and that most critical lower area. The giant was hard-pressed, looking somewhat flustered. He was indeed invulnerable to slashes. But if those vital points were struck, they'd be just as deadly. He was forced to divert his attention, to protect them, forced to slow down, to parry, forced to become cautious and hesitant. The guards he had once ignored had now become troublesome opponents. Yet even so, he alone was still holding back nearly 10 of them. This created a gap in the defense at the entrance. 3 rebels seized the opportunity, slipping past the guards and charging straight for the Empress. Kill. Capture the Empress. The 3 men, swords raised, rushed at the Empress like wolves. The only thing standing in their way were a group of defenseless women. Seeing them charge, the women were scared out of their wits. Screams erupted once more. Some scrambled back, some crouched down, some simply fainted. The fragile order that had barely been maintained collapsed instantly. The crowd surged backward like a tide. Only one person did not retreat. The old madam remained standing, leaning on her purple sandalwood cane, her back as straight as an ancient pine that had weathered countless storms. She stood there at the very front of all the women, facing the 3 charging rebels. They drew closer. 10 steps. 5 steps. 3 steps. The blade light flickered in the torchlight, illuminating their 3 ferocious faces. 5 steps. 3 steps. The blade light flickered in the torchlight, illuminating their 3. They paid her no mind. What threat could a woman with 1 foot in the grave pose? The 3 charged straight ahead, raising their swords high, ready to cleave the obstacle in their path in 2. Then, the old madam moved. The purple sandalwood cane in her hand transformed into a black dragon. She stepped forward with her right foot, shifted her body, gripped the end of the cane with both hands, and thrust it forward. The motion was fluid and swift as a beam of light, so fast the first rebel didn't even react. The tip of the cane had already pierced his throat. Ugh! The rebel's eyes widened in disbelief at the old woman. A cane could kill. His lips moved as if to speak, but only a mouthful of bloody froth came out. Then his body crumpled to the ground. The old madam, with her movements were fluid without a moment's pause. The second rebel's sword was already swinging down. The old madam gripped the middle of the cane with both hands, raised it to block. Clang! The sword was deflected. She smoothly thrust the cane forward, then twisted it to the right, knocking the sword aside. Then, she gripped the end of the cane, swung it in a full arc, and brought it smashing down onto the head of the rebel in front of her. Crack! A dull, sickening sound. The rebel's head split open like an overripe watermelon. His body swayed, then fell stiffly to the ground, sleeping forever. The third rebel finally snapped back to reality. He clutched his sword, staring at the old madam with wide, incredulous eyes. Was this old woman human or ghost? How was she so ferocious? But his actions didn't hesitate. He attempted a dishonorable sneak attack from behind, but the old madam didn't give him the chance. She gripped the cane with both hands, spun around, and thrust it backward, a sudden lethal counter-thrust. The tip of the cane pierced the last rebel's throat with unerring accuracy. Ugh! The rebel's eyes were wide as he slowly knelt, then pitched forward motionless. From the fall of the first rebel to the death of the third, only a few short breaths had passed. 3 fierce, burly men had been killed by that cane. Killed by a woman nearly 70 years old. The screaming in the courtyard had stopped at some point. Everyone stared in disbelief at the scene. The women who had collapsed, the misses who had been crouching, the noble ladies trembling in the corners. All were frozen, as if under a spell, mouths agape, eyes wide, forgetting to breathe. Was this the old madam who spent her days chanting Buddhist scriptures and living in seclusion? Was this the frail old woman who looked like a gust of wind could blow her over? This was clearly the reincarnation of a war god. The old madam leaned on her cane, panting heavily. Age was catching up with her. Just dealing with 3 petty thieves had left her somewhat exhausted. She lowered her eyes, looking at the 3 corpses on the ground, then at her own slightly trembling hands, and sighed softly in her heart. Old. Truly one cannot deny age. On the battlefield in her youth, she could charge in and out alone, routing the barbarians. Now just a little movement left her this breathless. Time waits for no one. Shen Ninghuan hurried over, wanting to help support her. The old madam gave a slight shake of her head, indicating she was fine. At that moment, a figure descended from the sky. The figure landed not far in front of the old madam, the sound of the landing soft, yet carrying an imposing aura. Black clothes, a bamboo hat on his head. The hat was pulled low, obscuring most of the face, revealing only a sharply defined jaw. In this chaotic courtyard on this night woven with firelight and blood, a person dressed like this descending from the sky didn't look like an upstanding citizen. But Shen Ninghuan felt a wave of relief upon seeing this person, because she heard it. Heard the thoughts surging in the heart of the figure that had descended. Wait. Whoa, grandma's got some serious skills. A triple kill, eh? This old lady is truly hiding her light. That voice, so familiar to her, carried a hint of urgency, a bit of panic, and a touch of Pei Cijing's unique, hilariously erratic train of thought. Standing beside the old madam, Shen Ninghuan looked at the figure in black and the bamboo hat, and the corners of her mouth suddenly curved up. The curve was so faint, almost imperceptible, but in her eyes something was faintly shining. Within Huaqing, courtyard flames flickered, the scent of blood mingling with the chill of the night wind spreading wantonly through the grounds. The moment Pei Cijing landed, he distinctly felt the gazes from all around converge upon him in unison, gazes filled with wariness, suspicion, vigilance, and a touch of what he took to be admiration. He lifted his chin slightly. The shadow of his bamboo had obscured most of his face, revealing only a sharply defined jawline. The night breeze brushed past, causing his robes to flutter, gently rendering the black-clad figure all the more enigmatic. Utterly badass. Pei Cijing silently awarded himself a perfect score in his mind. This entire outfit had cost him a full 200 gossip points. One-click wardrobe change from head to toe, inside and out, from the black robes to the bamboo hat. All premium system-issued gear. Though a bit pricey, the effect was immediate. This entrance, this aura, this atmosphere, the epitome of a reclusive master. Worth it. Of course, changing into this outfit wasn't just for showing off. Pei Cijing knew full well. Though he had come to Huaqing Courtyard to rescue the Empress, the main battlefield tonight was at Hanyuan Hall, and the old Emperor was the one everyone should be saving first. But him. With his abilities, instead of saving the old Emperor first, he had bypassed the closer priority to rescue the Empress. If anyone recognized him and spread word his merit could turn into disaster, others wouldn't care that he was worried about his wife. They would only accuse him of disregarding the sovereigns. To avoid such a hidden danger, it was better to conceal his identity from the start. As the saying goes, accomplish the deed, then brush off the dust and leave without a trace. Ensuring his wife's safety was the foremost priority. Pei Cijing stood with his hands behind his back, a faint curve forming at the corner of his lips beneath the shadow of his bamboo hat. Perfect. However, he was unaware that the thoughts of everyone present were entirely different from his own. The guards, who is this? Dressed all in black with a bamboo hat. What decent person would wear such attire in the palace? Could he be a rebel reinforcement? The rebels, who is this? This outfit. Could he be a secret agent arranged by the crown prince? But why hasn't he moved after landing? Is he on our side or not? Why hasn't he made a move against the Empress? For a moment, both sides, each harboring their own thoughts, fell into a bizarrely synchronized pause. All eyes were fixed on the black-clad figure. Pei Cijing, feeling the gazes from all directions, secretly gloated. This aura, this presence, definitely worth 200 gossip points. Look at the expressions on these people, totally intimidated by him, right? He cleared his throat. His voice was not loud, but it reached everyone's ears. Clearly, step aside. He'll handle this. The guards were stunned. The rebels were equally stunned. Step aside. Step aside from what? You'll handle it. Handle what? Pei Cijing strode forward unhurried, directly toward the direction of the besieged giant. He walked steadily, each step planted firmly, his robes swaying gently in the night breeze. The guards surrounding the giant instinctively stepped aside. Not because they obeyed, but because they hadn't yet processed what was happening. By the time they came to their senses, the black-clad figure had already stopped not far from the giant. One of the guards finally realized this might be an ally, and urgently shouted, "Be careful, warrior. This man is impervious to blades and has immense strength. We've been attacking him for a long time without harming him a bit. Let's all attack together." The voice carried a note of anxiety and concern. Pei Cijing tilted his head slightly, and from beneath the shadow of his bamboo hat came a calm voice, "No need. Go assist the others. Leave this one to me." The guards exchanged bewildered glances. Go assist the others. Leave this to him. Him alone. That monster was impervious to blades. They hadn't been able to subdue it with a dozen men, and he thought he could do it alone. Could he really manage? But the black-clad figure stood there, his tone as casual, as if he were saying, "Don't worry, I'm not a child anymore. I'll get water when I'm thirsty," without a hint of tension. The guards were skeptical, yet dared not disobey. The scene of the old woman killing 3 with a single staff stroke was still fresh in their minds, teaching them a lesson. Nowadays, the more unassuming a person seemed, the less they should be underestimated. They slowly retreated, but didn't go far, standing guard nearby, ready to rush in at any moment. Meanwhile, the giant had not moved at all. He simply stood there, squinting at Pei Cijing, watching the guards fall back, watching the black-clad figure approach step by step. Then he laughed. The laughter was full of mockery with a hint of Catan mouse amusement. "Kid," he said, his voice as rough as grinding gravel, "you've got guts." Pei Cijing said nothing. The giant continued, "You heard what those people said, right? Impervious to blades, immense strength. A dozen of them together couldn't handle me, and you alone." He paused, bearing a ferocious grin. "Are you here to die?" Pei Cijing still remained silent. Beneath the shadow of his bamboo hat, his eyes were calm to the point of indifference, fixed on the giant, sending an inexplicable chill down the latter's spine. The giant, seeing him like this, suddenly felt uncertain. This man, was he truly capable, or just bluffing? Forget it. Whatever. Since he dared to step forward alone, let him taste true despair. The giant wasted no more. He lunged forward, charging at Pei Cijing. His massive frame was like a moving hill. With each step, the ground trembled slightly. He moved astonishingly fast, completely incongruous with his bulky build, like a human beast, hurtling straight at Pei Cijing with a whistling wind. He intended to crush this insolent brat in the most brutal way. 5 paces, 3 paces, 1 pace. The giant reached Pei Cijing, reaching out with a hand as large as a palm leaf to grab him like a chicken. Then Pei Cijing moved. He raised his hand and punched. The speed of the fist was not fast, and the force seemed unremarkable, aimed straight at the giant's face. A flicker of disdain passed through the giant's eyes. Is that all? He had thought this man daring to challenge him alone had some real skill, but it was just a bluff. The force of this punch probably wasn't even enough to tickle him. He grinned, raised his hand to catch the fist, ready to show the kid what despair meant. But what greeted him was a cloud of powder. A white fine powder with a pungent smell. It exploded from between Pei Cijing's fingers, covering the giant's face, mouth, nose, eyes, ears, all coated in the white dust. Ah! The giant let out a piercing scream. The powder entered his eyes, instantly stinging them shut, entered his nose, making him choke, entered his mouth, burning his eyes felt as if they were on fire, tears streaming uncontrollably, but the more he cried, the deeper the powder penetrated, the more intense the pain. He instinctively let go of Pei Cijing, covered his face, and frantically rubbed his eyes, emitting beastly howls of agony. My eyes! My eyes! Pei Cijing stepped back, watching the giant clutching his face and screaming, and couldn't help but remark, what a fool. 10 gossip points. A packet of quicklime powder. System issued, guaranteed quality. If it were a proper fight, he could have taken him down, but it would have taken some effort, so Pei Cijing decided to play dirty. And this guy didn't even dodge, he reached out to catch it. Who could blame him? Pei Cijing shook his head. But then again, it wasn't entirely the giant's fault. Who would have thought that a black-clad swordsman with such a grand entrance, seemingly a peerless master, would resort to such underhanded tricks? His own aura was too high. Normal people wouldn't think of it, so naturally the giant couldn't either. And he fell for it. Completely. Pei Cijing watched the giant defenseless and wailing in pain, and suddenly felt a bit guilty. This was practically bullying an honest man. But guilty or not, he still had to do what needed to be done. He stepped forward, lifted his leg. A crippling kick. Ow! The giant's scream shot up 3 octaves, his entire body curling up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, his hands moving from his face to clutch a certain indescribable area. His body trembled violently, veins bulging on his forehead, sweat the size of beans pouring down, emitting a wheezing sound that made others feel the pain. Pei Cijing looked at him like this and silently calculated in his mind. Quicklime in the eyes, crippling kick, double blow, both mental and physical torment. If he could still stand up, Pei Cijing would write his name backwards. But to be safe, had better add another kick. He raised his foot, aimed at the giant's temple, and kicked down. Thud. A muffled sound. The giant's body swayed, then went completely limp, collapsing like a heap of mud, motionless. Sound asleep. Pei Cijing withdrew his foot, looked down at the unconscious behemoth, and nodded with satisfaction. Done. 3 moves in total, costing only 10 gossip points, effortlessly handled. He raised his head and scanned the surroundings. The guards who had been ready to assist were all wide-eyed, mouths agape, their expressions priceless. Some had jaws nearly hitting the ground, others had eyes bulging out, and a few almost dropped their swords. That's it. The impenetrable, immensely strong monster that a dozen of them couldn't subdue was taken down in 3 moves. A packet of powder, a crippling kick, another kick to knock him out. The guards exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Pei Cijing paid no attention to their shock. He strode forward, heading toward the other battlefront. Over there, the guards and rebels were still locked in combat. Blades flashed, cries of killing filled the air, blood splattered on the bluestone slabs, reflecting a dull sheen in the firelight. The rebels outnumbered the guards, who, despite their desperate resistance, were gradually losing ground. Pei Cijing stepped into the battlefield. His pace was unhurried, as if strolling through a garden. His figure wove through the flashing blades and swords like a falling leaf, a wisp of wind, a faint shadow. Each time he passed a rebel, he casually swung his hand. No fancy moves, no earth-shattering momentum. Just a gentle flick. Then he continued forward. The rebel would freeze, not yet realizing what had happened, before feeling a chill on his neck. Head reach up to touch it. What he touched was a thin wound. Perhaps because the blade was too fast, he felt almost no pain, but blood gushed out uncontrollably, warm, sticky, slipping through his fingers. He tried to shout, but no sound came from his throat. His body swayed, then collapsed weakly. Pei Cijing didn't look back. He continued forward. Each time he passed a rebel, he swung his hand. A line of blood. A muffled thud. A body falling. He walked and swung, reaping the rebels' lives like harvesting wheat. The rebels had no time to react, no time to resist, no time to even see the blade that swept from the darkness. One step. One man falls. Another step. Another man falls. The guards watched in stunned silence. What kind of swordsmanship was this? They had fought desperately for so long, barely holding the line, yet before this man it seemed as simple as a child's game. He just walked and swung, and the rebels fell like wheat, one after another. No one could stop him. No one could get close to him. No one could even see how he struck. His figure flickered in the firelight like a black specter reaping lives one after another. The rebels finally panicked. Run! Run! Someone shouted first, and the remaining rebels, abandoning all thoughts of the Empress' bounty or the Crown Prince's rewards, dropped their weapons and fled. But could they escape? Those who fled, no matter how fast, were no match for the blade that pursued from behind. In moments, the rebels in the courtyard were all cleared. Corpses lay strewn about, blood flowing in rivulets across the bluestone slabs like ghastly serpents under the torchlight. Only the black-clad figure stood silently amid the carnage. His robes were unstained by a single drop of blood. The sword in his hand had been sheathed without anyone noticing. He stood there, hands behind his back, the shadow of his bamboo hat concealing his face, his robes fluttering gently in the night breeze. The scene held an indescribable eeriness, or perhaps a certain transcendent, otherworldly quality. The guards stood frozen, as if petrified. They stared at that figure, at the corpses at his feet, at his spotless black robe, at his chin that had never lifted, and for a moment they didn't know what to say. After a long while, someone finally came to their senses and stammered, "Thank you, warrior, for saving our lives." This broke the spell, and the others quickly followed suit, thanking him with cupped hands or bows. Pei Cijing waved his hand dismissively, as if it were a trivial matter. "No need for formalities," he said, his voice still flat, betraying. Then he looked up, his gaze passing over the guards and the terrified women, settling on a certain direction behind the crowd. There Shen Ninghuan was supporting the old lady, standing quietly. Their eyes met in the air. Shen Ninghuan looked at him, and in her clear eyes something glimmered faintly. The corner of her mouth curved into a very subtle smile, so slight it was almost imperceptible. But Pei Cijing saw it. He saw that smile, and behind it the truth. She knew it was him. His gaze lingered on her face for a moment. Then he looked away, turned, walked toward the courtyard gate. Not far off, a squad of imperial guards was shouting, "Protect the emperor," and rushing toward them, presumably indicating that the main battle had been decided. This place should be time to retreat. His wife was safe. He needed to return to where he was supposed to be, otherwise when everything ended his absence would be hard to explain. The guards were stunned. "Warrior, please stay," someone called out. But Pei Cijing's figure did not pause, nor did he slow his pace. He simply walked on, stepping over the strewn corpses, through the shattered courtyard gate, and into the depths of the night. His silhouette gradually blurred, merging with the darkness. Eventually he vanished completely. Ding. Successfully witnessed. The mysterious expert saves the Empress, leaves without a trace. Gossip points 3,888. Current gossip points 20316. The night was as dark as ink, and the imperial city was ablaze with firelight and the clamor of battle. Pei Cijing emerged from Huaqing Garden and headed north, weaving swiftly through the shadows. His pace was unhurried, yet every step found a corner untouched by the flames, like a passing breeze, silent and unseen. Behind him, faint cheers drifted from the direction of Huaqing Garden. The imperial guards had arrived. Pei Cijing did not look back. His lady was safe now. He needed to hurry back to Hanyuan Hall, back to that corner, back behind that long table, back among the trembling noble science. He quickened his pace. Passing through a corridor and skirting a pavilion, the view suddenly opened up. Before Hanyuan Hall, torches blazed. Squadrons of imperial guards surged from all directions. Their armor glinted coldly in the firelight, their footsteps heavy and synchronized, thudding dully against the stone pavement. They shouted, "Protect the emperor and slay the traitors," as they flooded toward Hanyuan Hall like a tidal wave. The rebels, who were still putting up a desperate fight, were beaten back by this sudden reinforcement. Some threw down their weapons and surrendered, some turned and fled, while others fought to the death, only to be surrounded by the guards and cut down. Pei Cijing stood in the shadows watching. The outcome was decided. The Crown Prince's coup had ultimately failed. He averted his gaze and slipped silently to a corner on the side of Hanyuan Hall, where a small door stood ajar, the one he had left open earlier. The door was unlatched. Pei Cijing pushed it open and stepped inside. Within the hall, the roar of battle still raged, but its intensity had waned. Pei Cijing edged along the shadows, inching toward that corner. His movements were so light, like a cat, like a shadow. Not a single person amid the fierce fighting noticed him. At last he reached the corner. The curtain still hung, concealing the small triangular space behind it. Pei Cijing lifted a corner of the drapery and slipped inside. The curtain fell, sealing off the chaos outside. The light dimmed abruptly. Pei Cijing looked down. The eunuch whose neck he had snapped lay still, his expression serene, as if merely asleep. Pei Cijing gazed at him, recalling the words he had spoken when he acted. He passed. Peacefully. Now it seemed. Indeed, rather peaceful. Pei Cijing withdrew his gaze, crouched down, and shifted the eunuch's body deeper into the corner, clearing a small space. Then he sat down against the wall. Beyond the curtain, the clamor of battle was deafening. Within the curtain, all was silent. Pei Cijing closed his eyes and took a deep breath. The skirmish at Huaqing Garden had been brief, but the frantic to and fro had drained much of his energy. Now seated, he felt the exhaustion creep in. He leaned against the wall, peering through the gap in the curtain at the commotion outside. This grand drama seemed on the verge of its final act. Within the hall the battle raged fiercely. The Crown Prince's forces still held a slight advantage. Though those loyal to the old emperor fought desperately, warriors like Pei Cijing slashing through enemies, Li Chenqian's men steadily closed in on the emperor. The eunuchs guarding the old emperor fell one by one. One, another, yet another. Finally, before him stood only a single eunuch. That eunuch was young, barely 20, with delicate features. Now drenched in blood, he gripped a sword seized from somewhere, standing resolutely before the old emperor. His hands trembled, but he did not retreat, not a single step. And facing him was the Crown Prince Li Chenqian. The Crown Prince still wore his apricot-yellow brocade robes. He stood merely 3 zhang away from the old emperor, hands clasped behind his back, his expression composed. Before him stood the last 3 loyal retainers. Wei Zhong led them. The personal attendant who had served the Crown Prince for 20 years, now drenched in blood, both his own and others. He gripped a long blade, its tip still dripping blood, his eyes burning with a near-fanatical loyalty. 3 against 1. That young eunuch stood no chance. The old emperor watched this scene, and suddenly spoke, his voice aged yet steady. "Qingqian, do you hear the sounds outside?" Beyond the hall the faint cries of imperial guards and the rhythmic stomp of boots grew nearer and clearer, like hammer blows striking every heart. The Crown Prince did not turn around. He simply looked at the old emperor, the corners of his mouth curving ever so slightly, a faint, almost imperceptible smile. "I hear them," he said. The old emperor regarded him with a complex gaze. "The guards protecting me will arrive any moment. Stop this, Qingqian. Father and son as we are, I will grant you a dignified end." A dignified end. The Crown Prince lowered his gaze, silent for a moment. Then he looked up at the old emperor, something flickering in his eyes. "Father," he began, his voice not loud, but each word distinct. "An arrow once loosed cannot return." He paused. "If I can seize you before the guards arrive, then victory shall be mine." As his words fell, he raised his hand and swept it forward. "Take him." Wei Zhong did not hesitate, charging with the 2 retainers toward the lad. Blades flashed, and swords clashed once more. The young eunuch fought desperately. His swordsmanship was unrefined, but he was reckless. When the blade came down, he did not dodge. He lunged forward, using his own body as a shield, then thrust his sword at the opponent's heart. When the sword thrust at him, he did not evade. He surged forward, using his flesh and blood to buy the old emperor. 1 against 3. He held for 3 breaths. After 3 breaths, his sword pierced the throat of the retainer beside Wei Zhong, but he himself was run through by the other retainer's long blade. "Ngh." A muffled grunt escaped him. His body swayed, but did not fall. He tightened his grip on the sword, mustering the last of his strength, and drove it deeper into the retainer. The blade sank into flesh. The retainer's eyes widened in disbelief, and then both collapsed to the ground, silent. 1 for 1. He traded his own life for one of theirs. Before the old emperor, there was no one left. Wei Zhong gripped his blade, panting, heavily drenched in blood. Only 1 retainer remained beside him. They exchanged a glance, then stepped forward together, closing in on the old emperor. 1 step. 2 steps. They were a single step away from the old emperor. The emperor stood unflinching, his expression unchanged, silently watching the approaching blade, and beyond it the Crown Prince's calm face. At that very moment, a long sword, silent and unseen, came to rest against the Crown Prince's neck. The cold edge pressed against his skin, carrying the breath of... The Crown Prince froze. Everyone in the hall was stunned. The sword's owner stepped out from behind the Crown Prince. He wore dark brocade robes, his posture upright, his face cold and stern. That young face was now filled with lethal intent. The 8th Prince Li Chengyuan. His sword was held steadily against the Crown Prince's neck. His gaze swept over the dumbfounded rebels in the hall, and his voice, though not loud, reached every ear. "The Crown Prince has been captured. Surrender now." As his words fell, the hall fell into dead silence. Everyone was frozen in place. The guards and rebels locked in combat, the ministers clutching their swords, the princes cowering in corners. All eyes turned in unison to that figure. The 8th Prince's sword was held firmly against the Crown Prince's neck. A single stroke would end his life. Wei Zhong whipped around, saw the scene, and felt as if struck by lightning. Instinctively, he tightened his grip on his blade, wanting to charge. But the blade was a step away from the old emperor, and the Crown Prince's life was in someone else's hands. He dared not move. He dared not gamble with the Crown Prince's life. Li Chengyuan paid no heed to the rebels or Wei Zhong's murderous glare. He simply looked at the old emperor, bowed his head slightly, his tone respectful and apologetic. "Your son arrived late to protect you, father. Please forgive me." The old emperor looked at him, at that young face, at the sword pressed against the Crown Prince's neck, and let out a long, slow breath. That breath had been trapped in his chest for far too long. "It is nothing," he said, his voice hoarse, but laced with relief. "Qingyin, you have arrived just in time. Well done." He paused, shifting his gaze from Li Chengyuan to the Crown Prince's face. The Crown Prince was looking back at him. Their eyes met in the candlelight. The old emperor gazed at this eldest legitimate son whom he had held in high regard for 36 years, at the gray at his temples, at the complex expression on his face, and felt a whirlwind of emotions. "Qingqian," he spoke, his voice aged and weary, "you have lost. Tell your men to stop their futile resistance. It is time for this to end." The crown prince did not respond immediately. He simply looked at the old emperor, at that aged face, at those murky, yet still authoritative eyes for a long time. "Yes, father," he said at last, his voice soft as a sigh. "It is all over." As the words fell, and then he suddenly smiled. But that smile concealed so much: resentment, resignation, release, and a hint of something no one else could decipher. As he smiled, his body suddenly convulsed. A gush of bright red blood burst from his mouth, splattering onto the golden bricks, onto his apricot yellow robes, onto the sword Li Chengyan held to his neck. A sight that shook the soul. Li Chengyan was startled and instinctively tried to withdraw his sword, but it was too late. The crown prince's body swayed, then slowly crumpled to the ground. His eyes, even in death, remained open. Within them a light still flickered, a light no one could decipher. Was it resentment, resignation, mockery, or something else entirely? No one knew. Only the crown prince himself knew. On the chessboard, he had lost utterly and completely. But what did it matter? He had already made his move. The game would not end with his death. It would continue. As for whoever inherited the board, whether they could see it through to the end, that was no longer his concern. As the crown prince's eyes closed, a faint, elusive smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. That smile was like a riddle that would never be solved. "Your Highness." Wei Zhong let out a heart-wrenching cry. He dropped his blade, rushed to the crown prince's side, and gathered the still warm body into his arms. He looked at the serene face, at the eyes that had not closed even in death, and tears streamed down his face. "Your Highness, your Highness. How could you? How could you?" His voice trembled violently, finally dissolving into a long, mournful wail. Then he lifted his head and looked at the old emperor. His eyes were filled with grief, with resolve, and a trace of release. "Your Highness, this old servant follows you." As the words left his mouth, he snatched up the blade from the ground and drew it across his own throat. Blood sprayed. His body collapsed softly beside the crown prince, dying alongside his master. The hall fell into a deathly stillness. Everyone watched the scene, the two bodies lying side by side, momentarily at a loss for words. Moments later, a flood of imperial guards poured into Hanyuan Hall. Their armor gleamed coldly in the candlelight, blades in hand, eyes vigilant. They swiftly took control of the scene. The surviving rebel retainers were subdued one by one, forced to the ground, and taken into custody. Within the hall, silence finally reigned. The sixth prince, Li Qingyu, finally let out a sigh of relief. He leaned against a pillar, gasping for breath, his body covered in countless wounds, some still seeping blood. The battle just now had been fraught with peril. The crown prince had sent so many to besiege him, each one a master, each strike aimed at his vitals. They were truly intent on killing him, not just going through the motions. If he hadn't possessed some skill of his own, he might well have lost his life. Li Qingyu closed his eyes and took a deep breath. But his elder brother, had he really died that easily? If he hadn't possessed some skill of his own, he might well have lost his life. Li Qingyu closed his eyes and took a deep breath. But his elder brother, had he really? That smile, Li Qingyu studied at his brow, furrowing slightly. A sense of unease crept over him. He knew his elder brother too well, a man who had schemed for years with such deep-laid plans. How could he surrender so easily? How could he simply walk to his death? That smile, it was unmistakably the smile of one who had gotten what he wanted. But he had lost utterly and completely. What could he possibly have gotten? Li Qingyi's gaze settled on the serene face, on the faint smile, on the closed eyes. The man was dead. Could he have left some scheme behind? Li Qingyi's eyes swept slowly across the hall. The captured rebel retainers being led away, the remnants begging for mercy on their knees, the ministers drenched in blood, the other princes still shaken, the eighth prince who had bravely come to the rescue. Everything seemed perfectly normal. Everything seemed over. At the center of the hall, the old emperor still stood. But his gaze remained fixed on the crown prince's corpse. He looked at that familiar face, at those eyes that had not closed even in death, at the faint smile at the corner of the mouth. A storm raged within him. Chengqian. He silently repeated the name. This son whom he had appointed as heir at 13 and meticulously groomed for 36 years, this eldest legitimate son he had once held such high hopes for as his successor, was dead. Dead before his eyes. Dead in this very coup. The old emperor closed his eyes and drew a deep breath. When he opened them again, those murky eyes revealed nothing. He simply stood gazing at the crown prince's corpse, at those eyes that had not closed, at that faint smile. No one knew what he was thinking. No one dared to ask. He just stood there watching, silent. A long time passed. A long time. Outside the hall, the night deepened. Inside, the candle flames flickered. This earth-shaking coup had finally drawn to its close. Until the next day, the sky was barely light. Morning rays filtered through the clouds, casting a pale golden sheen over the entire imperial city. That light, yet upon those who had not slept all night, it only accentuated their exhaustion. Their faces were deathly pale, with dark circles under their eyes and cracked lips. Their robes were crumpled, some stained with blood, looking as disheveled as if they had just crawled off a battlefield. The palace gates finally opened. Those who were to be released could finally leave. The crowd, as if granted amnesty, hurried out their steps, urgent, desperate to escape this place that had turned into a slaughterhouse overnight. Outside the palace gates, Pei Cijing and his group gathered once more. The faint morning light gilded the upturned eaves of the imperial city with a pale gold. In the distance, early rising birds hopped among the branches, chirping merrily, as if the bloody carnage of the previous night had been nothing but a nightmare. Wei Yuan Marquis, Pei Cijing stood at the front. The dark brocade robes he wore had long lost their original color. They were stained with blood, some patches dried to a dark brown like blotches, others still fresh crimson, glistening wetly in the morning light. Those bloodstains were his own and others. His face bore several small wounds from blade grazes, now covered with thin scabs that lay like dark red centipedes on his cheeks. After a night of slaughter, his strength was long spent, yet standing outside the palace gates his back remained straight as a rod, without a hint of that resilience was an instinct honed on the battlefield. No matter how exhausted, he could not fall before others. The old matriarch slowly approached from behind. She leaned on her rosewood cane, her steps steady, her expression calm. Her deep blue outer robe remained immaculate, her hair bun perfectly neat. Only the faint dark red residue on the bottom of the cane silently testified to what had happened the night before. The dark red had dried, seeping into the wood grain, likely impossible to wipe away. When Pei Cijing saw the old matriarch, his taut face finally relaxed. He hurried forward a few steps, bowed, and greeted, "Mother, are you all right?" His voice carried urgency, worry, and the relief of finally seeing his mother safe. Last night, while he was fighting in Hanyuan Hall, a stone had been weighing on his heart. How was Huaqing Garden? Was his mother safe? Had anything happened? He had been tormented by these questions all night, but he was too occupied to attend to them. Now, seeing his mother walk out unharmed, the heart that had been suspended all night finally settled. The old matriarch looked at him. Her gaze swept over the blood-stained wounds on his body, especially the one on his shoulder, which looked like a slash from a blade tearing through the robe and exposing averted flesh, the long gash on his arm, like a sword cut, already scabbed over, and the several on his face, though not deep, were still alarming. A flicker of pain passed through her eyes, but her face remained impassive. "It's fine," she said, her voice steady, as if commenting on the weather. "I am unharmed on my end." Although Huaqing Garden was also attacked by bandits, Her Majesty the Empress had made proper arrangements, so no major chaos ensued. She paused, her gaze shifting from Pei Cijing to the wounds behind him. "As for you, with all these wounds, go back and treat them properly lest they leave lasting effects." Pei Cijing nodded repeatedly, then looked behind the old matriarch. Shen Ninghuan stood by the old matriarch's side. Her lotus-pink outer robe was still neat, and though her hair bun was slightly disheveled, her hairpins remained properly in place. Her complexion was slightly pale, but she showed no sign of panic. She stood quietly like an orchid that had weathered the storm, yet remained upright. Pei Cijing watched and nodded inwardly. This child, she is indeed composed. Given the peril last night, for a young bride like her following the matriarch in Huaqing Garden and coming out unscathed was already a stroke of luck, to remain so calm and collected was even rarer. As he was thinking, he saw Pei Cijing sidle up to Shen Ninghuan. That young man's stone-blue brocade robe was spotless, without a trace of blood, and even had fewer wrinkles than others. His face wore just the right amount of fatigue and bewilderment, as if he had merely been frightened all night and had experienced nothing. Pei Cijing glanced at him. That rascal. He had been nowhere to be seen all night. After everything settled, it turned out he had been hiding in a corner unscathed. Given the ferocity of the battle in Hanyuan Hall, he must have had some luck on his side. The old matriarch's gaze also swept over Pei Cijing. It was a light look, merely a casual glance, as if only to confirm that he was safe. Yet within that glance lay a meaning imperceptible to others. Spotless. Immaculate. With such carnage in the front hall, even the eldest was drenched in blood, yet he emerged unscathed, his robes so pristine. The black-clad figure in Huaqing Garden last night. His figure seemed somewhat similar to Cijing's, and that swift, decisive action, that elusive movement. The old matriarch lowered her eyes to conceal the sharp gleam that flashed in them. But she said nothing more, only nodded slightly, and spoke in a calm tone, "As long as everyone is safe." Her gaze swept over everyone present, Pei Cijing, Pei Cijing, and Shen Ninghuan. Her tone suddenly turned a few degrees heavier. "Regarding today's events after returning to the manor, we must keep silent. The higher authorities have not yet reached a conclusion. Absolutely no rumors must spread from our marquis residence. Have you all understood?" The words were clear. Though not loud, they carried the distinctive authority of one long accustomed to high position, pressing like a heavy stone on everyone's heart. The palace coup was too far-reaching. The crown prince's rebellion, the struggle for the throne, the intricacies of this affair, even if they had witnessed it firsthand, were not something for ministers like them to discuss. They should listen to whatever the higher authorities said. What they did not say, they should pretend not to have seen. Anyone who was loose-tongued and spread words that should not be spread would bring disaster upon themselves at the least, or implicate the entire clan at worst. This principle was clear to everyone present, for none were fools. Pei Cijing was the first to clasp his hands and speak solemnly. Mother, rest assured. Your son. Upon returning to the manor, I will restrain everyone, ensuring not a single idle word gets out. Pei Cijing and Shen Ninghuan also responded in unison. Grandson, granddaughter-in-law will heed grandmother's teachings. The old matriarch looked at them and nodded inwardly. Indeed, speaking with intelligent people was easy. No need to say much, no need to explain much. A hint was enough for them to grasp the deeper meaning. In this marquis manor, fortunately, there were still a few sensible people. She said no more, only waved her hand and said, "Good. Let's go return to the manor. Cheng'er's wounds need early treatment, don't delay." She turned to Pei Cijing and Shen Ninghuan, her gaze softening, her tone carrying the gentle warmth of an elder. "Cijing Huaner, I originally brought you to broaden your horizons, but instead you were frightened. Go back and rest well, don't dwell on it. Don't worry about anything these few days, focus on recuperating." Pei Cijing clasped his hands respectfully and said, "Thank you for your concern, grandmother." Shen Ninghuan also gave a slight bow. The old matriarch nodded, said no more, and leaning on her cane walked toward the carriage first. The cane struck the bluestone slabs, producing a light, doke-doke sound. One after another, steady and forceful. Pei Cijing quickly followed and personally helped the old matriarch into the carriage. The group boarded, and the rumbling wheels rolled over the bluestone road, gradually leaving behind the imperial city that had changed overnight. Weiyuan Marquis Manor. Annal residence. As Pei Cijing and Shen Ninghuan entered, they saw Yuan Bao waiting nervously. They had not returned all night. Something had surely happened. Yuan Bao was deeply worried. Seeing his young master return, he hurried forward, but before he could speak, Pei Cijing pressed something into his hand. It was a small white porcelain bottle, heavy in the hand, still slightly warm. "Take this to uncle." Pei Cijing said, his tone casual, but with an air of finality. "Tell him it's a top-grade wound medicine I'm offering. This medicine is extremely effective, 100 times better than what you buy outside. He must use it quickly, don't let the wounds drag on." Yuan Bao looked down at the bottle in his hand, blinked in surprise, then snapped back to reality and nodded repeatedly. "Yes, this servant will go at once." With that, he scurried away. Pei Cijing turned and said to the maid waiting in the corridor, "Go to the kitchen and tell them there's no need for anything elaborate. Just quickly cook 2 bowls of yanshan noodles and bring them over to fill our stomachs. Hurry, I'm famished." The maid acknowledged and left. Only then did Pei Cijing let out a long breath, plopping down onto a chair, his whole body slumping, as if all his bones had been removed, leaning limply against the backrest. "I'm starving," he murmured, his voice carrying a hint of grievance and the laziness of finally being able to relax. He had been saving his appetite all day, waiting for the evening palace banquet to have a good meal. But what happened? Before the dishes were even all served, the crown prince, dancers turned into assassins, eunuchs into killers. A perfectly good imperial feast was all spilled on the ground, feeding the cracks between the bricks. Not only did he get nothing to eat, but he also ran around all night, killing and saving people, exerting tremendous energy. Now he was so hungry his stomach was pressed against his back, feeling like he could devour an entire pig in 3 bites. Shen Ninghuan looked at him like this. She couldn't help but curl her lips slightly. That smile spread from her eyes, warmer than the sunlight outside the window. She sat down on the nearby chair, saying nothing, just quietly keeping him company. The room grew quiet save for the occasional chirping of birds outside the window, adding a touch of liveliness to the chamber. Before long, a maid entered with a tray. On the tray were 2 bowls of steaming yanshan noodles, clear broth white noodles topped with finely chopped spring onions, a poached egg, and a drizzle of sesame oil. The aroma wafted straight into the nose, whetting the appetite. Pei Cijing's eyes lit up. He took the bowl through all decorum to the wind, picked up his chopsticks, and began eating voraciously. His eating manner could truly be described as devouring like a whirlwind. In no time the bowl was empty, and he even drank every drop of the soup. Only then did he set down the bowl, let out a long sigh of satisfaction, and wore a look of contentment. Then he rested his chin on his hand and watched Shen Ninghuan eat. Shen Ninghuan ate slowly and gracefully, as if she were not returning home after a night of upheaval, but enjoying a casual afternoon snack. She picked up a strand of noodles, blew on it, gently brought it to her lips, chewed carefully, and swallowed. Every movement exuded the demeanor of a noble lady from a distinguished family, a delight to behold. Pei Cijing remained propping his chin, watching her, the corners of his mouth unconsciously curling up. The way his wife ate was truly beautiful. Shen Ninghuan noticed his gaze, looked up at him, and the corners of her lips curved slightly, but she said nothing, continuing to eat her noodles. After she finished, Pei Cijing then instructed the maid to clear the bowls. "My wife and I are going to rest for a while," he said, his tone casual, betraying nothing unusual. "If there's nothing urgent, don't disturb us." The maids acknowledged and withdrew, the door gently closing behind them. Inside the room, finally, only the 2 of them remained. The casual look on Pei Cijing's face gradually faded. He turned to face Shen Ninghuan, his gaze turning more serious. Those eyes that were usually tinged with laziness were now unusually clear and sharp. "Wife," he said softly, his voice lowered. "What do you think about the palace banquet incident?" Shen Ninghuan was slightly startled. She looked at him at his earnest eyes and felt a slight stir in her heart. Last night, she had been in Hua Qing Garden from start to finish. The rebels attacked the gate, the old matriarch killed 3 men, and the mysterious black-clad figure her husband came to the rescue. What she had seen was only what happened in Hua Qing Garden. But as for what happened in Hanyuan Hall, she truly knew little. She only knew that the crown prince had rebelled, the coup failed, and the crown prince was executed. As for the specific course of events, the details, the undercurrents behind the clash of blades, she had not witnessed them, so naturally, she had no way of knowing. She walked over to Pei Cijing and took his hand. That hand with its distinct knuckles was warm and strong, but now it tightened slightly, as if holding something precious. "Husband, what's wrong?" she asked gently, her gaze clear and focused. "Is something amiss, eh?" Pei Cijing looked at her, was silent for a moment, then took her hand and led her to the couch by the window. They sat down, and he lowered his voice, speaking slowly. "At first I also thought yesterday's incident was simply that the crown prince, having held his position for too long, could no longer restrain himself, and chose to launch the coup during the palace banquet." Then he frowned slightly. "But now as I think back and examine it carefully, something doesn't feel right." Pei Cijing held Shen Ninghuan's hand, his gaze resting somewhere beyond the window, yet his eyes were somewhat distant. His hand with its distinct knuckles was warmly strong, yet at that moment it tightened slightly, as if grasping something precious. Shen Ninghuan did not urge him. She simply watched him, quietly waiting for him to speak all that was in his heart. She knew her husband well. On ordinary days he appeared lazy and indifferent, adopting an air of complete detachment. He would rather lie down than sit, and rather sit than stand. But when a critical moment came, the light in his eyes shone brighter and clearer than anyone else's. Since he had said something was amiss, the palace coup was likely not as straightforward as it appeared on the surface. A moment later, Pei Cijing withdrew his gaze and looked at Shen Ninghuan. "My wife, have you ever considered one thing?" he asked in a low voice, his brows slightly furrowed. His usual lazy demeanor had vanished, replaced by a look of earnest seriousness. "The timing the crown prince chose for his coup is wrong." Shen Ninghuan looked at him, not interrupting, merely listening quietly. Pei Cijing continued. At a palace banquet with all the civil and military officials, nobles, and imperial clansmen present, even if he succeeded once the crown prince sat on that throne, would he be able to sit securely? He paused, his tone carrying a hint of analysis. "The Daqian dynasty has stood for over 100 years, valuing ritual law, legitimacy, and the mandate of right. If the crown prince killed his father and seized the throne at the palace banquet, that would be regicide and patricide, branding him an undeniable traitor. Those court officials might not dare to speak out on the spot, but afterward, how would the people of the realm view him? How would the various feudal princes see him? What about the border generals with military power in their hands? Without a just cause, words carry no weight, and without weight nothing can be accomplished. The crown prince would not fail to understand this principle. If someone with ulterior motives wished to rebel, they could raise the banner of restoring order and rally a multitude of followers. By then the Daqian realm would likely be torn apart. Even if the crown prince took over such a mess, how many peaceful days could he sit on that throne? After finishing, Pei Cijing's gaze fell on Shen Ninghuan's face, waiting for her reaction. Shen Ninghuan's eyes flickered slightly after hearing this. She nodded gently. These words indeed made sense. The crown prince had been the heir for 36 years, handling countless state affairs, and understood the intricacies of the court better than anyone. How could such a man choose the worst possible moment to act? Unless he never intended to settle it peacefully. Shen Ninghuan mused inwardly, but her expression remained calm as she quietly watched Pei Cijing, waiting for him to continue. Seeing his wife nod, Pei Cijing knew she agreed with his analysis. He leaned closer to her and lowered his voice. "If I were the crown prince and wanted to succeed, I wouldn't need to make such a grand commotion. Why make it known to the entire world? All I'd need to do is find a way to have His Majesty die of illness and handle." Pei Cijing didn't notice his wife's expression and continued his treasonous remarks. "I am the crown prince, the legitimate heir. As long as the old emperor. Ahem, as long as His Majesty dies, my succession would be a natural course. Why would I need to act at a palace banquet? Why make it known to the entire world? All I'd need to do is find a way to have His Majesty die of illness and handle the matter quietly. Wouldn't that be 100 times more? Even if I had to resort to force, I should choose a secluded place. For instance, when His Majesty leaves the palace for a sacrifice or goes to the summer palace to escape the heat, replace the guards with my own men and get the job done cleanly. Afterward, claim it was a sudden illness or an accident. Who could find fault? But the crown prince chose the palace banquet, chose the moment when all court officials were present, chose the most conspicuous and undeniable method." As Pei Cijing spoke, his gaze held a contemplative air. "This doesn't add up." After hearing this, Shen Ninghuan couldn't help but raise a hand to gently rub her temples. She had long known her husband was different from others. After all, he had crossed over from another world. But today's words still left her somewhat exasperated and amused. What did he mean by "if I were the crown prince"? What did he mean by "have His Majesty die of illness"? If anyone else had heard such words, they would have been terrified, their legs trembling. If it reached the ears of someone with ill intent, a charge of great disrespect would be unavoidable, and in severe cases, even a label of harboring ulterior motives. She sighed. Lifting her head, she looked at Pei Cijing. Her gaze held a trace of helplessness, a hint of reproach, and a deeply concealed tenderness. "Husband," she said, her voice low, but every word clear. "These words of yours are fine to share between us as husband and wife behind closed doors. But once you step out that door, you must never utter another word." She paused, her tone growing more serious. "Regardless of the timing the crown prince chose or the irregularities behind it, this is a matter of the imperial house and the court. We are subjects, members of the second branch of the marquis' mansion. If such words spread, at best we invite disaster upon ourselves, at worst it implicates the entire clan. Be cautious in your words." Pei Cijing blinked. Looking at his wife's solemn expression, he didn't feel reproached at all, instead, he found her adorable. Those clear eyes clearly conveyed the meaning, "You troublemaker, I really can't do anything with you." He curved his lips, held Shen Ninghuan's hand, and said with a coaxing smile, "My wife, rest assured. I understand. I only say such things to you. Outside, I am absolutely loyal to the sovereign and love the nation. I absolutely support His Majesty. I am absolutely political. When it's time to kowtow, I kowtow. When it's time to shout, 'Long live,' I shout louder than anyone. I know these rules by heart. Absolutely loyal to the sovereign and love the nation. Absolutely support His Majesty." Heh. Shen Ninghuan looked at him like this, unable to suppress a smile. She shot him a glance and thought he was already plotting how to have His Majesty die of illness, and still called himself loyal. Still, the phrase politically correct was rather interesting. This man, on the surface lazy and indifferent, but he understood everything in his heart. He knew what could be said, and what couldn't. He knew what could be done, and what couldn't. He knew how to put on a show outside, and how to relax in front of his own family. His sense of propriety was perfectly balanced. She nodded gently. "Husband, it's good that you understand." After a pause, she added, setting aside the disrespect toward His Majesty, "What you just said does hold some truth. The crown prince choosing to act at the palace banquet is indeed illogical. That is one suspicious point." Pei Cijing's eyes lit up. His wife approved of his analysis. He was about to continue, but Shen Ninghuan asked again, "Apart from this, have you noticed any other oddities, husband?" Pei Cijing nodded. He suppressed his smile and looked serious. "There is another point. Yesterday at Huaqing Garden, did you notice the big man leading the charge? The one who was impervious to blades and immense?" Shen Ninghuan nodded slightly. Of course she remembered. When that man burst in, he was like a moving mountain. Each step he took made the ground tremble faintly. The imperial guards resisted desperately, but their swords and blades only produced dull thuds against his body, not even breaking his skin. It was only when the old madam spoke and guided them to target his vital points that they barely managed to slow his advance. Then, a certain man in black descended from the sky, took him down in 3 moves with a bag of quicklime and a kick to the groin. Shen Ninghuan's lips curved slightly, then quickly straightened. Pei Cijing didn't notice his wife's expression and continued, "That man was formidable, impervious to blades. He was clearly a death warrior carefully trained by the crown prince, or a rare expert hired at great expense. Shouldn't such a person be deployed where he was most needed?" "Where is most needed?" Shen Ninghuan asked. "Hunyuan Hall." Pei Cijing replied, "That is where the true decisive battle took place. As long as they captured His Majesty and controlled the court officials, the situation was settled. The Empress's side was merely an embellishment. Yet the crown prince sent such a formidable expert to Huaqing Garden." As Pei Cijing spoke, his brow furrowed again. "My wife, does this make sense? Good steel should be used on the blade's edge. This kind of expert, instead of being used against His Majesty or the martial generals who fought to protect him, was sent to deal with a group of womenfolk." He shook his head. If the Hunyuan Hall front failed, what good would it do to have captured the Empress and the titled ladies? Would His Majesty abdicate because of that? Would the court officials submit? Impossible. This is a complete failure to prioritize. After hearing this, Shen Ninghuan fell silent. She lowered her eyes, recalling the scene at Huaqing Garden last night. When that big man charged in, he was indeed ferocious. The imperial guards fought desperately, but if not for the old madam's guidance, and if someone hadn't intervened later, Huaqing Garden would likely have been a river of blood. A man like that was sent to attack a group of women. It truly didn't make sense. Suddenly something occurred to Shen Ninghuan. She raised her head and looked at Pei Cijing with a complex expression. "Husband, was the balance of power at Hunyuan Hall roughly equal between the two sides?" Pei Cijing was slightly startled, a bit surprised. "How did you know about the situation at Hunyuan Hall? You never went there." Shen Ninghuan smiled faintly. She didn't explain. She simply looked at Pei Cijing, waiting for his answer. Pei Cijing didn't press further. He just nodded. "You guessed correctly. At Hunyuan Hall, the crown prince's side indeed had only a slight upper hand. With martial generals like the eldest uncle fighting